he shouted in fear. What? The dark flame immediately enveloped the hostage's entire body, and he screamed loudly in pain. Ouch, ouch. Davey called this technique Fire of Judgment. B. Purse, who was beside him, was inwardly impressed. So cruel. She realized that this was the technique he had used on the vampire who had attacked Yellowstone Village. Seeing the hostage still stubbornly struggling, Davey said loudly, "Keep holding on, that vampire couldn't even last the first 5 minutes." Hearing that, he immediately shouted loudly, I'll talk about everything." Purse saw that and judged inwardly. Tisk, too easy. Davey withdrew the purple aura and raised his voice. All right, I'll ask again. So answer properly, he asked clearly. Are you a member of the Alpha Lion Knight Order? The Knight's current opponents are monsters, not humans. They are tasked with protecting the world from potential threats. Davey was a little suspicious, but these dark knights had attacked. There could be two possibilities for this. Seeing the hostage confess under pressure, the group in black was a little scared, Davey guessed inwardly. First, there was a schism within the Alpha Lion Knight Order, and they were divided into two factions. Or there were people who had a legitimate reason to attack other knights. In any case, he had to find out whether these enemies were internal or external. Davey thought to himself, maybe it's both. At that moment, the hostage trembled and opened his mouth. We are, suddenly a voice echoed. Oh, you shouldn't do that. Something grazed Davey's face, startling him for a moment. Even Rune was being controlled. The opponent rushed quickly towards Davey. At this moment, he was on guard, and the other person asked, Apprentice Davey, is that right? The opponent drew a sharp sword and continued, This is the first time I'm facing you directly. It was Garan standing proudly in the middle of the pure white snowfield. He turned his head and said, I'm sorry, but you'll have to stop running around now, Garan calmly said to the group in black. Everyone stand down, we must proceed as planned before. In the blink of an eye they quickly disappeared. Seeing that, Davey said quietly, So it's confirmed. He stood up, wiped the blood from his face and opened his mouth. Alpha Lion Knight Order. Davey thought there must be people living here at that time. Garan smiled happily. Oh ho, you recognize me, he added. You don't have to be so cautious. For now I still cherish you very much. Garan held out his hand and proposed. How about this, my dear friend? Do you have any intention of standing on my side? Rune immediately blocked Davey's path and warned. Giant energy detected. I will initiate the destruction protocol if you approach any closer. Davey curled his lip in contempt. Tisk, at least we should give him a chance to explain, right? Garan let out a quiet sigh. Phew, he said quietly. First of all, I'll praise you for sending apprentice Elena far away. She's really talented, but that personality of hers is no match for us. Davey answered immediately. I can understand that, Garan asked. Do you know how much of this mysterious land the Alpha Lion Knight Order has explored? Davey answered immediately. I heard it's from the central area. Garan turned his body and said quietly. Yes, we haven't even set foot in the central area yet. Hearing that, Davey was a little surprised. You haven't entered, Garan explained the situation. That's right. The deeper we go into that area, the stronger the monsters become. For us to attack with our strength, the Pandora region is still a completely and utterly mysterious place. During that time, we could only guard the exit through the sacrifice of our knights, he continued. We haven't even conquered all the monsters. There are overlords who rule specific areas, the kings of the central region. The transcendent Sandra is one of them. After a moment, Garan asked quietly, Do you understand now? He thought that if everything continued like this, the knights would never be able to overcome the Pandora region. In the end, countless knights would lose their lives. Garan continued, That's why we came up with this idea. He asked himself why humans had to die in the battles of magical beasts. Purse looked at Davey worriedly, and he answered calmly, starting to deny his own basic principles. Garan curled his lip and said, Why don't we let them kill each other? He added. What did you accomplish, Garan? If we can tame the king of the magical beasts, the transcendent Sandra, what if that monster, or rather it would be more fitting to call it a disaster, could solve everything for us? The knights would no longer have to sacrifice their lives, and we could declare the entire Pandora region as ours. Davey realized the opponent's purpose, which was to tame the transcendent. Are you trying to do that? Garan answered immediately. That's right. To some extent we have already succeeded to some degree in taming the transcendent Sandra. It's unstable, but it's a risk I can take, he continued with a smile. That's why I'm making you this offer. Humanity doesn't need to sacrifice anything, Garan proposed. Let's rewrite the history of the Knight Order together. Davey's face darkened as he asked, Is that why you massacred the knights here? Davey gathered energy in his hand and said, Let me make something clear. He quickly got into a stance, thinking that the final part of their core principle was not to explore and conquer this mysterious land, but to protect humanity from the countless potential threats from the outside. Isn't that right? Davey was furious as he unleashed his technique. Since when had the ancient oath become so worthless? He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, the corner of his mouth rising as he said, You've got it all backward. How can you talk about the knight sacrifice while you're massacring your own? Davey continued to ask, Have you ever heard of a double standard? Just then, Garen's attitude began to change. What a shame. I thought you were smart enough to understand our great ambition. Davey raised his hand and said nonchalantly, But let me tell you, that's not the reason I'm refusing you. And then he prepared to counterattack with a fiery spirit. The reason is that you attacked me. If you're going to point a sword at my face, you should have started with an apology, Davey continued. And besides, the transcendent is mine. It's not something you should covet. Hearing that, Garan chuckled. Haha, yours, he said as if delivering a verdict. What a shame, it seems I have no choice, you will have to die here, Davey reminded him in a low voice. You'd better be ready to fight for your life, Garan said, still mockingly. It seems so, I thought you were just a strange kid, but that sword is truly extraordinary. At that moment his sword glowed with a strange blue light. Garan said, let me tell you one thing before you die. Garan asked quietly, aren't you curious how we tamed the transcendent? Hearing that, Davey could only let out a sigh of contempt. Ah, he pointed his sword straight at his opponent and answered shortly, I've known for a long time the ordinance. The tip of the sword immediately revealed the opponent's true form, and instead of the blonde old man, a boy with a green mushroom cut appeared. Chef asked flustered. How? Davey answered honestly. I told you from the beginning, a mage is very strange, to be precise you may not have noticed, but it's an ability that nullifies the senses. The corner of his mouth rose as he said, I guarantee it, but all this madness will fail. But Chef still stubbornly shouted, who knows, he quickly summoned a monster. At this time a giant dragon erupted from the ground. Chef asked with a growl, then what if you have to face the transcendent yourself? While Chef leisurely watched the delightful scene, Davey, faced with that terrifying power, painfully vomited blood, spitting out a mouthful of fresh red blood. The giant dragon continued to unleash powerful attacks, creating thick smoke and dust with a mighty explosion. At the same time, Chef was still watching nonchalantly. When Davey's coughs were heard from under a rock, Rune called out worriedly, Lord Davey. He opened his mouth in pain. Cough, cough. As if he couldn't believe his own eyes. Why was the transcendent? No, it's not the real thing. Davey coughed once and said, HMPH, fine. If it's that strong, it's not wrong to call it a transcendent. At that moment the black dragon opened its mouth and let out a great roar, and its cry alone was enough to make the heavens and the earth tremble violently. Davey staggered to his feet and sighed. Ha, Perse said quietly. If there was a transcendent, I thought it would be an evil spirit that grows stronger over time, she continued. But I never thought I'd meet it here. At the same time, Rune just stood by quietly and watched. Originally, Sandra had a contract with Sen in the Hall of Heroes. Of course, he wasn't a human from this world, so I thought Sandra Mai couldn't exist here. But now it had become a reality. Davey said quietly, we have no choice but to accept the facts. He turned his gaze toward the giant dragon and thought to himself. It's right in front of us, Perse asked in a low voice. Sandra Mai came here, didn't it? Davey looked at the transcendent and thought to himself. It seems only a part of Sandra Mai's true form has appeared here, but in such a destructive state it's already a disaster, even if it's not a complete incarnation. That moment Garan opened his mouth and asked, was that holy power you used? He admired in a low voice. Incredible, to think you're still alive after taking a blow from the transcendent. Hearing that, Davey said resolutely. I guarantee you will regret this, Garan continued. Did you know the inviolability of the mighty Sandra Mai? You won't be able to resist it. Seeing Davey's stubbornness, Garan spoke with contempt. He called out quietly, Chef, then Garan commanded. Kill him. Hearing that, Chef immediately prepared to attack as you command. Garan raised the corner of his mouth and said, I really overestimated you, Apprentice Davey. Unfortunately, you've given me no other choice, he continued. My condolences in advance, farewell. At that moment Davey looked on and judged. You're all talk. Rune opened her mouth quietly. Rune wishes to fight Lord Davey's enemy. Suddenly Davey was surprised by the sight before him. Sandra Mai opened its mouth and let out a great roar, and a powerful beam of light shot out from within its mouth. Instantly that energy enveloped the entire forest. A powerful explosion suddenly occurred, blowing everything far away. Chef raised his hand to block the powerful energy. He struggled to open his eyes and watch the situation. At that moment a hill was blown away and fresh blood flumed onto the white snow. Davey opened his mouth. As expected, it's incredibly strong. He wrapped the wound on his arm but still tried to smile. Perse called out worriedly, Davey, your arm, she shouted. Why didn't you block that attack with Ramke's power? Davey answered wearily. Not all power is omnipotent, Davey said firmly. Ramke's power could certainly sever that destruction beam, but doing so would completely drain my mana. Ramke called out worriedly. Dad, Davey continued. Besides, Davey looked at the transcendent, which was glowing with a faint murderous aura, and thought to himself, I knew that destruction beam would be fired, but by the time I realized it, it was too late. So I had no time to prepare, Perse asked worriedly. Then what should we do now? Davey bared his teeth nonchalantly and answered, Should we run? Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is best, Perse asked back in surprise. What? Davey said quietly. I'm kidding. Davey held his sword and thought that since an opportunity like this had come he couldn't run away. He thought resolutely to himself. After this battle is over, I'm going to search for the transcendent's true body. He raised the corner of his mouth with confidence. Even though it's just a remnant of its power, there's no reason for me to run when its incarnation is right in front of me. Sandra Mai growled threateningly a few times. Seeing that the opponent had suddenly become so spirited, Chef was a little confused. What's going on? At that moment Davey quietly snapped his fingers. He said resolutely, First I'm going to eliminate this Sandra bastard. Perse shouted in surprise. What? Davey switched to a reckless mode and threw a punch straight at the transcendent. He thought to himself. The most important lesson learned in the struggle for survival, there is nothing a human cannot overcome. With that ideal and belief, Davey feared no one. He did a somersault in the air. Davey thought to himself, it's just a matter of one's ability and determination. Then he landed a kick on the transcendent's upper body. Sandra Mai growled in annoyance a few times. Grr, Davey didn't back down at all, even if it was just a part of its true form. He thought that it was still a transcendent, and within it existed Sandra's terrifying power. Looking at the dragon that opened its mouth and let out a great roar, Davey thought to himself, and the remnants of its power are still quite formidable. How can I just pass up a delicious meal served right in front of me? He continued his thoughts. The transcendent Sandra Mai, king of the central region of Pandora. Is it an elixir or a poison? I want to find out. Even after a series of attacks, the giant dragon still stood tall. Davey opened his mouth from behind. I knew it was weakened before we started fighting, but this battle is still too difficult. At that moment, Chef suddenly coughed up blood. Cough, cough. He stared at the blood on his palm in deep thought. Despite losing an arm, Davey still said mockingly, Haha, are you okay? You don't look so good yourself, Chef said with annoyance. I just missed the rhythm, but it won't happen again, Davey continued. I didn't realize your black magic is gradually being depleted. It will only get weaker, Chef said immediately. My black magic won't be depleted as you think, Davey said quietly. I'm not saying you're going to fail now, but that entity is too strong for you. You won't be able to control it. At that moment, a giant black shadow approached the two. Sandra Mai growled and its eyes glowed with murderous intent. Davey thought to himself, this is the only chance. He staggered to his feet. While that entity is absorbing Chef's black magic, I can trigger a mutation. Then I can take care of that Chef bastard. Davey quietly held out his hand and opened his mouth. O Freya, she who watches over all creation, I beseech you. Davey believed that the most effective method was undoubtedly holy magic. He touched his sword and continued, I implore you, let not humanity walk in desolate darkness. The power to defeat that entity, Davey said quietly. Ramki, I will borrow your holy power, Davey added. That power. At that time, Chef felt a little fear and nervously swallowed his dry saliva. A pair of golden wings immediately appeared on Davey's back. He continued. Now we enter the real battle. He quickly cast 9th tier holy magic, sacred wing replication, witnessing the transformation of Davey and Roan. Purse von Palin admired quietly. A hint of nostalgia was in her voice. I never thought I'd hear that prayer again. Davey and Roan's gaze was fixed on the opponent before him, and he quietly uttered a single comment. It's still a far cry from Kandara's, but well, it doesn't matter. His eyes were filled with determination, and he shouted in a clear voice, I'm ready. Sandra lifted its massive foot, which was filled with a brilliant golden power that came crashing down on Davey and Roan with terrifying force. Unfazed, he raised his two swords high and blocked the fierce attack with all his might. Feeling the terrifying power, Davey and Roan shouted loudly, Skill copy. Immediately after, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Davey and Roan shouted in a challenging voice, Bring it on. His sword shone brilliantly as he unleashed holy sword unification and improved swordsmanship. The techniques created a fierce attack that made the entire surrounding space flash. Witnessing the next scene, Chef was so surprised that his jaw dropped and his eyes widened in disbelief at what was unfolding before him. Behind him, Rune just stood quietly, lifting her head to watch. It was when Davey and Roan flew into the air. He unleashed a fierce attack with enough force to snap Sandra's head back. Amidst the monster's pained screams, his hands were stained with its blood as he landed. Davey and Roan shouted in a displeased voice, What a disgusting smell. Holding Purse von Palin in his hand, Davey and Roan heard her question, Are you really going to swallow it? Hearing that, he couldn't hide the uncertainty in his heart and replied, Yes. As soon as the words were spoken, suddenly dirt and rocks flew in all directions from behind Davian. It created a powerful impact. He couldn't help but feel fear, and he immediately turned around, his eyes full of vigilance as if ready to face any danger that might suddenly appear. Seeing Sandra getting up, its body gradually began to gather a terrifying power in its mouth. Davey and Roan quietly cursed in an angry voice, Damn it! A moment later, a sudden dazzling light burst forth, causing Purse von Palin to shout in surprise. Before she could finish her words, the fierce light from the monster's mouth was like a storm of energy. Gathering its terrifying power into a single point, that force was unleashed, bringing destruction and annihilation that seemed to burn the surrounding space with a furious storm. After enduring the previous scene, Chef knelt on the ground and coughed up blood. He hastily wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and opened his mouth in a weak voice. I used too much power. Chef looked at Sandra in the distance and encouraged himself. But at any rate, the mission is complete. After resting for a moment, Chef stood up on his own. Although exhausted, he did not succumb to weakness. He said to himself, I have to go to the next key point and support everyone. His life as a knight apprentice was very simple. He only knew how to follow the orders he was given. For him, there were no other options to consider. It was because from the moment he became aware of his surroundings, he had grown up receiving orders from others. But now he felt extremely tormented by the current situation. He insisted that he did not complete this mission and kill his comrades to feel this way. Seeing the figure of Rune standing motionless, Chef opened his mouth and asked, What are you doing there? Rune turned her head to look but did not answer Chef's question. Seeing that, he continued coldly, Your master is dead. He has become ashes scattered in the wind. As if unable to believe what she had just heard, Rune raised her hand, pointed straight ahead and retorted, What you said is not true. Not accepting the fact that Chef had just declared, Rune asserted once again, Rune is certain that Lord Davey is not dead. She stood there, still pointing her finger. unwavering in the face of Chef's words as if in her heart David was still alive and had never disappeared. Hearing that, Chef asked back seriously as if puzzled, "But why aren't you doing anything? Don't you hate me? You should have killed me." But Rune was silent for a moment before answering, "That is Master Davey's duty." Rune believes that would be overstepping her authority. After speaking, Rune stood in place again and quietly listened to Chef. "He's already dead. You're saying that because you can't believe he's dead, aren't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chef turned away with a mocking "how childish," and then jumped onto Sandra and flew away. Only Rune was left quietly in that place. Chef looked down and said in a low voice with cold eyes, "In the end, they're all dead." Then he uttered just one short phrase, "You and I are in different places." Elena Zeppelin looked up at the sky, unable to hide her shock. As if unable to believe what was before her eyes, she groaned softly, "Davey!" Just then a voice called her from behind. "Elena!" Hearing the voice, Elena Zeppelin exclaimed happily, "Lindsay, everyone!" Lindsay, who was below, also waved her hand in response. Smiling at Elena, she lightly jumped off the machine and said to everyone, "This is no time to stand still, let's go." Lindsay nodded and replied, "That's why we've gathered here." The people following Lindsay all exclaimed inwardly, "What a relief, you're safe." The princess stood in front of Alicia Patrick looking curiously at what she was holding in her hand. "What is that?" Alicia replied with a sad expression. "It's Sio's communication orb. It was only for a moment, but thanks to it we were able to receive a signal from Teacher Boris. He said there was an attack. That's why the test was suspended." At Alicia's words, Elena couldn't hide her anxiety. Tension and unease bloomed in her heart. Beside her, Renda trembled in fear and covered her face. "That monster, it moved," she continued to mutter, trembling in fear. "And Sio?" Seeing this, Alicia comforted her. "Calm down." Alicia hugged Renda and gently reassured her. "In any case, we still have hope. Since the princess is here, Lord Davey will be here soon." "Right?" Just then, Elena suddenly stared into the distance and said, "He was there." Hearing that, everyone exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Suddenly a voice rang out. "Alicia, you're right. There was an attack and the senior knights have all been killed. That meant the only way to get out of here was to hold on." Everyone was shocked by this. No one had expected the situation to be this serious. The voice continued, "With Davey's power nothing would have happened, but since Sandra has joined this battle everything may have changed." Hearing that, Elena thought to herself, "Even Davey if he faces that." Just then a strong hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Elena. "What do you mean Davey isn't here?" the person shouted in annoyance. "Bring him here right now, he's the only one who can protect us." As the situation grew tense, everyone immediately shouted to stop her. Damia let her go, but she didn't let go of Elena. Lindsay snapped angrily, "Is Davey your bodyguard?" Not to be outdone, Damia said in a voice full of anger, "You're all insane. I still don't understand why all the senior knights are dead. I don't want to die. I don't want to just stand here and wait for death." Amidst Damia's shouts, a fist suddenly flew from somewhere, surprising everyone. One of Damia's companions approached and said in an apologetic voice, "I'm sorry everyone, this one named Damia is still too young." When the madwoman showed no movement, the people around her began to speak anxiously, "Isn't Davey coming yet? What are we supposed to do now?" Hearing that, Elena just stood there in silence. After a moment she said something that surprised everyone. "Davey went to face the enemy. If we hold firm, that monster won't find us easily." Hearing her declaration, Lindsay and Alicia couldn't hide their joy. Elena stood majestically on the machine and shouted in a resonant voice, "Let's move forward. We'll hold on with our own strength until the teachers arrive." As her powerful declaration ended, a voice cut in, "I'm sorry, but the teachers." The machine Elena had just been standing on exploded, and Garan landed very steadily amidst the smoke and flames of battle. As befitting a knight commander, he laughed heartily, and asked in a sarcastic probing tone, seeing Princess Elena Zeppelin struggling in the battle, he mocked, "Is that also Apprentice Davey's golem?" Looking at the robot, Garan commented, "That kid's talent is truly coveted, but he's also a risk factor for me." His subordinates called out worriedly in a small voice. "Commander, now," he replied nonchalantly. "Ah, I forgot to tell you." With the most arrogant attitude, he looked down at his cowering subordinates and said, "You must prove that you have an important role to play." Hearing that, everyone's legs trembled in fear and they didn't dare to look at him directly. He reassured them, "Calm down, only a few of you need to participate." Princess Elena Zeppelin frowned and said in anger, "They are the people Davey saved, Garan. Apprentice Davey, who was with you, was killed by the transcendent Sandra a few minutes ago." She was shocked. "What?" The cunning commander of the 5th Night Order said. "I received a report. He disappeared without a trace. How could such a rumor shake Princess Elena Zeppelin?" She shouted, "Don't lie." He didn't let her be and continued to leak information. "It's true, that kid must have been your last hope." Princess Elena Zeppelin gritted her teeth, trying not to show any expression. Alicia Patrick worriedly called out to her in a small voice, "Princess." The subordinates couldn't understand the commander's purpose at all from the beginning until now. They murmured, "Commander, why are you doing this?" "Surely not." One subordinate, though terrified, still pressed the issue. "You wouldn't, right? You wouldn't betray your superiors." The assertion born from the subordinate's weak faith showed that even he wasn't sure of his own words. "There's no way the commander would harm us." Without turning back, Garan said calmly, "Let me ask one thing. Are you willing to sacrifice yourselves for the benefit of humanity and the glory of the knights?" Vendi Renda answered clearly and immediately, "Of course. The Night Order is like my family. but she was not a puppet that people could control at will. After a moment, Vendi Renda firmly stated her position. But this is not right. Killing our superiors and pressuring us is completely wrong. I also can't understand why you killed Davey. The commander still had a smile on his face. He replied calmly, everything is for the great cause. The transcendent Sandra is an apprentice mage. No, from now on we can call her a special knight. Sandra was leisurely carrying out a massacre out there. Garan said, her power alone is not enough to control the transcendent Sandra, so your help is needed. Targeting the young members, the cold-blooded commander declared, I will need to take 5 of you as sacrifices. If anyone volunteers, I will erase the memories of the rest and spare their lives. Hearing that, a chill ran down the children's spines. Not even having the right to decide their own fate was so miserable. Garan smiled brightly and comforted them. Don't worry, your sacrifice will be remembered forever. He continued, I swear on my honor. When the commander's words reached this point, Princess Elena Zeppelin's patience ran out. She gritted her teeth and growled, how ridiculous. She recited the 3rd rule of the Alpha Lion Knight Order. Gripping her sword tightly, she accused the man before her. You have broken the most basic rule we must protect. How dare you swear on your honor for something that goes against such a rule, she said clearly. First of all, I refuse your filthy proposal. He clicked his tongue and replied, you don't fit in with us at all. How pathetic. As negotiations broke down without wasting any more time, Garan gestured to his dozens of subordinates and commanded, subdue them. They replied, yes sir. Leaping up like arrows, they responded immediately. The corps on Princess Elena Zeppelin's side was attacked in an instant and scattered, with no time to react. Along with Fendia Renda, she resisted with all her might to protect the weaker ones. Under a tree in the distance, Alicia Patrick was looking after Lindsay Pay. They spotted the 2 girls. Before they could do anything, Princess Elena Zeppelin had already noticed. She shouted no, and swung her sword. She cut them in 2, it wasn't just one. Princess Elena Zeppelin used a technique to cut down several people in a row at once, and blood splattered everywhere like rain. Of course, this came at a price. She had used too much strength and consumed too much mental energy. Princess Elena Zeppelin could barely stand, leaning on her sword. Garan narrowed his eyes and smiled, clapping and praising her. Impressive. I didn't think you'd last that long. Although she was panting, she quickly caught her breath and glared at him as if to burn him. She replied sarcastically, I commend your brave actions, to fight here without running away. But anger was still suppressing her. She gritted her teeth and spit out each word. You are making a very serious mistake right now, Garan asked back, feigning innocence. A mistake? Without any intention of arguing with him, she stated her view. I will never forget those who betray me. Pointing her sword straight at the commander, she shouted, no matter what, I will kill you. He scoffed, I'll be looking forward to it. The 2 wasted no more words. And so they charged straight at each other. Princess Elena Zeppelin used a super heavy sword. This sword strike created an air current sharp and powerful enough to destroy the enemy she faced. With one slash and the addition of the great mountain combined wall, it was no exaggeration to say that heaven and earth were turned upside down, but Garan blocked it lightly with a single attack and scoffed at her, completely unharmed. I heard you were a genius, he said in a mocking voice. You're better than I thought. Princess Elena Zeppelin was about to go mad with anger. Shut up, but he immediately added. But you're still too inexperienced. Suddenly his subordinate appeared beside her. Because she had focused all her mental energy on using her technique, she let her guard down for a moment. In that brief instant they seized her. As numerous arms reached out, Garen's vile criticism was heard. Life isn't that easy. They slammed her face into the dirty ground. 2 men held her firmly, forcing her to kneel at Garen's feet. Holding a sword, Garan stabbed her once in the back, and Princess Elena Zeppelin let out a sky-tearing painful scream. Hot blood flowed out, along with words of bone-deep hatred. I will kill you. Despite being pinned down, she said clearly, no matter what, I will kill you, he replied. I'd love that. Pointing a sharp sword in front of her, Garan said. If you want to see that kid again so badly, I'll reunite the 2 of you. But before he could strike, a subordinate stopped him. Please wait a moment. Do not kill her. He raised the corner of his mouth and explained, she is one of the descendants of the sword saint blessed by the spirits. Among them, her blood is the purest. He looked down at the poor girl coughing and groaning on the ground and gave a wicked smile, appraising her like an object. She will become a fearsome dark knight. His ears perking up at those words, Garan was very satisfied and said, good, you must not die. Live and serve this great cause. As soon as she barely lifted her head, Princess Elena Zeppelin spat in Garen's face. She cursed at him. You bastard, you crazy criminal. She confidently raised the corner of her mouth. Davey will definitely bury you alive. He calmly wiped off the spit and said, to have such high expectations for a dead man, how sad. She sneered. Ha, you don't know what kind of person that bastard is? Glaring at Garan as if to see through him, she said. Even if he falls into the 9 pits of hell, he'll crawl back up as if nothing happened. Fed up, he ordered the subordinate next to him to approach her, and screams rang out as he cast a spell on her head. Garan said, you'd better end your naive thoughts here. Lindsay Pay Ra and H cried out. Screaming at the same time in front of that painful sight, H shouted. Elena, the Renda twins were also captured. He said, we need her sisters too, bring them here. Immediately, the two girls were choked no matter how much they resisted. Garan paid no mind to the screams, probably because he was too used to them. He asked his subordinate, "What happened to Sandra?" The subordinate replied, "Thousands of golem monsters are blocking Sandra's path." Another subordinate continued to report the situation. "There's no problem with Sandra, but it's difficult for us to handle them." Garan laughed. "To be so annoying even in death," he exclaimed. "Really, that guy named Davey is too terrifying." In the thick fog, Rune sat blankly, hugging her knees on a precarious cliff as high as a mountain leaning on the clouds. Rune sat alone in silence. Then she dusted herself off and stood up, holding a yin-yang sword in her hand and staring into the distance. Rune stood holding the sword like a statue, and a dazzling beam of light gradually spread to where she was. Her bare feet were revealed and an immense amount of power was emitted, 10 times stronger than before. No, according to the collected data, it's much more than that. It's immeasurable at this point. A head with flowing hair appeared. Master Davey's survival ability and strong will. Davey Iron appeared as a healthy, agile and naked young man. Holding the stone in his hand, he said cheerfully, as if it were a piece of cake, "Oh, it's a success." Stretching, he said out loud, "Fortunately, I used the technique in time. If I change my appearance when I'm old, other people will think it's weird." Although she didn't understand his intentions at all, she answered seriously, "I cannot understand. According to my analysis, no problems will arise even if you change your appearance, Master," she added. "According to the meager knowledge I possess, you look like you're in your 40s, Master." He smiled faintly. "Where did you get such useless knowledge?" Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and Davey and Roan screamed and fell to the ground. Persephone Palin cupped his face and asked repeatedly, "Are you okay?" "I was so worried. I thought I was going to die," he said weakly. "I thought you were dead." Watching this strange reunion with her arms crossed, Rune had already made a judgment in her mind. Very quickly, she said, "Rune has judged that Lord Davey's confidence is very high." Without the slightest hesitation, she pointed straight at him and commented, "But that is incredibly small." He screamed, "Hey, this is no different from sexual harassment." Ignoring him, she covered her eyes with her two swords and said, "Rune is receiving a visual attack. I request that you put on clothes immediately." He gave a bitter smile. "What other choice was there but to comply?" he replied. "All right." Iron touched a mysterious space and asked himself, "Will this be okay?" The space he had just touched was a ring with an auxiliary storage space. It was a mysterious auxiliary space like a pocket. He exclaimed, "Oh, here it is." Putting on his pants, he commented, "Fortunately, the spatial expansion pocket's all vaporized." Draping a jet black cloak over his shoulders, he drank something suspicious looking. Immediately, Siphon Palin asked, "What are you drinking?" Licking his lips, he told her as if it were very delicious, "It's a divine potion." Persephone Palin exclaimed, "A divine potion, Leighton." Her two eyes shone brighter than car headlights. She asked excitedly, "What is that?" Davey and Roan, on the other hand, answered nonchalantly, "I don't know, it was a gift." He continued to open the space to check if there was anything useful. "Should I put this in?" Persephone Palin shouted. "Hey, you're not done yet." Davey took out the holy spear Longinus. He couldn't hide his smile and exclaimed, "Now, here it is. Regarding this holy spear, status awakened. Form spear can return to its fixed form. Details: a weapon forged over 500 years by the best blacksmith in the celestial realm as a gift for a friend. Later modified by his disciple Davey, it has no ego. Additional information: has 3 forms. First, Holy Cross. Second, Purple Spear. Third, 6-Dragon Great Blade. He exclaimed, "It has 3 forms?" Persephone Palin said from right beside him. "The most basic form is the Holy Cross." He hugged the scepter and smiled. "Amazing. Thanks to this, my holy power has increased too." Rune stared intently at the holy spear and said frankly, "I cannot analyze the metallic components of this weapon. More information is needed." He immediately replied, "It's made of Helicium steel. It's a metal with 5 times the thermal conductivity of orichalcum, and its durability and strength are comparable to molten adamantium." He suddenly thought, then Aska left behind something good. The Holy Emperor Aska, who conquered the entire continent, was skilled with spears. From long spears to short spears, he could handle anything as long as it was a spear. He even earned the title of a master. As he gripped the spear tightly, a stream of vitality flowed directly into his body. Davey Iron felt an indescribable immense mana flowing through his entire body. Lightly touching it, he couldn't help but be amazed. "With just a 9th grade holy object, my mana and dark arts have reached the 8th circle." Because of this, Davey understood that the larger his mana, the more his damaged circles would slowly merge and become a ring. After thinking deeply, he concluded, "Then that means even if they are lost, they don't disappear completely." The holy spear began to change violently in both form and color, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into a beautiful long blue bamboo staff that looked like it was carved from a block of jade. Davey joyfully slung it over his shoulder and said, as expected of the strongest purple spear. Rune reported, "Master Davey, the transcendent Sandra and the inheritor are engaged in combat. Searching. Encountered. Puma state. Damage has been stacked multiple times," he added. "What about the apprentices?" She immediately replied, "All have survived." After carefully considering the situation, Rune added, "However, it is detected that one of Lord Davey's allies is seriously injured. Also, one more person has been wounded." Through Rune's sky blue eyes, "I saw a powerful legion of cloaks," she said. The number of casualties is expected to increase rapidly in a short period. He understood. That means it's a disaster, he gently praised her. Good job, Rune. Preparing to use a technique, he said to her. I'll take care of the rest. You take these things to the camp. Carrying the holy spear disguised as a bamboo staff, he said his farewell. Protect the apprentices until I arrive, Rune replied. Order accepted. Thanks to the holy spear, Davey and Rone's movement speed became as fast as the speed of light, arriving in an instant, he said excitedly. I didn't even need to use flight magic, he laughed refreshingly. A person should breathe the air at this height at least once, Persephone Palin replied. Clouds and fools love high places, he still smiled. You're getting better at joking these days. He looked around and decided on a direction. First, I need to confirm the target. As the holy spear Longinus activated its second form, he summoned a spear of the maximum level. Persephone Palin was startled. What is this? He answered calmly. I told you this is the extreme, she asked blankly. How? Looking far into the distance, he joked. Let's see, where did everyone go? Speak of the devil. When Sandra appeared, he exclaimed. Found it, he smiled slyly. Let's see how long it can withstand my attack. Preparing his attack, he said refreshingly, I hope you don't disappoint me. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a great power, plummeting straight toward the target like a meteor. And of course, just as the data suggested, Sandra was defenseless and took the full brunt of the attack without a chance to turn. As a sharp scream was heard, everyone nearby clutched their heads. The subordinate screamed, Look over there! The moment he looked up, he widened his eyes at the brutal scene before him, as if he had died on the spot. In the wide sky, the monster Sandra he revered was being thoroughly torn apart by a single blow. Unable to resist, Garan was dumbfounded. What am I seeing right now? Immediately, this power was transmitted and rushed downward. As lightning spread across the monster's body, it writhed in extreme pain. Immediately after, a terrifying bolt of lightning pierced through the forest and straight through the monster's belly. A terrible explosion occurred. Witnessing this scene, Davian exclaimed, Look at that! Davey Roan, very pleased, said to Persephone Palin. What do you think? Hearing that, Persephone Palin's face was filled with surprise and she stammered, Ah, that's big and beautiful. Davey, pleased to hear Palin's compliment, replied, You have a good eye. Immediately after, David Roan took Palin and returned to the others, and as he jumped to the ground they were all surprised. Seeing Davy and Roan's return, the sisters Renda and Fendia shouted out at the same time, Davy? At this, David and Roan said, You guys caused some trouble while I was away for a bit. Then Davy looked at the surrounding ruins and said blankly, what happened here? Immediately, Davy and Roan called Rune and asked, What's the status of the deception Arrogates? Rune quickly appeared from behind and reported, 3 out of 5 robots are inoperable. Then Rune glanced sideways and continued, Analysis result, annual maintenance is required. McGowan and Ya are severely damaged but still operational. Hearing Rune's report, Davy and Roan said to himself, To fight Sandra and only end up like this is pretty good. They can be repaired, right? Rune looked at the ruins and asserted, I will use the mobile subunits. Rune will repair the rest immediately. Immediately after, Rune flew into the sky following the order accepted. Davy and Roan turned and said, All right, thanks Rune. Suddenly, someone called Davy and he turned his head in surprise. You are? It turned out to be the leader of Alpha N, the great knight Garan. He looked at Davy with disbelief and said, How are you still alive? Hearing that, David and Roan replied excitedly, Oh, I'm glad to see you. Then Davy pointed behind him and said, Do you know how much these cost? Knight Garan was worried when he heard that. At this, David and Roan continued, You'd better compensate me properly. Seeing that David and Roan was still alive, the noble lady Alicia Patrick shouted with joy, Lord Davy H. also called out loudly from the side with tears in her eyes, You bad guy, you were alive. Just then, the knight of Alpha Neurone said, I don't understand. I received a report that Sandra finished you off, David and Roan said arrogantly. I appreciate the thought, but that's just your speculation. Then Davy and Roan smiled wickedly and said, But thanks to that. At this, Knight Garan was very flustered with a look of incomprehension. At this, Davian continued, I've recovered a great deal of my power. Suddenly, a yellow light appeared. Immediately after, Davy and Roan used the power of Sokjung Pungjang Daishian Yuk to strike Knight Garan directly, sending him flying far away. Davy and Roan's power was so immense that Knight Garan screamed without having a chance to react. The blow was so strong that it brushed past the subordinates. This greatly surprised Knight Garan's subordinates, and they stammered, Calm. Knight Garan was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and Garan's subordinates shouted loudly, Calm, Commander. Just then, David Roan continued to use his power to draw a sword and slowly approached Garan, who was coughing. Under Davy and Roan's power, the subordinate swords began to shake and move. Seeing the swords drawing themselves from their sheaths, Garan's subordinate said blankly, What's happening? The swords flew to Davy and Roan, all pointing their blades toward the ground. Immediately after, all the swords shot up into the sky. To everyone's amazement, looking at the swords floating in the sky, Davy and Roan said, Let's take some time to listen to today's forecast. The people below looked up with fearful eyes, and Davy and Roan continued, Today's forecast is mainly heavy rain, with a high chance of it starting soon. Immediately after, Davy and Roan's explosive aura used the sword key Knight Law to control the swords and said, You'd better dodge with all your might. Immediately, David Roan cast the Thousand Gods sword dance. Immediately, the swords fell. These swords pierced straight through Garen's subordinates, killing them. and they screamed, "Ah!" The twin sisters Renda and Fendia Renda witnessed this scene, their faces turning pale. Looking down from above, Palin with her arms crossed asked Davey, "Is this the night law?" David Enron, looking at everything with a satisfied expression, said to Persephone, Palin, You can think of it as being similar to a time-saving assassination technique." Hearing that, Davey looked at the sea of blood below and explained, "I prefer to wipe them out all at once rather than killing them one by one secretly." Hearing David and Roan, Palin also looked at the bloody scene, let out a long sigh, and said, "Who can stop you?" Knight Garan sat leaning against a wall. Then Knight Garan looked at the sword and asked in a suspicious voice, "Explosive sword?" He looked at David and Roan and asked, "Who on earth are you?" Hearing that, David Roan smiled and said to Garan, "Just an apprentice." Then David Roan continued, "I trust you know that well." At this, Knight Garan shouted in anger, "Don't be ridiculous." Garan, as if his blood was boiling, shot to his feet and said loudly, "Where in the world is there a kid who has reached a level of swordsmanship that no one can attain?" Hearing that, Davey calmly replied, "The one right in front of your eyes." Hearing this, Knight Garan put his hands down and said helplessly, "It was a mistake to think I could get rid of you easily." Then Davey and Roan advised him, "You'd better change your mind." Davey and Roan turned his gaze toward the defeated man and said, "To conquer the Pandora continent, wouldn't it be wiser to choose me instead of that half-assed transcendent?" Palin, standing on Davey's shoulder, sneered at Knight Garan and said, "He can't deny that." The thought crossed Davey's mind that Garan must have realized it after seeing the results. Then Davey held his sword close to the blonde Garan and thought, regret always comes too late. Knight Garan gritted his teeth in fury. He asked Davey and Roan, "Was it your power that finished off Sandra?" Hearing this, Davey and Roan sighed and replied, "Ha, couldn't your last words be a little more ordinary?" Confused, Knight Garan stammered, "You just..." The moment Knight Garan said what, Davey's sword decisively slit his throat. Holding his sword, Davey proudly looked at Garen's corpse. Persephone Palin, perched on Davey and Roan's shoulder, asked, "He must have had his reasons, right?" Hearing this, Davey said, "In any case it was a foolish decision." At that moment Palin turned to Davey and asked curiously, "David, if he had other options, do you think he would have reconsidered?" David Enron lowered his head and said quietly, "Fools always repeat their mistakes, he's no different." Just then Davey thought to himself, yes, maybe with Sandra's power he could have achieved his goal. David Andron turned back and continued to think, "If I hadn't been here, this scene might have been recorded in history. It's inhumane, but it would have been the moment a disaster spread across the entire continent." David Roan thought to himself, "What's certain is that he failed now, and in any case I have no intention of feeling sorry for those bastards." David Andron now said with ease, "There is no such thing as a death without reason." Persephone Palin heard that and laughed loudly, saying, "Haha, it sounds like you don't care at all whether the princess lives or dies." Seeing Palin's attitude, Davey and Roan judged, "Hey, how can you joke and laugh all by yourself?" Just then a loud voice called out David from behind Davey and Roan. The twin sisters of the Renda family said joyfully, "You're alive, what a relief, thank you so much. David, I don't know what would have happened without you." As the Renda sisters talked, they noticed a change in David. Their small mouths quickly asked, You seem to have grown a lot taller." Hearing that, Davey and Roan smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I just went through puberty." Suddenly, the sound of someone sobbing could be heard from afar. Sob, the noble lady Alicia Patrick was kneeling motionless in front of Princess Elena Zeppelin, crying loudly. "Sob, please wake up, princess." Alicia Patrick continued to cry out pitifully, "Please, you're not dead, are you? Please tell me you're alive." Seeing this, David Roan was startled and stammered, "Elena." Seeing him, Alicia Patrick wiped her tears. She said with a choked voice, "Sob, Lord Davey, what should we do now? A dark wizard, he did this to her," and disappeared. Hearing that, David Andron came over to inspect and said, "She seems to be alive. Why move aside?" Persephone Palin, who was beside him, asked Davey worriedly, "How is she?" Hearing that, David Andron thought to himself, "It's a life or death situation." Davey continued to think, "Lucille, her pure mana is helping her hold on for now." Seeing Princess Elena lying there, Davey said, "Those bastards tried to turn her into a dark knight, but she resisted." Looking at Princess Elena lying alone, he said, "Condira should have been here." At that moment Lindsay Pay, extremely anxious, asked, "David, what happened to Elena? Isn't she a disciple of the Holy Sword?" David raised his hand close to Elena's forehead and urged everyone, "Please be quiet for a moment." Just then, as black darkness covered everything, the people around were startled and shouted, "Ha! Black magic!" Lin Fei's face turned pale with fear. Davey and Roan thought to himself, "It's not too late yet." Seeing the expressions of everyone looking at the black magic, Davey sighed and thought, "I can understand why they're so surprised. It's a famous power, but there are still many negative views about it." David's face was very grim. David Andron thought again, "But it's best not to foolishly miss the chance to save her because of their own fear." Immediately, Davey and Roan said to everyone, "You shouldn't be afraid of any kind of power. What everyone should care about is who uses it." Then David Roan helped Princess Elena sit up and said, "Wrong thoughts lead to wrong actions. Remember that." Davey and Roan reached his hand toward Princess Elena and thought to himself, "Someone with a holy ability isn't necessarily a good person. It depends on the person who uses that ability. Don't forget the one who sacrificed himself to save millions with a terrifying dark power. The death god Ron Iaz also made such a noble sacrifice once." Suddenly the noble lady Alicia Patrick couldn't hold back and asked Davey, "But why does someone who possesses a sacred object also possess black magic?" Hearing that, David Enron stammered and couldn't answer. Ah well, but immediately Davey saw everyone behind him frozen and said in a deep, steady voice, "Trust me like you did before." After that, Davey drew all the dark energy out of Princess Elena's body. As he did so, David said to Pers von Palin, "There's always some advantage in making someone owe you a debt. Isn't that right?" Seeing Davey's actions, Palin said to him, "It will cause terrible pain. It's a good thing she's in a coma right now." Davey smiled playfully and said, "It's even luckier that there are no priests here. If they had treated her, it would have been a terrible sight. Elena's body would have been shattered to pieces." David thought to himself, "If I had to treat her with holy power, Elena would have turned into a bomb and made a mess of everything. Holy power and black magic are complete opposites. Their combination brings no advantage whatsoever." A moment later, David finally finished treating Princess Elena and said, "It's done." Looking at Princess Elena, who still had her eyes closed, Davey said to everyone, "She'll be back to normal after a short rest." Lady Alicia Patrick, upon hearing this, joyfully ran over, hugged Princess Elena tightly, and exclaimed, "Princess." Seeing this, David reminded her, "I've enhanced her natural recovery ability, so just let her rest." After that, David left, and Lindsay Pay, curious, turned her head and called out to Davey. All they saw was David Roan raising his hand, and he used his power to create a series of lightning bolts and shot them straight at a certain spot, causing an explosion. Witnessing this scene, everyone behind Davey screamed in terror. Only after a long while did Lin Fei slowly open her eyes and call Davey's name loudly. Hearing the sound, David revealed a grim expression and said, "There are still a few more things to take care of." Just then, the monster Sandra emerged from underground. After that, the monster Sandra madly rushed towards where David was standing. Everyone screamed when they saw it. "Oh my God, a transcendent being, it's impossible. It has recovered completely, an unbelievable regenerative ability." Just then, Davey and Roan said excitedly, "Sandra has the strongest recovery ability among Sen's subordinates." Watching the Sandra monster fly into the sky, Davey thought to himself, "It's no coincidence that it's called the Dragon Corpse." Meanwhile, Lady Alicia Patrick hugged Princess Elena, extremely frightened, and shouted, "Oh my God!" Suddenly, David called out loudly, "Alicia!" Immediately after, David Andron ordered Lady Alicia Patrick, "Take Elena and hide in a safe place." Immediately, Alicia Patrick obeyed Davy's command and replied, "Yes, I understand." Suddenly, Al Patrick looked at Princess Elena with a surprised expression. Just then, the bamboo staff Davey was holding transformed. The bamboo staff immediately transformed into the third form of the holy spear Longinus, the blue dragon crescent blade. Then Davey and Roan approached the dragon Sandra and said loudly, "This is a life or death battle." The crowd fled in chaos, shouting, "I'll run, be careful not to get hit." Davey looked at the monster and confidently said to Palin, "I'll take care of it as quickly as possible." Looking at Sandra, Davey said again, "Just you watch." The Sandra monster prepared to gather its power. David also immediately unleashed his technique and a huge explosion occurred. Black Sun combination key. Asura's demolishing severing spear. Instantly, stones flew in all directions. Meanwhile, elsewhere, snow was falling from the branches, and a subordinate called his commander. "Commander Boris, come and see. It seems to be a signal from the apprentices." Hearing his subordinate's words, Commander Boris Stelman smiled happily and said, "Good, we've finally found a way." Immediately, Commander Boris Stelman ordered everyone, Team 1 and 7, quickly search the outer perimeter. Team 2, find and protect the apprentices. The rest of you, follow me to block Sandra. At that moment, the headmaster said to Boris Tellman, "All the seals have suddenly disappeared. It's strange, so be careful now." Hearing that, Boris Tellman replied, "I'll keep that in mind." After that, Boris Tellman looked up at the sky and thought, "This is my chance." A ray of light shone straight down from the sky, and he thought, "That light illuminates the whole sky, showing me the way to go." Commander Boris Stelman's face was drenched in sweat and extremely worried. Immediately after, Commander Boris Stelman quickly followed in the direction his subordinate pointed, thinking, "I don't know what's going on over there." Just then, a subordinate shouted loudly, "Found them, it's the apprentices." "Ooh," Boris's subordinates quickly asked the apprentices, "Can you stand up?" But Commander Boris Stelman was frozen, looking up at the sky. A chaotic scene of the Sandra monster unfolded before Commander Boris Tellman's eyes. As dust and smoke filled the air, Boris Tellman panicked and shouted, "What in the world is that?" Just then, a colleague from the headquarters kept calling Boris. "Captain Boris, I heard you found the lost jewels. Respond immediately. Report the situation at once." Commander Boris Stelman picked up the communication device and reported, "Commander Boris of Team 1, I report that the situation here has been resolved." Hearing this answer from Boris Tellman, everyone was shocked, bewildered, and astonished. People shouted loudly, What does that mean?" they said in a commotion. "What about Sandra and the traitor G?" Hearing that, Boris Tellman stammered, Commander Boris Tellman looked at everything before him and said calmly, "It seems everything has been taken care of." A loud voice came from the other side of the receiver. "Are you sure?" The people on the other side of the receiver were extremely worried and panicked, telling Commander Boris Stelman, "Sandra, she's a very dangerous being and G is not weak either. Report the situation properly." Hearing that, Boris Stelman explained, "No, I mean," looking at the surrounding scene, Commander Boris Tellman said firmly, "You will understand if you see this." Just then a ray of light pierced down from the sky and a scream was heard, and then a patch of the white snowfield was soaked. David Anron coughed and said, "That was really dangerous." Seeing David Roan miserably wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Pers von Palin treated Davey and said irritably, "I think you overdid it. Roan slumped to the ground. Purse von Palin said to him, "Your strength hasn't recovered as much as you thought, has it?" Hearing that, Davey hesitated and said, "About half, I guess." After that, David Anron laughed loudly and said, "But it was worth a try." Suddenly, a glowing panel appeared in front of David, surprising him. A notification panel appeared in front of David Anron which read, "Name David, gender, male, title, disciple of the celestial heroes, additional, half insane, possesses a saint, forcefully reconstructed body, body imbalance, successfully reconstructed constitution, accumulated good deeds 210, good deeds recognized." After reading it all, Davey and Roan laughed very smugly and said, "Ha ha ha, as expected, the princess's father taught the bastard well." Then Davey and Roan continued, "Come to think of it, your father, that one who's always angry, seems intent on splitting the ocean every time the heroes fight over ranks, doesn't he?" Davey and Roan thought to himself. The traitor G is dead. Looking at the green-haired Chavo tied up and awaiting trial, Davey thought, except for Chavo, all his subordinates have been eliminated. This incident ended with the transcendent creature Sandra dying at my hands. Looking at Paladin Fielder and Priestess Lucia Selman, Davey thought, but the Academy members also suffered serious damage, but it's fortunate that many members were rescued in time. Where Priestess Lucia Selman was sitting was where Sis' face was covered. Chris Lucia was overcome with grief, her face streaked with tears and snot. Davey and Roan's emotions were also quite chaotic, but he finally thought calmly, "The Alpha Frontline Knights owe me a great debt." Looking at the heart-wrenching and tragic scene here, Davey thought further, "Although I am only an apprentice, how can an ordinary apprentice solve this situation? This incident will be a lesson for them." Just then, Princess Elena, who was resting in the break room, opened her eyes. David Roan was sitting and reading a book, and seeing Princess Elena wake up, he said happily, "You're awake." Then Davey asked Princess Elena gently, "How are you feeling?" Hearing that, Princess Elena touched her forehead, frowned, and replied, "I'm a little tired." Looking at the unfamiliar room and all the strange things around her, Princess Elena asked Davey, "By the way, where is this?" To that question, David and Roan answered, "The Night Order headquarters." Princess Elena blushed and glanced sideways at David and Roan. Then with a meaningful smile she said, "I knew it. How could that guy kill you?" At those words, Davey was slightly surprised and puzzled. Princess Elena looked over her perfectly fine body and asked Davey, "Did you treat me? I feel a strange energy flowing inside my body." Davey and Roan nodded and said, You need to rest for a few more days. Go back when you're healthy." Suddenly, Princess Elena stretched out her hand, rushed to Davey and Roan, hugged him tightly, sobbed and called out his name loudly. Princess Elena shed tears and said softly, moved with emotion, "Thank you, I'm glad you're safe." Princess Elena trembled and said, "I know you're very strong, but I was still quite worried." Princess Elena recalled everything that had happened and said, still feeling uneasy and scared, "This time was really too dangerous." Davey also smiled, hugged Princess Elena and thought to himself, "I knew it." At that moment the image of the monster Sandra came to Davey's mind and he thought, "That is a transcendent being, it's not that simple. Elle and Ulysses always say I'm as strong as a monster, but the proof is that I almost couldn't win when I faced Sandra's incarnation." At that moment Davey and Roan closed his eyes, buried his face in Princess Elena's shoulder and as if slightly excited called her name. "Elena." Hearing Davey call her name so softly, Princess Elena's already red face turned even redder and she answered in a small voice, "Yes?" Just as the atmosphere was about to turn romantic, David Roan suddenly returned to a serious expression, grabbed Princess Elena's shoulders tightly and scolded her harshly. "I trained you so much, so why are you still so pathetically weak?" At those words Elena was startled. Having said this much, Davey and Roan couldn't hold back and immediately made a decision. "You'll have to train again once you're healthy." Hearing that, Princess Elena fell into a panic and screamed. Princess Elena, extremely angry, frowned and shouted, "Hey you!" Seeing Elena's unenterprising attitude, Davey couldn't help but remind her, "If I hadn't been here this time, you probably would have died." Then David Roan turned and left immediately. Princess Elena asked loudly, "Where are you going?" At that moment Davey said, "Since everything is over, I think it's time to go back." Princess Elena could not understand those words at all. She blankly asked Davey back, "What do you mean it's over?" Elena continued, "Sandra, that creature." Hearing that, Davey and Roan made an "ah" sound and lifted his head and said comfortably, You must have been unconscious so you didn't hear anything." Then Davey and Roan turned around and cheerfully told Elena, "It's basically been resolved." Then Davey slowly said, "If you want to know more, hear it from Alicia." Princess Elena, surprised, stammered, "That's a lie." Suddenly Davey lowered his voice and immediately informed Elena, "But Co is dead." Hearing that, Princess Elena paused for a moment. Recalling the situation at that time, Princess Elena became extremely angry and cursed, "That son of a bitch." At that moment David and Roan said, "By the time I arrived it was already too late." Suddenly Palin appeared on Davey's shoulder and asked, "There was a way then, wasn't there?" Hearing that, Davey replied, "Maybe." Then Davey pretended to be nonchalant, but his words were extremely sarcastic. "All I had to do was sacrifice a few years of my life and throw away a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Hearing that, Palin clicked her tongue and replied, "Then I'll pretend I didn't say anything." Then Davey and Roan recalled Co's battle scene and said, "About Co, I'm not sad about his death, but from a healer's perspective, it's not pleasant to face a hopeless, critically ill patient." After thinking for a long time, Davey leaned against the door. Then he said to Elena, I'm going back to the hen's fiefdom for now. You should also go to the kingdom. Hearing that, Princess Elena shouted in annoyance. Why? Davey and Roan looked at Elena calmly and said, you need to rest. A lot is going to happen in the Roan kingdom soon. Seeing the princess before him being so stubborn, Davey sighed and said, Princess, listen to me. Don't cause any more trouble. Hearing this, Elena stammered. Does that mean? Davey immediately confirmed yes. Then Davey began to tell her. The Roan kingdom is facing incidents related to vampires. Many orphanages in the hen's fiefdom have been attacked and many children have gone missing. Many incidents are happening one after another and they are spreading more and more. Looking at Princess Elena staring at him with an innocent face, Davey and Roan was lost in thought again. Although he had received help from Elena, who held a deep hatred for vampires, this was something she should not have been involved in from the beginning. Davey and Roan looked out the window where a few birds were flying and fell into deep thought. Waiting here for so long is enough, it's time to go. Looking at the magnificent headquarters castle, David and Roan thought, this is the respect I pay to the king of this country. Suddenly at that moment, Princess Elena quietly approached, grabbed the hem of Davey's clothes and called out Davey. Princess Elena shyly said in a small voice, thank you. Elena, looking slightly regretful, lowered her head and urged, don't get hurt again. If you do, I'll worry. Hearing this, Davey initially paused for a moment, but he couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising. David and Roan looked at the princess before him and said in a gentle voice, thank you for worrying. Someone in the Alpha Knight Order spoke up. I don't know who this guy named Davey is, an old man from the Alpha Knight Order said irritably. According to the investigation, he is a prince of the Roan kingdom who was in a coma for a while. What's special about him is that he received a holy object and is skilled in concocting and researching medicine. But possessing a holy object cannot explain his superhuman strength. Apprentice Davey could be a threat to us, or a gift. At that moment, Knight Sulia excitedly opened her mouth. Let's look at this issue positively. He is not significantly superior to the other apprentices, but it is clear that his actions are always heading in a direction that is beneficial to us. The head of the third Alpha Knight Order sighed as if it were a headache and said, that's true, but the current headache doesn't stem from him. It stems from those bastards who are trying to confront us. Knight Sulia was dazed for a moment, and then said, you are right. The head of the third Alpha Knight Order continued, instead of discussing him, we need to find the mastermind behind the recent betrayal by Knight Commander G. The investigation has yielded some hypotheses about this action. If the traitor knows our strength well and can confront us, they might be a huge and powerful organization. The other knights heard that and spoke up according to the order of the head of the third Alpha Knight Order. We will investigate that matter immediately. The head of the third Alpha Knight Order continued to urge them. We have the advantage of having captured the dark mage Chavo, so we must try to get a confession from him. I'll leave that to you. Suddenly, at that moment, another knight reminded them. Regarding this achievement, Apprentice Davey's contribution is very large, so we should naturally reward him to encourage him. At that time, the old knight Daria turned to Knight Sulia and asked, where is he now? Knight Sulia thought for a moment and replied, I heard he is resting in the dormitory. Suddenly, a knight rushed into the meeting room and screamed, give me, I have an urgent matter to report. At those words, all the knights present were startled. The newly arrived knight immediately reported the situation. Apprentice Davey, the old knight heard Davey's name and exclaimed loudly, what is it? What happened to him? The newly arrived knight held up a piece of paper and said worriedly, he left a letter and disappeared. Hearing that, everyone shouted in surprise. What? Knight Sulia worriedly snatched the paper from the knight's hand. Give it here. Everyone in the room was curious. What did it say there? Knight Sulia read the paper and stammered, this is on that paper. Davey and Roan had written, I am withdrawing my application to join the Knight Order. Everyone gathered, read the contents of the letter and wondered together. Why did he do this? Is there nothing more we can do? Scene change. Hen's fiefdom. Everyone entered Davey and Roan's room and asked in unison, did you call for us? David the first Roan answered, yes. Looking at the two people, Amy and Vin, Davey called out, Amy, Minister Vin. Minister Vin immediately straightened his posture and heard the command. Yes, please speak. David the first Roan clasped his hands, smiled and said, I have something I need to finish. Minister Vin asked back worriedly, yes, your lordship's intention is. Davey heard that and cut Vin off saying, you know my intentions. Looking at everyone in the room, Davey said calmly, I have done too much in the past. I have waited a long time for this day. The most important and necessary thing is to firmly protect the hen's fiefdom no matter what happens. Minister Vin listened for a moment and replied, yes. Then Davey turned to Monator and instructed, Monmer, go to the place I told you and meet the person I instructed you to meet. Monator was a little worried but complied. Yes, I understand. David the first Roan saw his reaction, sighed and laughed to himself. His personality is still the same, a little slow. Suddenly, Davey looked into the air and asked nonchalantly, Jack, what happened with the matter I asked you to handle? Jack flew in from somewhere, bowed and said, yes, I found it. Jack reported the situation with extreme seriousness. According to the report, the kidnapped and missing people were found in Banchas, which belongs to the Varietta fiefdom. Munner was still amazed by Jack and looking at the dark and mysterious man beside him, asked loudly, why do you appear so suddenly? At that moment, David the first Roan looked at Jack and continued to ask, can you investigate more details? Jack reported, for now I can only investigate this much. tracking their whereabouts is not my area of expertise, but according to the investigation the bodies recovered from the river were covered in blood. What sick bastards. David I Roan sighed, rested his chin on his hand and said, "The information you investigated is enough," Manhwa interjected. "I don't know what happened there." David I Roan smiled and said, "Now is not the time to find the truth but to find a way to solve that problem. Jack, continue to have someone find more detailed information." Then Davey took out a cloak, put it on and said, "I will go to the Imperial Palace." Jack was startled to see Davey trying to use a teleportation circle. Moner saw him leaving through the gate and said, "The mana teleportation circle cannot be used at present." David I Roan just said gently, "I have my own way." He and Rune stepped into the teleportation circle, looked at everyone in the room, smiled brightly and reminded them, "Everyone, continue with your assigned tasks. There will be a lot of work to do in the future, so be prepared. I will be back soon." Everyone stood blankly and watched Davey's figure disappear, and Jack said in surprise, "How can that be?" Scene change: Imperial Palace. David I Roan and Rune were walking through the palace hall. Davey chatted with Rune. "You should stay in the hen's fiefdom," Rune said expressionlessly. "I refuse. I will follow wherever my master goes." Hearing that, David and Rune gave a bitter smile and said, "All right, have it your way. You must act quietly." Hearing that, Rune turned her head as if she didn't know what it meant. Suddenly the flustered voices of the butler and maids echoed. "Prince Davey," David and Rune just said coldly. "Open the door." The butler looked at Davey worriedly and stammered, "Your Highness, you cannot enter as you please without being summoned." Davey lowered his head and said coldly but firmly, "Open the door quickly." The butler and the maid felt a chill down their spines from Davey's murderous coldness. At that moment a voice came from inside the room, "It's all right." The butler was startled by those words. King Gines and Roan continued, "Just open the door for him." When the door opened, David and Roan looked inside coldly and saw King Gines and Roan sitting on the bed. Seeing Davey enter, King Gines smiled and said, "It's been a long time, David." David and Roan knelt and bowed politely. "I pray that the sun of the kingdom will shine forever." Davey lowered his head and continued, "Please forgive this sudden visit." King Gines still looked at his son gently and replied to Davey, "It's all right, be comfortable. I don't care about such ceremonies." David I Roan, still kneeling, said, "Your Majesty, it is only natural that I respect you." Hearing that, King Gines and Roan's face darkened for a moment, and he covered his mouth with his hand to suppress a cough. "Why would you say such things between a father and son?" Seeing David and Roan remaining silent, King Gines asked first, "I heard you visited the Lindis kingdom recently, is that right?" David I Roan thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, I was invited to the debut banquet of Eria Lindis, the youngest princess of the kingdom." Hearing that, King Gines and Roan asked, "Then you must have met Carlos there too?" David Roan immediately replied, "Yes, I did." King Gines sighed, touched his forehead and said, "I wish that child had grown up like you." Suddenly at that moment David I Roan lowered his voice and called out, "Father, you must not know why I am here right in the middle of the night. I came because I have something to say." The two seemed to have an unspoken understanding of each other's intentions at that moment. After waiting for a moment, King Gines and Roan tapped the bed with his hand and spoke first. "David, can you finish this?" King Gines suddenly opened his mouth and explained, "I don't have much time left to live." King Gines and Roan said with sorrowful eyes, "Can't you stop after hearing this father's last request?" David I Roan thought with slight surprise. "A last request?" Davey clenched his fists and thought in silent fury. Who gave him permission to say such things? David Roan looked at King Gines, his father, and continued bluntly, "Your Majesty, I would appreciate it if you would listen to me." King Gines bowed his head and said, "Speak." Davey immediately said coldly, "In case you have forgotten, your Majesty has not yet sufficiently repented for all your sins. Please do not think of dying at your own will. You will not die without my permission. Even if you try, I will bring you back." King Gines and Roan was slightly flustered by those words and quietly called out to Davey. David and Roan did not give his father a chance to speak, and immediately interjected, "Your Majesty established a kingdom in this land, killed my mother and abandoned me." Having said this much, David and Roan was furious. He immediately became angry and shouted, "After committing all those acts, are you now trying to avoid and run away?" Davey looked at King Gines's current miserable state and continued to condemn him inwardly. "No matter how much you want to die, you can't die until everything is settled." Just then, King Gines and Roan opened his mouth. "I heard about what happened in the Lindis Empire. Even though this unworthy father failed to protect you, you have grown into a fine person. Moreover, you have excellent judgment and the intuition of a great leader." And that was not all. As he spoke, King Gines and Roan got off the bed and approached David I Roan. Holding his hand, he continued, "You have received a saint, been recognized by the Holy Land, and even possess astonishing medical knowledge. You achieved a truly unbelievable feat by treating the princess. Your influence in the Lindis Empire will be of help to you in the future." Then King Gines gripped Davey and Roan's hand tightly and said excitedly, "If you want it, this position will be yours. But he who walks the path of a king does not have the right to decide everything for himself. I was no exception." David I Roan looked at the king, his father, before him and said coldly, "That is just your Majesty's excuse." King Gines and Roan gritted his teeth and said seriously, "An emperor has too much to protect." Davey, do you know how many people are in this kingdom? No less than 5 million. The lives of those 5 million are the people, one by one, dozens, thousands. Do you understand my meaning? Having said this much, King Gines's whole body trembled with excitement. Still gripping Davey's hand tightly, he said, with a single decision from an emperor, the lives of 5 million people can be threatened. That is why an emperor cannot make judgments easily. And even though I knew I shouldn't, I had to turn a blind eye to some situations. That is the reason. Pour out all your anger on me. If you, who have now become an adult with outstanding talent, can follow my path, I will willingly accept death by your sword. David I Roan could not bear those words, and with a cold voice mixed with anger, growled out, Your Majesty. Then Davey and Roan shook off the hand King Gines was holding and continued, That will not happen. Didn't I tell you from the beginning? King Gines and Roan saw that, hurriedly sat down on the ground and cried out, Davey. At that, David Andron opened his mouth in front of his surprised father. Please leave the investigation to me. David I Roan turned his body to leave the room and said, I will handle the matter of the noble faction. As King Gines and Roan heard himself being called Davey, David Andron looked back at King Gines without any emotion and said, It seems you still do not know. The Varieta fiefdom has long joined hands with vampires and offered tens of thousands of people as sacrifices. Did you know that fact? King Gines and Roan was shocked at this and doubted his own ears. King Gines fell into a state of panic and asked Davey, What do you mean by that? David Andron immediately explained, The first is Queen Linus. The queen may not know this fact, but the truth is she has always supported them. And Carlos Lost, that despicable bastard, knew this fact but continued to make the situation worse. Even after all this, does your majesty still have to protect them from such external affairs? Is that the way of an emperor? Is the way of an emperor to stand by and let dozens, thousands die to save the lives of 5 million? David I Roan's words struck straight into the king's heart, and he felt shame and fear. David Roan looked at his trembling father without hesitation and continued in a contemptuous tone, In a kingdom where my brother Baris has been chosen as the heir, I would rather die than let those stupid bastards suck the blood of this land. If that is your majesty's decision, then send a decree to the Hen's fiefdom. That is all. Your majesty, do not involve yourself in this matter any further. If you are thinking of using the power of the neighboring country Lindis to solve this problem, give up. That method will not deal with the situation at its root. It will only give those bastards a chance to cover their tracks. Does your majesty really think I will stand by and watch those bastards do that? Even if it means committing treason, I will solve this matter with my own hands. King Gines became angry at David and Roan's words and shouted loudly, Davey. David and Roan paid no mind left and said through gritted teeth, If I must, I will. David I Roan, the one who was once your majesty's son, is that kind of person. Only after hearing these words did King Gines regret his actions. Outside the king's room, Roan was waiting for Davey. David I Roan thought to himself, In the end, the one who will solve this case is neither Emperor Gines nor Marquis Pace, who holds the authority over this noble conspiracy. I will put an end to it. I have regained my power only to do this. Seeing David and Roan come out, Roan immediately left this royal palace with Davey. Returning and looking at the documents, David I Roan continued to think, He must have understood that my determination will not waver. A week after the declaration of war, I finally obtained the position of investigator, regardless of my past relationship with my mother, regardless of Emperor Gines or Queen Linus. The current noble faction has crossed the line. Von Palin appeared on Davey's shoulder and said, In the end, he will either use the most drastic method, or he will have no other way out. Davey and Roan heard that, smiled and said, Even so, considering the facts you told him, he won't be able to ignore it in any case. This is a serious insult. Davey and Roan calculated in his head. After receiving the first appointment as head of the investigation, I went to the Royal Knights Council Palace. I received 50 knights from the council to assist in carrying out the mission. Although they are only of the ordinary skilled grade, it was enough to help me. At that time, in the Varieta fiefdom, in the mountainous region of the Varieta territory, someone kicked open a door. The person inside panicked and shouted, Who is it? David I Roan approached and replied arrogantly. David and Roan, the group that had just been about to curse Davey, hurriedly knelt and greeted him. I greet your highness. David I Roan looked up for a moment and then asked the butler, Is this an abandoned warehouse? That butler trembled in fear and replied, Yes it is. At that the butler began to explain, This was originally where the duke stored goods brought in from other fiefdoms, but now that there are funds for this place, before he could finish his sentence, David I Roan cut him off. I had a pretty good idea. At that, the butler smiled obsequiously, rubbed his hands and said, Of course. May I ask why you have come to this small fiefdom? David I Roan said, challenging him. What do you think? The butler, hearing Davey's words, was slightly dazed and stammered in reply, Yes. David and Roan quickly drew his sword and said, I have spread the rumor that I have been appointed as an investigator, so I trust you are aware of it. David I Roan raised his sword and swung it once. Immediately, the installed trap was cut, and the butler was so shocked that he fell backward. Davey looked at the path leading down and smiled cheerfully, saying, It seems you put quite a bit of effort into installing this trap, but at the very least you should have known who your opponent was. David and Roan snapped his fingers and gave his followers armor blessed with a holy shield. Then David said, The guys inside must have noticed that the trap was destroyed. Davey looked at his followers and commanded, First rescue the survivors. Those knights followed the order. Yes, I understand. After arranging things, Davey and Roan turned back to the butler who was cowering on the ground and threatened him. Now what should I do with you? You knew what was happening down there beforehand, didn't you? The butler, as if his heart had been pierced, flinched and stammered. That, before he could explain, Roan continued, and yet you pretended not to know and lied to me? The butler's face turned pale and he cried out, please, kill me. David the First Roan looked back at the butler and with a very refreshing smile said, good, I will. The butler, in a state of panic, cried out. What? Davey and Roan said no more, immediately swung his sword and cut off his head without hesitation. Seeing the butler's head rolling on the ground, Davey and Roan said with satisfaction, you asked to die, so I will grant your wish. Lucky you. Don't be too impatient, I haven't even started yet. The weak were thrown about roughly and the battlefield was filled with carnage and screams. As Davey stood majestically alone, 2 subordinates came up and reported, we have found the survivors. About 30 of them, Your Highness. As soon as he heard the report, he instructed, good, take them to the temple and use high-level purification magic. I will pay for the purification process. He held a jewel that emitted a blue light in his palm. On his shoulder stood a small girlish demon. Davey, Rune, report the situation, he asked, looking at it. What about the damage report? Rune stood on a high place. Looking down at the burning house, she reported in a emotionless voice. Rune, there is no other damage besides the combat weapons in the ruins. Women and children in rags trembled and hugged each other in fear. An additional large number of women have been gathered and will soon be sent to the rallying point. A reply came from the other side. Good, the last warehouse has been cleared, so it can be used now. A hand with rough and sharp claws kept scratching the ground. Endless hatred. Damn humans. Not 1 but 2 vampires continued to shout. The Great King will tear you to pieces, you low-class humans. Extreme contempt. Davey was not moved in the slightest. Did we only catch 2 low-class vampires? The little demon was also a little worried. Either no high-class vampires were involved in this matter, or they smelled something and all ran away. On a blurry screen, a very calm man appeared. Even if we try to get more detailed information, they clearly have some kind of prohibition magic cast on them. The low-class vampires who were kneeling looked up and listened, not understanding. Good. From a predator's perspective, it's understandable that they would think of humans as prey and eat them. So I will forgive you. They were dazed. What? They all politely begged to be released. Sob, that's good in that case. Please release us. Davey sneered and slowly withdrew the red aura. With an indifferent face, he said, but I don't know what my cute daughter will think. A long staff appeared in his hand, still surrounded by the red aura. He gripped it firmly in his palm. The low-class vampires, confused, asked, what does that mean? With one decisive move, he swung the weapon in his hand and killed all the low-class vampires before him. A flashing staff, the sight of a slaughtered group, a single indifferent word. What a pity. It seems my Hongji red flag can't forgive you. The soldiers stood and watched their dismembered bodies, but Davey walked away nonchalantly, smiling and saying, dispose of all their bodies. His little daughter trotted after him. I did a good job, didn't I? Let's hang their heads in the capital square. 2 soldiers watched Davey's instructions. We will also write their sins on their bodies and hang their naked bodies where everyone can see them. Being too used to living as they please, they will surely resist like crazy. The soldier immediately followed the order with a loud voice. A place where 2 crescent moons appear together at night, one with a red and enchanting light, the other with a blue and gentle light. A voice was still heard. Having done this, shouldn't those hiding behind that darkness also be revealed? An enchanting place, stones carved with human faces were hung on a crossbar. The sound of someone praying was heard. May God's scourge come down upon the second prince's head quickly. A quiet night, a group of vampires continued to shout, come down, punish him, execute him. The sound of porcelain breaking, a white plate fell and shattered. A loud scream was heard. Damn it, 2 fists, their anger not yet subsided, slammed down hard on the desk. How dare those low-class filthy humans demand my execution? A middle-aged man in the room was displeased, his madness seemingly out of control. It's all your fault. Chevo stood quietly, listening to that person curse. If you had been more careful and secretive with your work, this wouldn't have happened. Suddenly, the corner of Chevo's mouth twisted into a creepy, cunning smile. Davey seems to know a great deal about our noble's doings, doesn't he? The half-bald man suddenly started sweating profusely and glanced at Chevo out of the corner of his eye. You? He began to ask Chevo carefully. You know what you have to do, don't you? Faye nonchalantly hunched his body as if he had a brilliant plan. Of course, we must crush those worm-like fools who don't know the fear of heaven. His pupils suddenly flashed red, and a shadow fell over his entire face, filled with a dangerous aura. We've spent enough time on that idiot. The bald man could only lean against the desk, watching with concern as Faye vanished in a flash into a wicked and sinister red and black aura. On the floor, shattered fragments and beautiful roses were scattered messily in the nobleman's room. It was the mansion where the secret meeting of the noble faction was held. A strong voice was heard refuting something. That's impossible, vampires. A viscount was vehemently opposing the idea. Your Highness, the second prince, are you saying some foolish thing happened without our knowledge? The second prince had a thoughtful expression. He lifted a hot teacup, lost in thought. Had things become this complicated? According to his calculations, Duke Varietta was no fool. The short stature of Carlos Lost walking ahead, and Faye following behind, aroused the second prince's suspicion. The mysterious figure who had been constantly following Carlos Lost recently was a bizarre being who freely displayed his power. He was a completely different being from the handmaidens beside his daughter. Duke Varietta stood leaning on his cane with a false air of solemnity. He immediately knew that man was a vampire, but he accepted him because he had said he would help Carlos Lost. Like the web spun by a red spider, he had to provide the blood of the people to him, but the deaths of a few people had no effect on his future. Considering the immense power of the vampire, this was not a losing investment. It was the image of a monarch winning over his heir. Duke Varietta continued to be lost in thought. Even if Grand Duke David, not Carlos Lost, ascended to the throne in the future, all would be resolved if he borrowed the power of the vampire. The relationship between the royal faction and the noble faction had already reached an irreversible point. Placing the teacup on its saucer, he said, "Are you suddenly afraid now?" On the brightly lit table, a few people remained silent. Everyone here had basically participated in this momentous plan. Do you think you can escape the noble faction just because you want to back out of the plan now? Duke Valletta, leaning his hands on the table, earnestly persuaded the broken wills of the people. We are simply doing what we must. If we know that war will break out no matter what, shouldn't we prepare countermeasures in advance to ensure our side's victory? He placed his hand on the table. Count Bonds. Yes, Your Grace. How far has the supply of munitions progressed? He continued, as if he were in dire need of money. They sold all the weapons for a pittance and we bought them all through various channels, another person asked sarcastically. Oh, dwarven products, where did you get them? The Duke was surprised by the answer. From the hen's fiefdom. Ha 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 ha, Prince David is truly a fool. The weapons he sold will ultimately be the ones to kill him. Suddenly he shot up and asked another noble, Wait, where did you say you bought the weapons? The hen's fiefdom? The other noble was slightly surprised, but still said confidently, You don't need to worry. The durability and sharpness of the items are far superior to steel swords. His old face suddenly wrinkled. His head throbbed as if it would burst, but the other noble continued his report. Thanks to that, we were able to complete all our preparations. In his mind there was no way Prince David would let this happen. He approached the noble before him. Seeing that the second prince's eyes had also darkened, it seemed he too knew that this was no different from aiding a rebellion. A noble noticed his expression and asked, Your Grace, is something wrong? Only then did he realize. This is a trap. He began to grit his teeth. His thoughts raced. This must be a trap, but everyone else in the room was focused on him, and he was still lost in anguish. I can't let my guard down in this situation. He began to re-evaluate everything. The image of the Marquis holding the ledger came to mind. From the moment the corruption ledger fell into the Marquis's hands, everyone knew a civil war would break out. He clenched his fists and bit his lip. His face was filled with anxiety and confusion. Given the current situation, this action will have numerous effects in the future. He clenched his fists. It will also be revealed who will survive in the end. Time passed. The flag of a kingdom fluttered in the wind. A month later, the Duke stood upon the empire he had started. The flames of civil war ignited as the Varietta ducal family led the high nobles in a rebellion. All the soldiers gathered under the Duke's banner. The rebels had 3 legions, including master swordsmen and most of the vampires belonging to the noble faction. An enormous number of troops were assembled because the Duke held half of the military power in his hands. Marquis Pace of the royal faction was no pushover, but there was already a difference in military strength. In comparison, the royal faction's strength consisted of only 10,000 soldiers and Marquis Pace. The 10,000 soldiers they had were mostly young men enraged by the noble faction's collusion with the kingdom's vampires. Tents were set up in preparation. It was clear that the unfavorable situation was tilting towards the royal faction. A soldier pushed aside the curtain and entered to report, Your Highness, our army has completed its preparations. Hearing this, he lightly moved his fingers. He was satisfied. Good, he stood with the female demon, looking outside with a determined face. At least that's how it appeared on the surface. Swirling his cloak, he went outside and solemnly declared war. Let the war begin. Today is that momentous day. 500 soldiers have been dispatched to the fiefdom, and only 500 troops must fight 10 men in this civil war. Most of these soldiers were guards of the territory before enlistment. These new recruits knew little about Lord David. They only knew of Prince David, the head of the fiefdom, who rarely showed himself in public. David and Roan ascended to the highest platform and spoke to all the knights below. I am glad to meet you all. I know that many are angry at my neglect of the fiefdom, but I am grateful that you have gathered here today. Moreover, the country is in a complex situation. The nobles who sucked the life out of the country have started a rebellion. They command a total of 30,000 soldiers, 1 swordsman, and other minions. Right now, at this crucial moment, they are using innocent people as shields for their own interests and marching towards the Imperial palace. Some of you may be thinking why you should fight for a kingdom that has done nothing for you. Should I risk my life for something like this? As he said that, a few below shouted, What does that matter? We are indebted to the saint, so we will simply follow. Then the crowd shouted together, That's right, if your highness commands us to die, we will gladly jump into fire. Please give us your orders. My life belongs to your highness. Davey and Roan sighed helplessly. Truly, these fanatic bastards, then he continued. Some of you are thinking that, aren't you? They immediately responded, No, we believe in your highness anyway. You. Good, whether you believe me or not is up to each of you. But I will make one thing clear. We are not going to save this kingdom. To be honest, I really dislike the current royal family. I would rather be glad if they were ruined. but I cannot stand by and let this kingdom fall into the hands of those rotten nobles. That is why we have taken up arms. It is also for our own benefit. This civil war will be a fight to protect ourselves and our families. And for me it is a fight for the people and for Baris, who will be the future king of this country. And it is also to end our bad relationship with them. As I promised everyone before, sooner or later, everyone is a member of the fiefdom. And I, as the head of this fiefdom, will never abandon anyone and will protect everyone. The only thing you have to do is move forward. My perspective is not that protecting the people is a choice that sacrifices the lives of others. Because this was a big decision I made from the beginning. All troops, prepare your weapons. We will now begin this great war. At Fubu's fortress. Fubu's fortress was in the middle of a major road between the Rhone Kingdom and the Valletta County. It had a huge wall 30 meters high and 10 meters wide, and it existed even before the Rhone Kingdom was founded. It prevented any foreign power from crossing and was called the Immortal Fortress. Just then a voice was heard with a curse. "Those damn nobles!" The soldier covered his face and said, crying, "Why is this happening to me?" Another soldier asked him. "Where are you from?" "Damn it, I was dragged here from El Fiefdom." Another soldier continued. "I'm from Eros Fiefdom. How many people have those crazy bastards forcibly conscripted? My God, you must have come a long way to get here, damn it. To think I have to fight to the death for those damn nobles. Haven't you seen that you get executed if you disobey orders?" Another soldier added. "What's going to happen now? I heard the royal family abandoned the castle and fled. With a 3-to-1 difference in military strength, there's no chance. It seems those damn nobles down there are already throwing a victory party." He sat there angrily, but still wondered, "This is crazy. Is there anyone who can break through this wall? The weakest gate would require 50 third-grade mages to destroy it with powerful spells, and it would take half a day for soldiers to bring down the wall with siege equipment." One of them admired, "You know a lot." Then he threw his weapon in anger, unable to take it anymore. "This damn world." The others saw him and advised, "Hey, it's not good if you get caught." The soldier who was speaking felt something brush past him. He asked the soldier on the other side, "What's wrong?" That soldier answered, flustered, "Oh no, I saw it wrong." The other soldier was still cursing. "Damn hell, I wish someone would come and break this wall. Then I'd run away immediately." Suddenly someone said, "Then run away." Davian suddenly appeared, startling them. "Who are you?" Davian Roan just smiled and said, "You've worked hard." They still didn't understand what was happening. A moment later he used magic to move the complaining soldier to the ground. "What is this? Why am I on the ground?" Another soldier asked him. "How could you jump from that height?" Davian Roan replied as he walked toward the gate. "I'll be preparing to attack soon. Did they say a man doesn't look back?" He summoned a sword, added a little magic, and shattered the gate. A moment later, thousands of knights swarmed in and attacked. "All troops, our target is the commander, the noble." The soldiers from before were frozen in place by the sudden attack. Davian Roan commanded them. "Anyone who plunders and massacres civilians will not be forgiven. The gate is destroyed. All charge. Brave soldiers, let's show them what hell is." The crowd replied in unison, "We will follow the saint's command." Then they all swarmed in and attacked, and because they were confident the wall wouldn't be breached, they had the upper hand. That's why there were only 5,000 soldiers guarding Fubu's fortress. Most of them were forcibly conscripted civilian soldiers, so the surprise attack was easily successful. Thus, the immortal fortress was captured in 2 hours and the gate fell. The knights constantly praised Davian Roan. "My God, the prince really did it." In their hands was his victory report. "The wall has been destroyed. Advance the army." Just then, someone knelt and said, "Please forgive me, your highness." Davian Roan stood before him and said, "Count Lithos, you embezzled and sold the army's weapons for profit, and you used Duke Valletta's power to cover up this act. Because of that shortage in the kingdom, the people's taxes were raised, adding more burden to them." Count Lithos said hastily, "I deserve to die." David and Roan immediately summoned his sword and said coldly, "Since you said so, I will help you." Count Lithos was surprised. No matter how thoroughly this battle was analyzed, our side had no chance of winning. I knew the nobles would rebel, but what was more surprising was that Prince David added fuel to the fire, making the flames bigger. In any case, to achieve such a grand result with only 500 soldiers, it is truly surprising and proud, your highness. A Marquis Paleches, I surrender, your highness. Please show mercy." David Roan rushed in and hit him before he could finish speaking. "Shut up, you son of a bitch." The knight with him watched and helplessly let him be. "Is it okay to let him do that? It'll take about a day and a half." In that short time, half of the fortresses guarding the Valletta Duchy were destroyed. Then, somewhere else, "Did you call for me, Marquis? Can you hear me?" A loud shout suddenly came from the conference room. "What? That's impossible. Are you saying 5 fortresses were captured in 4 days by 500 enemy soldiers?" A knight spoke up. "I think we underestimated the prince's holy power too much. Because of the holy power he possesses, what else could it be?" Duke Varietta seemed extremely angry. "Yes, most people think so. According to past records, the high-level holy magic used by the Pope of the Holy Kingdom is comparable to the magic of a great magician. That reason alone can explain the fall of the fortress. But how do you explain the crazy speed of movement shown by the 500 troops?" Just then, a soldier suddenly ran in and reported urgently. "One of our last fortresses, Yali's mountain fortress." Before he could finish, everyone in the room guessed. "No way," Duke Varietta commanded. "If they come this far, we have no choice but to fight." Marquis Inja immediately stood up and volunteered for the mission. I will stop them myself. Even if Prince David's power is beyond our control, I will not be easily defeated as a swordsman." Everyone who heard that whispered, "If it's Marquis Inja, it's possible," he continued. "While I hold him off, please continue to advance to the Imperial Palace. If we just make use of the advantage we have, our army can advance there." Carlos immediately stood up and volunteered. "I will go with you. I'll finish that bastard Davey with my own hands," Duke Varietta said with displeasure. "Your Highness, please stay here." Then he looked at someone and said, "Hey, shouldn't you do something for us too? If there's a problem, you should at least let us know. This whole headache started because you asked us for help." The man standing in the corner just smiled and said nothing. Then he quickly rushed in and tried to grab Duke Varietta's face, gripped his neck and said, "Duke, gag." Duke Varietta cursed him as a son of a bitch, and even with guards around, the man lifted him by the neck and pushed him against the wall. "You son of a bitch, what are you doing? Are you trying to betray us?" Carlos reminded him to put the Duke down. The man also put Duke Varietta down. He said, "It seems you still don't understand. I was never your subordinate to begin with." Duke Varietta was still angry and was about to curse him as a son of a bitch again. He realized it was Faye. He said, "Don't be mistaken, you lowly human. You have no right to dare command me. The only one with that privilege is the prince with whom I have a contract. You will hear good news soon. I will end that bastard Davey's life myself. When I return, you'd better have a decent gift prepared." After speaking, he disappeared. At this time, on Davey and Roan's side, everyone was gathering the last of the supply boxes. "Your Highness, we have collected all the weapons from the soldiers who surrendered according to your Majesty's command." He praised everyone. "I will take care of the rest." Then he looked at this pile of supplies and couldn't hide his joy. "If I sell this now, can I make double the profit?" I suspected this from the moment I was suddenly asked for B-grade weapons and they were all sold to Duke Valletta. It's easy to make money, isn't it? This war, no, it's too embarrassing to call it a war. "Every move is in the palm of my hand," Purse von Palin told him. "Hey, those guys aren't fools either. They'll block you here and advance to the palace, especially that vampire. He's very cunning. He loves to play with his opponent's weaknesses," Davey and Roan replied. "I know I only have half of my holy magic and mana left. I can't control all my abilities right now. This must be a golden opportunity to test my limits." Purse von Palin asked him if he was okay. Davey and Roan looked at her and replied, "I'll be fine. It seems those guys are also reaching their limits." Just then, Marquis Inja and Faye came to meet David Andron. Marquis Inja said, "David Andron, this will be the end of your journey." He just smiled and replied, "It seems you've dropped my title." Marquis Inja said with displeasure, "Do you expect respect for a traitor? That's also true." David Andron said nonchalantly, "I feel like you're wasting your talent. How many swordsmen are there in this country? Besides, for one of the nobles not to be trying to do something bad." Marquis Inja retorted, "A knight's duty is to be absolutely loyal to his master's command." David and Roan made him understand. "That's no reason for you to walk the wrong path." Marquis Inja glared at him. "I am simply following my orders." Davey and Roan did not back down. "If you were a commoner, would you dare say that?" "Of course, even if I were a slave, I would have accepted and adapted to it." Davey and Roan thought to himself, this is the problem with this guy. A person born just to follow the rules. He may be a person of absolute loyalty, but in the end he is serving Duke Valletta. His thinking is just to follow what the nobles have decided. He sighed for a moment and said, "Well, this kind of chatter will only hurt us." Just then, Davey and Roan turned his attention to Faye. "Let's see, did they call him Faye? Is this the first time we're meeting? To dare curse me like that? Impressive, you've got guts. You seem to have some skill too." Faye told him, "Go ahead and run wild with arrogance, you lowly vermin. I will soon turn your country to ashes." Night enveloped the castle. William went to the window and looked out anxiously, waiting for something. Ulysses approached and asked, "Princess, you seem very worried." "Lord Ulysses," William closed her eyes. "Yes, he always overdoes it. I know he's not as weak as he used to be, but I can't help but worry about him." Ulysses's heart ached to hear that. "Princess William," he took William's hand and said gently, "Would you like to go out for a walk? Moving your body a little might make you feel better. Besides, Lord Davey would be heartbroken if he knew you were this worried." William's heart softened at those words. "Yes." Just as the two were immersed in a gentle atmosphere, there was a loud crash as something from outside attacked and broke the castle window. William stared blankly outside and another attack was launched in that direction. Meanwhile, Prince Davey was facing Marquis Inja and the vampire Faye. David and Jago asked, "It seems you've cooked up some scheme for my hen's fiefdom." Faye smiled cunningly. "I just gave them a little taste of our noble's wrath. If you thought the previous few disruptive attacks were our true skill, you'll be in for more surprises." Davey laughed in disbelief. "Oh really? So controlling 5,000 monsters and sending them to my hen's fiefdom was just a game?" After speaking, he smiled brightly. "Well, it wasn't a big problem anyway. It's not enough to surprise me yet, understand? You're the ones who are different. Even after falling into my trap several times, do you still think you have the upper hand?" The vampire Faye could only remain silent at those words. Prince Davey continued, "What happened to that red-haired vampire girl? She's truly a master of escape, haven't you heard from her? That anyone who breaks into someone else's house without permission will be in big trouble." The vampire Faye kicked the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. He smiled cunningly. "You're the one who knows nothing. Do you really think a single high-level spirit can stop 5 count-level vampires?" Just then, at Davy's castle, Euless saw the building being attacked as she ran over. "You are very arrogant and brave but too conceited." Prince Davey and Faye immediately rushed at each other and fought. Faye said madly, I've been waiting for this moment. Let's see what you've got. I'll smash your limbs here and right in front of you I'll suck all the blood of your precious family." Davey sneered at those words. "Fool." He immediately pushed him far away. Faye asked, puzzled, "Are you still so relaxed? I attacked your tower." Davey was not worried at all. "You're mistaken about two things, understand what? First, the one who dies here is not me but you. Second, in my territory, I'm really looking forward to seeing which of my subordinates those vampire bastards will meet, and what that scene will look like." Faye didn't understand what he was saying. "What the hell are you talking about?" But Davey had already seen dozens of moves ahead. Davey had gone to meet Emperor Linus. "I will tell you my conditions. First, please promise that this is just a deal between me and your majesty, not a diplomatic issue between our two countries. Of course, this will not cause any pressure or political problems between our two countries." The Linus Emperor agreed. "Good, speak. Then, your majesty, please lend me the Empire's sword masters." It was because of that at this very moment, sword masters who had come to help them appeared at Prince Davey's castle. Ulysses and William were surprised. "Who are you?" A swordmaster laughed heartily. "Haha, it seems we're a little late, my apologies." He was a swordmaster from the Linus Empire. This old man got too excited. "This territory is full of energy and joy. To come and protect the Savior's territory and be so lazy, really." The Marquis swordmaster reported, "Your Excellency, we have subdued and captured the ones who were in other places." Linus laughed. As expected. Let's begin our assigned mission. We must hurry." They began to move on their own, and Ulysses could only stand there blankly. "Why are these amazing people here?" Davey said to the vampire Faye. "How about silver weapons and godsword level masters? Isn't it fun?" The foolish Faye could only curse as his plan went awry. Damn it, at this time, Marquis Inja tried to help Faye by ambushing Prince Davey from behind. But he made a mistake. The moment Inja swung his sword down, Davey had already appeared on the rock cliff behind him, sneering, "What a great colleague, that sword almost cut off Faye's junk. Haha, my bad." "Damn it." Davey provoked the vampire Faye even more. "Let me tell you one more thing. The vampires from 3,000 years ago were much more terrifying than you. Of course, I only fought their illusions. I'm just telling you this because you seem to have quite a fantasy about your own power." The more Faye heard Davey's taunts, the more he gritted his teeth in anger. "You son of a bitch." Inja tried to stop him. "Calm down, Davey is clearly provoking you on purpose." He thought the best way to deal with vampires was to make them angry. Then their movements would become very simple. As expected, Faye immediately lost his reason and rushed toward Davey. "I'll kill you." Davey raised his staff. "All right, come on." With a loud bang, he sent Faye flying. Davey judged that he had done quite well with what he had learned from the Sword Saint. Marquis Inja worriedly ran to where the vampire Faye had fallen. "Are you all right, Faye? We don't have time. We have to team up and face him." Calmly and surely. Before he could finish, Faye cursed. "You, how dare a lowly human like you call my name so casually? You're just a hindrance to me. You can't even keep up with our movements." Inja could only frown and bow his head at those words. "Damn it, I'm ashamed of this too. I never dreamed Davey would have reached this level of swordsmanship." Suddenly, Faye chuckled, drawing the attention of Davey and Inja. "All right, I'll find you something more useful. It's not something to be shown here, but I'll show you the true power of a vampire noble, and why you should fear us." Marquis Inja was flustered. "What?" The vampire Faye immediately rushed at Marquis Inja, bit his neck and sucked his blood, causing him to wither in an instant. Prince Davey was horrified and covered his eyes. "Ah, damn it, my eyes, that's so disgusting." After sucking all of Marquis Inja's blood, the vampire Faye threw him aside. "Phew, the taste is disgusting, but your power is commendable." Faye's eyes immediately glowed red. "Hee hee, good, very good. Watch closely. You'll soon regret not stopping my blood-sucking. Hee hee." Wings slowly sprouted from Faye's shoulders. A pair of bat wings. Faye gradually transformed, and he laughed with extreme excitement during the transformation process. "Ha ha ha." Prince Davey and Purse still stood there uninterested and evaluated the vampire Faye. "HMPH, this guy, is he transforming to fight me?" "Yes, it seems so. What will you do?" Davey immediately raised his hand and called Hongji and Namgi. "All right, isn't it my style to attack while the opponent is transforming?" He threw the two swords at the transforming vampire Faye. "Hey!" The two swords immediately pierced Faye's body. What did you say?" Davey flew after him as well. "I don't need to stand by and watch until you finish transforming, do I?" After chasing for a while, Davey stopped. "Phew, that guy really flies far." Purse saw Davey and complained to him. "Couldn't you have waited a moment? How rude." "I can be rude, but not to him." The vampire Faye sat with the sword stuck in him, coughing up blood. He cursed Davey. "You cowardly bastard," Davey said in a singing voice. I was about to show you something cooler than that awful transformation. What do you think?" Faye said very confidently. "Too bad, you can never kill me. That blue sword is quite dangerous, but that much power can't overcome my power of immortality." Namgi was immediately hurt and sulked. Namgi can do it." Davey comforted her. Yes, our Namgi is good. You're underestimating Namgi. This child hasn't even shown her true power yet. In fact, I'm more surprised by your regenerative ability. It's a truly amazing ability, but that's all." Davey's mouth curved up to his ears. "What did you say?" "No matter how immortal you are, you can still feel pain, right?" Faye was flustered. "What kind of bullshit is this?" Prince Davey opened his hand. "Great magic." Faye struggled to pull out the swords. "Damn it, it won't come out." Before he could do anything, Davey put his hand to Faye's ear. "Fifth form holy magic, sacred bombardment." Faye was stunned by the technique and rolled to the side, coughing. He shouted madly, "With this Davey put his hand in front of Faye again. "Sixth form holy magic, sacred bombardment." Bang, the vampire Faye's face was charred black. Ha, not yet. Davey grabbed his collar and hit him one more time. 7th form holy magic, sacred bombardment. 8th form holy magic, sacred bombardment coordination. After taking a good few hits, this vampire Fae was still alive, just coughing a little. He laughed triumphantly. Hee hee hey, is that all? Is that all? You son of a bitch, is that all you can do? Did you think holy magic could stop my transformation? Hee hee, now watch, my body is still transforming. Once I finish transforming, a guy like you will be nothing. Davey wasn't worried at all. But I'm not done yet. Faye's expression immediately changed, and he was terrified. What did you say? Davey raised his hand. There's still one more shot left. 9th form holy magic. Faye opened his mouth in fear. Wait a minute. Call of the Divine Spirit, God's bombardment. After that 9th blow, Prince Davey officially killed the vampire Faye. The news that the swordsman Marquis Inja had been defeated had a great impact on the morale of the rebel army. The kingdom's army, summoned by Prince Davian, advanced swiftly and crushed the rebel forces. Meanwhile, the rebel army had sent most of its forces to the royal castle, so their camp was completely defenseless. As reinforcements continued to besiege the castle, most of their troops either surrendered or lost their lives. The last stronghold of the rebels, Duke Varietta's castle. A servant rushed in to report. The kingdom's army and the Duke's magic legion are attacking. They will be here soon. We should surrender, my lord. Duke Varietta muttered. Where am I supposed to go? What? He threw things around madly. This land, all of this. It's rebel army. That's all I have. Where am I supposed to retreat? The servant didn't know what to do and collapsed to the floor. My lord? Duke Varietta covered his face. We shouldn't have lost this battle. Even without the vampire's help, he should have won easily with that much army and strategy. Suddenly, a loud noise shook the entire camp. The door to the main hall opened and a man walked in confidently. Hey, haven't you run away yet? Who else could this sarcastic voice belong to but Prince Davey? Because of one man, everything had come to naught. Duke Varietta stumbled and looked at Prince Davey with resentful eyes. Prince Davey, you should not have woken up from that coma. Davey shrugged and laughed. Perhaps that seems to have been your last chance. A bit of bad luck, my lord. There's a saying that even red flowers wither in 10 days, meaning nothing is eternal. They tried to create a pretext to oust me and make Callias II Prince the ruler. How long did you think that would last? You know what I mean. Whatever, everything has an end. Prince Davey and Roan smiled. I hope you cherish the last flower you have, and today is that day. The day of the end. The Duke was stunned. Perhaps Prince Davey predicted and prepared for what would happen. At that moment, Carlos Lost rushed in from outside the door, grinding his teeth. He aimed a bow and arrow at Prince Davey. You son of a bitch, causing trouble for us until the very end, Davey said with contempt. Speak properly. It was you who caused the trouble, not me. Your foolish actions have thrown the kingdom into this chaos. When you shot that arrow at me, you refused to change. At this moment, Venedus hid behind and rushed at Davey with a sword. You and your brothers will have to pay the price for your actions. David knocked out the useless Venedus with a punch to the stomach. You, Duke Varietta, and even your stupid brother Venedus, none of you should think you'll have a comfortable death. Carlos Lost's hand holding the bow trembled. Davey, die. He shot an arrow at him. Davey was not worried in the slightest. He smiled and waved his hand once. The arrow immediately changed direction and pierced straight into Carlos Lost's eye. Fool, still trying to attack me with that from this distance. What a waste of those weapons. The bow fell to the ground. Carlos clutched his eye in pain and shouted, Ah, my eye. At that time, in the tower of the royal palace in the highest room, cold drops of water were continuously falling. Linus was here. Seeing someone coming, she turned around. Your Majesty is quite thoughtful. The frail emperor approached her. Linus, my queen. The emperor approached closer. My queen, but Linus shouted, That's enough. I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear anything you say. Queen Linus gripped the bedsheets tightly. If I had known everything would turn out like this, I wouldn't have loved you so much. The emperor was silent for a moment, then said, I'm sorry, he said as he drew his sword. Davey will cast you into the depths of hell. I have no right to stop him, so let's go together. Let's go and beg for forgiveness. Linus gritted her teeth hearing her weak husband dare to say such words. Beg for forgiveness. She stood up madly and cursed the emperor. Don't you know I despise both you and Alicia? Do you know how I felt when Alicia drank poison in front of me? Did you think that alone would calm my anger? I wish it had, but the resentment in me is still boiling. Tell me, Your Majesty, who should I pour this resentment on? On Alicia, who betrayed me and died, or on you, the ruler of this country? If not the two of you, then the one who made me this way, my father? The emperor didn't know what to do and could only watch as his wife went mad. Linus cursed for a long time, then started laughing and crying madly. Ha 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 ha, I hate you, you and Alicia who betrayed me, and even my father who heartlessly killed my mother in front of me. She walked up to the emperor and said, We've come too far, she said as she pulled the sword toward herself. If Alicia hadn't drunk the poison, if this resentment hadn't swirled in my head, if so, perhaps all our lives would have been a little different. The emperor trembled, my queen. Having finished her last words, Linus immediately pulled the sword and stabbed herself in the chest. Seeing his wife die before his eyes, the emperor screamed in pain. Queen Linus spoke her last words. You apologized? I won't accept it. This world has always been a hell for me, and I will soon lose my only hope, my son. And everything is because of your faults and karma, so I will wait for you in hell. The emperor barely heard Linus's last words and only wailed at the fact that she was dead. Linus, she raised the corners of her mouth and sneered, It's truly unfortunate to have him as a husband. You won't even be worthy of coming to hell. After that, the emperor held Linus's body in the room and wailed. Outside it began to rain heavily. The rebellion that should have lasted for several more centuries ended with the siege of the remaining army. After that, the nobles who had participated in the rebellion were attacked by the people and dragged to the castle, and the masterminds of the rebellion, Duke Varietta, Prince Carlos and Venedis, were awaiting judgment. In the dungeons of Roan Castle, Carlos's loud curses echoed. "Davey, I'll kill you no matter what, I'll kill you." Prince Davey stood outside the bars and sneered at him. "You're a mess, Carlos. Did you get beaten on the way here? You've got a purple bruise on that shiny head of yours." He became madly angry. "How dare you mock me, you son of a bitch?" Davey was no longer in the mood to joke with this idiot. "Still haven't grasped your situation, Carlos? You'll soon be sent to the mines and work like a slave. You'll never see the sun again and will have to work until you die." Carlos laughed out loud as if he couldn't believe it. "Haha, really? Do you think you have the right to do that? Why not?" "Yes, that's right." Carlos was surprised. "What? Of course, in the name of the king, the royal council has already made a decision. Carlos lost and the nobles and royals involved in the rebellion will be stripped of their positions and demoted to slaves. You will be sent to the Howdy coal mine and exploited for the rest of your lives." Davey raised the corner of his mouth and mocked him. "You know well what the mine is like, right? How many people have you sent there just because you didn't like them?" Carlos could only grit his teeth in hatred and hang on to the bars. In fact, Prince Davey doesn't like slavery very much. "But it's worth using for revenge," Davey and Roan continued. "Listen, Carlos Lost, from now on you are just a criminal involved in a rebellion." Carlos Lost felt like a mountain was collapsing when he heard that. He muttered each word in his mouth. "A criminal who, me? He couldn't believe it. No, Davey, don't do this. We're brothers." Davey sneered at those words. "Brothers? That's right," Carlos now shouted to be saved. "No, your highness, Howdy, are you really going to send your own brother to that terrible place?" Davey asked. "It seems you don't want to go to Howdy," Carlos continued to beg Davey. "I'm sorry, I was foolish, forgive me." Davey looked at him out of the corner of his eye and thought, "He's trying so hard," then he turned away. "I don't know you," Carlos called out, shouting desperately. David." Carlos's calls disappeared into the cold air of the prison. After meeting Carlos Lost, Prince Davey and Roan came out. Outside he met Duke Varietta being dragged in. The Duke saw him and opened his mouth. "Prince David." "Congratulations, your highness. It seems this is the end here. We've ended everything too simply, haven't we?" Duke Varietta lowered his head and raised the corner of his mouth. "To say it's the end, not necessarily. The only difference is that you are the winner, not me." A soldier scolded him. "Stop talking, Duke." Davey raised his hand. "That's enough, it's okay." Duke Varietta continued. "It's your era now, Prince. You still don't understand anything about this world. A dynasty that loses its laws will surely fall. You used commoners as soldiers and used their anger towards the nobles, didn't you? You have created a crack in the wall that separates nobles and commoners. The Emperor did the same thing when he was young. At that time I had to step up and stop it and protect this kingdom." Davey heard that and almost burst out laughing. "Protect? Duke Varietta asked Prince Davey. "Do you understand? Why are nobles born as nobles and commoners as commoners? Even though we serve the same God, why was the class system created and maintained to this day? What would be the real reason?" Davey was getting a headache from listening to him ramble on for so long. "Tisk, and I'm sure that old swordmaster would think the same. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Look here, Duke, what you protected was not this kingdom but your class and status that you received from birth. From that perspective, the beginning of the monarchy was just like that, but if you go too far it becomes a dictatorship. Like an old man casting Hitler's shadow." Davey put his hand on his shoulder and left. "Anyway, you don't even know who that person is, do you?" Davey left the bewildered Duke Varietta to be dragged to the dark prison. Side Marquis Pilecchis was waiting for Davey under a tree. "Your Highness, Marquis Pilecchis, I thought I would be happy if I succeeded in my revenge." The Marquis was sad and worried that Prince Davey would think too much. "Your Highness," before he could offer words of comfort, Davey smiled and turned around. "And I'm really happy." The Marquis was at a loss for words. "What, Your Highness?" Davey chuckled. "You didn't think I'd say I was useless, did you?" "No way. Shortly after arriving in the celestial realm, I began to be trained by the king of survival, Hawking, and I became the only person who endured that hellish experience. I thought I still had unfinished business. If I could really gain strength, if I could live again, this training was nothing. Of course a long time has passed, but those thoughts were still the driving force that made me stand up again." "Your Highness, I know that was not a rational action," the Marquis comforted him. "But your Highness's decision was right. In the end they crossed the line too much and this kingdom has been shaken for a long time. No one has the right to criticize your Highness's decision." Even Persephone Palin caressed Davey's cheek and comforted him. "Well done." Davey was very happy to be comforted, and couldn't hide the happy smile on his face. "I'm glad you think so." The scene changes to the bedroom of the Emperor of the Roan Kingdom. "Welcome, Davey." Davey bowed politely. "I greet your Majesty." The haggard Emperor of the Roan Kingdom lowered his head. "It's all over now, Davey." "The Queen is dead. My heart aches. Is this how everything ends?" Davey held his head. "Your Majesty, how do you expect me to react? In case you don't know, the person I hate the most is Carlos Lost, Venedis and Queen Linus. You know who's next without me having to say it." The Emperor could only remain silent at that. Davey put his hand on his chest and asked him, "But how can I accept this?" The Emperor interrupted. "Davey, only I had the right to lay a hand on her. I don't care. I already told you I'm not interested in your Majesty's past." The Emperor lowered his head. "It was something I had to do. The Queen's actions were like a demon's, too excessive and wrong. Davey got angry. Then you should have told me first. I don't have the patience to try to understand your Majesty's circumstances, the Emperor replied. It was also a promise I made to your mother, Davey. And that was the only promise Queen Linus kept even in this situation. So let's bury this here. Prince Davey clenched his fists. Persephone worried about him from the side. No parent can beat their child, but a child also cannot be forcibly separated from their parents. Between those two, in each of their thoughts, who is really right? Davey suppressed his emotions for a while and continued, Baris will be the new crown prince. Davey, but not now. I want your Majesty to step up and solve the current problems. The Emperor stammered. Davey, but he held out his hand. Don't think of running away just because you have some poison in your body. Davey used the highest grade healing magic, Supreme Heal, on the Emperor. The Emperor was bewildered. Davey, rule the kingdom for 10 years. During that time, lay the foundation so that Baris can lead the people to glory and become a wise and great emperor in the future, Davey continued. If he has a solid foundation, all he has to do is sit on the throne and be recognized by the public. The Emperor asked, Is this your revenge on me? Davey didn't think so. I don't want to feel guilty. But if this happens again, I won't use such a troublesome method. Don't leave any trouble for your Majesty's fourth son. The Emperor was surprised. Davey, he ignored him and went outside. This is the duty and responsibility of a crown prince. It's shameless to say this, but today I will declare my power and strength as the heir to the throne. It was the perfect escape plan. In the hen's fiefdom, while I was busy stopping the rebels, the hen's fiefdom was attacked. However, thanks to the preparations made in advance, there were no problems. Davey surveyed his fiefdom with Amy. Fortunately, everything was fine. There was a unit of Imperial swordsmen armed with pure silver, the machine golem Sheena, the deception group, and the woman disguised as a handmaiden. It was a truly powerful armed force. Of course, there were some changes, but in the end the monsters were all either killed or had fled. You did a really good job. As Davey shook hands with Linda's, he said, Not at all, we were just doing what His Majesty the Emperor commanded. I wanted to meet you. Davey was surprised. Me? Yes, I wanted to express my gratitude. Since you cured our princess's incurable disease, I definitely wanted to greet you. Was he the knight of the princess he had treated? He seemed to remember. Anyway, he was a pretty loyal person, so it would be nice to have someone like him. Perse whispered in Davey's ear. The hen's fiefdom has a lot of talent now. You know that. I know, for example, this man, Ulysses said excitedly. There's no one who doesn't know about the heroic deeds Lord Boris performed when he was young. Davey didn't know much about it. He must be very famous. Lord Davey, you don't seem to know much about this story, do you? He's not just famous. If I had been there, it would have been a more natural meeting. I had to go back to the Red Tower that day. Seeing that he seemed disappointed, William said, but he was very polite. These two were very excited, just as Davey had expected. Sob, just as my brother expected, right? But Davey wasn't very interested. A famous and polite person, that's a bit of a burden, Perse whispered in his ear. But aren't the heroes who taught you in the celestial realm more famous? I don't know what to say about them. It's a bit much to call them heroes of an era. That place was like a nursing home. At that moment, the dwarf Goja came in. Benefactor, all the damage from the attack has been repaired. You no longer have to work in the bedroom. That was fast, well done. Davey stood up. Then let's focus on this fiefdom now, Goja asked him. Will you check the construction of the residential area? Prince Davey said excitedly. Then I can finally use that. Ulysses and William were curious. Construction, use what? What do you mean? Davey happily opened his palm. This sparkling purple stone is an artificial magic stone of the red moon. The opportunity to use this has finally come. After that, Prince David Unroan took Ulysses and William to see his construction in the basement of the hen's fiefdom. William looked around. My goodness, when did you start planning these things? I always wanted to do it. The hen's fiefdom currently lacks the elements necessary for management, for example, things like food resources and food, clothing and shelter. He was determined to create a living environment with the 3 essential elements of life, and he believed that the most important of these was water. Princess William looked down at the clear water. The public wells used by the people of this world were prone to accidents and were often the cause of epidemics. That was the reason why Prince Davey wanted to create this new water source. Prince Davey took William and Ulysses to the end of the tunnel. Is that a magic circle? Ulysses excitedly touched it. I've never seen this kind before. A square-shaped magic circle? This is the first time I've seen it. Prince Davey was proud. Mr. Goja was in charge of those magic circles, Ulysses asked. But can you really control all of that? Davey grinned. See those numbers? There are over 500 magic circles, but the only cost to control all of this is the activation process. It can take up to 6 months depending on the efficiency of the magic circle. Half of them are linked magic, so you don't need up to 500 energy sources. Oh my goodness, as Prince Davey put his hand on the wall, this control room was where everything was made possible. This is the system that can control all the magic circles, Ulysses admired. Oh, that's really cool. Prince Davey put that artificial magic stone into the system. A little disappointing. The two people behind him were very excited. What are you going to show us this time? Prince Davey warned them. Could you step back a little? Of course, Ulysses and Princess William stepped back. The magic circle unfolded. Pong. After leaving Prince David and Roan's construction site, Ulysses and Princess William went outside and watched the children playing by the fountain. The children were playing with each other. Aha, I want to do that too. Me too, me too. These two were so shocked by what Davey had just shown them that they were completely pale, William said in a dazed voice. I know he's very good, but is this really possible? 1 sealing stone in a small space and even 8 magic circles. Miss William, perhaps Lord Davey is the greatest magician on this continent. The two of them sighed a long sigh at the same time. Amy came over and asked, You two must have seen something very cool down there, Miss Amy. Would you like a cup of tea? Ulysses asked. Miss Amy, you've been by Lord Davey's side the longest, right? Was he always like that? Amy thought. Perhaps the first meeting was really overwhelming. Amy burst out laughing as she recalled. As you know, the things he does have all brought great profits. I believe everything will be fine in the future. Ulysses looked at her. Miss Amy, Amy continued. Besides, he always brought interesting things, didn't he? It would be more comfortable to believe in everything he does. As David's first victim, Amy had to comfort them so they could get used to it. Ulysses thought it was plausible. I see. Seeing Amy emitting such a sparkling aura, she must have had a pretty hard time living with Prince Davey too. After David and Roan and the dwarf Goja's system was completed, the clear, clean water was connected to the residence for use. Oh my god, what is this? People gathered around the newly created system. It seems to be a pump that works with mana. Oh, it's warm water. I can't believe it. It's not a well, but if you turn this valve, water comes out, and this is clean water without a speck of dust. Amy stood happily and introduced it to the residents. His Highness will install one in each household, the residents admired in unison. That means we can get clean water inside our homes. I just witnessed a miracle, but one resident asked worriedly. But that's something only high-ranking nobles can use. There's no way they'll install this for free. They'll surely ask for a high price. Hearing that, Amy explained, the installation is free, but to prevent water waste we will only charge 10 silver coins a month. The residents were surprised to hear that. Only 10 silver coins? My god, am I dreaming? Amy continued. And His Highness also said that after receiving the welfare benefits everyone should work harder. The residents were puzzled. Welfare? What's that? The scene changed to David and Roan's castle. The Marquis was reporting what had happened to Davey. This has solved many problems regarding the irrigation system. Sir, a considerable amount of money has been invested. It will take a long time for this large-scale project to start generating profits. Davey was very relaxed. I'm not in a hurry to make a profit. I have a lot of idle money. What happened to the things I bought from the alley merchants? The items are stored in the warehouse. Good. I can finally pave the dusty roads cleanly. For these 3 days, dispatch the guards to carry out the next mission with the dwarves. I will let them know. After the Marquis left, Persephone Palin said to Davey, It seems you finally solved the biggest weakness of this territory. Prince Davey nodded. But freely controlling the climate and temperature can also harm the surrounding terrain. It would be better if there were a few spirit masters to manage everything. Perse thought, Spirit masters, the elves are very good in this field, but as you know they are not easily persuaded, not to mention tempted. Meanwhile at this time Rune was dozing off next to Hongji and Numgi. She woke up groggily and saw Jack enter the room and meet Prince Davey. Hello Jack, what's wrong? Jack sighed, fell silent for a moment, and then said, I have something to tell you. Prince Davey was also quite surprised, and he smiled. You have something to say? Have you finally decided to ask for payment? Jack's information window reappeared. Title, Amethyst. Real name, Tina Helisana. Age, 124. Gender, male and female. First, let me ask you one thing. Do you have a younger or older sister? Jack was silent for a moment, pondering his answer, and then asked, What do you mean? It's nothing, never mind. Jack let out a sigh of relief at those words. Helisana, it's common for elves to share a surname even if they're not related by blood, but is it a coincidence that his surname is the same as that handmaiden's? Prince Davey didn't dig any deeper. So what do you want to talk about? Excuse me. Who brought this children's book? Davey frowned as he flipped through the book. The Fairy's Lover, Jack explained. It's a romance novel with elves. It's very popular in the capital these days. Miss William probably left it. William, is there anything interesting? It's a bestseller among noble ladies. Isn't it fun or romantic? The existence of a fairy. Prince Davey understood the meaning. Oh, of course I know what people think of the forest fairies and the symbol of peace. But what can I do? Davey replied with a laugh. I hate elves so much that if I met one in real life I'd want to beep and beep them. Jack got goosebumps all over his body at Davey's gloomy but still smiling face. Silence fell between the two. Perse poked her head out. Aren't your words a bit harsh? That kid's body is stiff. Davey laughed wickedly. That's right, I don't like their ears either. Perse grumbled. Is that all? Is there no other reason? Why do you hate them? Be honest, Prince Davey said nonchalantly. Because that playboy bastard dumped my first love right in front of my eyes. Damn Archer Appin. Because of that high elf old man, my fantasy of elves was completely shattered. Duayas was my first love. I went to find Duayas while practicing black magic and witnessed the two of them going into the bedroom. I couldn't think straight for days because of this, and that night, who knows? Maybe I was burning with rage, it's okay. I was only a 10-year-old child and I knew I was nothing but a newborn baby to them, who were thousands of years old, but that incident completely shattered my innocence. After calming down I went straight to Dupin and told her, and the situation after that became quite interesting. Dupin beat that Archer Appin to a pulp. Damn it, didn't I tell you I'd kill you if you cheated on me again? Am I not enough for you, you son of a bitch? Perse was dumbfounded when she heard that. What on earth are you? Are you really a child? Davey said. How can you understand my shock at that time? What? Perce angrily slapped Davey's cheek. You're a real idiot. Jack stood there and didn't understand anything. Davey laughed awkwardly. Sorry, I was too emotional. I'm listening. What do you want to say? Jack hesitated. Well, something urgent came up. Then he ran away without hesitation. Oh dear, Perce scolded Davey. Really, why do you do that to people? I just wanted to tease him a little. Who knew he'd run away? But one thing is certain. What Jack Tina Helisana was trying to say is related to elves. Children ran in all directions on the sunny street. Laughter filled the space. Ha ha ha, catch me. Stop right there. As soon as the plan began, many distinct changes immediately appeared in the territory. A canal was built across the newly completed residential area, allowing each household to conveniently use both hot and cold water. After rationally investing in his knowledge and the dwarves' unique skills, buildings representing a new era were built one after another. The Land of Hens, once a small village with shabby roofs, has now been transformed into a beautiful city with small houses even more beautiful than the capital. Under the shade of the green trees, the chirping of birds blended with the peaceful scenery. Our protagonist Davey was sitting on a wooden bench under a tree enjoying this scenery. In his hand was a fragrant sandwich. Taking a bite with a satisfied expression, he exclaimed, "Peace is the best. The sun is sparkling and all kinds of flowers are in full bloom, so I feel like I'm melting in happiness." But before his joy could last long, a voice suddenly cut in from behind him. Ho, this is one of the most vibrant fiefdoms I've ever seen." Davey was startled. He was still chewing on the bread as he turned his head. In front of him stood a gentle old man, with white hair and shining eyes full of wisdom. He said with a gentle smile, "May I sit with you?" This old man was actually the master of the Red Tower, Redria Harrison Bastia. Perce poked her head out from behind Davey, looked him over once and said sarcastically, "Oops, an uninvited guest has arrived." Davey immediately recognized this person. He forced a sociable smile and thought to himself, why is this old man in a place like this? Besides, he looks as ordinary as the old men who live around here. Harrison sat down next to Davey and said excitedly, "I've been to countless fiefdoms, but I've never seen a place this vibrant." Davey heard that and asked out of curiosity, "You seem to have traveled to many places?" The old man nodded, smiled and said, Ho, I liked to travel when I was young. I traveled all over the plains with just a long sword, a gray rope, a hat, and a few odds and ends." Davey sat beside him and imagined his vivid story as if he were painting a picture. After saying that, he paused for a moment and then continued with admiration. "The lord of this fiefdom must be quite capable. I heard he's a noble prince not yet 20 years old. Have you heard of him?" Hearing himself described that way, Davey felt a little embarrassed, smiled and stammered, Not necessarily." Seeing this, Perce moved closer to Davey's ear and teased him playfully. "The people in the capital have such vivid imaginations." As they were talking, Harrison suddenly spoke up. "Since we've met like this, it must be fate. How about a little game with this old man?" Hearing this, our Davey was puzzled and asked back, "A game?" He nodded and continued, "Yes, it's a very popular traditional game in the Farron Empire called O." Davey knew a little about this game. He let out an ah and thought to himself, "It's a game similar to chess on Earth." At this, Harrison asked again, "Do you know how to play?" Hearing that, Davey nodded and answered honestly, "To be honest, it's a game I quite like." "Excellent." Hearing Davey's answer, he narrowed his eyes in praise, then smiled and said, "Young man, I like you. Choose as you wish. Shall we play by the Eastern region rules or another way?" Sitting beside him, Davey thought for a moment and then asked, "May we use the HMAT rules?" Hearing Davey's choice, Harrison went, "Oh," and said, "That's unexpected. That style is very old." Sitting beside him, Davey smiled cheerfully and explained, "It's because I'm very interested in history." But in reality, he was marveling to himself. "To be honest, that's the only rule set I know how to play." Then Davey thought to himself, "The HMAT rules were widely used during the era when Saintess Daphne ruled. The heroes in the castle during that time often played by these rules too." Harrison stretched out his hand, created a small chessboard, glanced at Davey and said, "All right then, let's have a game." He added an explanation. "This game was once a high-class pastime for nobles and a product of magic belonging to the mind." Our Davey let out an O at those words. At that moment, Harrison said, "How about it? If you win, I'll give you a prize." Davey replied with an interested expression, "Sounds good." Harrison smiled brightly at Davey's words. Stroking the long beard on his chin, he then said, "All right, the young man goes first." Then, sitting beside him, he spoke leisurely as if engaging in psychological warfare. "Pawn, bishop, rook, knight. Every piece is important. I'll be watching to see which one you move first." Davey smiled and thought, "Me?" He made his first move without a word. In the clear, refreshing afternoon air, the two continued to play chess very leisurely on the wooden bench. Harrison, the master of the Red Tower, made a new move and asked Davey probingly, "What do you think of magic?" Sitting opposite him, Davey heard this and asked back, "Magic, you say?" He nodded and said, "Harrison Bastia, the current master of the Red Tower, is a 7th grade mage, but everyone says he'll soon reach 8th grade. Perce, sitting on Davey's shoulder, heard this and exclaimed, "Oh my, he's talking about himself." Davey gestured for her to be quiet and whispered in a small voice, "Be quiet, let's hear what he has to say." At that moment he asked, "But do you know what he said about himself?" Before Davey could answer, Harrison answered himself. "When one becomes a 7th grade mage, one can see through the laws of all things in this world, and if you lift the veil of the 8th grade to ascend to a higher realm, only emptiness remains there. That is exactly what he said. The 8th or 9th grade is merely a theoretical declaration. In other words, if a point truly exists between the 8th and 9th grades, one would first surround it and then occupy it. Hearing this, Davey said calmly, I have not seen the end of magic, so I dare not say for sure. But I believe that sages are those who have become beings that have transcended the category of magic. Hearing Davey's answer, he looked up and asked, Transcended the category? Davey did not answer Harrison but asked another question. Then what is magic? The sage answered immediately, without needing to think. It is the study of that which is non-material. Davey smiled in agreement and said, That's right. The sea of knowledge is endless. The same goes for the study of non-material things. Look at the sky. Is the sun a sphere of light created by a god, or is it a mass of gas that illuminates the earth from a great distance? From a great distance, most scholars believe the sky is round and the earth is square, and that the sun revolves around the earth. Harrison was slightly surprised by what Davey had just said. He asked doubtfully, You know about these things too? Davey nodded and continued without stopping. But there are also people who think the earth is round and revolves around the sun. In truth, neither opinion has been officially recognized. Since we cannot go and confirm it ourselves. Hearing that, he hesitated and said, That is still. Before Harrison could finish, Davey interjected, That is precisely the core of the issue. People who claim to be experts may in fact know nothing. Isn't magic the same? Nothing in this world is perfect. The higher you ascend, the more complex it becomes. Even a theoretically perfect hypothesis often deviates greatly when actually tested. What did mages pursue from the beginning? Profound knowledge or great magic? Perhaps the concept of perfection does exist, but it is unreachable by humans. The end? Since ancient times, everyone has thought that surpassing the 9th grade would lead to a more transcendent realm. But you are only a 7th grade mage, are you not? Our Davey spoke up to this point, then stopped, pushed a chess piece forward and said, This game is quite fun. Then he stood up, smiled and said, Let's play again next time. After his knowledge had been broadened, Harrison remained seated, watching Davey's retreating back. A green leaf fell lightly, landing on the unfinished chessboard. He said in a low voice, To be able to explain it in such detail without ever having experienced it. Haha, to have been so short-sighted at my age, I feel ashamed for the first time. A moment later, an urgent voice was heard from a distance. Harrison, the master, sitting on the chair, saw the running figure and opened his mouth. Oh, it's Ulysses, he ran over, panting, and said, Master, you should have told me beforehand that you were coming. Seeing the person who had just arrived, he stood up, smiled, and replied, My, how can a grown man be so out of breath? After Ulysses caught his breath for a moment and wiped the sweat from his forehead, he asked again, By the way, have you met Lord Davey? Harrison did not answer his question. He turned his back, looked at the chessboard under the chair, stroked his beard, and said, The old folks used to say the world is wide and there is much to learn, that one can even learn from a 3-year-old child. It seems I still have much to learn from the young people these days. Ulysses, standing behind him, was extremely puzzled by those words. What? He couldn't understand at all what the master of the Red Tower was trying to say. At that moment he continued with admiration. To be overwhelmed in 5 moves, how long has it been since I've lost like this? I thought I had conquered time, but it was I who had fallen behind the era. Having said this much, Harrison approached and patted Ulysses' shoulder. My business here is done. Tell Prince Davey he can come and get the chessboard whenever he likes. Ulysses did not understand. He asked back doubtfully, Pardon, what do you mean? Harrison did not answer his question, but clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely walked forward. As he walked, he muttered, I must get my revenge next time. Seeing this, Ulysses hurriedly followed. He shouted loudly, Master, please wait. On another path, our Davey was walking along, humming, La 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 la. Purse, flying beside him, saw this and said, You seem to be in a very good mood. Davey nodded cheerfully and replied, It's been a while since I've won so satisfyingly. When I played with those crazy heroes, I almost never won. Having said this much, Davey recalled old memories. When playing with the heroes, if they were even slightly displeased, they would burn the entire chessboard and all that remained were its ruins. Purse smiled faintly at those words. She stroked her chin with her hand and said, You're quite good at reading people too. That conversation about magic was quite interesting. Davey nodded and said, He is a respectable old man. That is true, but it's undeniable that he has fallen behind the times. If this were the magical continent of Aelia and not Theonis, he probably would have become a great mage who surpassed the 8th grade long ago. But here, without any worthy rivals, his perspective has narrowed. Aelia, at that moment, Purse moved closer and asked probingly, Davey, you still don't have the manpower, do you? As you know, I am also an expert in the field of magic. Hearing that, Davey said seriously, Are you talking about the transition period? It's still a bit difficult right now. The 3 things I gained when I fought Sandra shattered like an illusion. If possible, I'd like to build up the labor force first and recruit more manpower. Then I could expand the huge defensive barrier surrounding the entire fiefdom. But lately I keep getting stuck at that blueprint stage, damn it. Having said this much, he rested his chin on his hand and thought, At which stage did it go wrong? After that, Davey paid no more attention to Purse. He opened the detailed information window and his brow furrowed as he read the information. Only one chance remains to take out a transcendent item from the storage space. Reading this, Davey thought to himself, It's true that the status window appeared after I obtained the saint. Then Davey suddenly smiled with great satisfaction. He muttered in a low voice, Ha, very good. So this is how you want to make a deal with me? Davey looked at the system and thought, The privilege of information confirmation is the only way to communicate with the gods. Freya, who exists and does not exist, used this privilege, and she requested a deal with a vow called Divine Oracle Fulfillment, which has no penalty for failure. But if I succeed, I will surely be rewarded. Purify the soul that defiles the great forest. If I were to read Daphne's explanation, it would be read like this. Reading this, the demon queen Perse, who was beside him, said, "The great forest, that's the elven forest where we went to gather the Woljiwa. To summon a spirit, you'll have to search very carefully. But that place was blocked off because the pollution was too severe." Having said this much, Perse paused. He thought for a moment and then asked carefully, "Is summoning a spirit really that difficult?" Davey closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then replied, "Not necessarily. The process is just complicated, so it's a bit of a hassle." Perse nodded in agreement at those words, then reminded him in a small voice, "The other nobles will go crazy if they see you there." Then she added, "I suspect that space is connected to the real world through a corridor." Our Davey heard her words and asked, "Then it could be connected to my soul as well, but that we succeeded in connecting to that place so simply." Realizing this, Demon Queen Perse thought to herself with a suspicious expression. Suspicious. There can be no effect without a cause. The fact that Davey was able to return to the real world through the connecting corridor means he has something to do with the gods here. The true body that descended upon this land, not a replica of Sandra Mai, is in the middle of the Pandora fiefdom, isn't it? Seeing Davey walk down the stairs without a word, Perse called out in a slightly worried low voice, "Davey." Our Davey shrugged with an indifferent expression and replied, "Think positively. What else can we do? It's a fact that we need spirits to develop the fiefdom." After that, Davey put his hand into his space to take out an item. Seeing this, Perse said eagerly, "I want to see that haul." He heard her words and said, "Put that greed away for now." Then Davey fumbled with his hand for a moment, then took out a shining object. It was the celestial sphere of the Spirit King. Davey smiled and said, "I need something that fits the current situation." Scene change, inside the mansion. A few laughs were heard. Hongji and Numgi stretched out their hands and took turns poking Rune's chubby cheeks. "Hee hee, Rune is so soft." At that moment, Rune was staring intently at two delicious-looking cookies in front of her. Then she quickly put them in her mouth and chewed them deliciously, then suddenly said as if reminding herself, "Rune has confirmed that you are gaining weight and recommends that you stop." Davey, sitting at his desk, glanced at the laughing and chatting group over there and said in a low voice, "I prefer just sitting still in one place like this." Hearing that, Rune replied in a refuting manner, "Rune has used a great deal of physical energy and has determined that movement should be restricted. Replenishing energy is a necessary matter at present." Seeing her put a cookie in her mouth and eat it deliciously as she spoke, Davey muttered helplessly, "What do you think that cookie you're putting in your mouth right now is?" Even after hearing this, she chewed with her mouth full of cookies and replied again, "Rune possesses a very efficient energy storage ability, and additional energy replenishment is required." Davey was at a loss for words at this cunning display. "Are you a hamster? How shameless!" Just then a few knocks were heard from outside the door, and a person entered, bowed his head and stated his name. "Your Highness, this servant is Minister Vin." Hearing that, Davey looked up, briefly examined the other person and asked, "Minister Vin, what brings you here?" Hearing this question, Vin replied, "Your Highness, please forgive my rudeness, but may I offer a piece of advice?" Davey was puzzled and remained silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, speak." Upon receiving permission, he took out a list and placed it on the desk in front of Davey. Then he said, "This is the list of people working in the fiefdom. How about giving a break to those who have been working hard all this time?" Looking at the list before him, Davey was lost in thought and said, "A break." As he lifted the paper and scanned it, Davey's eyes sparkled. Davey let out an "oh" and smiled. "Ha ha ha, that's right. Taking a short break is better than working without rest." Then Davey picked up a pen. After writing for a moment, David N. lifted the list, smiled at Vin and said, "All right, let the people I've underlined on the list rest first. When the first group of people who rested returns, let the rest of them take a break. Everyone will rest in shifts. And while you're at it, don't forget to pay for their expenses." After receiving the list and scanning it, he said in surprise, "These children, but Your Highness, the list includes servants named Yuri who only recently received their assignments." With a look that said he already knew, Davey explained his purpose. "They came from the village. They work very well, so I wanted to encourage them a little. I understand how they feel, so reward them as well." Hearing that, Vin had no further objections. He nodded and replied, "I understand." This servant did not think so deeply. Perse stood by, arms crossed, and sighed without a word. She thought to herself, what a touching sentiment. Vin did not leave in a hurry but took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears from his face. Then he said again in admiration, "This servant Vin has seen a new light in Your Highness." "Your Highness?" Hearing that, the demon Perse suddenly asked as if she remembered something, "Are we going to the elves?" Davey did not answer this question but smiled and thought to himself, "Yes, there are guests waiting for us there." Perse spoke again, "You'll be able to find many things in that great forest." A handmaiden, hearing the murmuring conversation in the room, did not know what was happening. Then Davey spoke to Vin again. "The same goes for you who came up with such a unique plan at this moment." Hearing that, Vin was very surprised. He stammered with joy, "Your Highness." Davey said no more and sat quietly in one place. Scene changed. 2 days after the new workers returned to their hometowns. Outside was a beautiful day with a blue sky, golden sunlight and the chirping of birds. Our protagonist Davey left the castle. He walked along a wide open road. With Perse and Rune, he thought to himself, "I've been waiting for that to happen." then left the castle with Rune. Their destination, the Great Forest, was not far from the fiefdom, but it was full of monsters and had rugged terrain, so it was very sparsely populated. After feeling the air there for a moment, Davey suddenly clutched his head and shouted, "Ah, my head, the pollution has gotten much worse than last time, hasn't it?" Rune, who was walking beside him, nodded and said, "That is possible." Did Rune detect that she had no olfactory response? She looked at Davey and added, "Master Davey is sensing an abnormality in his sense of smell." Hearing that, Davey plugged his nose and said, "Of course you can't feel it. You don't have any spirit affinity." Hearing his words, she grew angry, gritted her teeth and retorted, "Rune possesses an impressive computational memory capacity far superior to Master Davey's." Davey replied in surprise. "Ha, what? Why are you suddenly going on about Rune?" At this, covering her mouth, she said teasingly, "Master Davey, in a total of 78 matches, your record against Rune is 35 wins and 43 losses. Of course, the one who lost 43 times is you, Master Davey." Suddenly being compared, Davey was momentarily at a loss for words. He cursed in annoyance under his breath. Rune judged this as a low score. How can I argue with someone like a supercomputer? Then he remembered that his 35 wins were because he had tricked her. When playing chess with Rune, he tried to distract her. Ah, cookies. Then, bringing Davey back to reality, Rune continued, "Rune is very smart, so you must listen to Rune, Master." Davey felt a little helpless and didn't want to say any more. He couldn't help but nod and admit defeat. "All right, you're the best, really." The two continued to walk forward talking. After a short while, Davey suddenly stopped. They had arrived in front of a giant stone gate. Davey exclaimed, "We've arrived, we're here." As he placed his hand on the door, he felt a rich magical aura from it. Davey thought to himself, "The gate that leads to the Elven Forest. It changes its location and form each time to protect the village. This gate is like a shield that protects them." Purse, floating behind him, asked curiously, "We snuck in last time, didn't we?" Hearing that, he smiled and said, "That's because we had a key to open a locked door. That was a secret infiltration, but this time we need to find all the nobles inside, so shouldn't we knock lightly on the door to call them?" Then he rolled up his sleeves. Rune, standing beside him, heard this and continued to speak mechanically. "The elven race, an arrogant species. Evaluation complete." Hearing her words, our Davey laughed refreshingly and praised her highly. "That's right, well done, you're doing very well." After speaking, Davey rolled his fist to warm up and urged those around him, "Then get ready so you don't fall over." As he said that, he thought to himself, "With this destructive power I'll shatter the gate in a single blow." Demon Lord's Art, Wolf Dragon Annihilation Fist. Davey gathered energy in his fist and smiled confidently. "This knock is going to be a little strong." Davey shouted loudly and unleashed it. Fist King Asura. As the fist flew, the mountains and rivers shook. A light so brilliant it was impossible to open one's eyes burst forth. Then he shouted loudly, "Excuse me, I have brought good news." Under a clear sky where sunlight shone through the green leaves, a sweet voice echoed, "Lady Julia." The figure of a girl with beautiful long blue hair was approaching. From a distance, the figure of another girl with blonde hair spoke to her. "You finally returned." The blue-haired girl was Julia. Hearing the blonde girl's words, she replied, "Is everyone doing well?" Everyone was delighted by Julia's return and gathered around her. The blonde girl from before asked, "How was your journey?" Hearing the question, Julia smiled brightly and replied, "It was really interesting. I gained a lot through it. It was no longer just a simple trip." The blonde girl from before spoke again with a displeased expression, "But you must be careful of those humans, even if you were disguised as one. Your beauty won't be hidden." The blonde girl was Miriam, a guardian elf of the Moon Forest, and the man standing beside her with a scowl was Beat, a resident of the Moon Forest. Beat also spoke up, "That's right, I've heard that humans are terribly cruel." Beat continued, "They buy and sell us like slaves." Julia, still smiling, explained to the two. She said, "Of course I can't say for certain that all humans are good. On the other hand, not all humans are evil." Julia's memories surfaced. She recalled the things she had experienced when she was in a bustling town. It was noisy. Julia continued, "There was a prince in the place I went to. Despite being of very high status in the human world, he did many things for the lower class humans." The person Julia was talking about was Davey. Julia continued, "Even from an elf's perspective, he was a very respectable person." Beat was very shocked to hear this and blurted out, "Is there really such a human?" Julia just smiled and replied gently, "Of course not all humans are the same. Everyone is different." Suddenly the sound of footsteps was heard. It was a person with a wooden staff. That person spoke, "Excuse me, Lady Julia." It was Elder Kandai. She approached and said, "But all humans are disgusting." Other women followed behind her. Elder Kandai gripped the wooden staff in her hand tightly and said in a very sharp tone, It would be a problem if you forgot the reason why the elves turned their backs on the world 300 years ago, and have hidden themselves away until now. Even if we must find a way to save the forest, your decision this time is extremely foolish and dangerous." Elder Kandai continued. Her voice was full of sarcasm. "You haven't forgotten what your mother did in the past, have you?" Miriam could not hold back her anger at this. She stepped in front of Julia and said loudly, "Watch your words, Elder Kandai." Julia stood on the spot. Her face darkened. Standing before Elder Kandai, Miriam stretched out her arms to protect Julia. She shouted in anger, "Lady Julia used the spirit's blessing so she won't be tracked." Elder Kandai did not back down. She continued, do you really think that blessing will be fine forever? That's precisely why all the young ones these days are so foolish. Tisk, tisk. Miriam was furious at those words and shouted, what did you say? Julia seemed accustomed to such things. She calmly placed a hand on Miriam's shoulder and said, that's enough. Miriam turned to Julia, bewildered, and replied, Lady Julia, but Julia still spoke very calmly. This is the will of the spirit god and the world tree. Seeing this, Elder Kundai spoke again. This happened because you defied the will of the world tree. Now stop being stubborn and ask the world tree for forgiveness. Hearing that, Julia's face darkened. At this she could only clutch her head and say, Ha, really? Suddenly the ground shook and everyone was terrified. A voice suddenly echoed, tearing through the blue sky, excuse me, I've come to deliver good news. It seemed like something had happened on the mountain. From a distance only thick dust could be seen spreading over the mountain. On the cliff where a landslide had occurred, the figures of a man and a woman could be seen standing. Someone spoke again. It's completely destroyed. Perce was flying beside Davey. She saw it and said, Davey, isn't this a bit much? The man was none other than Davey, and he on the contrary smiled brightly and said, not at all, it's perfect. Suddenly an arrow flew over and the surrounding air seemed to tear. Fortunately Rune was agile. She jumped out and blocked the attack and the arrow was deflected. Davey saw the arrow firmly embedded in the ground, smiled and said, I told you I came to deliver good news. I even stated my motive. At this moment Rune said with a cold face, I warn you, Master Davey, many people with killing intent are approaching. Rune, should we attack? Davey, who was standing behind with his arms crossed, heard Rune's words and replied, we didn't come here to fight, let's just wait. Meanwhile, Miriam and the residents were terrified, holding bows in their hands and assuming a defensive posture. Suddenly Davey's voice echoed again. Hey, are you listening? Guide me to your village. On this side, Davey was still rambling on. I have something to say to your leader. Looking at the expression on Rune's face, who was standing beside him, it seemed she was truly at a loss for words. Davey continued with a triumphant expression, go and tell her that her employer is here. A group of people captured Davey and Rune. They stood in the middle of a small village, surrounded by residents on all sides. Everyone kept silent with dark faces. A voice echoed again. We've brought them, Lady Julia. A person who was both a resident and a guard protecting the place shouted, Human kneel. Seeing this, Julia hurriedly said, stop, it's all right. Then Julia added, please untie that. The resident from before heard this and said with some hesitation, but a blindfold fell to the ground. Julia smiled awkwardly and a little embarrassedly and said, I'm a little embarrassed to greet you this way. At this, Davey, having removed his blindfold, gently asked, really, did you enjoy your vacation? Rune, who was standing beside him, pouted and puffed out her cheeks with displeasure. Hearing that, Julia was slightly taken aback, sighed and said, I should have known you already knew who I was. You've come to see me for a reason, haven't you? Julia continued, but you've come in a completely different way than before. Davey still replied nonchalantly, I did my best this time. No one noticed Elder Conde's face in the background, which was dark and trembling with anger. Davey put on an innocent expression and said, by the way, aren't you going to untie me? I'm the employer of the owner of this land, you know. After speaking, he raised his two hands, which were tied with a rope. Hearing that, Julia still explained patiently, you both know that you're standing here illegally, right? But Elder Kundai could not hold back. She shouted, shut up, human. I will kill you right now. Hearing that, Julia hurriedly said, please stop, Elder Kundai. Despite Elder Conde's opposition, Julia continued, Miriam, please escort these two to my house. Miriam was very flustered at those words and said loudly, Lady Julia. Elder Kundai gritted her teeth in anger, but Julia said it was all right. I don't know about the others, but I trust him. On the ceiling of Julia's house hung a simple but very beautiful chandelier. Placing a steaming hot teacup on the table, Julia said, here, please have some. Davey crossed his arms. He smiled with a provocative expression and said, don't tell me it's brewed with crab again. Hearing that, Julia covered her mouth with her hand, laughed and replied, oh my, that was just an experiment. While everyone around them sat with very serious and expressionless faces, Julia introduced, this is a tea made by fermenting slime mucus for a long time. It's very delicious and good for your skin and hair. Davey took a sip, sighed and said, well, it's okay, it's not undrinkable, but I don't particularly like it. Davey continued, my stomach is stronger than you'd think. It was trained in the Hall of Heroes. Delicious. It even helps the flow of mana. Isn't it? The effect is quite excellent. But why isn't anyone else drinking it? While Davey was praising the tea, the others who drank it were gagging. One person's face had turned pale. Everyone was covering their mouths with extremely pained expressions. Davey, sitting opposite them, continued to praise the terrible tea. Make this tea for me again next time. It's a bit more intense than the winged one, but... Julia, delighted by the compliment, smiled brightly and said, oh my, I didn't expect you to say that in this situation, but I like it. However, while the two of them were laughing and talking cheerfully, the hands of the person sitting opposite them were clenched tightly, trembling with anger. It was Elder Kundai. She was so angry at this point that she shot to her feet and shouted, Lady Julia, I can't listen to this anymore. The very fact that you are interacting with this dangerous race makes me feel that your spirit is already corrupted. She did not back down. Elder Kundai pointed at Davey's face and said loudly, what are you all doing? Drag this human out and throw him in prison immediately. After we find out how he found this place, we will kill him right away. Hearing that, Davey crossed his arms with a baffled expression as if he couldn't understand and let out a huh. Julia saw her and stepped forward saying, please stop. Elder Kandai, angered by Julia's attitude, slammed her hand on the desk and shouted, "Do you still not understand the gravity of this situation? Because of your childish actions, all the elves here are in danger of being sold as slaves." Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room turned cold and Elder Kandai flinched. Julia said in a trembling voice, "Please." Julia had endured for a long time. She said in a helpless tone, "Stop it." Then she forced a smile and said, "Would you please not interrupt me?" Davey, sitting beside her, drank his tea nonchalantly. He thought to himself, "Oh, not bad." Then he said, "She has had authority since birth." Looking at the smiling Julia, Davey thought to himself, "It'll be fine if a leader like Julia continues to be the spokesperson for the elves." After finishing her words to Elder Kandai, Julia smiled at Davey again and said, "Our conversation was interrupted for a moment. The teacup on the table has cooled." Julia continued, "Now will you tell me, why have you come here?" Davey answered frankly without hesitation, "I thought you would need my help to purify the forest pollution, am I wrong?" At that moment an image appeared of Davey stroking a deer with a full bouquet of flowers on its antlers. Hearing Davey's words, Julia replied, "That's right, to be more precise, I need your extensive connections with the spirits. It's something ordinary elves cannot compare to." Hearing that, Davey hurriedly asked, "Is it to summon a high-class spirit?" Julia answered immediately without delay, "Yes, a spirit of that level is needed to purify the pollution." Julia sat in her seat with an elegant posture. She added, "It's impossible for me alone, which is why I went to your fiefdom to get your support." Davey looked at her. He was silent for a while, then lightly touched the rim of the teacup and said, "Ha, don't beat around the bush." Seeing this, Julia asked with a puzzled look, "What do you mean?" Davey gave a sly smile. He held out his hand as if making a deal and said, "I'll make you an offer. I'll purify the forest. In return, all of you must become official residents of my fiefdom." Julia sat up straight, listened, and then said, "Then it's the same as with the dwarves." Davey added to her words, "You're quick on the uptake." Julia continued, "Gojer is the main customer for my special tea." Davey revealed a cunning smile. He thought to himself, I should pretend I didn't hear that." Perce, who was beside him, shouted, "Oh no!" Everyone sitting around was listening attentively. At this moment Julia continued, "I'm sorry, but I refuse your offer. However, I really need your help." Finishing the teacup was also a time to wrap up the matter. She said, "I will repay you in a different way instead." A scene unfolded of Davey and the others sitting and talking in a luxurious room. At this time the elven leader, Julia Helisana, was smiling very cheerfully. He looked at Julia Helisana with a smiling face and said, "I had hoped Julia would refuse, but I readily accepted her offer." Hearing her words, Davey very calmly crossed his arms, since it would be useless anyway. At this moment Perce looked at Davey with worried eyes. Julia continued, "The elders were still making a fuss as always, but Julia was able to stand by her decision." Hearing that, Elder Kandai stood up, slammed her hand on the desk and looked towards the elf, Julia Helisana. Julia continued, "That proves how important her existence is to the elders." The elder's face contorted with anger. He stood up as if to say something. Eloria thought to herself, "But who knows if this is a good thing or a bad thing?" An image of a very splendid castle appeared. Suddenly a foot appeared, which turned out to be Davey's step. As he set foot here, the scenery became desolate. The trees here seemed lifeless. The trees were withered and their leaves were dry, looking like they would fall off at any moment. Davey came here with the elven leader, Julia Helisana, and asked her, "Does the polluted area start from here?" Julia replied calmly, "Yes, this is inside the polluted area of the Moonlight Forest. The soul pollution is like a disease that slowly consumes the entire forest." As the two walked while looking around, a scream was heard from the path. It hurts so much." Hearing the scream, Davey looked at Julia and said, "Horrible." A call for help was heard again. "Save me. Ordinary pollution is like a system error caused by several coincidental events overlapping." Davey looked at the scenery ahead and said to the elf, Julia Helisana, "But the pollution here is spreading much faster than I thought." The scenery became increasingly desolate, and the trees were nearly dead. Over there, the pollution was so severe that a blue color had appeared and seemed ready to spread throughout the area. Davey looked at the surrounding scenery, rested his chin on his hand in thought, and said, "I know that only a high-class elf can purify the forest, but I wonder if there's another way I don't know about." Davey was thinking about whether there was a faster way to save this place. Hearing his words, Eloria was at first very flustered and surprised, asking if there was another way. Elpuria looked at Davey with a shocked face. She exclaimed, "How did you know?" Davey, as if he had already expected it, calmly replied to Julia, "Helisana, you should at least know that your surname Helisana means one who serves a sacred being." Davey had everything in the palm of his hand. "I figured out that this young lady and Jack are not relatives thanks to the fact that their surnames are different. To an elf, a surname indicates a person's status, not their bloodline. It's not for nothing that a high-class elf is the center of the entire forest." An image of Julia and Jack appeared with the sacred tree. It looked very fantastical. Hearing Davey's words, Julia hesitated. "Answer me." He waited for Julia Helisana's answer with a dignified posture. The elf Julia placed a hand on her chest with a sad expression and said to Davey in a grief-stricken voice, "My ability to purify the forest was sealed by the world tree as a punishment." Julia at this moment looked truly pitiful. The forest was even more severely polluted and the air grew increasingly desolate. The trees became more and more withered, looking very frightening. Suddenly, a being with a polluted body emerged from within a tree. Black spots appeared, looking horrible, and it cried out in pain. It hurts so much, it hurts, save me. It seemed it could endure no longer. Seeing this, Davey asked the being, does it hurt a lot? The spirit was puzzled. A human? How can a human see us? Davey, with a dark face, worriedly asked Julia Helisana. How long has it been like this? Julia quickly answered Davey. Not for very long. Julia explained the whole story to him. At first, the decay and rot only appeared in a very small area. Could have healed on its own if left alone, but in the end it spread uncontrollably. Yes, Davey said with suspicion. Someone definitely intervened. Images of people coming out bustling with joy or of leaves full of vitality appeared. It looked truly beautiful. When elves live in a forest, spirits also gather and natural energy increases strongly. However, a rapid increase in natural energy can also harm the forest. This is a problem that elves must handle. That is why a high-class elf is always placed in the position of a commander who stands at the forefront of forest purification. Even the world tree, which should be protecting the spirits, is now standing by as the spirits rot and die. She placed a hand on her chest and suddenly a light burst forth from it. Davey turned around with a sad face and asked Julia Helisana, the world tree is still on the western continent, isn't it? Julia with suspicion asked Davey, are you a secret elf by any chance? How do you know such things? When Eloria asked that, Davey did not answer. Julia Helisana pressed him for an answer. Answer me. When Davey hesitated and did not answer, Julia knew he was a secret elf. Yes, that's right. From the Divine Tree Temple on the western continent. Now, Julia seemed to accept the truth. Julia told Davey that the place used to be lush with vegetation. But now, Davey said to the elf, Julia Helisana, let me know when you get the chance. It seemed like his legs were giving out. Davey was holding the spirit in his hand. His eyes stared into the distance with a furious face. Davey said to Julia Helisana, so that I can go and cut down that tree myself. It was as if the beast within him had awakened. Davey looked at the small spirit in his hand and said, what kind of disrespectful tree abandons its own land? If a divine tree forgets its mission, it's worthless. Julia was extremely shocked to see Davey's appearance. Her face went blank and she widened her eyes as if she couldn't believe her ears. Then Julia gave a satisfied smile. Julia laughed out loud. Haha, you really don't hesitate. Davey, with a serious face, crossed his arms and said to the elf, Julia Helisana, I'm not joking. He seemed worried she would think it was a joke. Julia looked into the distance and asked herself, was I wrong? Davey looked at the elf Julia and didn't know what to say. Davey said to the elf Julia Helisana, maybe partly. The elf Julia turned her back. In fact, to speak objectively, it's as if the commander is leaving the lives of tens of thousands of spirits on the brink of hell for her own purposes. Julia's face darkened as she said in a sad voice, what on earth happened? Davey followed behind the elf Julia Helisana. Julia blamed herself, saying she was punished for rejecting the partner the world tree had chosen for her, and the consequences followed immediately. That is why things are the way they are now. An image of the world tree appeared, looking truly beautiful. But how could it be so cruel? Eloria placed her hand on the tree and said, this is my last chance. If this still doesn't work, I will probably send my people back to the divine tree. It seemed Julia also wanted to save the forest. But she was being punished, so she couldn't do anything. At this time, Julia's face was filled with hope that she would succeed this time. Hearing Julia's words, Davey asked, then what about you? Julia looked back at Davey and said in a gentle voice, my temple is still here, isn't it? Julia Helisana said to Davey, if the forest becomes so polluted that it's irreversible, I will burn my soul to purify it as originally promised. Julia was truly brave. She was prepared to sacrifice herself to save the forest. A truly admirable spirit. Perce looked at the elf Julia, lost in thought. Perce called Davey. David, that method would work. Davey held the small injured spirit in his hand, lost in thought. But that also means Julia and the spirits of this forest will cease to exist. For a high-class elf to be punished to this extent by the world tree just for rejecting a fiancé, it's truly absurd. I don't understand why the world tree did that and has now made everything so serious. Davey put the spirit in his pocket and asked Julia Helisana, may I ask why you refused that marriage? Julia placed her hand on the tree, hesitated, and answered Davey. That's at this moment Julia's hand seemed to find it difficult to speak. It was because I could not offer my everything to a saint of the divine tree. Davey imagined a man holding Julia. She smiled brightly and happily, waving her hand. She looked very lovely, a figure running at the call of love. Davey, with an excited and shy face, blushed and covered his mouth with his hand as he laughed. Ooh, could it be a movie like Titanic love story? That bastard seduced my sister, bought her, and then ruthlessly abandoned her. Davey thought, he's living carefreely, as evil people often do. Suddenly, Davey's face darkened and he said in a sad voice, how long has it been since I last saw my sister? Hearing this, Perce got angry, pointed at him, and shouted, repent. The elf Julia gripped the tree trunk tightly, her face filled with sadness and anger, and said, I can't forgive him, never. The elf Julia's trust in them seemed to have already hit rock bottom. I felt sorry for her. The next scene was a luxurious room where the elders and high-ranking officials were meeting. One of them asked, Elder, what should we do now? They seemed to be discussing some secret plan. The elder opened his mouth. Not only Lady Yana but now Lady Julia also possesses that once-in-a-thousand-years power. Thanks to that, The forest that should have died long ago has been able to revive for the past 20 years. Hearing the elder's words, one of them asked anxiously, shouldn't we take some measures? Hearing those words, Dion became furious, slammed his hand on the desk and shouted with wide eyes, Lady Julia is about to summon a high-class spirit. Moreover, she's even borrowing the power of that insignificant human. He looked extremely anxious. 2 hands were extended. One was clenched into a fist, the other was open, as he said. But his compatibility with the spirit is almost impossible. But Lady Julia might have succeeded. The elder crossed his arms with a calm expression and said, there's nothing to worry about. The elder gave a cunning smile. If she really succeeds, we can just modify our plan. He seemed to have calculated this plan meticulously. He said in a confident voice, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Hearing the elder's words, the young man Yuzon said blankly, in that case, the elder continued, that is when we will rise up. We will publicly execute the human who knows of the spirit's existence and drag Julia to the sacred tree. Isn't it a perfect plan? If the plan went as intended, Davey would be tied up high and executed. Hearing those words, the archer Apollo said in a tired voice, but if what Lady Julia says is true, that guy can't be an ordinary human. Before we can do anything, before he could finish, the elder interrupted, that's right, so we must set at least one more trap. He then placed a box on the table. Even though the box was only slightly open, a dazzling light emanated from it. There must have been a precious item inside. The elder opened the box and introduced it. This is a stone that seals the power of an ancient spirit. The stone sparkled with a blue light like a crystal. It was truly beautiful. One of them shouted, my God, a treasure. The elder continued, usually, this is used to amplify the power of spirits, but it can also be used to block holy power or mana. When this stone was placed in nature, it seemed to grow stronger. The stone emitted a light of power, making nature greener and the water clearer and more mystical. It was a truly powerful stone, the elder said in a confident voice. No matter how much of a master that human is, he will not be able to fight against such immense power in a sealed state. He was a truly cunning person, the elder told everyone. We must be careful. We must capture Julia and bring her to the saint of the sacred tree. She seemed to be very important to their plan. The elder looked at the box containing the stone and said, we must proceed as smoothly as possible. The natural scenery at this time was truly beautiful. In the distance, the green ancient trees and the morning sunlight created a beautiful and dreamlike landscape. Far away, people were talking cheerfully. Over here, 2 villagers were looking at Davey with displeased expressions. And here, Davey was holding a flower pot. He was very interested in this matter. Behind Davey, the lovely Rune followed. Davey walked with the flower pot and said to Purse with a nonchalant face, gosh, my face is about to burn up. Indeed, in the distance, a few people were looking at him with judgmental expressions. Purse looked at the surrounding scenery lost in thought and said to Davey, this place is still beautiful. Hearing that, he said, it also means this small piece of land is the last place we can summon a high-class spirit. Rune asked Davey, but is that really important to you? Vedit, a resident of Wallam, heard that and answered, why wouldn't it be important? Finding out which spirit will appear is also very important. The scenery of him walking with Purse and Rune was truly beautiful. The 3 stood on a bridge and below them was a clear lake with small plants growing, adding to the beauty of the landscape. In the distance was a grassy field, and behind the 3 Vedit was following. Davey continued, even among low-class spirits there will be differences if you consider impurities related to lineage. Of course, the Spirit King is the only exception. Davey arrived at the place and put the flower pot on the ground. A sprout was growing from this flower pot. It was as if the life of the tree was reviving. Davey sat and looked at the flower pot. The spirit shouted, it hurts. He smiled gently and said to the flower pot, just endure it a little longer. Vedit stood far away looking at Davey talking to the flower pot with a bored expression. Vedit crossed his arms and leaned against a large tree. The small fragile spirit said to Davey, I will trust you, human. He placed his hand on the injured little spirit. Suddenly a light emanated from the spirit. It was truly beautiful. Davey said, 5th grade holy magic purification. This spirit shouted, ah. Davey thought with a serious face. When nothing happened, Purse told him there was no reaction. Davey said to Purse, it seems this level of pollution cannot be healed with holy magic. The situation was getting worse. Vedit was leaning against the tree when he was suddenly startled by Davey looking at him and speaking, hey, when he called him. Vedit's face became flustered. Vedit at this moment was truly cute. Davey looked at Vedit and said in a playful tone, is holy magic that interesting? You keep staring. Hearing Davey's words, Vedit became very angry and his face turned red. Vedit shouted, don't mock us, human. You're just a lowly human magician. Don't act like you know everything. Davey stood up, looked at Vedit with a serious face and asked, have you made a contract with a spirit? Vedit crossed his arms, looked at Davey and said in a clear voice, yes, with the intermediate spirit Undine. He was very happy to hear Vedit's answer and said, good, there are a few things I want to test. Can you summon her? It seemed Davey already had a plan in his mind. When Vedit summoned his spirit, a very cute blue spirit appeared. Davey said to Vedit, purify this tree with the spirit's power, use all your strength. Vedit answered him with a puzzled voice. Why should I? He said calmly. I'm just checking for a moment, hurry up and do it. Vedit then obeyed. He ordered the spirit. The spirit approached the flower pot and used its power to purify it. The spirit pointed its finger at the flower pot. Magic was cast. The flower pot was engulfed in a blue light. Davey stood by with his arms crossed watching everything. The area around the flower pot was covered in blue, which was truly beautiful. At this time the flower pot was no longer engulfed in a blue light, but had turned a very mysterious purple color. Davey and everyone else were surprised by this sight. Davey crossed his arms, placed his other hand on his chin and looked into the distance, lost in thought. He said to Vedit, "The pollution absorbed the life energy and this much still remains?" Vedit did not understand his words. He asked. "What does that mean?" Davey asked Vedit. "Has anyone gone missing or died in the village recently?" Vedit was quite surprised by his question. Vedit said, "What?" He coughed with a serious face and said, "It's very important. Is there anyone or not?" It seemed that matter was related to his thoughts. Vedit said to Davey, "There have been a few accidents recently. I heard there was an accident while the patrol was dealing with monsters that invaded our territory." But he heard Vedit's words and asked, "Are you sure?" Davey asked that to confirm the information. Davey asked Vedit, "Where are the bodies?" Vedit said, "I heard they were cremated on the spot and returned to the embrace of Mother Nature." Davey heard Vedit's answer, coughed, and asked, "That's what the conservatives said, right?" Vedit was very angry at Davey's words. He clenched his fists and shouted, "Gur, what do you mean, human? What on earth are you trying to say?" He said nonchalantly. "I was curious." Davey crossed his arms and said to Vedit nonchalantly, "I just hope it's not what I'm thinking. The pollution spreads quickly after absorbing life energy." At first Vedit looked like he was about to hit him, but after hearing his words he understood and gradually calmed down. At this time the flower pot became darker and darker, then suddenly burned red and looked strange. Davey said, "It's obvious where the life energy came from without me having to say more." Davey entered the forest and touched the tree with the cage containing the blue stone. He said, "There are a total of 7 sources of pollution. While waiting, I broke the barrier and sent the spirit's mana to the source of the pollution to temporarily block the flow. It's like putting a band-aid on a leaking cup." Davey touched the cage with the blue jewel and was lost in thought. Davey looked up at the sky with a thoughtful face. He said, "This will take about 2 months if necessary. Another 15 days. Davey looked up at the sky. 2 moons were visible. One was large and the other was small. The large moon was a red moon named Cyrus and the small moon was a blue moon named Crete. Davey said, "There isn't much time left before this place turns into a forest of death." After 2 days they stopped caring and started leaving me alone. The village scenery was very lively. A fresh landscape unfolded. Davey looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Yahoo!" It was as if he was releasing stress. It turned out that Davey was not releasing stress but was lying in a hammock hanging from a tree. He saw the beautiful scenery and shouted, "The weather is great." The girls talking below were suddenly startled by his words and screamed. It was truly ridiculous. Davey thought, they must have thought it was a hassle to keep being wary and on guard when I wasn't doing anything. At this time, Hongji and Namgi were eating lollipops and strangely Hongji was eating a blue lollipop and Namgi was eating a pink one. It was truly lovely. On this side 3 children were standing behind the bushes peeking. Purse saw the 3 children and suddenly spoke to Davey, pointing at them with her finger. "Davey, there are children." Davey saw the children. As they stared at him he became smug, smiled at Purse and said, "Hee hee, I knew it. Even though I'm a human they must be curious about my handsome appearance." Seeing Davey being smug, Purse hit him hard. "Those kids are staring at the lollipops," he said in a disappointed voice. "I know." The children's eyes sparkled when they saw the lollipops and they drooled. It was truly ridiculous. Davey suddenly appeared in front of the hiding children. He held colorful lollipops in his hand and gave a cunning smile. He said to the children, "Ta-da, do you want some too?" The children were frightened when Davey appeared and ran away, and one child was so surprised that he ran too fast and even fell to the ground. It was truly pitiful. He looked in the direction the children had run and said, "I really don't understand." At this time Davey looked at the lollipops with a helpless expression. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind Davey, pulled on his clothes and seemed to want to say something. He turned around and smiled at the child. The girl who pulled on his clothes was Mew. With blue hair and fur and purple eyes she was very cute. Davey held out a lollipop to Mew and said, "Do you want one too?" Then the girl ran under the tree and hid. Mew acted like that as if she was afraid of something. Mew asked with a suspicious face, "Are you a human, mister?" Davey answered Mew with a nonchalant face, "Yes, I am a human." Mew no longer felt any danger and approached Davey to receive the lollipop. He looked at Mew and thought, "Why is this clumsy child like this? Don't bite it, lick it." Mew ate the lollipop and shouted, "It's delicious." Looking at Mew's expression at this time, it was as if she had tasted something delicious for the first time. Davey was very happy to see Mew's reaction and said with a bright face, "That's a relief, it's delicious, that's a relief. What's your name, little one?" Mew was happy to hear Davey's question and answered, "It's Mew, my mom gave me that name." Davey's face hardened when Mew called him mister. Must have been thinking inwardly, "I'm so handsome and young, why is she calling me mister?" Davey and Mew walked to the rocks together and sat down. He said to Mew with the most insincere face possible, "Can't you call me brother instead of mister?" Hearing Davey's words, Mew mischievously called him uncle. When Mew called him that, Davey's face turned ashen. He said in a helpless voice, "All right, call me whatever you want." Mew ate her lollipop and said to him, "Mew will show you a treasure, mister." Davey was flustered. A treasure. At this time, everyone entered the forest. The surroundings were filled with green trees and shining sunlight. Beside Davey and Mew was also Luna. Mew ran ahead, waved her hand and called him, "Mr. Here, sit here." Davey was also very surprised because it was his first time here. He said, "I didn't know there was a place like this in the village." The girl Mew held a stone in her hand. This stone was very beautiful and sparkled with various colors like a precious crystal. Mew said in a cheerful voice, "Ta-da, it's a treasure. This is Mew's treasure." Davey recognized the stone as a spirit stone as soon as he saw it. Mew, with an innocent face, giggled and said to Davey, "It's sparkly and pretty, isn't it? My mom gave it to me." Perse saw this and said to him, "When a child shows their treasure to someone, it means they like that person." Perse said confidently to Davey, "Tell her you're very jealous. Children love it when people are amazed by their treasures." Davey heard Perse's words and asked back in disbelief, "Really?" Davey did as Perse said. With the most unnatural expression possible, he said to Mew, "Wow, that's amazing. I'm so jealous." Hearing Davey's words, Mew froze for a moment. She stood still without a word, staring blankly at him. Perse saw his acting and said angrily, "Put some real feeling into it." Davey blushed, embarrassed. "I really can't do this." Mew understood the situation and burst into a joyful laugh. Hee. She hugged the stone tightly. "How cute." Perse saw Mew and said to Davey very excitedly, "It worked." Mew ran to him, took Davey's hand and said, "Mister, from now on you're my secret friend." He froze at Mew's action and said, "What friend?" Mew looked at Davey with a bright innocent face and said, "Before my mom went to heaven she told me there would be people I could trust." Little Mew continued, "You're a good person, mister. You have a very familiar and warm scent, so please be Mew's friend." Davey was extremely surprised to hear Mew's words. With wide eyes and an open mouth, he doubted his own ears. Mew said it was hot and took off her outer clothes, and Davey looked at Mew with an embarrassed expression. Mew said, "Hee." Davey said with a stiff face, "Phew, it really is hot." Davey saw Mew's ears and said, "Those ears, could it be?" After thinking for a long time, Davey asked Mew, "Hey, are you a half-elf?" Mew heard his question and stared blankly. Perse was startled and covered her mouth with wide eyes. She shouted as if she couldn't believe the sight before her, "Oh my God, they've been hiding that child for 300 years. How could they?" Her voice was filled with surprise and curiosity at the same time. Rune, who was next to her, also opened her mouth in an O shape. He too could not believe that what was before his eyes was real. He sweated and thought to himself, half-human, half-elf blood. Looking at the half-human, half-elf girl smiling brightly before him, he thought, "Is this what people call a half-elf?" Mew saw Davey and jumped up and down. The little child twirled around and laughed loudly. Mister, so you're Mew's secret friend now, right? Davey sighed. He couldn't say yes or no to the cute girl in front of him. He answered vaguely, "Just a normal friend. What's there to be secret about?" Hearing his answer, Mew suddenly stopped dancing. Mew bit her nails and said in a sad voice, "But the villagers said they shouldn't play with Mew." The little child sighed and her eyes welled up with tears. "They said Mew can't be friends with anyone because she's a half-elf." Davey was a little surprised by Mew's words. He asked back gently, "Who told you that?" Mew trembled and whimpered. The little child sobbed and said in a frightened voice, "The ogre, Grandpa." Mew continued, "That Grandpa said it's a sin to play with a half-elf, so Timmy and Ellie always said they were sorry they couldn't play with me." Mew hesitated for a moment, then carefully asked Davey the question she had held in her heart for a long time. "Is Mew a half-elf?" Davey gritted his teeth. His face darkened as he muttered a curse. "That damn old geezer." Perse clicked her tongue, crossed her arms, and looked at Davey's dark, angry face, thinking, "I don't know which race is worse." Davey turned back to Mew. With a composed face, he said gently to the girl, "Little one, you don't need to keep anything a secret." Mew was puzzled. She looked at him with a blank, innocent face and asked, "Why Grandpa said Mew could never be friends with anyone?" "That crazy old man," Davey swore, and realized his slip of the tongue and stopped. He laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. The little girl seemed to be waiting for him to continue. He corrected himself. "I mean that Grandpa is wrong." Mew hummed. The little girl said, "Mew is so confused." Although she didn't understand his words, she still smiled brightly and nodded. Perhaps the little girl already considered Davey a friend who could solve the questions in her heart. For the first time in her life, Mew mustered the courage to ask Davey, "Then mister, that means you're Mew's friend, right?" Davey laughed helplessly, but he couldn't bring himself to refuse the cute elf girl Mew and answered, "Yes, that's right." The little girl smiled brightly like a flower, her face full of the happiness and joy of having made a new friend. It was as if she had been floating alone on the water for a long time and had finally caught a life raft. The little girl was happy, but suddenly the smile vanished from her face. Perhaps she remembered something painful. The little girl groaned in pain. Davey looked at her with a puzzled expression. Why did the happy child suddenly become sad? Mew looked at Davey sitting in front of her. The little girl let her arms hang down, her hands slightly curled, and said in a trembling voice, "But if we get caught you'll be in trouble, mister." Only then did Davey realize he felt that the little elf girl before him was really cute and kind. He stood up, went to the girl, and gently patted her head to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'll scold that Grandpa for you. You don't need to worry." Mew was a little surprised by Davey's action. She hadn't expected that not only would he not dislike her, but he would even take her side and protect her. Comforted by Davey, a smile spread across Mew's sad face. Mew laughed happily and loudly. He. "So you're Mew's friend now, mister. Not a secret friend, but a real friend." Mew happily danced, twirling around Davey. After a moment, the playful little girl asked, "What's your name, mister?" David replied gently, "It's Davey. David Anron." Mew walked around, repeating Davey's name. "David Anron. Davey, Mr. Davey." Davey gently patted the little girl's head and said softly, "Yes, that's right." Hongji and Namgi hid behind a rock, smiling happily as they watched the warm scene before them. Suddenly, Hongji and Namgi ran to Mew. Little Hongji friendly held out her 2 hands full of candy and asked Mew if she wanted some. Mew shouted happily. She spun around once to express her happiness. "Well, yes. Namgi shyly hid behind Hongji and looked at Mew with eyes full of curiosity and wonder. After receiving the candy from Hongji, Mew repeatedly thanked her with sparkling eyes. She said in a trembling voice, "Thank you. Percy and Davey stood to the side watching the warm scene. Their hearts were also somewhat touched by the children's purity and innocence. Percy smiled and admired. Kids are kids, they become friends so quickly. Davey smiled without a word. Suddenly something occurred to Davey. He thought he should give this little girl a gift to celebrate their meeting. He called out loudly to Mew. Mew, want me to show you a spirit to celebrate the special day we became friends? Mew, who was playing with Hongji, stopped in surprise. The child doubted her own ears. The little girl carefully asked Davey back. Spirits are the little friends, right? After confirming that Davey's words were true, Mew shouted with joy and the smile on her lips grew even brighter. Those friends are really cute. I want to see them. I want to see them. Mew was so happy that she jumped up and down and twirled around. Percy looked at Davey and asked if it would be all right. Davey gave Percy a reassuring smile. He said that all the conditions were met now, so summoning a spirit would be no problem. Davey found a wide empty space. He knelt down and holding a small twig began to draw strange straight lines. After fiddling for a moment, the straight lines finally formed a strange magic circle. He stood up and dusted off his pants. At some point Rune had appeared next to Davey. He took a breath, then looked at Mew, smiled and said, now come inside this and repeat after me. Mew saw the magic circle before her and shouted in surprise, wow! As Mew stepped into the magic circle, Davey gently placed a hand on her back. A faint light emanated from his hand. As Mew watched in surprise, he began to chant the spell. A blue light gradually enveloped Mew's entire body. O great will that has existed since the beginning, O life of nature that governs all things. Mew continued to witness the amazing sight. She still couldn't hold back her admiration. Trembling, she repeated after Davey, O great will. Davey closed his eyes and thought, now what should I summon? Let her form a contract with the noble will of ancient times. Mew, Davey asked Mew for her opinion. What kind of spirit do you want to see? With expectant eyes, Mew quickly answered, a little friend of the earth attribute. Davey seemed to realize something. The earth attribute spirit came to his mind. He made an okay sign with his fingers. So you want to see a gnome? Davey prepared to gather his power so Mew could see the earth spirit. Then, before he could cast the magic, Mew shouted. The little girl turned and said to Davey, Mew wants to see Noah. Davey's face darkened as he looked at Mew smiling brightly before him. He cursed inwardly. This kid, she must know Noah is the spirit king, right? Although he felt uncomfortable, he still gently explained to the child, we can't meet the Noahs right now. They're very busy. I'll show you later, okay? Hearing his words, Mew suddenly became sullen. Her face showed dissatisfaction with Davey's answer. The little girl crossed her arms and turned her head away. She puffed out her cheeks to show she was angry. What's this? Mr. Davey is a liar. Hearing Mew's accusation, Davey got worked up and chased after the child. Hey you little, there is an order to summoning spirits. After summoning a low-class spirit, one must increase their affinity with it to summon an intermediate-class spirit. Once the affinity reaches a certain level, one can summon a high-class spirit. The time required for each individual to raise their affinity in a contract with a spirit varies depending on their abilities. However, this process must be followed by everyone. Davey finished summoning a low-class earth spirit. Mew exclaimed with joy, a low-class earth spirit gnome, it's so cute. Mew held the cute spirit in her hand. She showed it off to Hongji and Namgi. The three children excitedly gathered around the spirit in Mew's hand and admired it. Suddenly, Mew lifted the spirit high. She said in a joyful voice, Gnome, let's be secret friends. No, just friends. Be Mew's friend, okay? Percy, who was next to Davey, clapped and praised him. To let an elf who hasn't even had her first coming-of-age ceremony form a contract with a spirit, you've performed another miracle. Davey didn't answer, as if silently acknowledging Percy's praise. He approached Mew, who was happy with the spirit, bent down and told the child, if you want to call the gnome, hold the spirit stone tightly in your hand and call it with your heart and the gnome will appear. Mew was so happy that her eyes welled up with tears. The little girl said, choked up, now Mew has so many friends. Mew ran and hugged Hongji and Namgi tightly. She said with joy, Namgi, Hongji, and even Mr. Davey and the gnome, maybe because Mew is a good girl, Mom and Dad in heaven sent me lots of friends. Tears streamed down the beautiful face of Percy, who was watching from the side. She sniffled and sobbed, then looked at Mew and said in a piteous voice, Sob, how lonely this child must have been all this time. Davey found it funny that Percy was crying, but he didn't want to argue with her, so he just let her be. Suddenly, someone jumped down from a tree branch behind him. The rustling of leaves caught his attention. Davey turned around, looked at the person before him, raised an eyebrow and said, You're here. The person who had just appeared was a beautiful elf. She was holding a fruit basket. Her name was the elf Julia. Julia saw Davey and smiled slightly. She said in a small voice, Hello Davey, hello. A scene of children playing happily under the shade of an old green tree. The chirping of birds created a picture full of the warmth and innocence of childhood. Julia and Davey were sitting on a nearby rock. The two watched the children play together. She looked at Mew with warm, happy eyes and said softly, It's been a long time since I've seen that child laugh so carefree. Davey asked Julia curiously, Aren't young elves always thoroughly protected? She lowered her head and smiled bitterly. There's no excuse, she explained to Davey in a sad voice. In the past, half-elves weren't treated this harshly, but recently it's become unimaginably severe. Mew's mother was an elf and her father was a human. She was one of the messengers tasked with going outside the forest to deliver news and exchange goods between villages. Then one day, having said this much, Julia paused, sighed, and then continued. She was attacked by a monster on her way back from delivering news and lost her life. That was when the child's father and mother first met. She continued to speak in a sad voice. Mew's father saved her mother. Julia looked into the empty space before her and reminisced about the past. She could have lived an ordinary life in the human world, but it seems the village where the three of them lived was invaded by bandits. Mew and her mother barely escaped to the place where the divine tree is. Suddenly, Davey interrupted Julia. He asked curiously, "What about the child's father?" After asking the question, he seemed to realize something. He clicked his tongue with a tisk and an expression of understanding. "Never mind, it's too obvious." Julia looked at him, gave a bitter smile, and continued, "That's right, but an even sadder thing happened after that." Julia continued in a grief-stricken voice. She recalled the image of Mew and her mother clinging to each other as they were punished by the world tree. Mew's mother had committed the sin of leaving the forest, falling in love with a human, and marrying him. She had even had a child, so there was no escaping the punishment. The only thing we could do at that time was hide the innocent Mew. Julia sighed wearily. Most of the forest residents were tired of the world tree's unreasonable tyranny. If they had the ability, they would have given Mew a normal and happy childhood. Davey propped his chin on his hand and asked her curiously, "Is it because of the elders?" When Davey mentioned those old men, her expression changed and her voice turned to one of annoyance. She seemed even more angered. "Those old men are too conservative. The world tree sent 3 elders here to control me. In fact, very few of the residents here support those 3 old men," she continued. "There are probably only a few elves on their side." Davey looked at the sorrowful Julia. He thought deeply. "But the reason those old men can run rampant like this is because the world tree is backing them up. If things get even slightly out of control, the world tree will surely intervene." Julia clasped her hands, fidgeting with her fingers, and said, "I almost failed to stop Elder Khan from trying to kill Mew. So I built a house for her at the edge of the forest on the outskirts of the village and made her live without contact with anyone." Davey crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and asked, "Were you afraid of the world tree's punishment?" Julia gave a bitter smile. Her voice was a mixture of helplessness and a slight resentment. "All the residents of this forest are thorns in the world tree's side." She smiled bitterly and continued, "Traitors who do nothing but chase after humans." She paused for a moment and looked up at the sky. Watching the birds flying freely in the vast sky, she smiled and said, "Perhaps the world tree hasn't found a valid reason to wipe us out yet. That's why we are living so faintly like this. Until I summon a high-class spirit." Julia spoke proudly of her ability. She looked at Mew, who was still playing happily with Hongji and Numgi. A warm light filled her eyes. She looked at Mew and said, "Actually, everyone here knows how pitiful Mew is. She has always had to endure everything alone. They were just too afraid to do anything but help her secretly." She knew that although Mew was a half-elf, the people of this village at the forest's edge loved this pitiful child who was tormented by the whims of fate. Until now, that had been the majority opinion. Having said this much, Julia stood up. "Now, this is a personal request." She approached Davey and knelt on one knee. Davey was also bewildered by her action. She knelt and pleaded in an earnest voice, "Lord Davey, please help me." Before Julia could finish speaking, Davey realized what she was about to say. He replied immediately, "I've already cast the net." Julia was bewildered by his words. She looked up at Davey, who was smiling leisurely. He ignored her bewildered expression and continued, "But the bait still needs a little more time to ripen. You want me to help, don't you?" A light of gratitude flickered in Julia's eyes. Davey smiled brightly, but in Julia's eyes his smile looked like a ray of hope. Davey looked at the children playing in the distance. He made a decision in his heart. "Just you wait, I'm confident I can catch every last one of those bugs." The sky was very clear and bright today. It was as if it was heralding a bright and happy future. A few days later, in the middle of a wide empty space was a huge magic circle. Unlike Davey's magic circle, the pattern of this one was much more complex. Numerous elves surrounded the magic circle as if waiting for a miracle to appear. A girl slowly walked into that magic circle. The people around her watched her back and cheered. Julia's high-class spirit summoning ceremony was about to begin. Davey looked at Julia's back and thought deeply. She will unfold the magic circle passed down from her ancestors, and through it, she will be granted a spiritual connection and mana. Davey smiled from the viewing platform, his arms crossed. "The 6 elders, including the 5 most outstanding spirit masters and me." Julia slowly walked to the center of the magic circle. A golden anklet passed down for generations was fastened to her foot. Every time she walked, the anklet made a tinkling sound. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was holding a wooden magic staff with 3 blue crystals embedded at its tip. She circled the magic circle. When she reached the center of the magic circle, the girl suddenly raised the wooden staff high. The 3 blue crystals emitted a dazzling light. Julia at this moment was as beautiful as a reincarnated goddess. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then gently turned her body. She began to perform the dance to summon a high-class spirit. Her movements were very fast, yet they exuded a soft and elegant beauty. Watching the beautiful Julia dance skillfully, the surrounding crowd cheered endlessly in admiration. They gaped as if they couldn't believe the sight before them. The sounds of praise for Julia were endless. The Creator is bestowing a blessing. It's truly mystical. After a long while, her dance came to an end. She held the staff in her arms and stood in the center of the magic circle. She bowed her head and softly chanted a spell. The primeval oath, the triumphal march of victory. The crowd watching from the outside became increasingly dazed. Their mouths were agape as wide as jars. Julia continued to chant the spell. essence of the stars, crystal of the spirits. Perse and Davey watched Julia from the outside with tense expressions. Perse said in a slightly worried voice, "It's unstable." Davey continued to watch quietly without a word. He frowned as he saw the unstably shaking thread of mana. He thought anxiously, she's short on mana, the connection with the spirit is incomplete. Moreover, an image of a desolate forest, a forest where not a single blade of grass or flower could grow, came to his mind. He looked at the fragile thread of mana and Julia and thought in silence. The biggest problem is that this forest is polluted. Spiritual energy can only gather in a clean and pure place to summon a high-class spirit. He looked at Julia with expectant eyes. We'll know the result soon. Julia slowly raised both her hands high. She closed her eyes, looked up at the sky and chanted the spell. A faint blue light enveloped her. The more she chanted, the brighter the light became. Before the watchful eyes of the primeval oath, you were commanded to calm the seas. In the name of the most immaculate creator, bearing the wishes of the world, I pray for your incarnation. Reveal yourself. She finished the spell and lightly tapped the ground 3 times with her staff. Suddenly, the light at the tip of the staff gradually gathered to form an orb. Within that orb of light we could see the faint form of a spirit emitting enormous energy. She called out an unfamiliar name. Elsa. As she finished the spell, the shining orb grew larger and larger, swallowing Julia. A moment later, the orb transformed into a water dragon and circled around Julia. It was the high-class water spirit, the sea dragon Elestra. The surrounding crowd was astounded to see this high-class spirit for the first time. They exclaimed in constant admiration, "Oh my God, the sea dragon Elestra!" The sea dragon Elestra circled the air once, then stopped in front of Julia. The people around were still murmuring incessantly at this rare sight. "I can't believe it, seeing a high-class spirit in person." Julia looked at the sea dragon before her. She was moved and pleaded in a trembling voice. "Please, I did it." The spirit heard my call. Just as Julia was immersed in joy and happiness, the crowd outside began to stir. Someone shouted loudly, breaking Julia's thoughts, "We're in trouble." Another elf ran towards the crowd, shouting, "The pollution has broken through the barrier and is spreading here." The other elves joined in the commotion, creating a noisy scene. A panicked voice rang out, "Should we run?" Some elves thought the pollution was an impossible occurrence. They vehemently refuted it. "What are you talking about? This is where the purest spiritual energy in the forest gathers. How could the pollution spread this far?" While everyone was arguing noisily, unfamiliar faces suddenly appeared. An old voice rang out, "A child who doesn't listen must be punished." A group of escort elves followed behind an old elf grandmother with a staff. She looked imposing. She looked at Julia, sneered, and said, "Child with the filthy blood of a human, you've been in this village for too long." The people around saw the imposing group before them. Then, seeing the color of the guards' clothes behind them, they were surprised and stammered, asking each other, "Indigo clothes, could they be the ancient guardians?" A questioning voice rang out, "Why are the guardians of the sacred tree here?" Julia was exhausted, staggered, and collapsed to the ground, then tried to stand up, barely supporting herself with her staff. Her face darkened, and her gaze grew so sharp it made the other person tremble. Julia gritted her teeth. She was furious that the high-class spirit-summoning ritual had failed. The old grandmother laughed, ha-ha, and pointed at the panicked crowd with the staff in her hand. "Listen well. The one who fails to summon a high-class spirit will face retribution," the old elf continued with a triumphant attitude. "Your chieftain is in a critical condition, so from now on power will be handed over to me." Elder Khan. Julia looked towards Elder Khan, then suddenly seemed to remember something. She supported herself with her staff, barely stood up, looked Elder Khan straight in the face and asked in a trembling voice, "Elder Khan, what did you do to Mew?" Elder Khan looked at Julia with contempt. She raised the corners of her mouth and said, "That child with the abominable blood went to the source of the pollution and fell into a swamp." Then she laughed, ha-ha, and continued, "Her curiosity led to her death. So that's why the pollution suddenly worsened and became irreversible." Hearing the elder's words, Julia's heart plummeted to the ground as if entering an ice cellar. She couldn't believe what she had just heard with her own ears. She shouted in fury at the old Khan, "That's impossible, that place is a restricted area. Mew is an obedient child. She would never have gone there." Old Khan seemed very pleased with her furious expression. She looked her up and down. With a look of disgust she said, "Are you implying that I am lying?" As if angered, she struck the ground once with her staff, then looked at Julia and shouted loudly, "A chieftain like you, who doesn't know how to respect and believe in an elder, seems to have forgotten her younger self." Her words made Julia's blood boil. She retorted in a voice filled with extreme anger, "You are not worthy of uttering the 2 words respect." The elder no longer argued with her. She turned and left. As she walked she said, "Nothing can be changed now. Abandon this forest and take all the residents back to the sacred tree." Before she could finish her sentence, the residents refuted in unison, "We will never do that." An ancient guardian stepped in front of the elves. The frail elves backed away in fear. Old Khan continued to flaunt her authority, saying, "I am the supreme authority now. Do you dare disobey my words?" She pointed at Julia, who was collapsed on the ground, looked around, and said loudly, "Behold the fate of those who follow that Julia Helisana. The forest can no longer be revived, and the chieftain who borrowed the power of a wicked human failed to summon a high-class spirit. Not only that, but the half-elf, half-human brat who hovered around her has made the situation irreversible." The old woman sighed as she looked at the elves who were unwilling to follow her. pretending to be helpless. She looked at the frail elves with pity and said, "If you still insist, I have no choice but to use force." Suddenly she turned towards Davey, pointed straight at his face and shouted, "Human." Davey was a bit bewildered at being suddenly singled out. Before he could explain, Khan said, "You will naturally be executed here, and the chieftain Julia will have to return to the sacred tree. This is the final verdict." Davey looked at the disgusting old Khan with displeasure. He frowned and a meaningful smile spread across his face. He clicked his tongue with a tisk. He looked at the elder. Davey smiled meaningfully and said, "The fish has taken the bait." The elder looked at him with suspicion. For some reason a chill ran down her spine. She stammered, "What?" He raised an eyebrow, sighed, and looked at the old Khan and continued meaningfully, "Let's see you cut the line if you have the guts." He approached her. "Did you know that spot is within my range?" He approached her. His face was sinister. He was like a spider satisfied to see its desired prey unwittingly walk into the trap it had meticulously set. Suddenly old Khan's eyes widened. Her expression was filled with surprise and panic. A powerful force suddenly pushed the elder back, knocking her over. Davey said with feigned innocence, "Whoops, my mistake." The old woman managed to curse with difficulty. "Damn it," she moaned in pain, trembling. The impact made it difficult for the old woman to even stand up. Red drops of blood began to appear on her wrinkled old face. The drops of blood trickled from her forehead to her chin and fell to the ground. In her hand was a blue crystal. The old woman, angry, cursed him in a trembling voice. "You crazy bastard." Suddenly she threw the crystal at him. Davey looked at the crystal with a question mark, puzzled. The crystal rolled on the ground. From within the crystal a black mana aura slowly began to emerge. The mana aura escaped from the sphere and wrapped around his entire body. He was bewildered, not knowing what it was. Elder Khan hurriedly ordered the guards, "Kill him. Kill him. The barrier won't last long. Hurry." Elder Khan's guards rushed forward, but Davey stood calmly in the black smoke. He rubbed his fingertips and said leisurely, "That thing, can it suppress mana and holy power? You've prepared quite thoroughly." He glanced at the guards rushing towards him and said, "But do you know this?" Suddenly the guard's eyes widened in terror. He looked at the guards before him and gave a cunning smile. "This only makes my elemental mana stronger." Suddenly a mysterious magic circle appeared beside him. He looked at Elder Khan and smiled meaningfully. "Since you've strengthened my vital energy, I must make good use of it." Davey took out a bead from the magic circle. It was the celestial sphere of the Spirit King. As he chanted a spell, everything around him turned white, and the air became extremely tense. At this moment the celestial sphere began to shine and its power spread in all directions. It was a sphere that contained the power of the Spirit King, the source of creation. The effect of the celestial sphere of the Spirit King on a person was immeasurable. Before long small bolts of lightning began to appear. A bolt of lightning brushed past Davey's head. Davey took a deep breath and remained silent for a long moment. Davey used the celestial sphere. He stood in the center of the magic circle, surrounded by large and small bolts of lightning and a dazzling light. He thought to himself, "All spirits are under the authority of the Spirit King, so I could even forcibly summon a high-class spirit." Davey opened his mouth. "I command you." Hearing these words, a man in a blue robe and a black mask was greatly surprised. Suddenly a beam of light shot out from the masked man's hand. He thought to himself, "My power is being sucked in." Davey used a bit of the celestial sphere's power to attack the masked man. He was repelled by Davey's power. With a loud bang he flew behind Elder Khan and caused a large explosion with the beam of light. Elder Khan was frozen to the spot in fear at this time. Elder Khan was very surprised and bewildered. He turned around and his eyes widened. But surprisingly, even though he was pushed back so forcefully by Davey's power, the man in the blue robe and black mask was still standing firm on the ground. However, the ground was already in ruins. Over here, Julia was so exhausted that she collapsed to the ground. She continued to gasp for breath as if her mana was depleted. Davey approached Julia. He held the celestial sphere and approached the exhausted Julia, saying, "I command you." Davey continued, "Stop." Suddenly, at this moment, Julia's entire body began to glow, and a wind blew from somewhere, scattering her hair. Davey looked like a god. A faint smile spread across his lips. "Recover." Then colorful beams of light like a rainbow appeared around him. Then Davey placed a hand on Julia's shoulder and said, "You did well, Julia. You can rest now." Julia heard his words and barely managed to reply. "Lord Davey," Julia continued, "then I'll leave the rest to you." As soon as she finished speaking, Julia collapsed onto Davey's shoulder. As if her power was released, small particles of light and dazzling beams of light slowly rose into the air. Elder Khan, who was standing behind, shouted, "What is happening?" Hearing that, Davey slowly stood up, his face darkened. Davey opened his mouth. "O you who have existed since the beginning of the world." As Davey spoke in a solemn voice, Elder Khan was slightly surprised. Davey continued to speak in a loud voice. "The continent you created according to your oath has now fallen into chaos." The people standing nearby were frightened when they heard his words. Perse appeared at this moment and called out to Davey, but Davey seemed to be thinking to himself as he cast the magic. "To summon a Spirit King I need 3 things. Davey recalled the image of Julia using magic with her staff. He thought that what was needed to summon a Spirit King was to form a contract with a high-class spirit, to be fully synchronized with that spirit, and finally, pure will. The sight of Julia lying on the ground depleted of mana looked very pitiful. Davey thought that what he had seen in Julia was a pure desire for the spirit's help. Then Davey closed his eyes and added, "I wish to carry your name and continue the oath. My name is Davian Roan." Your name is the origin of the earth. Small beams of light began to rise around him. Small particles of light continued to rise. Davey's voice seemed to echo throughout the mountains and hills. He said, "A great will," the name bestowed by Note. A resident who heard that suddenly shouted, "Note, did he say that's the name of the Spirit King?" At this moment, all the surrounding residents were surprised and their mouths fell open. Elder Khan was terrified when she heard that and was silent for a while. He trembled all over and his face was pale. Elder Khan stammered, "What nonsense are you talking about?" As soon as Davey finished speaking, the surrounding world seemed to shake. Davey's surroundings were filled with a dazzling golden light. Everyone there was so surprised they couldn't speak. Elder Khan sat down in fear but still stubbornly shouted, "Impossible, are you saying you really summoned him?" Elder Khan continued to spew harsh words. "How can a wicked human like you?" Regardless of Elder Khan's words, Davey continued to cast the magic. At this moment, Davey opened his mouth. "It's not over yet." Hearing that, Elder Khan's face turned pale with fear. He asked, "What did you say?" Elder Khan was greatly surprised by the sight before him. He couldn't believe that a magic circle emitting a dazzling light had appeared on the ground. Touching the ground with his hand, Elder Khan exclaimed in surprise, "A magic circle." Elder Khan's face was already pale. He blurted out reflexively, "A new kind of magic?" Davey smiled at this moment. He thought to himself, "Watch closely." His surroundings were filled with golden rings of power. "This is how I fish for a Spirit King." Then Davey raised his hand as if he were controlling something. He said, "Soon my will shall become your will and your will shall become mine." With each letter Davey spoke, the magic circle began to change, and his face darkened. Davey cast the magic with his hands and said, "I will desire your power and you will desire my existence." Suddenly, Davey shouted loudly. Note rose from the ground. It was the Spirit King of Earth. Note, the small figure of Davey standing while casting magic was truly majestic. As the Spirit King of Earth slowly rose, earth and stones were swept up with him. All that could be seen was the figure of Elder Khan sitting there witnessing an unbelievable event. He was sitting right at the feet of the Spirit King of Earth. Elder Khan looked up and asked, trembling, "What is happening?" Then he thought to himself, "I still can't believe what's happening right in front of me. What on earth is going on?" An image of Julia using a water spirit came to mind. Elder Khan thought that even among high-class fairies the water attribute spirit Quahada was extremely powerful. So if she could compensate for a few of her shortcomings, she would be able to easily summon a high-class spirit. That's why I tried so hard to prevent that from happening, so that she could no longer communicate with the spirits. Elder Khan thought that he had even crossed the line to pollute the forest. An image of withered trees and strange smoke rising came to mind. Looking at the Spirit King of Earth before him, Elder Khan continued to think and question. My plan was perfect, so why? The Spirit King of Earth with its shining eyes looked very frightening. Elder Khan's mind was in a turmoil, wondering if he could have summoned the Guardian of the Earth if this forest had not been so polluted. A great being that has never been recorded in ancient texts. The residents of the forest who saw the sight before them were all greatly surprised. Elder Khan said, "The forest," an image of withered flowers appeared. Then he continued, "is being purified. What a joyous occasion. Beautiful and fragrant flowers bloomed throughout the area." Davey raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said to the Spirit King of Earth, "My God, you work really efficiently." Looking at the Spirit King of Earth who had risen from the ground and was shining brightly, Davey opened his mouth. "I propose a contract." Note looked at Davey. He was silent for a moment and then thought to himself, "I feel the aura of a pure elf, but you are different." Looking at Davey standing triumphantly, the Spirit King of Earth thought to himself, "You have no pure will, nor have you made a contract with lower spirits. It seems I've been tricked." As if he had heard the Spirit King of Earth's inner thoughts, he opened his mouth. "It's your fault for being tricked." Hearing that, the Spirit King of Earth bowed to Davey. At this time, Davey saw the Spirit King of Earth bound in chains and continued to speak. "Don't think of running away. This magic circle must be very familiar to the Spirit Kings, right?" The magic circle suddenly began to shine again. The Spirit King of Earth then spoke to Davey through telepathy. "That Elf Queen, it is certain that the Elf Queen is not of this world. Why do you know of this abominable magic?" Davey laughed out loud when he heard that. "Ha ha," then he said, "I am her disciple." The Spirit King of Earth said admiringly when he heard that, "A demon has raised another demon." "Damn it," Davey continued to ask. "So will you make a contract or not?" The Spirit King of Earth heard that and replied, "If you are her disciple, do I have any other choice?" Davey heard that and said with a smile, "Tisk, of course." Davey continued, You won't be able to return if you don't make a contract." The Spirit King of Earth remained silent and showed no reaction. The Spirit King of Earth finally communicated with Davey through consciousness. "You cunning bastard. All right, I agree to the contract. How dare you use a scheme to summon me, but it is indeed my fault for being tricked." Davey heard that and said with a triumphant smile, "A wise choice." Then Davey thought to himself, "Each Spirit King requires something similar yet slightly different." Recalling the image of the Queen, Davey admired inwardly. Then how could the Spirit Queen Uriana summon all 13 Spirit Kings? She just tricked them all. Elsewhere, Queen Uriana was walking happily and talking to herself. "The hot spring effect is really great." After that, the Spirit King of Earth asked again, "Tell me, contractor, what is your wish?" Davey immediately stated his wish. "Grant my first request right now." Davey's face was very cunning. He pointed to the ground and said, "Eliminate all the enemies." Davey added, Ah, except for that old woman trembling over there. Hearing that, the black-masked enemies all took a step back. Everyone was in extreme fear. As soon as Davey finished speaking, the Spirit King of Earth immediately said, "As you wish." Then he slammed his fist on the ground where the enemies were standing. The smell of blood vibrated in the air and corpses were strewn about. A person who witnessed the sight before him exclaimed, "My God, it's too cruel." Then he called out, "Hey!" Davey stood tall on a high place and said to the Spirit King, "I will make a second request. Note, purify the pollution that has permeated this forest." The Spirit King replied, "The smell of pollution, how unsightly." "All right, I agree." Davey continued to present his conditions. "Also, someone's soul was summoned along with you when I summoned you. Please purify the curse and side effects that are harming her. You can do that, can't you?" The Spirit King judged the condition of the girl lying quietly on the ground. A curse from the world tree. Is the sacred tree angry?" David sighed. He said nonchalantly, "You think so too? I also think it's crazy." As soon as Julia opened her eyes, people noticed her and called her name. "Lady Julia. Lady Julia, you're awake." Two familiar faces crying with joy entered her sight. "Milia and Verdi," they sniffled and said. "We're so glad you're awake." Julia slowly sat up and at the same time she felt something fall off. She lowered her head. "Is this dirt?" "There's something more important. Please look, Lady Julia," Milia said excitedly. "What should I look at?" Julia was not fully awake yet. She was still dazed. Milia said, "They're all alive now." Julia still didn't understand. "What you're saying is, the forest has been revived." Hearing that, she looked around. It was a beautiful scenery. Flower petals were scattered everywhere, and spirits were flying around playing hide and seek. Everything was truly dazzling. The two were very grateful. Lady Julia was right. The human Lady Julia brought did it. Julia suddenly felt an indescribable emotion welling up in her chest. The two thought she was about to faint again. Lady Julia, it turned out that Julia had started to cry. She had a happy smile on her face. "I'm so happy, I'm so happy." The two comforted her together in the fragrant flower garden. The Spirit King raised his hands to the sky. All the trees revived and grew. Davey staggered. He had to grab a tree trunk to keep his balance. "Davey, are you okay? That damn note, he used up all my power. Are you getting back at me like this because you're angry, you stingy Spirit King?" But the Spirit King didn't even glance at him. "Master," Julia approached. "You're awake? Are you feeling better?" Julia was captivated by the huge being in front of her. She looked at him with admiration and respect. "The Spirit King of Earth, Note, you really did it. Amazing, right? You won't see this anywhere else." "Ah, you're really exaggerating," Davey explained to her. "Note neutralized the side effects, but you won't be able to summon spirits for a while." Julia just shook her head gently. "I'm satisfied with just that. More importantly, I don't know how I can repay this kindness," Davey reminded her. "Don't let your guard down. The real show starts now. You always have to bring someone down. Now it's time for punishment." He shouted in a rage at Davey's face. "This is all a lie. How could such a lowly human? Why is it that human bastard and not the spirit summoner Julia? And a Spirit King at that? This is absurd." Julia was unfazed by his words. "Isn't the evidence obvious?" Davey answered with 100 confidence. "Of course I have many talents. You're so reliable. Haha, it's great to have such a cute and talented subordinate. There are things even more absurd than this." Julia stepped forward. He pretended not to know what she meant. "Elder Khan," he was startled as Julia's solemn voice called his name. In front of countless elves, Julia judged his sins. "To complete the mission given to us by the sacred tree, you spread the forest pollution faster and abandoned a child in need of protection in the polluted area. Do you admit to this crime?" He still shouted and insisted. "Nonsense, why would I do such a thing? This is a clear setup. I never even dared to think of doing such a thing." But he froze at Rune's next words. "We have definitive proof, Elder Khan. Good. If you see this, everyone will know what they deserve to know. Even Julia Helisana will not be able to summon a spirit inside a polluted forest." A blue screen appeared as a familiar voice was heard. "Even Julia Helisana will not be able to summon a spirit inside a polluted forest." What? Only then did he become flustered. On the screen, Elder Khan appeared, arguing with another person. More accurately, he was forcing the other person to follow his will. Another person holding a child said, "But Elder, even if she is a half-elf, she is still a young child." Elder Khan raised his head and said, "HMPH, are you saying you won't follow my orders? That's exactly why the young ones these days can't do anything right." Tisk tisk, in the old days such a thing was unimaginable. You would just be beaten if you didn't follow orders. He grumbled and declared, "Do not forget that my will is the will of the world tree and the saint of the sacred tree." The people were indignant but had no choice but to follow his will. "I understand." Then he picked up the child and offered her as a sacrifice to the world tree. "All right, little one. If you want to resent someone, blame Lady Julia, who has become a thorn in the side of the world tree and the saint of the sacred tree." After abandoning the child, Elder Khan laughed as if he had reaped a harvest. "Oh my God!" A girl, unable to bear it any longer, knelt down and collapsed. "What on earth have you done, Elder Khan?" Rune reminded him. "Rune, your video recording ability is highly appreciated." Davey chimed in and patted the girl's head. "Yes, very highly appreciated. I want more praise. And also, that's enough." Julia approached and asked, "Do you have anything more to say, you filthy traitor?" Even at this point he continued to insist. "This is a fabrication, how dare you frame an elder?" Julia gritted her teeth. She grabbed him by the collar and shouted madly, "Do you know what you've done? Do you still not realize you tried to kill a child for the sake of that damn responsibility?" At this moment Elder Khan's eyes widened. "The one who should be blamed here is you. If you hadn't rebelled against the World Tree's will, none of this would have happened. You betrayed and rebelled against the World Tree," he said softly. Elder Khan still stubbornly insisted he was right. "The one at fault is you who rebelled against the World Tree. I simply followed the World Tree's will." "You have a point." Julia pushed him, making him fall on his butt. "You said the current situation is the will of the World Tree, right?" Julia said forcefully. "In that case, this palace, the residents of this moonlight forest, will no longer recognize the World Tree. We will also deny all the foolish customs of the World Tree that we have followed until now." It was a declaration of independence and a declaration of war. "I will not follow the long-standing traditions of the World Tree." Julia's words still echoed in the air. "Do you know what you are saying right now?" Elder Khan's mouth fell open. But Julia just smiled brightly, showing her white teeth. "How could I not know? Lady Julia, are you saying you'll abandon the tradition we've maintained for 300 years and join hands with that filthy lower race? Are you going to betray the noble elves?" A suspicious smile bloomed behind Davey, and Julia warned him, "Watch your words. You and the World Tree are the real traitors. Our oldest tradition is that young elves must always be protected. Doesn't that include half-elves?" Julia shouted in a voice filled with anger. "What did Mew do wrong? What did that child do to you? That child simply lived alone in this world. How lonely must she have been to approach a human she should have been wary of? Do you understand? She's a child who runs around excited about finally having a friend. A child who talks for hours with a spirit she can't even communicate with. And you still have the gall to say humans are evil and selfish?" Khan still muttered. "It is all according to the law of the elves. If that is the law of the elves, then I will no longer be an elf nor a believer." Everyone felt pity for Julia at those words. "If that's true, the World Tree is truly harsh." Julia suppressed her anger and said, "From now on, those in the Moonlight Forest will cooperate with the Hen's fiefdom ruled by the human prince Davey and live freely and righteously. Does anyone disagree?" Living freely and righteously was a truly attractive proposal. Everyone agreed with Julia. "We agree with Lady Julia." "Me too." Everyone was murmuring and talking. "Damn it, this is too humiliating. I endured it when they kicked that child out of the boundary, but this is a bit much." One person stood up and said, "We are proud people. We followed Lady Julia here because we hated those who blindly follow tradition. If the World Tree selfishly turns a blind eye to the problems before it, I'd rather follow a human." "No way." Elder Khan was stunned, looking at the cheering crowd. "I agree. That's right. If we can't trust the one who summoned the Spirit King, who can we trust?" The former Demon Queen, having witnessed the recent scene, praised her highly. "What a wonderful young lady. It seems they trust you more than you think." Davey smiled brightly and agreed. "Yes, I didn't expect her to accept my proposal like that. That's really amazing." "Mew." Julia ran into the empty room. Davey placed his hand on the girl's forehead. "She's lost a bit of her life force," Rune said nonchalantly. "If we had been just a little later, she would have lost all of her life force." Julia collapsed, covered her face, and cried. Davey tried to comfort her. "It's okay. There's magic that can restore this much life force. She'll just need to rest a bit." Looking at the girl sleeping soundly in bed, Davey felt sorry for Mew, but this was also for me and Julia. She might resent me when she grows up. Julia held the girl's hand. Tears streamed from her eyes. "I can't raise my head in front of Mew. I knew it was dangerous, but I turned a blind eye to catch the traitors. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Mew." Mew blinked her eyes slightly. "Sister, why are you crying? Mew, oh Mew, I'm sorry. I knew you would be in danger, but I dragged you into this dirty fight." The girl tried to lift her hand and wipe the tears welling up in her eyes. "Don't cry, sister. When Mew cries, you always pat my back." Then the crying stops completely. Looking at the brightly smiling girl Mew, Julia was moved and burst into tears. The girl hugged her and comforted her. "It's okay because Mew really likes you, sister." The former Demon Queen next to Davey sniffled, leaving him at a loss for words. "So emotional." The former Demon Queen said with disgust. "You are truly cold-blooded," Davey reminded her. "Didn't you say you wanted to see Note?" At those words the girl's eyes sparkled. "Note, that's right, go see him all you want." "Wow." Mew flew towards the Spirit King as if she were running. "Wow, Note, do you want to be my friend?" "Note, what a truly pure soul," the Spirit King replied. He lowered his hand to greet the girl. "This world always welcomes pure souls." Seeing this, Davey was so surprised he almost fell backward. "That's too much favoritism." "Wow," Mew shouted from on top of the Spirit King's head. "It's big, so big." "Hey, don't move so much," Davey complained. "The mana consumption is too high." "No, how can you stand it? You're just looking for something to complain about, Contractor." Davey was furious but could do nothing. "This damn bastard, Contractor, the Spirit King has returned Mew. Everything you wished for has been granted." "Ah, yeah, good job, Note." Looking at the still excited girl, he said, "Next time appear in a smaller form. My neck is killing me from looking up. There are no traces of a contract with other spirits, but you were still able to summon me. It is all thanks to the essence of the Spirit King that the Spirit Queen gave me. I thought it was a joke, but you really made it. That is a figure created in the celestial realm exactly after she died. It would be better not to tell him that the Spirit Queen Juliana is still alive in soul form." Juliana was surprised. "Can't believe such an item really exists. If this gets out, the world will fall into chaos." "That's right, it's a good thing I used it this time." "Yeah." Davey thought about what would happen if this became known to the world. "Will my life be a path of flowers or a dead end?" there are 13 types of spirits in the spirit world. The fact that there are 13 spirit kings means there are 13 essences of the spirit king in my space pocket. Looking at Julia's innocent face, Davey decided inwardly. But it's better not to tell her. Phew, now it really feels like we're independent from the world tree. Julia said as she watched the sunset with Davey. It's too late for regrets. I don't regret it. I trust my master. Savior? Davey wondered if he had just misheard. Savior. Julia pushed Mew forward. You'll protect us, right? Two pairs of sparkling eyes stared at Davey, making his face turn red. He stammered. Do as you please, Julia giggled. Don't disappoint us. In Julia's house in the Moonlight Forest, Julia pushed a purple crystal ball in front of Davey. Benefactor, this is the crystal of an ancient nameless spirit. It's the object Elder Khan threw that day. It has the power to change all of the opponent's energy into spirit mana, Julia said seriously. I didn't know he had such an object. It was almost a way to subdue you. Davey picked up the crystal ball and muttered. Perhaps as soon as he held the ball, a spine-chilling laughter pierced his mind. The laughter seemed to break off, then burst into a cough. Ha ha ha, chaos, the end, destruction. Hee hee, cough cough, ha ha ha. Davey was disgusted and immediately threw it away. Don't touch that ball, leave it alone. Give it here. Davey turned to Julia. Julia, how many types of spirits do you know? She replied. If you're talking about types, do you mean the 6 types of spirits? There are the 4 basic attributes in the spirits of light or darkness. Among them I have contracts with 2 spirits, one with a light attribute and one with a water attribute. Davey said. That is chaos. Chaos? Julia picked up the crystal ball again. She still didn't understand. Davey explained. It's a crystal containing a high-class mixed spirit called chaos. I don't know who, but someone sealed a living spirit inside that crystal you're holding. She approached Davey, holding the crystal ball. A spirit of chaos? Does such a spirit exist? He rested his chin on his hand and said. There are 13 types in total. Julia was shocked. My goodness, another new piece of information. Just accept it slowly. Davey comforted her with words that weren't much of a comfort. The foolish fellow inside will be released someday. Julia was as dumbfounded as an owl. A foolish fellow? When you can summon high-class spirits, you'll be able to hear that sound. See for yourself why I call it that. Julia looked down at the crystal ball in her hand after hearing his words. I'm a little excited. The conservative faction's rebellion in the Moonlight Forest's elf village ended quickly with the summoning of the Spirit King and the crushing defeat of the ancient guardians. The remaining elders also lost their will to fight and obediently followed. Welcome our hero. Davey was met with cheers and welcomes wherever he went. One person handed him a basket of fruit. This is called a kaw fruit. It will purify your blood. It's also a specialty of our forest. Please take it. My mother insisted I give it to you. Davey said awkwardly. You don't have to do this. But his hands were already accepting it. Everyone, you don't need to do this. But they insisted on giving it to him. The fairy race, no, we residents of the Moonlight Forest will never forget your kindness. Besides, you're the one who saved Lady Julia. Davey gave a bitter smile. The dwarves called me benefactor, and now the fairies are giving me another nickname, a girl said. I heard from Lady Julia. The conservatives were the ones who polluted the forest all this time and they wanted the pollution to spread, she sniffled and said. In other words, the method Elder Khan chose was very simple. He continuously disguised the disappearances of the forest residents as accidents, then threw the bodies of the newly deceased near the polluted area. An old woman recalled painfully. I lost my daughter 3 months ago. They said a monster killed her, but I didn't know she was assassinated because of Elder Khan's greed. That's exactly what we want to say, they explained. Davey felt the atmosphere getting a little heavy. They continued, we want to apologize for being wary of you just because you are human, and thank you so much for avenging us. Oh, don't mention it. What have I done? I think you've got the wrong person. Hearing that, everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter. Haha, you're so humble. The talk about humans being lowly and selfish was all a lie, Davey whispered weakly. That's all true though. An elf man looked at Davey with affectionate eyes. Anyway, if you hadn't helped us, we would have all lost our lives. That's right, one person said angrily. I heard later that the old man intended to kill all the remaining residents here after sending Lady Julia to the sacred tree. According to that old man, all elves who go against tradition deserve to die. Ha ha ha, no way. Thanks to Elder Khan's excessive actions, Davey became a hero in the eyes of the elves here. The one who had poured out his hatred on everyone was finally locked in prison. Davey sighed, laughing at Elder Khan's foolishness. Afterward, the whole village was in an uproar over the punishment of Elder Khan and the conservatives who followed him. The families of the sacrificed elves protested, demanding revenge, and most of the residents agreed that the conservatives who tried to kill them must be executed. Davey sat perched on a tree chewing an apple and said, What are you hesitating for? Just kill them all. Julia stroked the head of Mew, who was sleeping soundly on her lap. Hearing that, Julia hesitated. Wouldn't that be too cruel? Davey was at a loss for words at her saintly appearance. Come on, kindness should be shown at the right time and place. Davey poured a whole moral lecture into her innocent mind. The enemy is holding a sword in front of you. Are you going to hesitate and get stabbed? If you give those irrational, fanatical idiots a chance, they will only come back and stab you. Right now, Elder Khan is just repeating the same words like a madman. I did nothing wrong. It was just a sacrifice for the greater good. If you say so, I'll follow, Julia said. Davey jumped down. You can give everything away, but don't forget what you yourself want. probably a righteous life, the fact that you are not slaves but the people of Hens and that you deserve to live a free life. Julia was moved by his words. Then I will exile them. Davey objected. Kill them, Julia still grumbled. My goodness, that's too barbaric. I know, Julia said, stroking Mew's head. Davey continued to remind her. Ruling others with fear is very dangerous, but the foundation of a regime that is too soft is also easily shaken. Remember, the law must be strict. That's why the position of a leader is so difficult. It's also the reason why I refused the throne of the Roan kingdom. Julia smiled awkwardly. I see, I, who am much older than you, complained like a child in front of you. Hearing that, Davey doubted the truth of her words. Is that really so? Julia continued. Then I have something to discuss with you. Davey asked back. What is it? About that barrier, what should we do? What barrier? Our barrier, the one you broke. You're going to take responsibility for it, right? All right, I forgot about that. At the two's sparkling eyes, Davey's heart weakened and he gave up. All right, I guess I'm weak to this kind of thing. Even the former demon queen scoffed at his appearance. Just you watch, it's time for a transition, Davey said as he summoned his magic staff. I'll make you a new one, a really cool one. As soon as she saw the staff, the former demon queen screamed, her eyes sparkling. Why, my god, this is no joke. For convenience in trade, I don't plan to rebuild that sealed barrier, Davey said, leaning on his staff. I'll make you something else instead. What do you mean? Julia doubted her long ears. Please say that again, Davey said triumphantly. Should I add a magic circle that can block meteors, or build a cathedral overflowing with life, or should we make it run on the mana of spirits? Wait a minute, Julia was confused. Did I mishear? Davey confirmed it again. No, I think you heard correctly. Choose anything is fine. Today, hurry up. I also need to create a dimension gate that immediately connects the Hens fiefdom and this forest. We need to discuss this properly, Julia shouted and ran away in a hurry. Davey was bewildered. Hey, wait a minute. In one way or another a contract was made and new residents were coming to the Hens fiefdom. A person walked confidently out of the darkness and approached a large, bare tree of a peculiar shape. He knelt. Pella, I greet you, Lady Tomo. An elf woman sitting on a throne appeared. What happened? Is everything going smoothly? The hooded figure said. I'm sorry, the mission failed and Mira lost her life. She tapped her finger on the chair. Lost her life? They set a trap. Elder Khan blindly believed in the crystal of the ancient spirit, and that human bastard controlled its power to summon the spirit king. The woman covered her mouth and laughed. Ha, he's no pushover either. To think what I saw would become reality. The hooded figure thought he had misheard. Pardon, it's nothing. I just saw a monster that shouldn't exist. I'm glad you came back alive. It seems he didn't notice your presence. I'm sorry. I think he already knew and just let me go. She was enraged. A distorted voice echoed, How dare you? Are you trying to test me? Go back to your mother's embrace now. Let's put this matter aside for now. She stood up and turned around. Aren't you going to form another expedition? She answered her subordinate's words. A daughter who has left is bound to return. She must return to her parents' embrace. Someday they will all realize they are in the palm of my hand. The hooded figure. Yes. I will remember your words. Hens fiefdom, the Lord's castle. Oh, you're here, master, a voice welcoming Davey echoed. It was Goja. Davey also said happily, It's been a long time. I really wanted to see you. Elder Golgota stroked his beard and looked at him. You seem to be doing very well these days, Davey said humbly. Haha, I was just lucky. What brings you here? The festival season is coming soon, so I came to pick up Gunda for a while. Golgota put his arm around the person next to him. Davey was also curious. Are you talking about the blacksmith festival? It's a festival held once every 2 years, kind of like a ritual to ward off bad luck. He explained concisely. We will hold a festival after offering a memorial service to the god of blacksmiths. A festival. Davey was lost in thought. Do all the tribes gather for that festival? Golgota smiled brightly. Haha, no, each tribe holds it separately in their village, Davey continued. Then that's great, how about holding it here instead? Before the two's blank stares, Davey took out his transition time magic staff. I also have something perfect for this event. I'm thinking of creating a dimension gate connecting the White Rock village and the Hens fiefdom. The two still stared with wide eyes. A dimension gate? This is different from a mana gate, so not just anyone can pass through it. Both dwarves and humans live in the Hens fiefdom. But the number of dwarves is very small and this is not their homeland, so conflict between the races is inevitable. Goja whispered in Davey's ear. By the way, is this also to resolve the conflict between humans and dwarves? He just laughed it off. Let's think of this as a festival for those who have contributed to the construction of the fiefdom. Davey's intention was to create a place where dwarves, humans, and elves could coexist in harmony. Of course, it was uncertain whether the elves of the Moonlight Forest would show up. They might no longer need to follow the oath to the sacred tree, but there were still those who could not shake off their worries. He said to go inside and talk, but not long after he heard news that made this worry meaningless. 2 weeks after leaving the forest, a rumor spread that the elves of the western continent were moving east. Lord Davey, did you hear about that? Ulysses said excitedly. You must have heard. There's a rumor going around that elves were seen on the western continent. William, who was next to him, was puzzled. Elves, aren't they beings that only exist in legends? They're mentioned in old books, but no one has ever seen them in person. Davey took out a book titled The Foolish King of the Mold Kingdom and the Elves. At that time, Gunda said. Ahem, elves are real. I heard it from my father who always mentioned the discord with the elven race, the other two said excitedly. Really? Are there any other stories? If you don't mind. I'm curious too. At the two's sparkling eyes, Gunda laughed. I've never seen them in person either, but it seems I've gotten your hopes up. The relationship between dwarves and elves is not very good, so I don't know much about those girly guys either. At that moment, Rune dragged her tired body in. Lord Davey, you have a visitor. She collapsed weakly into a chair. Miss Rune, what happened to you? Rune is really tired. Hongji and Namgi's energy surpassed Rune's expectations, she whispered weakly. Children's energy is infinite, Davey praised Rune and then said, the cook has prepared food in the kitchen, go and eat. Oh, but you said a visitor came, it's Julia. I haven't forgotten my responsibilities. Ulysses and William's mouths dropped open in surprise. My God, she's a real elf. The two dwarves were also so surprised they almost fell backward. Oh, what an unexpected guest. Mr. Mew hugged Davey tightly. Hey, have you been well? You've gained weight lately. Davey patted the child's head. The child grumbled. Mew hasn't gained weight. I became friends with Gnome, Timmy, and Ellie. William's face turned pale. Don't tell me, Lord Davey. At her excessive thoughts, Davey said, what are you thinking? It's not like that. Julia said, we came to tell you how we handled Elder Khan and the Conservatives. By the way, the streets here are really lively. A month has passed in a flash since I took a vacation. Really? Seeing the two talking and laughing, everyone was stunned. What are they talking about? Julia said with a smile. Elder Gunda, do you remember the tea I brewed for you? Gunda vaguely guessed who she was. Don't tell me. Let me formally introduce myself. I am the High Elf and Chieftain of the Moonlight Forest, Julia Helisana. I worked here as a handmaiden named Yuri. Then she said to Davey, who was holding Mew, Benefactor, I heard you will be holding a festival along with the Dwarves' Blacksmith Festival, he replied. That's right, the Moonlight Forest will also participate. It's also the Clear Sky Festival. It's also a good opportunity to shake off the chaotic atmosphere in the village. Are you trying to attract attention? Ha. Anyway, we proposed this festival. Do you elves who eat vegetables even know what fun is? Oh, then I'm even more excited. Smart people are attracted to new things. We may not be as brave as dwarves, but we have a simple yet diverse entertainment culture. Hearing that, Gunda slammed the desk and stood up. Oh, you're making me look forward to it too, Julia also replied happily. I am also looking forward to participating in the festival with the dwarves. Sparks began to fly between the two. Gunda challenged, just you watch. Our side will receive full support at this gathering of the three races. Julia did not back down either. Oh really, our spirit festival is also famous for being incomparably beautiful. The former demon queen was at a loss for words at these two. My God, the battle of egos is starting again. At this moment, Davey stepped forward. Now, what are you two doing? At Davey's voice, the two were startled. Ahem, master, we went a bit too far. I'm sorry, benefactor, I overstepped my bounds. Do you two know that our human influence is the most powerful on this continent? The two did not understand what he was trying to say. Pardon, what do you mean? It turned out that Davey had taken it a step further. If we're talking about which race's festival is more recorded, we humans have a landslide victory. I won't go easy on you just because you're my master. That's right, the former demon queen realized Davey's intention. He's trying to add fuel to the fire. Davey smiled slyly. How can I refuse tourism revenue? So we must hold a large-scale festival that is as grand as possible, full of all kinds of specialty products, he said. Shall we make a bet? I'm not sure if this festival will proceed smoothly. I'm really worried. As the two looked up at the blue sky, a cheerful voice echoed, ha ha ha, really? The princess has fallen in love. The scene changes to the Lindis royal palace. A girl said shyly, oh, don't tease me, Katerina. This cute blue-haired girl is Princess Aria and Lindis of the Lindis Empire. The person called Katerina. She poked her cheek and teased her. Oh my, the princess is blushing. How could you hide this expression from me all this time? This person is Grand Duchess Katerina Caravella. Her nickname is the Firefox. Katerina continued to tease the young princess. Look at this fine skin. The whole kingdom is abuzz with rumors, and even famous young ladies are lining up to meet you, princess. Aria laughed at the tickling. Ah, stop it, it tickles. Katerina cupped Aria's face and laughed lightly. Ha ha ha, to see you like this now, I'm truly happy, the princess called softly. Katerina. Suddenly, Katerina stroked her chin and thought, did that guy steal the princess's heart and then leave? Davey and Roan, I mean. The Grand Prince of the Roan Kingdom, more than his ability to cure you, whom the entire kingdom had given up on, I've become more interested in him. Aria blushed in embarrassment. Oh no, Katerina was puzzled. How, what do you mean no? Aria stammered. I mean I don't like him because he cured me. He saved me once before. That's very important. Katerina burst out laughing and thought to herself, ha ha ha, what should I do with this lovely child? Ah, she's so cute I could just kidnap and raise her myself. Katerina wrapped an arm around her shoulder and asked, Princess, do you like him that much? I have a secret technique for making men fall for you, do you want to know? Aria said excitedly. Is there really such a technique? Katerina was dumbfounded. Who was this guy to make the princess act like this? She said softly. Listen carefully, princess. I suspect that prince is either your savior or he isn't. The first step is to seduce him the normal way, but then Katerina reconsidered. But above all, his majesty adores you so much he would never allow you to marry someone from another country. She couldn't help but continue, but there is one other way, Aria said impatiently. I'll do anything, please tell me. Katerina said. You just have to be bold, princess. Aria was stunned for a few seconds. Pardon? Katerina made a dangerous expression. Pounce on him, it's even better if you have his child. If you're carrying his child, he can't push you away, can he? You're the princess of a kingdom. Arya grew a little scared. Pardon? Katerina continued to persuade her. Princess, love is something you must seize. Catching the eye of a nobleman is the goal of everyone in this world. And you're beautiful too. If it were me, I would have pounced on him already. Arya didn't know what to do. Katerina Caravella, the Firefox Grand Duchess, one of the most powerful figures in the Lindis Empire, her uninhibited lecture on love was too much for Arya to handle. Arya shouted, "Please stop." Meanwhile, there was someone who had no idea his chastity had become the topic of conversation. The Grand Prince of the Roan Kingdom, David Enrone, age 17, was fully focused on preparing for a large-scale festival. In the study, Julia spoke first. "You have to pay a price to get your hands on Monica. He certainly knows how to spend money," David Enrone replied. "And that's why you offered an elven treasure, the Tears of the Soul, as a prize." Julia gave a light laugh. "There are many reasons why it had to be so." David asked her, "Is it because of the world tree?" Julia answered calmly. "You've heard the news, haven't you?" David was lost in thought. "So that woman is preparing to make her official appearance." Julia said to him. "The reaction was faster than I expected, so I was a bit surprised myself. My master Medes is keeping a close watch, so we should hear news soon. If the world tree has made its decision, all the elves on the continent will reveal themselves within a few months." David teased her. "You probably forced its hand," Julia laughed. "I heard that being first is very important to humans. The bigger this festival is, the greater the effect will be. Will it be helpful?" David replied immediately. Of course, my goodness, welcome." Just then, a window suddenly flew open and a person's shadow appeared. The apple of the Palin Kingdom. Princess Elena Zeppelin said excitedly to David. "David, I've come to tell you some important news." David snapped in annoyance. "Use the front door." Elena ignored him and continued. "Oh, come on, why be so formal between us?" "Oh, right. Hey, David, I heard some important inside news from the kingdom. Do you know how excited I was?" Despite this constant noise, David answered calmly. "As long as it's resolved, by the way." "What's this important news you mentioned?" Elena said, as if she had just remembered. "You'd better not be surprised." "I heard from my father that the rumor about seeing elves in the south seems to be true." David asked nonchalantly. "Really?" Seeing his continued composure, Elena was a little surprised. "What's with that reaction?" she shouted in anger. "Aren't you surprised?" "Elves," I said. "Elves, those beautiful, noble creatures that only appear in fairy tales. I heard they live in Kandiras. I can't believe it. Besides, you want all the races living here to be equal. Shouldn't you be grateful that I gave you such precious information? You should show your gratitude with something related to heavy swordsmanship or a heavy sword." David gestured toward Julia, who was drinking tea, and quelled her excitement. "I don't need that precious information." Julia burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you're really cute." Elena couldn't believe her eyes. "No way." David gave a sly smile and said to Elena, "What's wrong? What should I do?" "You've come at the perfect time." Elena suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. "Ah." David smiled and said to her, "Be a sacrifice for this festival. He he he." Elena broke out in a cold sweat, frightened. "Pardon? A sacrifice?" The people here spent another peaceful day. Elena pointed her sword at David Enrone and said frantically, "No, stay away." David Enrone replied nonchalantly. "Anyone would think I was trying to eat you alive." Elena immediately retorted, "Haha, don't joke around. Have you forgotten that you and I spent a night together in a cave?" David Enrone still feigned composure. "So what, David?" Signal received seriously. "That's the first time in my life I've been in so much pain." Signal reception complete. "You didn't stop even when I said it hurt. And then you said you enjoyed it too." The blue-haired spirit girl was a little surprised by their story. "A handsome man and a beautiful woman spending the night together. I know I've misunderstood, but it's a bit strange. Wasn't the elder of the Red Tower the princess's future fiancé? But for you two to spend the night together, could you be having an affair?" Before she could finish, Elena cut in. "It's not like that. You've misunderstood." David Enrone watched the argument nonchalantly and said, "She's partially right, but it wasn't the kind where our bodies were touching. That kind of misunderstanding feels like an insult to me." The blue-haired spirit girl gave a faint smile and continued, "I see, so you two haven't gone that far yet. Oh my, you young people, I feel like I'm bothering you." "I'll just pretend I didn't hear anything," Elena said, slightly offended. "I don't know why you're misunderstanding, but David and I don't have that kind of relationship." She still didn't believe in their relationship. "Not that kind of relationship, yet you sneak in through the window to see him," Elena answered in a fluster. "Because we're friends." The spirit girl continued to laugh to herself. "Oh my, where in the world is there pure friendship between a man and a woman, princess?" Elena trembled with anger and replied, "What's with you? Do elves normally torment people like this?" David Enrone stood by and replied nonchalantly, "It seems she just likes tormenting you." "Don't laugh. Let's stop here," David Enrone continued. "Elena, I need you to help with the festival preparations." She replied to David Enrone, slightly hurt. "It seems you only look for me when you need something, right?" "Are you talking about the Ha Region Connection Festival?" David Enrone continued. "There are a few things I need, and since you have influence in the Palin Kingdom, I was hoping you could get them for me." Elena replied with dissatisfaction, "David, do you see me as a philanthropist? I'll reward you properly." That's not the issue. Elena felt that she didn't really need what David and Roan was saying, because that wasn't what she needed. David and Roan continued, a swordmaster, wasn't that your goal? Hearing the two words swordmaster, she couldn't help but feel interested. David and Roan continued to explain, if you cooperate, I'll at least be a stepping stone for you to become a swordmaster. In fact, she'll overcome her own barriers soon enough without my help. If she doesn't know, let's just use her. The small demon next to him coldly cursed David and Roan, calling him a swindler. Without hesitation, Elena accepted David and Roan's offer. David, don't get me wrong. Did you think I would agree? As a friend, what can I help you with? She's taken the bait. Ho 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 ho, tell me, what should I do? Ahem, David Roan couldn't help but laugh. You can't suppress a person's desires. How cunning. One day, while preparations for the Ha Region Connection Festival were in full swing at the entrance of the Moonlight Forest's elf village, they decided to recast the barrier for the Moonlight Forest. The task had been delayed because of a meeting with the fief's residents. The small demon next to him hugged the staff and praised it endlessly. Oh ho ho ho, the day has finally come. Look at this lovely design, how can it be so beautiful? David and Roan said nonchalantly. What am I going to do if you make me this embarrassed? It's engraved with an orichalcum pattern. Made of adamantium, this is the time of transition, the staff of Odin, the god of magic. Plus, it's made from ancient dragon bones and pure platinum and covered with a layer of magical herbs, she asked David and Roan, slightly curious. David, tell me, what kind of magic is contained in this staff? David and Roan took back the staff and smiled triumphantly. Look at you coveting it. This is a very rare item. The spirit girl hesitated and opened her mouth. Benefactor, is it all right to do this so suddenly? We need to set up a large magic circle to create a barrier at each position around the center, David and Roan replied nonchalantly. All I have to do is surround the entire forest, right? Just watch. As David and Roan put his hands together, the staff standing before him unfolded a huge magic circle. 8th circle, space magic, custom space, creation, absorption, great protection magic, grand illusion. Note, disperse the spiritual power. As the contractor commands him such powerful spiritual energy, it would be best to rely on the Spirit King. The barrier will disperse its power on its own and be maintained semi-permanently. By the great will of the Almighty, 9th circle, holy magic, sanctuary. I should add some sanctuary too. After witnessing David and Roan's ability, she couldn't hide her surprise and exclaimed, what an incredible power. Persephone Palin spoke coldly. You're probably the only person in the world who can use 9th circle holy magic so easily, but it's too small. The spirit girl looked down at the magic circle and said nonchalantly, it's too small. Palin continued her words. That's right, a person can't even pass through it, let alone an animal, David and Roan replied nonchalantly. If I made it bigger, it would be a waste to create a barrier like this. Persephone Palin felt that David and Roan really had a problem with his head. Stop it. How are you going to protect the forest with such a small barrier? Tisk, David and Roan gave a light laugh. Do you know what this staff's nickname is? The spirit girl asked back. What is it? David and Roan replied. The fairy's staff. It defies common sense. In other words, this thing is more powerful than the divine sword Kandira's. I should expand it to its maximum to best protect the forest. Grow HOI, Palin Royal Palace. Send it to the Ha fiefdom of the Roan Kingdom after one more day. Yes, Princess, 1 scale stone, Elena laughed excitedly. David really asked for something troublesome. If this can help me become a sword master, it's a small price to pay. Just then a voice echoed Elena. The current crown prince of the Palin Kingdom, Amadeus Palin. Amadeus approached and asked Elena, did you have a good patrol in the countryside? Yes, what were you doing in the palace, brother? Elena answered cheerfully. I stopped by to help a friend, Amadeus replied. You mean that foreign grand prince? Elena answered without hesitation. Yes, that kid. Before she could finish her sentence, Sullivan said coldly. Elena Zeppelin, have you forgotten all your manners? The second prince, Sullivan Roan. He continued, how can you be so rude to the crown prince? You should have been careful, as the palace has many eyes and ears. Brother, I heard you'll be going on patrol to the south soon. I hope you return safely. Is she worried about me or cursing me? Elena grumbled. My goodness, Brother Sullivan is so narrow-minded. Amadeus patted Elena's head and said gently, don't be angry with him. Let's go to the Ha fiefdom together after my patrol. I want to see what kind of person your mischievous little sister's friend is. I wonder how he managed to seduce our princess, she answered in a fluster. Seduce? We don't have that kind of relationship, all right, let's go and see. Have a safe trip, brother. And so the Palin Kingdom enjoyed peace. Your Highness, the items sent by Princess Elena have arrived. Ah, the Palin Empire has many things that can't be found elsewhere. I had a hard time getting them myself, they arrived quickly. The item I asked Elena to purchase from the Pan Empire, the Flame Stone. It's currently used as landmine shells in war, and the Pan Empire controls its export extremely strictly. In the past, this magic stone was called the Quality Stone, whether in the hands of an old man or a veteran soldier. Its danger remained unchanged. The quality of the Palin Empire's weapons is extremely famous on the continent. That is why the Palin Empire is considered the strongest nation. Despite not having many great mages or swordmasters, their theories on weaponry are extremely advanced, thanks to their current policies. A noble reported to David and Roan, Your Highness, as you commanded, I have gathered the talented residents here. Good. In these hurried preparations, let's show them what we've got. A month flew by. Another noble reported in detail to David and Roan. Your Highness, as you predicted, the good rumors have spread far and the number of participants has doubled. Among them are dozens of nobles from within the kingdom and hundreds of families from other kingdoms. In addition, a large number of free mercenaries have also come here. David Roan replied, Is it because of the fame of the Dwarves' Mining Festival? The festival will continue for 4 days and nights, but visitors started arriving 4 days before it even began, David Roan continued. Roan's capital has never been this crowded. That's how it should be. Such an opportunity is truly rare and hard to find. Why don't you enjoy it a little? The head attendant looked on. The butler continued without reaction. More importantly, Your Highness, the child named Amy has suffered a great deal. If she doesn't rest now, when will she? Thank you for your concern. It's true I've been too neglectful of Amy lately, he replied. Although Your Highness often scolds her, she is in fact a very outstanding child. She is the joy of my few remaining years, but she must have been exhausted from all the hard work lately. David and Roan gave a faint smile. I understand. I respect your opinion. However, you must also carry out your duties well for the remaining time. It will be a problem if the event organizers can't grasp the current situation. Yes, Your Highness. Elena closed her book and looked at David and Roan. Don't you plan on going out to enjoy the festival? David and Roan replied. Of course I'm going. Would it make sense for me to advise the head attendant to do so and then not go myself? Seeing the mask under David and Roan's desk drawer, Elena asked curiously, A mask? What are you going to use it for? David and Roan struck an arrogant pose and said, From now on I'm not Davey, I'm David. She replied nonchalantly, Sure. Though drawing lines on a pumpkin doesn't make it a watermelon. I'm tired. Should I just stay here? Elena smiled brightly and replied, Forget it, Your Highness. Will you be my escort? David and Roan replied wearily, That's a quick change of tune. Well, I suppose you won't regret it. David and Roan walked with a blank, disappointed expression. Damn it, what have I done? Purse sneered at David and Roan's pain. A human's endless greed makes them repeat past mistakes. What was the outcome the last time you played a prank like this? A dwarf shouted cheerfully. Oh, isn't it the master? Welcome. Elena continued to tease David and Roan. I don't think that mask will work on the dwarves, another person continued. You've come at a perfect time, Em. Don't just stand there, come on over here. Our alchemists really showed off their skills this time. This is Thor's work, he said cheerfully, looking at David and Roan. Don't you remember, he's from the Blackstone tribe. I wonder what that old man told his people for them to send such a masterpiece. David and Roan replied, It looks quite unique, just like the Blackstone tribe. Boo-ha-ha, you really have a good eye. How about you show us a piece you've made yourself next time? Sounds good. Elena saw a sword in a glass display case and casually opened her mouth. Is this for sale? David and Roan replied, This looks like just a decorative sword. The wielder of a holy sword has no need for something like this, she replied. I'm thinking of giving it to my older brother as a gift, her older brother. Elena replied, The Crown Prince of Palin, I mean. It would be perfect for decoration. David and Roan couldn't hold back his laughter and said, Why are you acting like a princess all of a sudden? To think her older brother is the Crown Prince. Elena grumbled in reply, I've always been a princess, David and Roan continued to ask. You two seem to get along quite well then, Elena replied. Not necessarily. You're the same, aren't you? Everyone says I'm beloved, but of course there are people in the royal family who dislike me. Really? Just then the man handed something to David and Roan. Master, please take this. It's the item you custom ordered. As you requested, it was heated at a high temperature for 152 days without rest and then cooled. I suppose this is a gift for that pretty princess then? David and Roan said with a puzzled look. What? Haha, isn't there an old saying? That the relationship between a young man and woman is like a fire to dry tinder. When I was young I had to fight off quite a few scoundrels to win my wife. Aha, that's impressive. Seeing that David and Roan was still standing there, Elena opened her mouth. Davey, we're done looking around. What are you standing there for? Ha ha ha, I wish you luck. It's not like that. She approached, took his hand, and said cheerfully, There's still a lot to see. Let's go. David and Roan smiled to himself and replied, Slow down. On the mountaintop a group of people appeared and laughed coldly. We finally arrived. This is the place, the magnificent sight before her. Elena couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wow, from up here the twinkling lights below look like millions of stars spread out. Elena was very pleased. You can see the whole kingdom from here, she said cheerfully. I didn't know a place like this existed, but why is there no one else here but us? Davey replied in a low voice. Because this is a place only I and those I permit can come. He held up the communication device in his hand and said in a low voice, It's time. Elena asked bewildered. Time for what? Davey's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Time to use the item I borrowed from you. Elena still didn't quite understand. You mean the flame stone? Only then did Davey confess. To be honest, the reason I granted your request was because you said you would become a swordmaster. I still have no idea what your intentions are. Elena thought gloomily to herself. Who uses weapons at a festival? She quickly changed her mood and said, So, what are you planning to do with that exploding thing? Davey asked back coldly. What do you mean? He continued, I'm going to set them off, of course. At that moment Rune stood ready with a flag in her hand. As Rune waved the flag, a streak of light shot straight up into the sky. Then it burst into dozens of other streaks of light, creating a spectacular firework display. The people below all looked up with interest to watch. In an instant, other fireworks continued to explode, heating up the festive atmosphere. Only then could Elena not help but let out a gasp of admiration. Wow! She happily watched the clusters of light sparkling in the sky. Elena admired in a low voice. So beautiful, she muttered to herself. My God, I never imagined flame stones could be used this way. It's so pretty. Just then, Davey spoke up. I didn't just use flame stones. He approached and held something out. Here, Elena cried out curiously. In Davey's hand was a jewelry box containing a blue necklace. He said in a low voice, It's a gift for you. It will help control the flow of mana in your body, Davey continued. It may look like an ordinary sapphire, but it's actually a very rare item. Elena gently lifted the necklace. After examining it for a while, she became wary again. Why the sudden gift? Davey answered frankly. To win your favor. He thought to himself, your protection is still very useful to me. Faced with his smiling face, Elena was slightly flustered. She glanced at Davey and said with a pout, What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to put it on for me? Davey immediately teased. Get a boyfriend and have him do it. This really angered Elena. Are you kidding me? What woman in the world would ask her boyfriend to put on a necklace given to her by another man? Davey, who was putting the necklace on Elena, paused for a moment. Oh, that's true, ha. Elena, on the other hand, had a sulky expression. HMPH, she said in a low voice. It would have been nice if you weren't such a psycho. Davey immediately shot back. A stubborn woman like you isn't my type. Elena got angry at his words. What, you think a psycho like you is my type? Davey watched the fireworks and said, The royal palace has been trying to find a match for me lately, and if it's you, I'll refuse. Thanks for your concern, princess. Elena clicked her tongue in annoyance, but she couldn't get angry. Then she opened her mouth in a low voice. Well, still, Elena lowered her head and said, If the royal palace can't find a good match to send me to, she hinted. You. Suddenly, the ring on Elena's hand chimed, startling her. It keeps ringing. Elena sighed. You startled me, she said in a low voice. It's a call from my family. Sorry, Davey. It seems they've already noticed, Davey said first. You should go. Hearing that, Elena was a little surprised. Davey said calmly. Go on, I still have things left to do, he added as if urging her. Hurry and go. Hearing that, Elena replied, Fine, I'll go. The festival continues tomorrow, so let's go see it with Winley tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Elena, Davey was the only one left in the castle. He said in a disappointed voice, HMPH for those bastards to cause a scene on such a fine day. Davey looked towards the forest in annoyance and said in a low voice, I should just uproot the entire world tree. At that moment, several figures were running like arrows through the forest. One of them held up 2 swords, crossing them in an X shape in front of him. He glared at his opponent with eyes full of killing intent. Just then, 2 figures in blue robes fiercely gave chase. They charged all at once, and the one in black couldn't help but cry out, KGH. They fought from one spot to the next, and the sparks from their clashing weapons became another point of light amidst the beautiful fireworks. Just then, the one in black tumbled to the ground. The ones in blue robes said loudly, Get lost, human. They approached and continued, We don't wish to see needless bloodshed. The one in black replied coldly, I'm not leaving, he continued. Ancient guardians, I cannot let you into the kingdom. The one in black continued to hold the 2 swords and said resolutely, If you take one more step, I will have no choice but to kill you all. Hearing that, the guardian's lips curled in contempt. Oh, they continued, I was wondering where my foolish runaway daughter was. The one in black was slightly surprised. A white-haired woman said in a low voice, So you were here. She was the world tree. Physical body, Jeroel. Just then, the one in black still insisted, I am human. Hearing that, Jeroel couldn't help but burst out laughing. A human, what nonsense, she called her name. Aina. Just then, the one in black was extremely flustered. Jeroel swept her hair back and continued, I don't know why you and your sister must break my heart like this. Hearing that, Aina shouted in fury, Shut up, you hypocrite, she said loudly. This is your own doing. Because of you and the saint of the world tree, I became a dead person in my sister's eyes. Aina panted and said, Tell me honestly, what is your purpose for coming here? Jeroel replied with a sneer, I just came because I felt like it. I was curious about the human bastard who stole my 2 daughters. Jeroel gestured and continued, Back off while I'm in a good mood. You may have abandoned your home, but you are still a child of the forest. Jeroel launched an attack and said, I don't want to see you throw your life away protecting one insignificant human. Just then, Aina replied coldly, I refuse, and then she quickly rushed towards Jeroel. Aina said resolutely, I won't let you harm him. The guardian's arms immediately seized Aina firmly. They pressed her head down to Yrul's feet. The world tree's physical body thought it wasn't too late for her to repent. Jeroel bent down and said in a low voice, They say mountains and rivers may change, but a person's nature does not. If you admit your mistake now and return to our side. Hearing that, Aina was even more dumbfounded. Admit my mistake? Aina gritted her teeth and said, I've realized something while by Davey's side. May not care about the means, but his actions match his words. He is different from the likes of you, Aina said. Then she raised her middle finger to Yrul's face and shouted, Go to hell. Aina launched a powerful blow and the heavens and earth shook violently. Taking advantage of the dust that filled the air, she quickly fled. Aina turned her head and said in a low voice, I wish you'd all just die. A moment later she let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness I escaped quickly. Suddenly a sword flew from somewhere towards Aina in a single blow. It pierced through her body. Aina was stunned as she saw her own fresh blood gushing out. she thought to herself. I have to let them know the world tree is here. At the same time, Aina's pendant shattered into pieces. The culprit was an ancient guardian in a green robe. Struck by the fatal blow, Aina lay helplessly in a pool of red blood. Her hands didn't even have the strength to move. Aina trembled in pain. Jeroel called Aina's name. Just then, the ancient guardian asked in a low voice, "What should we do with this woman?" Jeroel said coldly, "Just leave her." Jeroel reminded the guardians, "Don't kill her yet." Hearing that, the one in the green robe immediately sheathed his sword. Jeroel approached and thought to herself, Roina Helisana. She was once considered the most talented child in the holy land of the divine tree. 30 years have passed since she betrayed the forest and became a dark elf. Suddenly, Jeroel saw Aina glaring at her. Jeroel thought to herself, those eyes haven't changed. Jeroel quickly turned her back. Don't waste time and energy. Let's keep moving. The ancient guardians obediently followed. Yes, my lady. Suddenly, someone cast 8th circle black magic. A dark curtain immediately enveloped the entire space. The ancient guardians asked each other in confusion. What's happening? One person suddenly spoke up. I hear a dark elf's eye color changes according to their nature. Jeroel was silent for a moment. An ancient guardian shouted in surprise. This voice, another continued. But you seem to be very stubborn. Seeing as those eyes which should have clouded over are still clear, Davey drew a familiar sword and added, even for uninvited guests, if you've come to see the festival, I can't help but welcome you. Isn't that right? In an instant, one of the ancient guardians fell. They fell into confusion and shouted, Protect the world tree, it's an ambush. An ancient guardian asked loudly, Who are you? Davey observed from a high place and said in a low voice, You've come at a good time. There was only one event left, but this is so interesting I'm having second thoughts. An impatient ancient guardian shouted, Reveal yourself. Davey gently took off his bear mask and said, All of you. He stood precariously on the top of a tree branch and continued, You must have a thing for haunted houses, don't you? At that moment Davey's sword gleamed in the darkness. In an instant the screams of the ancient guardians echoed throughout the forest. Aina collapsed on the ground, trembled and asked, you were still alive? Davey opened his mouth quietly. Jack, no, should I call you Yana now? Aina was slightly surprised. How did you know? Davey carefully lifted Aina into his arms and said, It's the first time I've seen a foul-tempered spirit sacrifice itself to save a contractor like you, a spirit shouted urgently. Don't touch her, get away. Davey flicked it aside and said, You should go. Don't be stubborn when all you know is illusion magic. Then he injected energy into Aina's body. A green flash instantly enveloped the space. A moment later, Davey said with relief, Managed to save her for now. At this moment, Jeroel said, You are a truly surprising child. Hearing those words, Davey shot back. You should get your facts straight, he said with contempt. A child that's rich. Weren't you the one who just changed your last will and testament? Jeroel replied calmly, The last time I delivered my will was 300 years ago. How could a lowly human who lives for a mere 100 years know that the will of the divine tree has a term of thousands of years? Jeroel continued, But it is surprising that you have surpassed the limits of a human. At the same time, a green aura enveloped Davey's entire body. Jeroel said in a soft voice, Don't worry, I've only come to talk to you. Hearing that, Davey's lips curled in contempt. Talk? Then he demanded in a stern voice, Who do you think you are to show up unannounced and ask to talk? Davey summoned note. A monster made of earth and stone appeared instantly. Davey commanded, Stop her. It then raised its giant hand high. Jeroel immediately cast a shield to defend herself. Jeroel closed her eyes and shouted, the world tree continued calmly. If it weren't for Note, I wouldn't have known that a supreme being like you had descended upon this land. At that moment, Davey thought to himself, I already knew. The world tree, the manager, is she finally angry? He opened his mouth. Stand down, Note. In truth, Davey was thinking to himself, contractor. He smiled as if threatening, Note, don't make me say it twice. At that moment, Jeroel let out a smirk. Hey, this sight is truly interesting and refreshing. Then the world tree rested her chin on her hand and said, I'll be blunt. Jeroel asked in a low voice, Do you know why I broke with tradition to come and meet you? Davey replied coldly, Like I care. Thrown off by the cold response, Jeroel was slightly embarrassed. The world tree was, after all, a noble being named by a god. Perse quietly reminded him from the side, You won't be able to see her information with the power you've borrowed from me. Davey gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, Do I have no choice but to use my power? At that moment, Davey answered the world tree. I don't know. Is this a riddle? Jeroel chuckled and said, Hee, why don't you take a guess? Davey said coldly. Why should I? If I'm wrong, I'll just look like an idiot. Jeroel couldn't help but say, Hey, you are a truly and needlessly cautious one. Fine, I'll tell you, Jeroel said quietly. Julia, return that child to me. Davey's lips curled up slightly. The way you say that, it sounds as if I've kidnapped her. You came all the way from the western continent just to say that? Only then did Jeroel realize. Oh, so you knew we had taken root here, Davey continued. I've heard and learned more than you know, then Davey said firmly. So my answer is no. Julia is now a resident of the hen's fiefdom, so no one can touch her, not the world tree, not the king. Jeroel was momentarily flustered. That's a problem. Davey continued to pour cold water on her. That's your problem, not mine. Uriel's lips curled in contempt. Brat, this is not a matter to be taken lightly because of your selfishness. Then the world tree asked, Do you know of the existence of the demon lord? Davey showed his doubt. The demon lord? Jeroel answered immediately. Yes, 3,000 years ago, the Demon Lord made all the continents live in fear and destruction, Jeroel continued. His name is Fair. The supreme demon who turned this continent into a sea of blood will soon reawaken. The World Tree said gravely, no one can stop the hatred of the Demon Lord who has longed for resurrection for ages. Hearing that, Davey was silent for a moment. He raised the corners of his mouth and said, you said the Demon Lord Fair. Perce couldn't help but admit it. She's talking about me at that moment. A light breeze blew, scattering green leaves in all directions. Persephone Palin heard those words and clutched her stomach, laughing. Ah ha ha! She laughed so hard she cried. David and Roan stared at Perce with a blank expression. He asked playfully, are you that hated? Perce still couldn't stop laughing. At David and Roan's question, she could only clutch her stomach and laugh even harder. Aha! David and Roan also trembled, trying to hold back his laughter at his own lame joke. The World Tree looked at them puzzled and asked, what's so funny? Persephone Palin's ha-ha laughter had not yet ended. No matter what the two said, she just laughed first. David Roan laughed and answered the World Tree, no, it's nothing, my answer is still the same. Julia is a resident of this fiefdom. Davey glanced at the person who had been lost in laughter until just a moment ago and said, I don't care about some demon lord, but in truth his inner thoughts were different. Even if Perce is resurrected, she has no reason or purpose to start a war. Thinking this, David and Roan waved his hand behind him. Instantly, the restraints binding the elves were released. They were startled and their eyes widened, and one even cried out in surprise. Act without looking back, he said sternly. This is warning enough. Then, as they staggered to their feet, David and Roan opened his mouth. If you want to find Julia, you'll have to aim for me, Perce chimed in, sticking out her tongue. David and Roan continued to threaten. If negotiation is impossible, he lowered his head, a cunning smile on his face, and finished his sentence. Then I have no choice but to resort to violence. Hearing David and Roan's arrogant words, the World Tree opened her mouth and asked, Are you blind to the situation? Are you confident you can handle the Demon Lord's wrath yourself? Davey calmly retorted with a question of his own. You already know the outcome, so why are you dragging this conversation out? Haven't you had enough? He added one fatal line. If you're scared, just get lost. Those words successfully enraged Jeroel. The group of elves felt a powerful force pierce their bodies and churn their minds, and they widened their eyes in terror. One of them, flustered, looked towards Jeroel and asked, Lady World Tree. Meanwhile, she raised her hands and muttered, Forgive me, I do not possess the ability to persuade this child. Then Jeroel chanted a spell and powerfully declared, David and Roan, I do not intend to kill you right now, but I will not let you be either. Soon as the words were spoken, a source of warm green energy instantly healed and restored the bodies of the elven swordsmen. This magic was called the World Tree's blessing. They stood up, drew their swords, and surrounded David and Roan, preparing for a bloody battle. A bold guard from the elven troop pointed the tip of his sword at David and Roan and declared loudly, You bastard, you will pay the price for daring to mock us. He paid him no mind, his lips curling up as he saw the sword that had suddenly appeared in David and Roan's hand. Maybe I'll compromise a little. At the same time, another guard felt something missing from his waist. He shouted loudly, Ah! Then, seeing the thief who had just stolen his sword standing there proudly, he cried out, My weapon! The spiky-haired elf soldier chastised David and Roan with displeasure. How dare you, how dare a lowly human use an elven sword? Davy's mouth was just as sharp, he replied calmly. Since when were longswords exclusive to elves? I'm not generous enough to let you say such things. David and Roan pulled his left foot back, taking a defensive stance. He arrogantly advised them, You'd be wise not to counterattack. David and Roan kindly added, Because you'll lose your lives. But his precious advice seemed not to reach the ears of those foolish elf soldiers. They furrowed their brows in anger. Soon they all rushed in at once, weapons held tight in their hands. They said in anger, You're just using foolish tricks. David and Roan was not the least bit flustered. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and quietly chanted a spell. Ghost Soul Sword, 28th form, Demonic Asura. In the blink of an eye, Davey had already moved behind the man with the shield. Slightly surprised by the impact on his shield just now and by David Ann's agility, he shouted, KGH. But soon a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. He said with disdain, HMPH, even so, you're just a human. But he did not know that both his shield and his body had been split in two, blood splattered everywhere. David and Roan stood proudly amidst the ear-piercing screams of Commander Salah. David and Roan repeated what he had said before, I told you not to counterattack. Meanwhile, Jeroel was hiding inside a protective barrier made of earth, watching the situation outside. Another voice echoed in her mind. World Tree, you don't have time to be distracted. Note said, slamming down a giant fist. Your opponent is me. David Roan saw that and felt a degree of relief. He said to himself, I don't have to worry about that woman now. As soon as he finished speaking, an elven guard seized the opportunity and charged towards David and Roan with his sword. The sword was less than a centimeter from Davy's handsome face, but he dodged it with ease. Then David and Roan swiftly grabbed the shoulder of the one who did not fear death and with a cunning expression said, Got you. That brat took the opportunity. Davey used the Demon Lord's suppression art, plunging his opponent into extreme terror. Then David and Roan quietly called out the technique. Headbutt. He slammed his own head into his opponent's with great force. A very loud thwack echoed, creating a shockwave that sent the surrounding dirt and rocks flying. Palin's head also rang. She said, terrified, It hurts just looking at it. Not stopping there, Davey quickly grabbed a nearby guard. He used the man's body as a shield to block an arrow flying towards him, and the arrow lodged itself right in the unfortunate guard's head. Seeing his kinsman die at his own hand, the archer cried out in grief, Kiamevi, this can't be. The remaining elven guards also began to collapse. The archer too fell to his knees on the ground and let out a low curse. Damn it, another, terrified, immediately turned and fled, shouting loudly, "It's a monster!" David and Roan saw that and said, slightly surprised, "Oh, he's running." He picked up the sword of the unlucky fellow lying beside him and analyzed it. "The longsword is quite light." Then David and Roan held the sword firmly at shoulder height, adjusting his posture for a throw, and continued cheerfully, "It's very suitable for throwing." Whoosh, the sword cut through the wind, flying swiftly towards the cowardly guard who was fleeing. David and Roan calmly advised, "Remember this life lesson." The moment he turned his head in terror at the flying object was also the moment the Grim Reaper's scythe gently slit his throat. As expected, a quick and extremely painful death came for him. The guard with the bow was now so terrified that his legs had gone weak, unable to move. He looked at his trembling hands and groaned, "Ah, it's all a lie." David and Roan approached the guard who was sitting there blankly. World Tree, from a distance, also turned her head to look at him. She furrowed her brows in anger and clicked her tongue with a look full of disgust. The guard was now on the verge of bursting into tears from fear and perhaps from grief. He opened his mouth. "It's too unbelievable." He trembled all over and painstakingly asked the being before him word by word, "How can a monster like you exist?" David and Roan reached out his hand without a word. Then David and Roan placed his hand on the guard's face and said, "I'll send you off peacefully." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful wave of energy erupted around the two. Dirt and stones flew about chaotically. The guard, not yet dead, was still kneeling there, trembling. David and Roan for some reason withdrew his hand and stood there, lost in thought. Persephone Palin approached, puzzled, and asked, "Davey, why aren't you attacking?" David and Roan commanded in a stern voice, "Use your authority." Persephone Palin asked back, puzzled, "Authority?" He didn't answer her, but called out to Jeruel with a deathly glare full of killing intent. David and Roan turned to look at the one who had just secretly pulled a dirty trick and asked with a growl, "Are you crazy?" Jeruel turned her head and gave a challenging smile. "There's one last one left," David and Roan said to Persephone Palin. "Test your authority." As Per spoke, rocks suddenly shot up from the ground and Palin stared at them in surprise. This is your rule's lips curled into a smile. Truly, the World Tree is not foolish. To invade and fight with only this many troops and to make a proposal she already knew would be rejected, knowing full well the result would be destruction. Did she really do all this so thoughtlessly? David and Roan furrowed his brow and thought, "Really?" Suddenly, his vision shook violently and she, terrified, covered her stomach with her hands. It was at that moment that David and Roan realized the true face of the World Tree. In fact, could it be that in this war she recklessly brought a pregnant mother to this place? Persephone Palin, who was beside him, was no less surprised. She hadn't expected this to happen. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out, "Oh my God," Davey thought fundamentally. "This matter is very problematic." His lips moved as if to say something. "World Tree, you really do see through everything." He glanced towards Jeruel. At that moment a violent thud echoed. Davey and Roan used his inner energy to fly like an arrow and tightly grip Uriel's neck. He shouted in fury, "A rogue, you said that all the elves belonging to the World Tree are your children, and that young elves will be protected. But to drive a life that has not even been born into a corner, this is truly too much." All of this seemed to be within J. Grackle's plan. She raised the corners of her mouth and said with a sneer, "Hey, this is the ultimatum. Return Julia to us." Unable to contain his anger, David and Roan shouted loudly, "I refuse." Jeruel giggled with delight. "In that case, the relationship between elves and humans will become irreversible." Just then, she suddenly called out Fenella's name. The one whose name was called was kneeling behind, sobbing. Hearing her name, she was startled and turned her head to look at Jeruel. She opened her mouth. "I'm sorry." A hint of sadness crossed her face. Jeruel continued to speak, feigning pity. "Your sacrifice will be remembered forever." Hearing these words, Fenella swallowed her tears. After a moment of thought, she resolutely picked up her sword and staggered to her feet. Fenella trembled as she pointed the tip of the sword at herself. Davey and Roan turned his head and pleaded in an earnest voice, "Stop." Giselle smiled cruelly with satisfaction. "Isn't it truly absurd?" she said without a hint of shame. "I am the World Tree, the mother and homeland of the elven race. There are elves who willingly follow my will. Like them, they too had doubted my way of thinking, just like Julia." As soon as the words were spoken, Fenella stabbed herself hard with the sword and blood splattered everywhere. Fenella scattered blood all around as she collapsed to the ground. Jeruel laughed madly with joy. He, I've won." Fenella's sacrifice was meaningful. Uriel's will had finally been fulfilled. She was delighted and provoked David Enon. "I used you. What are you going to do now? You're going against the determined flow of the world." Davey and Roan lowered his head in deep thought. "In fact, that's just an excuse. I should have realized when she jumped into the war herself, knowing she would lose. The World Tree Uriel's goal was to make me kill these elves, giving her an excuse." Davey and Roan blamed himself for being too complacent, not realizing he was being used by Jeruel. Davey and Roan thought, there must have been a false contract. The divine tree must have sworn to the elves in the Holy Land that it would negotiate a peace treaty with the humans. Of course, the elves who didn't know the truth would have been moved that the World Tree had set out to find peace. But this was the result. It was at the cost of the sacrifice of all the elves. Davey swore helplessly. "It's bad enough you caused a disturbance in someone else's territory, but to even hatch a scheme," his voice echoed steadily, "you're just an incarnation, so can't you be revived even after you die?" Jay moaned a few times with pleasure. "Phew." Davey and Roan shook his head and chided himself. "In the end, I was played by the World Tree Jeruel." Jeruel laughed out loud triumphantly. Haha, because only the world tree can tell them the truth. But she would not do that. And to those in the divine tree's holy land I will become a cruel being who is hungry for slaughter and blood, for the sake of peace. The world tree decided to trust humans but was betrayed and became a victim. Davey and Roan let out a helpless, self-deprecating laugh. Ha! Persephone Palin, who was beside him, called out worriedly in a low voice, Davey! But Davey and Roan was still lost in his own turmoil. A rather interesting scene was being drawn. The whole world was engulfed in a sea of fire and war broke out everywhere. David Roan calmly composed himself. What's done is done, and there's nothing I can do to turn it back. He stretched out his hand, summoned a magic flame, and said in a low voice, Fine, if that's your will, I'll give you what you want. David Roan thought to himself, becoming an enemy of the elven race living in the divine tree isn't much different anyway. If you want to play so dirty, I'll play along. Then he stretched out his hand and placed that dark flame on Yrul's head. Davey gritted his teeth and said, You'll have to keep using such schemes and tricks. He lowered his voice. I already told Julia, but since you're here, I'll let you know too. Jeroel stammered a few words in slight fear. KGH, Davey swore in fury. The moment I see your main body will be the day the pillar of the world turns into firewood. Not the least bit afraid, she was rather excited and threatened Davey and Roan. Hee, soon all the elves will come to kill you. And that's not all. There will always be intelligent life forms friendly to the elven race, she challenged. Can you stop all of that? If many unfamiliar races appear in the world and gather to attack you. But Davey and Roan didn't seem to care much. He gripped the top of Yrul's head and asked, Do you prefer an M shape or a circle? As soon as the words were spoken, a powerful wave of energy emanated from his body. The surrounding dirt and rocks seemed to explode and she screamed in fear. What? Giselle shouted in a fluster. What are you doing now? Is this a curse? Davey twisted his lips into a half smile and looked at her. A war? He lifted his chin and provoked her. Fine, a war is fine too, if you have the courage. Come at me. Davian arrogantly brought his face close to hers. He challenged Jeroel Gra by lightly touching the symbol on her forehead. Whoever comes first. A powerful electric current flowed from the symbol on her forehead into Davey's body. He stood up with pleasure, flicked his fingers playfully, and his mouth constantly spewed threatening words. I'll tear them to shreds. At this moment the bluish-black sky suddenly turned blood red. A strange energy emanated from Yrul's body. Her body disappeared as it was, riding the wind up into the sky. All the way to a giant tree stump floating in the air. From its depths, the figure of a long-haired woman collapsed and sat under the tree. She trembled as she gripped one of the tree stumps tightly. Her mouth continued to moan a few words. She hugged her body tightly and ran towards the door in front, constantly muttering, I have to get to the lake. Jeroel hurriedly jumped into the pond in front and enjoyed the cool water. She moaned softly with pleasure. She bathed and cursed Davy and Roan. How dare he place a curse on the main body of the divine tree? That bastard has some nerve. If I weren't bound by the first contract, I would have destroyed that thing right away. Thinking this far, she laughed madly with pleasure. But I achieved my immediate goal. Jeroel looked up at the sky. She smiled faintly. I couldn't bring Julia back, but I managed to unite the previously divided power factions under a single goal. They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. From now on, the extremist and moderate factions will direct their endless anger together towards the young human David and John and his land. He may have cursed me a lot, but what's a few curses? Not caring much about it, she enjoyed the cool water enveloping her body and laughed cheerfully a few times. Jeroel thought to herself, the lake will release them soon. But she hadn't expected a strange change to be happening all over her body. Jeroel looked at her own hands in fear. Elsewhere, in a palace, the guards were patrolling the area when they suddenly stopped at the stump of the world tree. Leaves were falling everywhere, countless in number. Feeling an ominous sign, the guards shouted in fear, We're in trouble. The mother's branches and leaves are falling. Immediately, they hurried inside to report, Something must have happened to the divine tree. Quickly call the priests. Let's go see the mother in the altar's pond. At this time, the soldiers of the court shouted in a fluster. Everyone, summon the water spirits and cast healing magic. Over here, Raisel heard the sound and turned his head in surprise. The urging screams continued to echo. Hurry. Jay stared blankly into the distant void. As soon as the curse was cast, Yrul's body immediately disappeared, leaving only tattered and torn clothes on the ground. Persephone Palin, who was beside him, asked worriedly, Davey, if the elven race opposes you, the humans will be next. Davey curved his lips and gently reassured her. It's okay, they can't do anything. Balin turned her head, slightly suspicious, and asked back. Really? Davey replied nonchalantly. Well, it took her almost half a year to undo my curse. He thought quietly, the atomic curse I learned from the god of death is mainly for defense, but I had no intention of using it. But in that situation he had no choice but to use it. Davian Roan tilted his head and asked Persephone Palin, The ape cult wants to resurrect you, what do you think? She hesitated and stroked her chin, thinking, It seems the world tree was telling the truth about that. Suddenly remembering something, Balin shouted in a fluster, Wait, if I'm resurrected? She excitedly flew in front of Davy and boasted, It doesn't matter, Davy. I'll definitely find a body to be resurrected in. David and Roan gave a helpless, bitter smile. You still haven't given up on the time of transition. Persephone Palin shouted cheerfully into the air. I will definitely be revived. I haven't even used this beautiful staff yet, so I can't reincarnate in peace. Davy nodded his head lightly and replied, All right. At this time, in a bustling town, people were gathered and playing joyfully. Inside a small room, the lonely shadow of a woman sat quietly on the bed. She looked out the small window with sad eyes to a place illuminated by the lonely moonlight. Suddenly a voice echoed, "You're awake." She quietly turned her head and shifted her gaze. David and Roan slowly approached and opened his mouth. "This is the first time I've seen you like this," the woman sitting on the bed replied calmly. "When did you know?" Davey raised an eyebrow and answered confidently. "Probably from the beginning." She burst into a helpless laugh. Davey and Roan crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "Thank you for saving me. Yes, you should be grateful. With this my debt is paid." It was the first time he had received thanks like this. The other person was so dumbfounded they couldn't understand. "Work is work. You'd better know your place," David and Roan proudly continued. "I brought you here because you wanted to be in a secluded place. Why do you have to keep hiding? You shouldn't need to hide your identity anymore," he questioned, stroking his chin and thinking, "It's probably not because you're a dark elf." He let out a helpless sigh and quickly cut him off. "Please don't ask that question." She approached the window with a sad face. A light flashed in the woman's eyes. She muttered towards the small window, "I can't reveal my true form here. That's why I had to disguise myself as a man." She hurriedly took a stone out of her pocket and slowly examined it. Not hiding her disappointment, she exclaimed, This is broken. Do you have a spare one?" Davey and Roan picked up the stone and examined it. The dark elf said sadly, "After I left the forest. A hermit made this for me when I was wandering. It's a special item that can't be seen through even with clairvoyant magic, so it will be difficult to find a replacement," he exclaimed in admiration. "I see." Davey and Roan stretched out his hand and summoned a small spatial black hole. He put the pendant in his hand into it and said in a cold voice, "Should I make you a new one?" The elf cried out in surprise. "HMPH." She looked at her own fingers in surprise and said, "My goodness." Davey and Roan curved his lips and smiled. "It might not be as good as the one you had, but it will probably be usable." He looked at the ring on her hand with satisfaction and said, "The command is transform. Just add a little mana." The dark elf was surprised and hesitantly repeated the command Davey and Roan had just told her. "Trans." She focused her energy, closed her eyes tightly, moved her lips and shouted, "Transform." She was surprised and lightly waved her hand, constantly marveling with her mouth. "This is a really strange feeling," Davey and Roan warned her. "Clairvoyant mana can detect it, and it will break with just a light impact, so you have to be careful." He raised an eyebrow and said, "This should be enough to show my sincerity, right?" She carefully put on the clothes draped over her shoulder and said in a low voice, "Can you listen to my proposal now?" Davey and Roan put his hands on his hips and said, "Speak." Julia took a small piece of paper out of her jacket pocket, held it out in front of Davey and Roan's eyes and said, "This is an island in the south of the eastern continent." He cried out in surprise, "An island?" Persephone Palin leaned forward with curiosity and said, "Staying here has caused serious pollution, turning it into a land of the undead." Davey and Roan stared at the paper with a blank face and asked, "So, are you going to go hunt for treasure there or something?" Julia nodded her head and answered, "Almost." She affirmed her thoughts. "What we want is proof that it exists, proof of the divine tree's betrayal by borrowing the power of the undead." David Roan frowned and thought, another war with the divine tree. Fed up with this war, David and Roan refused in a firm voice. "No." Julia jumped in surprise and shouted, "Ah!" The room was suffocatingly silent and the two's gazes met. Davey and Roan was flustered and turned his gaze towards Persephone Palin. The two were silent without a word. Julia let out a helpless sigh. "Ah!" She acted cute, holding her two legs tightly and shaking them from side to side, and cried out with a pitiful expression, "Didn't you say you wanted to listen?" Seeing Julia like this, Davey and Roan couldn't take his eyes off her. He said, "I've changed my mind." Hearing these words, Julia cried out with joy, "Wow!" She laughed inwardly with delight and asked herself if she had misheard. David Roan pouted helplessly. "To think the leader of the forest has such a unique taste," he quietly repeated to himself that he had confirmed it. The night grew deep. David and Roan returned to his room tiredly, looked up at the sky and sighed. "Honestly, those long-eared bastards are so troublesome." The next morning the sun rose slowly over the mountain peak like a giant ball of fire, painting one side of the sky red. David and Roan stretched tiredly and went out onto the balcony to soak in the sun. The festival was held successfully. No one in the fief noticed the world tree's attack the night before, and the festival ended safely. David Roan was lost in deep thought. "But to me this was no different from a failure. Before dawn broke we buried the bodies of those elves, especially the elf named Fenella. I felt no affection for her, but the death of the child in her womb hurt my heart a little. My companions didn't agree to burying the bodies, and Elena completely disagreed with setting up a tombstone for them. She said there was no need to respect those who tried to harm her. But I still made a grave for them. I had my own reason, a reason no one would understand." David Roan sighed helplessly. That night Elena also returned to the Palin kingdom. She must have left in such a hurry that she forgot to leave a note, David Roan thought to himself, appearing suddenly and then disappearing again. "We'll meet again anyway." As he thought this, he suddenly felt sleepy and yawned. Perse, who was next to him, collapsed onto his shoulder and grumbled, "I want to sleep a little more." He wondered if he should take the twins to see the festival after a while. When he finally appeared, the twins shouted with joy as soon as they saw him. "Wow, it's so sparkly and pretty." David Roan lightly patted the two girls' heads and praised them. "Wow, you two are so cute. Who raised you so well?" Suddenly remembering something, David Roan tilted his head and asked, "Rune, how is Mew?" She lay weakly on the bed and answered, "Rune thinks 3 is too much to handle. Rune proposes compensation." In fact, she was having a very hard time with the appearance of these two children. Rune, tired and helpless, waved a white flag in surrender. She opened her mouth. She said Mew was with the elf Julia. Noticing the clear displeasure on Rune's face, David Roan tactfully suggested, "Alright, I'll take care of these kids today. You get some rest, haha." Rune was delighted and immediately gave a thumbs up, repeatedly shouting, "You're the best." In fact, after the incident with Elder Khan, Julia became extremely protective of Mew. Perhaps she was trying to love Mew with all her might, with the love she herself had not received. Is that the only reason? David Roan stroked his chin and thought. While David Roan was lost in thought, the two little girls ran around everywhere like sparrows. Seeing the sight, the corners of Davy's mouth also lifted slightly. At this moment the two girls excitedly turned their heads, waved, and called him Dad. David and Roan furrowed his brow and thought to himself, those children's true forms are probably swords. But it would be great if their mother could take an interest and teach them. David and Roan tilted his head amusingly and teased, "Your type must be the cute Princess Linus." David and Roan, embarrassed, pouted and grumbled slightly. He asked her back seriously, "What about you, Purse?" She clutched her stomach and laughed loudly. "I'm not interested in someone 1,000 years younger than me." David and Roan raised an eyebrow, slightly angry, and replied, "Really?" He pouted, showing his attitude. "Let's see what happens when you're revived," Palin answered just as arrogantly. "You think I'll be scared?" At this moment, David and Roan suddenly opened his mouth. "I won't lend you the time of transition." Persephone Palin was startled and did a 180-degree turn. She acted cute and flattered him. "My type is you." David and Roan thought helplessly to himself. How can she lose all face like that? Returning to the twin girls, David Roan affectionately placed one on his shoulders. She excitedly pestered her dad. This one too." He nodded and answered gently. All right, the girls continued to chatter. After playing this, they played something else, constantly asking David and Roan, "Dad, is Hongji pretty?" He answered affectionately. "Of course, Hongji and Numgi are both pretty." At this moment, Hongji suddenly shouted. David and Roan looked up puzzled, and saw Princess Aria on Lindis and Alicia Patrick strolling in front of him. He furrowed his brow helplessly. Speak of the devil. David and Roan couldn't understand why the princesses were idle enough to visit one after another. Davey thought deeply. In fact, I've always avoided nobles and royalty visiting the fief, but this is also inevitable. If I meet them one by one, I don't know when I'll be done. From that perspective, the princess in front of me will be no exception. But this case is different. The reason Princess Aria visited the fief was not to enjoy the festival, but for a regular health checkup. Purse sighed and said, "Phew, I don't know what's going to happen." Roan sat across from Princess Aria and said, I'm sorry," Aria said timidly. Am I bothering you?" Davey laughed lightly and replied. "Not at all, I just wanted to see your condition. Your illness doesn't seem to be a cause for concern anymore," Aria replied shyly. "Oh, is that so? Thank you, I'm truly grateful. I couldn't greet you properly back then, so I'm very happy to meet you like this." Purse stared, mesmerized, and said, "My God, her ears have turned red, Davey. How can someone be so lovely?" Davey laughed and replied, "But I'm really surprised. If you had just sent word, I could have prepared to welcome you properly." Aria replied, a little embarrassed. I'm sorry for visiting so suddenly. It's because I was stubborn." Behind them, the firefox sipped her tea and smiled while looking at Davey and Princess Aria. Davey thought, "That seems like a lie. Someone must have instigated the princess to come here." He gave a bitter smile and said, "It's all right, please have some tea. This tea is quite fragrant." Princess Aria lifted her teacup and drank. She placed a hand on her cheek and said with a bright face, "The flower tea is really fragrant." Hearing that, Julia smiled brightly and said, "It's tea brewed from Arizo leaves. They're rare medicinal herb leaves that are hard to find even in the elven forest," Davey thought as he drank his tea. "I'm not interested, but it would be fine to give this tea to Elder Goja." Aria spotted two shadows through the crack in the door and opened her mouth. Those two girls, Numgi and Hongji, peeked their heads in and said at the same time, "Dad?" Davey opened his arms and said, "Come here." Hearing that, Hongji and Numgi jumped into Davey's arms. Princess Aria heard Numgi and Hongji call Davey Dad and asked in disbelief, "Did the children just call your highness Dad?" Davey told the two children to greet her. "Numgi, Hongji, this is Princess Aria." The two children called out in a cute voice. Aria was surprised, jumped to her feet and said, "They're so cute." "Ah, Prince, I have something to ask," Davey replied. "Please go ahead." She clasped her hands and said, "Are the children your biological children?" Hearing that, Davey froze for 5 seconds, then thought about the children again. "This is," Davey answered. "It might sound a bit strange, but I'm raising these two children." Hearing Davey's answer, she let out a sigh of relief. Davey was impressed by Aria's expression. "This kid is really interesting," Davey said. "Could you show me your back?" Aria was a little surprised by Davey's proposal and said, "Pardon?" Davey answered. "A detailed health checkup is necessary," Aria answered softly. "Then could you turn your head away for a moment?" Davey asked, puzzled. "Why?" Aria lowered her head and said shyly, "If you stare at me while I'm changing my clothes, it's too embarrassing." The firefox behind them spat out the tea she was drinking. Hearing that, Davey couldn't hold back his laughter and said, "You don't have to take off your clothes, just turn your back to me." Aria's face darkened and she became dazed. What was I thinking? At that moment, Davey thought to himself. Calm down, calm down. She's the princess of the Lindis kingdom. Let's hope nothing happens." Purse saw this and teased Davey. Davey said that unlike other diseases, the dissolving virus can be easily detected and diagnosed with mana and cast magic on her. In other words, scanning the body with mana like this is enough for a diagnosis, he thought to himself. "Every time I inject mana into the princess's body, she makes a strange sound," Purse asked impatiently. "How is it?" Davey answered, "It's not completely cured yet, but it won't relapse, however." Davey's face suddenly darkened. Seeing the black hole that appeared inside Aria's body, he thought with puzzlement. What is this? There was something strange inside Princess Aria's body. Suddenly, Rune appeared and said, Rune, there's completed image data. She was startled when Rune appeared. Seeing that, Davey cautioned her. Stay still, don't move, Aria answered. I'm sorry. Davey stared intently at his own palm and thought, something so profound that even I don't know about it, it seems congenital. But she seems to have no idea, Davey said in a gentle voice. It's all done. You'll be fully cured within a month at the longest. Don't overexert yourself in the meantime. Aria smiled and replied, Yes. Rune opened her mouth. Lord David, there is additional image data. Analyzing the data and sending it to Julia will help exchange a significant amount of taste data. Hearing that, Davey said, You stay outside. Aria hesitated and said, Prince, I have a gift for you. A gift? Aria blushed, took out a box of sweets and said, These are famous sweets called choco which are very popular on the central continent. I made them myself, so please accept them. Davey thought greedily. This is like Valentine's Day from my past life. Davey looked at the box of sweets and exclaimed, They're really pretty. Rune salivated looking at the box of sweets as he had that thought. Davey froze as if struck by lightning. Wait, Valentine's Day. After that, Davey hurriedly took Aria's hand and said, Thank you, Princess. Aria's face turned red and she shyly hesitated before replying, Yes, I should be the one thanking you. Davey calculated in his head. There's a way. Let's create a new holiday. This is what you call a trend. Let it slowly seep into daily life, develop freely and become a culture. And culture is money. Thinking this far, Davey was delighted and said he would spread the word about what just happened. If a high-status person creates it, the ripple effect will be faster. Davey suddenly laughed out loud. Perse, as if she had seen through Davey's thoughts, said with disgust, Why is this money-crazed bastard acting like that again? But at that moment, Davey had no idea that this decision would bring about a major event in the future. At this time, Davey was sitting with the female general. She greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Prince. I am the Grand Duchess of the Lindis Kingdom, Katerina Caravella. Davey smiled and replied, It's a pleasure. Grand Duchess Katerina, I've heard a lot about you. Although he said that, inwardly he thought they were complete strangers. Perse whispered in Davey's ear, I heard of Grand Duchess Katerina's fame when I was in Candiras. People call her the war god of the Lindis Kingdom. Hearing that, Davey was greatly surprised and replied, Really? Katerina smiled gently and said, I apologize for the sudden visit. I was the one who pestered the princess to meet your highness. Hearing that, Davey thought to himself, So this person was the culprit. Katerina said, slightly teasingly, I was just curious about the prince who stole the princess's pure heart. Davey said, I understand. I'm just very grateful that the princess has shown interest and favor to a prince from a small country like ours, Katerina exclaimed. My goodness, you're so humble. Then with a cunning smile she said, I've taken a liking to you as well. Davey sat across from her at a loss for words. Looking at her, he thought to himself, She's dangerous. It's not a perfect comparison, but she gives off a very similar vibe to the crazy 4 musketeers in the Hall of Heroes. Davey whispered to Perse. My intuition is telling me to avoid this kind of woman, Perse asked, puzzled. Why? Davey stroked his head and said, Because they're my natural enemy. They're very strong, but they don't listen to others and always act on their own, doing unimaginable things. I bet that woman is the same. She's the type who becomes a headache if you get involved. Perse said that was also reasonable. That description fits you perfectly too. Davey gave a bitter smile and replied, No way. Katerina stared intently at Davey and Davey, getting goosebumps, cried out, Why are you looking at me like that? Katerina rested her chin on her hand and said, I heard that your highness is very strong, so I was a bit curious. Davey heard a slight stutter in her speech. He opened his mouth. You don't have to be so formal. Please speak comfortably. As if seizing the opportunity, Katerina said, Really then, Prince, I will deliver a message from His Highness the Crown Prince. Davey hesitated and replied, His Highness the Crown Prince so suddenly? I have a bad feeling about this. Katerina pushed a piece of paper and a mysterious vial in front of Davey. She said, This is our plea. Thanks to this I've earned a lot of money. The Crown Prince and I think alike, but His Majesty is very stubborn. He stared blankly at the vial, wondering what it was. Seeing him dazed, Katerina continued, What's in your highness's hand is a famous new medicine from the central continent. Use it to make the princess yours. Hearing that, Davey resolutely threw the vial away. Katerina didn't stop and continued, The princess is very beautiful, has a nice figure and a lovely voice. Where else would you find a wife like the princess? Hearing that, Davey's face darkened. Katerina continued to psychologically manipulate Davey. Just seeing the princess stretch as she wakes up made me want to kidnap that child to my mansion. As she spoke, she placed a pen in Davey's hand. What I mean is, don't miss this opportunity. There's no way His Majesty would turn away his grandchild, right? He might be a little angry at first, but when he sees the baby he'll definitely smile and let it go. I fully support you, Perse said, fed up. I see why you said she's like the crazy 4 musketeers. Davey put down the pen and said with a bitter smile, Still, this kind of political marriage is too unfair to the princess. Katerina stood up abruptly as if she disagreed with Davey's thoughts and said, Hey, what's wrong with you? Just accept it. You don't need to worry about such trivial things. What do you two like? Political power, money? Just say the word and I'll... Davey sighed helplessly and said, Does the princess know about this? Katerina hesitated slightly and replied, Ah well, I knew it. Davey thought to himself. Then Davey said firmly, "The princess doesn't need something like a political marriage. When the princess wants it, come back and ask me then." Katerina made a pitiful and disappointed expression and said, "Wow, the rumors were true." Davey asked, puzzled, "What rumors?" Completely dejected, Katerina stood up and sat down in her chair again and said, "Then forget it. I wanted to get this over with quickly, but sometimes being thorough isn't so bad." Hearing that, Davey thought in confusion, "What rumor?" Katerina subtly pointed at Davey and continued, "Anyway, I'll entrust the princess to you. She only has eyes for you, prince. If it's too much of a bother, you can take the princess as a concubine. She really says whatever she wants," Davey thought in annoyance. Katerina continued without stopping, "His Majesty will surely be furious, but polygamy isn't illegal. 3 or 4 wives is normal," Davey said. "A concubine, that's not good." Katerina covered her mouth in surprise and said, "My goodness, I didn't know you were so serious about romance. Then I won't force you anymore." "Ah, our poor princess." "Good," Davey thought upon hearing that. Katerina said, "I'm sorry to have bothered you," Davey replied. "Not at all, it's an honor to meet a hero of the kingdom." But she exclaimed again, "Is that really all?" The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. After a moment of thought, Davey replied, "All right, I'll accept the duel. Isn't that what you want?" Hearing that, Katerina's eyes sparkled with joy and she said excitedly, "I was curious about your power. Let's have a match," David replied. "Please go easy on me." The scene changes to the arena. Everyone was gathered there. Elder Goja and Julia. Elder Goja smiled and said, "Did your mage come too?" William asked curiously as he followed the mage. "A duel between Prince Davey and Grand Duchess Katerina of the Lindis Kingdom. How did this happen?" Elder Goja replied, "How would I know what strong people are thinking, but it will surely be an exciting match." Hearing that, William shouted anxiously. Meanwhile, Rai was playing with Numgi and Hongji. Arya was looking around from the stands searching for Davey. At this moment Davey was in the arena, looking at the stands and said, "The arena is almost full even with such short notice." Amy, who was below the arena, said, "Master, the shock absorbers have been activated." Davey looked at Amy and replied, "Good job, Amy. Don't forget to keep your distance." Amy said, "You must win." After that, Davey teleported to the arena, a fan in his hand. Katerina saw this and said with some caution, "A fan? I heard you use magic, but this is interesting too." Davey looked at the fan in his hand and said confidently, "I happened to get some good materials, so I tried making one. It might be difficult to use this fan as a weapon, but I am confident in its striking ability." Katerina threw off her cloak and said, "I really like that confidence of yours." In that case, Katerina placed both hands on the ground and got into a fighting stance. Her gaze sharpened, and she said in an excited voice, "I will attack first, so be prepared." As soon as she finished speaking, Katerina shot up and rushed forward, and with a loud noise, the ground around them began to shake. The princess, looking down at the arena from the stands, became extremely worried seeing the two about to start a fierce fight. She opened her mouth. Seeing the situation becoming more and more complicated than expected, Arya turned around and said to the people in the VIP section, "Shouldn't we stop them?" At the princess's words, her handmaiden Julia seemed unconcerned and explained gently, "Well, she may be a bit eccentric, but she is a Grand Duchess, so it should be fine." At this time, Amy also joined the VIP section. She had thought the princess was so flustered because she was worried about her subordinate, but it turned out she was worried about their prince, Davey. Arya said worriedly to Julia, I know the prince's magic is very powerful, but casting magic takes a lot of time and requires auxiliary equipment. Right now, down in the arena, Katerina Caravella had already launched her attack. She assumed an offensive stance. Arya watched from a distance and began to worry about Prince Davey. Before anyone could see or hear anything, Katerina Caravella charged toward her opponent like the wind. The attack seemed very powerful, causing a considerable explosion. The princess was extremely flustered. She shouted, "Lord Davey!" After a strong impact against the wall, it seemed as though white smoke was rising from it, mixing with the thick dust to create a dense haze. Everyone thought Davey was at a disadvantage, that he would be lying on the ground, but he wasn't. The situation seemed to be the complete opposite. Katerina Caravella was rubbing her head with her dirt-stained hands, unable to comprehend. What was that? She sat down on the ground, not understanding what had just happened to her. Katerina had a dazed expression. What was that just now? From the stand, someone who saw that Davian Roan was unharmed and that it was the Grand Duchess who was in trouble shouted in surprise, "My goodness!" Her handmaiden Julia, who was beside her, said in an excited voice as if she had expected this, "I was right, wasn't I?" The people in the VIP section were also amazed. Her younger sister, William, exclaimed, "I couldn't see anything." Ulysses, who was next to her, said in admiration to the young princess, "It seems Lord Davey just did something." In the end, no one knew what had happened. The entire audience was baffled while Davey still stood majestically in the middle of the arena. According to introductions, the Grand Duchess of the Lindis Kingdom, where the most mages and swordsmen on the continent gather, a beastkin warrior who holds most of the military power in her hands. That girl was Firefox Katerina Caravella. Her strength was her swift attack so fast that even masters found it difficult to keep up. But returning to reality, everything was different. Someone like her was on the ground without knowing why. Even at this moment, Katerina Caravella was still questioning her life. What just happened? She quickly stood up and prepared for battle. Katerina Caravella still needed to clarify the situation. You didn't use mana just now, did you? Her opponent was quite perceptive. Davey and Roan smiled and praised her. You're very sharp to know it wasn't mana. Katerina Caravella guessed to herself. It's not physical force, no matter how fast. It wouldn't be to the point where I couldn't notice it. Pushing herself up from the ground, Caravella expressed her bewilderment. It's certain that you didn't use mana, which is really strange. From a distance, Davey feigned innocence. Strange? At her opponent's single word, Caravella was at a loss for words in her anger. Take a guess. Oh, look at this angry expression. How can she be so cute? I can't just keep letting her off. Davian unfolded his fan. He warned his opponent in advance. It's no use just defending. This time I'll attack. Seeing his majestic demeanor, one could trust his words. As soon as he finished speaking, Davey swung his fan, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks at the person in front of him. The Grand Duchess had no time to react. Katerina Caravella was slightly flustered at this moment, her face pale, and her voice held a hint of surprise. Hey, but how could she, with the title of the fastest person in the Empire, be easily hit by him, with an agile body? With a single leap, she dodged all the attacks. But it wasn't as easy as it seemed. From behind the dust cloud, Caravella coughed a few times. She guessed again. I can sense it, but I don't have time to react. What on earth is it? With each movement of the elegant fan dance unfolding in her flexible hands, a force was created without a trace. Even hidden black magic would leave a trace when cast. And just as she had dodged the previous attack, Davey quickly launched the next one. With a few movements, an explosion occurred on the ground here. Caravella realized, I can sense the mana or holy power of this world. The trajectory of the movement he created with his fan was a sparkling green light, slightly different from what she had seen before. Caravella changed her line of thought. What if this power is not from here? The face of the one holding the initiative in the game always looked arrogant. Davey gave a dangerous smile that made Katerina Caravella guess all sorts of things. The power coming from that fan can only be controlled by humans, and this is a power unique to humanity. As if her vision had cleared, she immediately identified the technique her opponent was using in battle as a secret art. The Grand Duchess pushed herself up and began to feel that this fight was really interesting. Haha, you exceed my expectations. I underestimated you. Davey and Roan, knowing his opponent was holding back because of the princess, suggested, Don't mind the surroundings, please use your full power. Since you invited me, I won't refuse either. As if releasing the lock in her heart, Katerina Caravella exploded with power, and a mysterious purple energy emanated from her entire body. With enthusiasm for the upcoming battle, Caravella's aura soared. She had the terrifying expression of a predator and agreed without hesitation, I won't hold back. At this tense moment, someone suddenly interrupted. It was truly infuriating. That person was the princess. She ran down from the stands and shouted loudly, wait a moment. Kachin, worried that Prince Davian Roan would be hurt by her power. Princess Eria wanted to stop this duel. Stop it, Kachin, this is just a sparring match. Isn't this going too far? To continue the fight, Davey didn't hesitate to swing his fan, signaling to continue. The princess was baffled and couldn't understand. As Davian Roan turned his head and smiled gently, the princess understood it as a sign not to interfere. He was truly a delicate person. Ea also understood his intention. Katerina Caravella entered a state of high concentration. Davey was satisfied. He knew that if his opponent didn't get serious, it would be troublesome. I didn't bring out this fan just for fun. Assessing the situation, Davey made a plan. A secret art is not a power of this world, so its possibilities are endless, but the power it emits has a limit. So to prepare for the upcoming battle, I need to test what this can do. A rough breath escaped the Grand Duchess's mouth. She had unleashed her beastly instinctive power. Who would be the winner of this fight? As if teleporting, Katerina Caravella instantly moved in front of Davey and prepared to attack. She had a sharp gaze and a speed that was difficult to counter. But Davian Roan still stood there majestically, waiting. Everyone thought he was prepared for everything. But this time it seemed different from what was expected. Seeing this speed, he was so flustered his face turned pale. So fast, the Ghost King Purse, who was beside him, was also surprised by this speed. Looking up at the murderous woman before him, Davey thought to himself, she has almost reached the state of a sword heart. If the Grand Duchess held a sword, she would definitely have reached the level of a master. The two plunged into the fight like moths to a flame. While fighting her, Davey judged that among the people he had met, she possessed a power most similar to his own, countering Katerina Caravella's attack. David and Roan swung his fan once, creating a powerful wave of force towards her. This force looked immense, as if a giant missile had just exploded. Could Caravella possibly block it? Her lustrous orange hair swayed in the golden light. The movement showed that the person in front was still unharmed and very motivated. As expected, Katerina Caravella used her strengths to dodge the attack. She sneered triumphantly. Davey was surprised. She dodged it. His eyes widened in surprise, but Davey affirmed to himself she definitely didn't see or feel it. After attempting a few attacks to probe his opponent, Davey concluded, knowing his power was absolute, she's just dodging on instinct. How terrifying. In an instant, Katerina Caravella used her speed to flash behind him, lightly raising her fist to launch a surprise attack. But all her movements were captured by Davey's sharp eyes with the refined gesture of a gentleman. David and Roan, instead of attacking her directly, lightly blocked her wrist with the fan in his hand, moving gently. He used that fan to push Caterina Caravella's direction elsewhere and thus dodged the attack himself. Everything was smoother than Florentino picking a flower. In just a few seconds, Caterina Caravella had changed from a hunter to the hunted. Her eyes widened as she was pushed around like a lab rat, not understanding what was happening. At this moment another money tree appeared, and around it were many small bells. Those bells emitted a dazzling golden light, creating a blazing red flame. Those flames formed the shape of a giant phoenix. This was the Hellfire Sword of the Vermilion Bird technique, evolved. With two seemingly ordinary weapons in hand, Davey confidently stirred up this arena. Holding the money tree, he advanced towards the Grand Duchess without hesitation. The flames of the divine beast burned the earth and swallowed the sun, something that even the world tree with its perfect fire resistance could not block. Although the opponent in front of him had taken the initiative, Caterina Caravella was not the least bit afraid. The Grand Duchess, surrounded by small bolts of lightning, rushed forward like a valiant female warrior. Davey used the divine beast to ignite a fire, but he couldn't be sure what the result would be. How effective will it be? And these two once again rushed towards each other. Everything they created shone like the brilliant sun. To whom would victory go this time? The scene changes to where Princess Elena is. This is the southern Palan kingdom. Inside a huge barracks, a heavy sword was stuck in the ground, and a soldier was reporting to his superior, "Your Excellency, the preparations are complete." Elena, her face filled with a sorrow that seemed to have claimed countless lives, received the report. "Yes, what's with this gloomy face? Who's been bothering our lady?" Seeing her discouraged, Candiras, who was inside the sword, appeared to encourage and advise her. "Patience, Elena. If it weren't for you, the damage would be much greater. Don't see them as people, just do what you believe is right." Leaving the barracks, Elena, having heard her comrade's words, answered, filled with guilt. "Even if it's for a noble purpose, it's a fact that I've killed people." Candiras, gazing at the vast mountains and forests before her, Elena absent-mindedly thought of Davey. What would Davey have done? He would surely have found a way. She shook her head at her own thoughts. It's just a selfish thought. Blaming herself and pulling out of her gloomy state, she composed herself and shouted loudly. Swan Knights. Before her was a powerful order of knights, none other than Elena's Swan Knights. Leading the valiant knights, the princess walked with dignity and commanded, "Soldiers, begin the attack." At that command, the entire unit crossed the rugged mountains and forests. That desolate and deserted place was filled with impending difficulties and obstacles. "May our princess judge wisely, achieve victory, and return." Haha. The Firefox laughed refreshingly. Caterina was still sitting on the ground, laughing as before. "To think I was knocked down." Princess Aria bent down and asked worriedly, "Really, why are you going this far?" Receiving attention, Caterina whined, "Stop nagging and comfort me, princess, I'm hurt." Caterina whined and forced out a single tear. "Blow on it, hee." This tear was not from the wound but from laughing too much, but her gaze was fixed on one place, her face suddenly turning red as she thought to herself. But her gaze was captivated by Davey. Watching the man talk with his friends after the battle, Aria's heart was filled with admiration. He's so cool. Her feelings for Davey were now impossible to hide, revealed for all to see. The more she looked at him, the redder her face became, and hearts of love floated around her. Caterina, watching her love-struck friend, was very amused and evaluated her internally. Hee, I knew it. But Caterina herself could not help but acknowledge Davey's power. "I have to admit that guy is something." As the battle ended, the sun slowly set behind the mountains, leaving only a brilliant sunset by the castle walls. As night fell, a yellow light seeped through the window of a room. A voice echoed from Caterina's room. "How was it, Grand Duchess Caterina?" Dressed in cool pajamas, she was in her room and said with satisfaction, "Beyond my expectations." A voice came again from the crystal ball on the table. "Oh, you like him," Caterina said as if it were obvious. "I have no choice but to admit it. At least he won't hurt our princess. I really need an ally like that." The mysterious man talking to Caterina gave a strange smile. "I didn't expect the picky Grand Duchess to say something like this. I was worried he would use the marriage proposal with the princess, but it seems that was a needless thought. From the man's appearance and attire, he also seemed to be of high rank. A person who had been through a lot. The princess had many enemies within the kingdom. The Grand Duchess, Crown Prince Amadeus, and even the supreme ruler, the Emperor. Despite being protected by these three highest powers, she could not escape the deep resentment of the beastkin here. Therefore, Aria needed someone to protect her. She'll be angry if she finds out." The man was none other than the Crown Prince of the Lindis Kingdom, and Lindis. Crown Prince Amadeus continued to speak through the crystal ball. "The princess is kind and pure, but she is also very sharp." Caterina rested her chin on her hand, looked at the rose in the vase and spoke with deep affection. "I just don't want her to get entangled in complicated politics. Whether she becomes a concubine or the main wife, the princess should live in love. If that's what she wants, I will accept it." Her words were filled with love, and a small image of Princess Aria smiling brightly like a flower appeared in her mind. "I can't just sit back and wait." Caterina clenched her fist and said firmly, "With the prince's foolish and stubborn personality, they won't get together even in 100 years. Caterina brushed back her long, abundant hair and said, "I just tested him, and as expected, he rejected the marriage proposal. He is very cautious and very meticulous." The voice on the other side replied in a sad tone, "It must be hard for Aria." But wanting to help Aria, he asked, "Is there no other way?" Caterina's eyes moved, filled with a scheme, and she answered, "Right now I'm not sure either. but after a pause she voiced her thoughts. Or how about sending a formal marriage proposal to the Roan royal family? The prince might refuse, but the king wouldn't want to miss an opportunity like this. He will surely consider it. Katerina's words were politically very sound and would be a great help for the marriage. Crown Prince Amadeus also listened and agreed. You seem to like the prince very much. Hearing that, she said, you don't know, it was the first time I fought someone as strong as myself. If he hadn't held back at the end, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. Fragments of her memories of fighting Davey surfaced in Katerina's mind as the Grand Duchess's praise continued. Amadeus's doubts were dispelled. I've heard the rumors, but since you're saying it yourself, Amadeus recalled the characteristics of the beastkin. Beastkin warriors respect the strong. Katerina continued. To remove any doubt about his strength, he didn't even use that sword, and yet the gap between him and me was still clear, especially the final blow. Looking at the crystal ball, one could see Katerina shuddering as she recalled that battle, and thought to himself, if he even defeated Grand Duchess Katerina, he must be worth it. To protect Princess Aria safely. At the praise, Amadeus asked himself, why did I only find out about such a person now? Katerina impatiently struck the desk with her hand. I don't want to miss this opportunity. With him, I can pair the princess with him without hesitation. Despite saying so, Katerina was still worried. The only troublesome thing is the 2 children he's raising as adopted daughters. But she soon recalled the sweet voices of the innocent twins calling out, Grandma. Katerina used that as a reason to comfort herself. But they're cute, so it's probably fine. Breaking those thoughts, Amadeus was still skeptical about the success rate of the plan Katerina had mentioned. Are you really sure? Prince Davey is stubborn, so a formal proposal might be useless, Grand Duchess Katerina replied. That's why I have to create an opportunity. It seems he doesn't dislike Aria either. He just seems to see the princess as a cute little sister. As she spoke, the images of the tall and small Davey and Aria vividly came to mind. Katerina pouted and scolded Davey. Our princess is so pretty, he must be blind. She was indignant. If it were me, I would have seized the opportunity to marry the princess right away. Hearing the Grand Duchess's words, one could see how much she cherished the princess. Crown Prince Amadeus said half jokingly, half seriously, I won't let it slide if you do anything strange to my sister. Katerina burst into laughter at Amadeus's threat. She conversed comfortably, her beast tail wagging incessantly. My goodness, how can you see me like that? I am the Grand Duchess, the Firefox Grand Duchess. I learned how to win a man's heart from my mother. The other side also laughed and replied. Ha! Katerina continued to show off her experience. Locking the 2 of them in a room will be counterproductive, so it's best to push them from behind. As it happened, a festival was scheduled to be held soon. Crown Prince Amadeus felt a headache coming on and just sighed quietly. Suddenly a purple ruby shone with a brilliant light. Amadeus turned in surprise and asked, is what you just said true? Katerina replied. What is it? Amadeus hesitated. I'm sorry, but this plan will have to be postponed. After talking so well, the sudden cancellation of the plan irritated Katerina and she shot up. HMPH, she scolded. Do you know how hard I worked to create this opportunity? Knowing the Grand Duchess was angry, Amadeus hurriedly explained, news has come from the Palan Kingdom. Amadeus's voice became slow and heavy. Something serious has happened. Hearing that, Katerina's complexion changed. HMPH worry also appeared on her face. Why now of all times? The 2's conversation continued late into the night and ended, and outside everyone was asleep and gradually everything became quiet. While the war quietly continued in the grasp of the World Tree, a minor incident shook the Palan Kingdom, and riots broke out one after another. The banner of war would be raised. The southern part of the Palan Kingdom was a region with numerous fortresses, among them Halo Fortress. Many countries occupied the fertile land here. In the Palan Kingdom, at the command headquarters, the royal family sat around a table waiting. According to the letter sent by the princess, one person read the letter in his hand with a tired, hoarse voice. A general said worriedly, the situation at the front is not good. At best, we are barely holding on, trying not to be overwhelmed. We must send the main army quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the royal family began to murmur. What? The Swan Knights are on the defensive? What kind of enemy is so strong? The butler said carefully. They say it's a monster they've never seen before. It swallowed a fiefdom in just a few days, and now their numbers are increasing as they move north. Beneath the shadows of the high castle walls, countless people surged, and the sky turned a foreboding reddish-orange. A royal family member stood up and said contemptuously, Isn't it just a bunch of undead? All we need is a good strategy. The general shook his head. The problem is that those undead have a plan. There is a commander among them. These words made the royal family in the room uneasy. The general continued. The crown prince was brilliant from a young age, possessed both wisdom and courage, and was skilled in tactics. The general's voice was full of regret. But for such a person to be sacrificed on the battlefield, this is not a simple matter. The room grew noisy, and the sound of an angry hand striking the table echoed. We cannot just take this lying down. Fortunately, the Holy Kingdom and the Magic Tower have promised support. The young man spoke up. He was sitting at the head of the room, and the entire room was in awe. The one who spoke with such confidence was none other than the second prince of the Palan Kingdom, Sullivan de Palan. Sullivan continued, 2 female priests and the 6th and 7th Night Orders will come to our aid. His words calmed the anxiety in the room, and everyone's faces brightened with joy. The royal family did not spare their praise, as expected of Prince Sullivan. You see far ahead. Sullivan remained silent. He replied with a heart full of guilt. I lost my brother. My sister had to swallow her tears while fighting on the battlefield with her brother's body. The image of the two fighting appeared in Sullivan's thoughts. Thinking of his constantly fighting sister, Sullivan made a firm resolve. I cannot just sit still. He rose from his chair, placed his hands on the desk, and said with dignity, Listen to my words. Every word Sullivan spoke was like an oath. I know it won't be easy, but we must not surrender. This is an act of rebellion against the Palan kingdom. Sullivan's eyes were filled with determination. We'll kill them without mercy. I'm so sorry, Prince Davey, the princess said shyly. She covered her mouth with her hand, her face full of guilt. You came all this way to show me the festival, but I have to go back, Davey replied politely. It's all right, it's the king's command, so it can't be helped, the princess thought with a pout. Why is father like that? As suddenly as she had appeared when the carriage had gotten some distance away, she stuck her head out and shouted, I'll definitely make it to our next date. Davey and Perce were puzzled hearing the princess's shout. Davey gave a bitter smile and asked himself, Did we have a date? He thought to himself. It was just common courtesy shown to an important guest. The guest from the kingdom came and went like the wind, and the lively festival ended peacefully. Davey smiled with satisfaction. At least I gained something. The sparring match with Grand Duchess Katerina was very useful. He was able to test his secret arts in preparation for confronting the world tree. If there was a mistake, it was that the efficiency was still low. As expected, Perce turned to Davey and asked, Can you solve that? Davey raised his hand. He looked helplessly at the blue light emanating from his palm and said, I can, but why should I deal with it there? The value of a simple weapon has increased several times over. It's all thanks to the secret arts. There's only one way to obtain this transcendent grade item. But the only person who could help him, Freya, was ignoring him, so there was nothing he could do. Davey put his hands on his waist, looked at the sky, and said with a sigh, You came so quickly when I needed you. What a shallow god. In the end, I have to find someone else to deal with the war with the world tree. Davey was sitting at his desk, and in front of him were Amy and the butler. Amy reported, The weapon manufacturing plan is proceeding smoothly. We have already started training the residents. We will be able to organize an army soon. Hearing that, Davey rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, and replied, Then the most lacking thing right now is food, using an army to strengthen the fiefdom. Davey thought it wasn't very useful, but he had to prepare for the worst. Thinking that, he asked Amy if there was any progress in the trade with the merchant guild. Asked the question, Amy hesitated and answered, That is, before Amy could finish, he commanded, That alone is not enough. Tell them I'll buy all the food they have. Amy suddenly stammered and cut in. The guild has already refused. I tried to negotiate somehow, but they said they received orders from the Palan Kingdom's royal family. Davey heard that and asked, Refused? Suddenly, a figure in a black robe appeared and interrupted. That I can explain, Amy shouted in surprise. Aina, the figure in the black robe answered calmly, Call me Jack. Then she asked Davey, Do you happen to know about the situation in Palan? Davey replied, How would I know? Then have you heard about the wheat fields in southern Palan? Jack asked and then answered herself. That place has already been occupied. William, who was sitting next to her, heard that and said worriedly, Such a big incident happened just because of some low-class undead? Jack replied, It's not that simple. These undead are said to move like trained soldiers. They don't feel pain or fatigue, so they're difficult to deal with. In short, they're a big threat. Of course, it might not be a big deal for Prince Davey. Davey heard that and said with a triumphant smile, You know me well, Jack said quietly. Arrogant bastard, Davey heard Jack's whisper and asked, What did you just say? Jack denied it. It was nothing, then she continued. It might not be a big deal for you, Prince, but for ordinary people it's a disaster. That's why they dispatched the Swan Knights led by Princess Elena, but they're just holding on. Hearing that, everyone started to murmur. My goodness, I've never heard of intelligent undead. Me neither. Davey crossed his arms and thought, It's certainly rare, but not impossible. Even if they're mindless undead, if you can make them obey orders, they're practically invincible. And there's only one person with this kind of ability. A high-class necromancer. He lowered his head, placed his hands on the desk, and became lost in thought. Those who control the undead. Then he opened his mouth and asked Jack, What does the Palan Kingdom's royal family plan to do? Jack replied, They've requested help from other countries. The Roan Kingdom has decided to provide weapons and troops. I heard Prince Paris is leading them. Paris. Davey rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and said, They didn't say anything to me. Davey thought, My dear father is trying to train Paris. But how many sacrifices will he make for this land? Thinking this far, he unknowingly gritted his teeth. That's another problem. The important thing is that someone is interfering with the preparations for the war with the world tree. Then he opened his mouth. Amy, I will also participate in the war. They say even an unlucky person can suddenly get a lucky break. It was certain. When everyone was used to a time of peace, no country on the continent could ignore this serious problem. The main grain-producing area had been occupied by the undead. The plague spread in all directions. If Palan fell, they would be next. When they recognized this problem, they set out to solve it. The three kingdoms all gathered. Davey patted Rune's head, looked around and said, Have so many kingdoms ever gathered like this before? Ulysses, who was standing next to him, replied, To my memory, this is the first time. Moreover, it was not easy to gather so many resources. Purse heard that and opened her mouth. Of course, essentially humans choose to cooperate for their own benefit, especially at times like this. We were waiting for you, Lord Ulysses, Prince Davey. Welcome, the second prince of the Palin Kingdom. Sullivan welcomed them happily. Ulysses approached, shook Sullivan's hand and said cheerfully, "It's been a long time, Prince Sullivan." Sullivan replied politely, "I'm sorry for not being able to greet you properly." Then Sullivan turned to Davey and greeted him. "I've heard a lot about Prince Davey. Although you are a candidate, I'm truly grateful that a saint chosen by God is also here with us." The two shook hands and Sullivan continued, "I was curious who Elena's new friend was. It's an honor to meet you." Davey asked about Elena's well-being. Sullivan heard that, frowned and replied, "That stubborn child refuses to come back." Sullivan gestured inside and continued, "Everyone from the other kingdoms has also arrived." Many people turned around at the sound of someone entering. After seeing Ulysses, Davey and Rune, people began to murmur, "Oh, it's Lord Ulysses. It seems the Red Tower sent an elder." After seeing Davey, everyone was curious. Who is the young man standing next to him? I've never seen him before. Davey heard that, smiled and thought to himself, "Of course, because of what happened in Palace, the name Davian Roan has become very famous, but no one will be able to recognize me by my face, so I have no choice but to hide in Ulysses' shadow." Davey smiled playfully from behind Ulysses. Just then a joyful shout was heard. "Kaya, who's this?" As soon as Caravella saw Davey from a distance, her eyes sparkled and she shouted excitedly, "Prince Davey, we meet again," Davey thought unpleasantly to himself. "Ah," Davey thought, watching the Fire Fox smile brightly. "The Fire Fox Grand Duchess has appeared." The Fire Fox's excited voice echoed throughout the room. "The fact that we've met again must mean we have some kind of fate, right?" Everyone was surprised to hear the name Prince Davey and murmured, "Prince Davey, is he from Lindis? Don't tell me he's the prince of the Roan Kingdom who received the blessing?" Over here, Davey's face had turned pale as the Fire Fox grabbed his arm and shook it. He pleaded inwardly, "Stop it." Davey opened his mouth and suggested, "Please refrain from saying things that could be misunderstood. It might reach the princess's ears." The Fire Fox laughed out loud. "Haha, that's impossible. How could someone as pure as the princess misunderstand?" Suddenly a sharp cry was heard. "You two can reminisce elsewhere. This is a meeting hall." The cross necklace swayed as the voice continued. "I am here for the safety of this continent." It was Alice. She waved her hand and said loudly, "If you've come to socialize, please leave this place." As Alice suddenly shouted, everyone murmured and whispered, "Oh my," they asked inwardly. "It seems the saint candidate has had a hard time." The saint candidate Alice stood up with a very annoyed expression. Suddenly, Grand Duchess Katerina tried to launch a direct attack at Alice. Her power was accompanied by a fierce energy. Seeing that, a guard immediately stepped forward. "Stop, Duchess," the guard warned and continued, "If you go any further, it will be considered an act of war by the Lindis Kingdom." Grand Duchess Katerina didn't care and firmly grabbed the other's sword, saying, "How arrogant! Do you think a nameless pawn like you can drive a wedge between the kingdom and the Holy Kingdom?" Seeing that, the guard trembled with anger. "Ah," the guard groaned in anger. "Ah." At that moment, Katerina raised her voice and asked, "How dare a stray dog like you interfere in our affairs?" She glared with contempt. "If you want to do it somewhere else. If you don't know your place, not even the Holy Kingdom or anyone else will be able to protect you." By then, the guard was already kneeling at Katerina's feet, his sword broken. Seeing that amazing power, Purse couldn't help but ask, "But that woman lost to you in a duel," Davey answered briefly. "Yes," he continued, "it's undeniable. Duchess Katerina is the strongest person on this continent." At that time, Alice gritted her teeth in anger and had no choice but to speak first. "Please forgive my rudeness, but I would appreciate it if you would be serious." Alice asserted one thing. "We didn't come here to play." Grand Duchess Katerina immediately shot back. "Then you'd do well to get rid of that contemptuous look in your eyes." Katerina continued, "Not only do I have to hide my disgusting feelings, but I also have to suppress my urge not to kill people." Hearing that, the guard could only tremble in fear. At that moment, Katerina ran towards Davey and said loudly, "Listen well, Prince Davey, since you will one day be close to our princess. I will be loyal to you as I am to the princess." She added a warning, "You'd better watch your mouth." Davey was extremely displeased to hear that. Purse, who was behind, was very amused. "That woman is adding fuel to the fire again," Davey thought in anger. "This crazy woman, she's causing misunderstandings again." A moment later, the meeting began, and everyone had arrived. Sullivan stepped forward and opened his mouth. "I am Prince Sullivan Palin of the Palin Kingdom. I have many shortcomings, but I have been appointed as the strategist for this battle." Sullivan thought that everyone already knew the situation. Meanwhile, Davey was very displeased to be sitting next to Katerina. "Why is this the only seat left?" Prince Sullivan added. "Although it has not yet been announced, the number of undead has now exceeded 1,000, and the number of casualties has increased due to the delayed response." Gallio, the commander of the Kantas Kingdom's executive branch who was below, asked loudly, "What has the Palin Kingdom been doing all this time?" Prince Sullivan Palin shouted in anger, "What do you mean by that? Do you think we sacrificed our soldiers to let the number of undead increase?" "What do you know?" Prince Sullivan Palin said in a stern voice. "The first attack appeared from an ancient ruin, and there were 50,000 of them. Before our troops arrived, there were 20,000 casualties, leaving 30,000. Hearing that, everyone fell silent, and fear was evident on their faces. "It's a monster," they whispered. "An undead monster. This is a big problem." Prince Sullivan Palin continued. The location currently occupied by the undead is surrounded by 7 fortresses. The Swan Knights of the Palin Kingdom are risking their lives to stop them. The commander is my younger sister, Princess Elena Zeppelin, the wielder of the Holy Sword. At this time one person raised his hand and offered an opinion. I don't think it's a wise choice to keep fighting. It will only increase the number of undead. Prince Sullivan immediately replied, You're right, but the moment we retreat from the front line we won't be able to stop their attack, he continued. Right now the Swan Knights are doing everything they can to tie them down without engaging. We don't have much time. Prince Sullivan Palin thought that they had to counterattack to end this situation, he added. But it's not a good idea to just combine our forces blindly, so I want to divide the tasks. At that moment Galileo volunteered, stood up, raised his weapon high and said confidently, Our kingdom's executive branch will take the lead. I will personally fillet their bones with my sword. The person behind him said quietly, The Green Tower and the South Tower will support the vanguard and the Red Tower will also provide cover with long-range firepower. At the same time the person sitting next to Lena also opened his mouth. I will go in place of the Saint candidate. The Holy War Knights will move separately to track down the mastermind behind this. At that time Grand Duchess Katerina was quiet, not caring. Seeing that, Perce said quietly, Duchess Katerina is too quiet. Davey wondered, what is that woman up to again? But surprisingly, Katerina was already asleep. Suddenly, Grand Duchess Katerina woke up and asked, What are you going to do? Grand Duchess Katerina crossed her arms and continued, I was actually a little surprised that you joined. Davey asked weakly, Do I look that indifferent? Hearing that, Katerina patted his shoulder and laughed loudly, Ahaha, how would I know? You know best, don't you? At that moment, Prince Sullivan Palin said quietly, I see Prince Davey did not bring any troops. Sullivan looked around and muttered to himself, I need to find someone to protect the prince. Seeing that, Davey opened his mouth. It's all right, you don't have to worry about that. He bared his teeth and said, Instead, put me at the vanguard. I didn't come here to fight a war. I came to wipe out the undead. Hearing that, Prince Sullivan Palin was slightly confused. At the same time, Davey thought to himself, I need to solve this quickly and get the food. He thought that since it had come to this, there was no need to hide anymore. I also have to deal with the world tree, so let's just show them. So they won't even dare to touch me. Everyone was surprised by Davey's decision. Are you serious? It seems you're full of confidence because you received God's blessing. Suddenly a voice echoed. I object. Alice stepped forward and said, I've heard rumors about your power, but in battle, everyone has a position that suits them. Alice asked quietly. I heard Prince Davey has a talent for healing, is that correct? Davey was silent for a moment before answering. That's right. He looked at Alice and thought to himself. This woman. At the same time, Alice said firmly, We are enough to deal with the undead so you can take care of the wounded and sick in the rear. Davey asked quietly. Are you trying to carry it all by yourself? Alice immediately replied, According to the agreement, our church will fight the undead. Then she said in a cold voice, I hope you understand, Alice thought to herself. You may be a saint, but you're not from the Holy Kingdom, so use your healing abilities in the rear. As if he had seen through her, Davey crossed his arms and frowned. He asked himself, Is that what she means? Then Davey opened his mouth. Are you sure you can handle it? Alice showed a look of displeasure. What do you mean by that? Davey said clearly. The necromancer, he's no simple man. Are you sure you have the ability to do that? Alice thought that if everyone here joined forces, even the demon lord would be no match for them. And please think carefully before you speak. Prince Davey, Alice continued, your power may be as rumored, but your words imply that if you don't participate, this matter will not be resolved. Hearing that, Davey was silent for a moment. Then he asked quietly, What if I'm right? Alice replied with contempt. Don't be ridiculous. I don't have time to argue with you. At this moment, Davey suddenly lowered his voice and growled, startling Alice. He asked with eyes full of killing intent, Do I look like I'm joking? At that terrifying aura, Alice unknowingly shuddered and got goosebumps. At the same time, Ulysses covered his head helplessly. Davey thought, if it's about the ability to wipe out the undead, that was the reason for their confidence. They were overconfident because they didn't know their true strength. He wondered who was truly the overconfident one. At that moment, Alice's body trembled continuously. Then one person spoke up, That's right, with a person like Prince Davey who has received God's blessing joining us, it will surely be beneficial for us. Prince Sullivan Palin was slightly worried, but the soldiers remaining here are also precious lives. We must treat them, he continued. Therefore I would like you to remain here, Prince. We will handle the battle. Hearing that, Alice gave a satisfied smile. Davey crossed his arms and thought to himself, Is this how you're going to play it? I don't have time for games. As if suddenly realizing something, Davey did a 180-degree turn in his attitude and said obediently, All right, I will stay and take care of them. Prince Sullivan Palin let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank you, Davey replied. Thanking me, you will surely regret it, he said in a stern voice. Let me say this in advance. If I don't receive a proper apology and reasonable compensation, I will just sit here and watch until the undead conquer all of Palin and this entire continent. At this moment, a strange energy filled the entire room. Perce shouted in surprise. An aura of death, weren't we far away from the undead? Then Davey's lips curled up slightly as he said to himself, This is getting interesting. The concept of negotiation does not exist for an undead army. For unknown beings like the undead, all that remains is only orders and cruelty towards all their targets. In the end, they can only disappear by being annihilated on the battlefield, or their controller must be eliminated. Due to this grave situation, after the meeting ended, all the soldiers of the Allied forces immediately headed to the fortress's front lines. They lined up in a very solid formation to not show any weakness to the enemy. Their eyes burned with the will to rush at the enemy and tear them to shreds at any moment. It was truly ridiculous. The enemy was out there, yet they were fighting amongst themselves. Looking down, Davey admired in a low voice, "What a spectacle! They might think they can wipe out the enemy with this many troops, but in fact what they're after is just the reward after this expedition. But from what I just felt, the enemy won't be that easy," Davey replied. Yes, that cold air in the meeting hall was the fear of death that anyone would feel when a powerful necromancer is behind an undead army, Davey thought to himself. Of course, a chill that can be felt from this far away is no joke. If my prediction is correct, if that necromancer is serious, the side that will be annihilated will be this allied force. At that time, Alice mounted her horse, her eyes gleaming with high spirits. Davey exclaimed inwardly with interest. Purse, who was next to him, opened her mouth. Jealousy brings out the ugly side of people. There was a big difference between a saint and a saint candidate. Although chosen as the next saint, they only possessed immense holy power from birth and had not yet received God's blessing. Davey thought that was the reason she felt complicated emotions towards him. Then Perse said in a low voice, "I didn't know you would let that kid off so easily," Davey replied. "My priorities have changed," Perse asked back, unable to understand. What priority? Then a mission appeared in the system. Save the afflicted 20,000 or fewer. Reward undetermined. He was surprised that a mission had appeared. After a glance, Perse was extremely shocked. 20,000 people, isn't that too many? Davey's lips curled up slightly. It won't be easy, but there are no special conditions, Davey thought to himself. There aren't many restrictions on this expedition, but the afflicted, do they know that pressuring me is useless? Perse was also lost in thought. Davey lifted his head slightly and muttered in a low voice, "To think such a simple mission would make me ponder like this, it's really unfamiliar." At the same time, inside a church, the screams of wounded soldiers echoed. It hurts so much." The scene was very chaotic and everyone was urging each other. "Is anyone there? Bring more painkillers, sterilize the surgical knife. We need to operate right now," they shouted. "Hurry." Seeing that, Perse admired inwardly. The rescue team is still efficient. Davey thought this place was no different from a battlefield. Seeing a man in red clothes giving first aid to a patient, Davey said in a low voice, "That uniform, he must be from the Holy Kingdom, from the Disease Control Center," Perse replied. "His skills are quite good, as expected of a kingdom-level rescue team," then Perse whispered in a low voice. "But to be honest, I don't trust them." Hearing that, Davey couldn't help but give a bitter smile. "Ha ha," he thought to himself. "That's why building trust is extremely important. There are people like Baron Ganeo, but Count Toyn's influence is still not that great." Then, stared intently ahead but couldn't understand anything. In one corner, two people were repeatedly and forcefully tapping a fallen soldier. "Damn it, open your eyes," they shouted grievously. "No, don't die in my arms," Perse said worriedly. "Davey, don't just watch from a distance." Davey thought they still lacked guidance. "At this rate, 7 out of 10 will die." An aura of death filled this place. Then a bald man cried out and pleaded. "Just hold on a little longer, don't die," Davey said in a low voice. Move. Seeing that, they were surprised and asked each other, "Huh, who is that?" Davey checked the situation and said, "His heart has stopped." After a brief examination, Davey discovered he was infected with a mutant bacteria and the bleeding from his arm wouldn't stop. Normally he shouldn't have died so quickly. Painful groans echoed throughout the room. Davey thought this epidemic was mutating because of the death aura here. At this time, 2 other soldiers shouted, "Who are you?" Davey paid no attention and reached out, casting an electric shock technique on the fallen person. A bolt of lightning immediately struck, startling the people around. After a moment, Davey thought deeply and asked himself, "Even with this, I can't save him?" Then the bald soldier shouted worriedly, "What are you doing now?" Davey thought to himself. In that case, then he activated a 7th circle holy magic technique. A ray of light shot out, surprising everyone. In an instant, that energy spread out and created a sanctuary. As a feather gently landed on the dead soldier, his heart started beating again and his hand moved slightly. Perse exclaimed with joy, "Davey, he moved, he's alive," Davey said nonchalantly. "Looks like I barely made it," Davey instructed. "You there, bring some ice, the more the better. And you two bring lots of clothes," he continued. "And you only give painkillers to the people I point out," they obeyed. "Yes," but the young man in red clothes was still suspicious and shouted, "Hey, who on earth are you?" Davey answered gently, "The first prince of the Roan kingdom, David and Roan." Hearing that, he was a little surprised. "Royalty," the bald soldier whispered in a low voice. "It's true, don't be rude to him," they started to murmur. "Is he the one who received God's blessing? Can he really cure an incurable disease?" At their slow attitude, Davey growled in annoyance. "You people over there, why are you still standing around?" he shouted angrily. "One person has already died and you're just going to stand there and watch?" Only then did they run in a hurry. "Yes, we understand." Seeing that, Davey smiled slightly with satisfaction. As expected of experts, they work fast. He looked at the system's mission window. The number had gone up to 120,000. Davey sighed without realizing it. Ha, 20,000 people, Davey thought to himself. Patients keep coming in. Even if I treat them all, it won't be enough. Should I be happy that this disease wasn't caused by the undead? Then Purse opened her mouth. During a war, countless people will die. A single small mistake can take thousands of lives. Purse thought that since she was on the same side, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Purse asked in a low voice, if things continue like this, there will be more casualties. There's a better way, right? Davey replied. Yes, he thought that something more terrible than this would happen in the future. It was just a hunch, though. Purse asked worriedly. A hunch, Davey said with conviction. Yes, a hunch, but a hunch is most accurate in the most unexpected cases. So many incidents have occurred in the short span of a year, so this one is nothing strange, Purse asked. So you mean something more terrible than this will happen? Davey continued. What does that matter? Purse hesitated and replied. I guess we'll know when it happens. Then Davey gave a devilish smile. In that case, he muttered with a growl, I'll have to put everything back in place before that happens. At that crazed look, Purse shuddered slightly. She shouted in fear. That scary smile again. Davey continued to laugh with his mouth open. Kikiki, he thought to himself. If you want to create something, you have to be meticulous. That's what I learned over 1,000 years. Davey's creepy laughter instantly echoed throughout the entire castle. At the same time, in a lit room, Alice was praying with her hands clasped. She thought of one person, Davey and Roan. Recalling his nonchalant appearance, Alice showed a very displeased look. I really don't like that guy, Alice thought to herself. I am a believer who serves God and spreads his word in the holy kingdom of Vansat. In the Holy Land I endured all sorts of hardships with a smile. Alice felt it was unfair. But why did a prince from a small country who has no connection to God and was in a coma for 6 years receive the blessing of a saint? Alice gritted her teeth, her face full of jealousy. The God who ignored me for 25 years gave his blessing to some young nobody. Alice thought that was why she got angry. As a saint candidate, she shouldn't have acted like that in public, but this time she just wanted to. Why did a stone fall from the sky and steal my place? Alice thought furiously. What's more disappointing is that saint candidate Rena seems to accept this and think it's God's will. But I really can't accept it. Alice took out a cross and called in a low voice, Goddess Freya. She closed her eyes and prayed. Why do you not answer me? I have prayed before you with all my heart. Then a soldier approached and called out, Saint, the meeting will begin soon. Hearing that, Alice turned around with a sad expression. Alice clenched her fists and thought to herself, not a candidate but a saint. She thought there was no need to correct his words. After a while, everyone gathered. Alice opened her mouth. I hope everyone will trust and follow me, Alice said loudly. Those who refuse God's protection, I will deal with them with my own hands. Behind her, Prince Sullivan Palin was listening carefully, and Grand Duchess Katerina was nodding off sleepy. On the other hand, Davey thought that if he was stuck in a dilemma, he had to see it through to the end. At the same time, threatening lightning was striking at the castle gate. Seeing that, the undead came running in a hurry. They shouted blankly. Ah, Davey thought to himself. So I have to use this chaos. He stood majestically in the middle of the battlefield and thought to himself. Be as careful as possible. The undead continued to groan. Ah! Seeing that, Purse let out a long sigh. My goodness, you're not afraid of anything. I confirmed the coordinates, but how could you come so recklessly? Purse hit Davey's head. Does the world seem too easy to you? Do you think there's no enemy you can't beat? Davey answered in annoyance. That hurts. What's wrong with you? I'm doing this because I have something to rely on, he said reassuringly. Don't worry, if it doesn't work, I have another ace up my sleeve. Helplessly, Purse grumbled and accepted it. At the same time, the undead's eyes flashed again, full of killing intent. Ah! Davey thought this place had truly become a city of the dead. Standing in the middle of the undead, Purse asked in a low voice, What are you going to do now? Davey clarified his goal. There was only one thing to do now, lure out the audacious necromancers who were hiding in the ancient ruins enjoying the end of this chaotic situation, and then turn them into dust. He opened his mouth. 7 captures, 7 releases, Purse asked back, bewildered. What? Suddenly the staff in Davey's hand began to glow. This was the time of transition. Davey explained. The dead are bound to gather when they see fire. He slammed the staff into the ground and continued. They will yearn for a light they cannot catch from below. At that moment, a powerful energy instantly enveloped the entire space. Davey shouted loudly, I am your commander. He gave a meaningful smile, then Davey gently held out his hand. Surprisingly, he gave a bright high five to those foolish undead. They started singing and dancing like crazy. Tinko tuiko raitosa awua. Purse tightly covered her bleeding ears. My God, I can't listen to this anymore. The song continued to echo. Kapbo, at times like this, lift your head and look at the sky. You'll see a star called J97. At the same time, Davey thought to himself, Hongji sings better. Numgi too, he said, as if making a promise. Let's sing together next time. In an instant, the undead were psychologically manipulated. They charged ferociously with shields in hand, their eyes flashing with a blue light. Seeing this, Davey smiled with satisfaction. Having successfully seized control, Purse cried out helplessly. Suddenly, the undead seemed to be overcome with grief, and one of them even grew hair. Davey sighed and opened his mouth. I guess I should take care of this first, Davey said loudly. Those who became undead after dying from the plague go to the right, the rest to the left. Then he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the shields in the undead's hands disappeared. Davey opened his mouth. This is a spiritual magic circle. I have no need for victims of the undead. Rest in peace, and when you are reincarnated in your next life, you will forget all your painful memories. The undead groaned as if they couldn't understand. Ah, he added. I hope you live a better life next time. Then he tapped his staff and sent the undead on their long journey. They did not forget to open their mouths. Thank you. Hearing that, Davey smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Perce couldn't help but praise him. Amazing, not like your usual self, Davey replied arrogantly. That's right. On the other hand, the undead with shields remained. Davey said in a low voice. It seems the preparations are complete, Perce asked worriedly. Will it be all right? Many of them are gone, Davey replied. If I need more, I'll just take them. He began to smile like a devil. Kiki, this isn't the only place where undead are running rampant. Perce shuddered and cried out, ah! Suddenly the space changed drastically. Davey wondered to himself, Perce said in a low voice. This wasn't a forest, it was a grassland. Hearing that, Davey made his own guess. They created this. They're all dead trees, Davey continued. I don't know, but the moment you get close, those branches might strangle you to death. At the same time, the tree branches began to intertwine. Perce said in a low voice. It's a seventh circle necromancer. This is wide area magic that amplifies the caster's power. Davey asked, are they waiting inside? How brave. At the same time, the undead were fumbling around searching for something. Davey walked out calmly. He stepped on a branch and suddenly felt a strange sensation. A demonic voice echoed, how dare you? Then a horribly creepy sound was heard. Not only did you steal my army, but you're also dancing around carefree in here. The Lich King bared his teeth, sneered, and called out to Davey in a loud voice, O young necromancer. The Reaper lowered his voice and chided, how dare you? At that moment the undead beast bared their sharp teeth at Davey. The Reaper continued contemptuously, you came looking for me after stealing my army? You're nothing but a young necromancer. Despite this, Davey still stood proudly, facing the beasts. The Reaper hissed in annoyance, but I'll praise you for taking my army. I will test the extent of your abilities. Davey raised the corner of his mouth and sighed. Ha, these days do you not even show your face when you have a guest? He said in a low voice. I need to take care of this quickly and go back to treat the wounded. At that moment the mission window appeared, and the number had gone up to 1925-20,000. Davey thought to himself, Rune must be disguised as me right now, controlling the situation in the command post's emergency room. Fortunately, Rune's efforts and the efforts of those following my orders were all being included in the mission. Davey checked the current situation. About 14 death knights. That's quite a lot. They were all riding undead dragons, Perce said worriedly. There are many giant beast-type undead too. Davey, your army could be annihilated, Davey replied nonchalantly. Then I guess I'll have to balance things out a bit. He drew his sword and quickly got into an attack stance. Before we begin, let me tell you my purpose for coming here today. Davey said loudly, I don't know who you are and I'm not interested in why you're playing this war game. At the same time, the Reaper was sitting on a chair observing the situation. Davey's eyes widened as he said coldly, but if you have what I need, that's a different story. Then he plunged the sword in his hand straight into one of the beasts and the beast cried out in pain. The Reaper shouted, What do you mean, intruder? Davey said clearly. From now on you will move as I wish. He stepped on a beast and continued. Stop this useless war game and listen to my command. I'll find where you are soon enough. Hearing that, the Reaper hissed in fury. Nonsense. At this moment, Davey released his energy to empower the undead he had recruited. He said firmly, And I will destroy you. As soon as he finished speaking, Davey's eyes burned with fighting spirit. A ray of light instantly enveloped the entire space and angel wings faintly appeared and disappeared. This was 8th circle holy magic, God's blessing. Davey opened his mouth. My allies will become my will. My anguish is their anguish, he added. Our precious enhancement magic will be the worst curse for them. At the same time, the beasts raised their heads and let out a great roar. Without a moment to lose, Davey immediately cast a technique. 9th circle holy magic, final repentance. The undead were immediately struck by the sun of truth that pierced their hearts. Judging that the situation was not good, the Reaper immediately shot up and asked in a fluster, What is this? Davey raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It's too early to be surprised, he continued. There's still more. A streak of light accompanied by lightning immediately flashed in the middle of the dark sky. It was accompanied by tremendous energy. It was the 8th circle offensive holy magic, God's staff. In an instant the attack formed a bolt of lightning that struck down powerfully throughout the entire forest. At the same time the Reaper's space shook violently. He gripped his chair and groaned in pain. Ah! The Reaper, who took a direct hit, shouted, God's staff? No, Davey asked with contempt. No, he waved his hand and continued. It's time for you to crawl out of your hiding place. Immediately, a powerful explosion occurred. Davey put his hands together and opened his mouth. What I need is not almighty power, but your blessing and tolerance, he said in a low voice. For the next 300 seconds, please do not look this way. I will resolve everything here. At the same time, the allied undead's strength, agility, tough skin, and steel bone stats continued to rise. Seeing that, Persephone judged inwardly. Talking to a god with that kind of tone again, he's really crazy. At that moment, the Reaper couldn't believe the reality before his eyes. Intruder, how can a necromancer use this blasphemous holy magic? Davey asked with amusement. Are you curious? Then he said coldly, Keep wondering because you'll never find out anyway. Hearing that, the Reaper was at a loss for words for a moment. At that time, the allied undead began to overwhelm the ferocious beasts. They dragged the beasts as if they were leading cattle. Seeing that, the Reaper couldn't hold back and hissed, You dirty thief, fine, let's see if you can find me. The forest instantly became pitch black. The Reaper opened his mouth. This is the labyrinth created by me, the Reaper, he added, although some places can still swallow you whole. Davey gripped his weapon and cut in. Why should I waste my energy passing through a labyrinth? Then he swung his sword powerfully like a chef filleting a fish, creating a clean cut. Davey said coldly, "I can just break it all," the helpless Reaper shouted in anger. "You seem to be having a lot of fun barking like a dog." Davey raised the corner of his mouth in amusement and continued to swing his sword. Davey's power created a powerful explosion. In an instant he had taken control of the situation and was on the verge of destroying this forest. The Reaper staggered to his feet amidst the thick dust. He screamed in anger, "Ah!" Seeing his opponent, Davey immediately opened his mouth. "You were a giant?" the Reaper asked in a low voice. "You know of the giants, intruder," Davey answered immediately. "This is the first time I'm seeing one with my own eyes." The Reaper put his hands behind his back and opened his mouth. "I see. Have the giants already gone extinct?" he continued. "I didn't think you'd be able to come this far. I acknowledge your skill. Although you used tricks to get here, the skill to do so is part of your power." Reaper held out his hand and said in a low voice, "Now, intruder, tell me your name," Davey said coldly. "Before asking for someone's name, you should state your own," the Reaper obediently replied. "I understand." He began to introduce himself. "My name is Glay." Before he could finish, Davey cut in. "That's enough, I don't want to know." At the blatant contempt, the Reaper was now exploding with anger. He shouted in fury, "You bastard black hole." At the same time, he launched a strange purple attack towards Davey, but he lightly waved his hand and overwhelmed the black hole technique. As expected of a chosen one, the Reaper's attack hit the ground meaninglessly. In the face of Davey's energy, the Reaper hurriedly took a few steps back and hissed in a low voice, "Ah!" he shouted in anger. "It's bad enough you stole my army, but you're also using holy magic and a sword that radiates a halo. You can use black magic without even chanting." Then the Reaper gritted his teeth in anger. He shouted loudly, "Impossible, a guy like you shouldn't exist in this world," the Reaper continued. "Human, I've figured out your identity." Hearing that, Davey just gave a contemptuous smile. The giant Lich Elder Cleophan. He had devoted 3 years to learning magic. At that time he was called a genius, and thanks to his relentless efforts and not missing the opportunities given to him, he had never been defeated by anyone. Cleophan thought, "But this time is different, Zhangju. I'm not used to using this kind of magic." Cleophan was surprised that he could use 8th circle necromancy in a human body. Moreover, he didn't even chant throughout the fight. It was as if the world was favoring him. At this time, Davey continued to launch attacks at Cleophan. Despite this, Davey was slightly wary. The spells he's using are not simple either. At that moment an attack hit Cleophan hard and he cried out in pain. "Ah!" Cleophan evaluated inwardly. "Swordsmanship sharp enough to cut even a lich," Cleophan hissed in a low voice. "Ah!" The Reaper felt a slight fear at Davey's momentum. "He's strong, too strong." Cleophan thought that nothing would change even if he recovered his strength. After finishing his thoughts, he opened his mouth. "I admit it, young man," Cleophan said softly. "I don't know how it happened, but your power is on par with mine." The Reaper, looking at the range of the magic you've cast, "You are certainly much stronger. Just like my master Pluto Damien." Not caring at all, Davey said coldly, "Nonsense." Then he continued to pour out powerful attacks and a series of powerful explosions occurred. Seeing that, Cleophan said with interest, "Kuhei, you've made me curious. I am an 8th circle mage." His eyes gleamed with killing intent as he continued, "Even if you are a 9th circle mage, you cannot hide from me." Cleophan reached out to grab Davey's head tightly. He lowered his voice. "Show me." Instantly, Cleophan succeeded in strangling his opponent. He threatened in a low voice, "Your secrets through a hazy human." Cleophan continued, "I will confirm it myself." Suddenly, the Reaper couldn't move. Cleophan shouted in shock, "A wall, what is this?" Davey immediately grabbed his head and opened his mouth as a reminder. "Don't be arrogant." Then Davey slammed Cleophan hard into the ground. His power created a shock that shook the heavens and the earth. Looking at the Reaper trembling on the ground, Davey added, "Those with transcendent magic don't usually hide themselves. A bastard like you who just orders around some undead dares to call himself a Reaper? How ridiculous." He raised the corner of his mouth in contempt. "Try harder next time." Well, it's useless to say that now. As soon as he finished speaking, Davey stomped hard on the Reaper. He opened his mouth sarcastically. "Still, you have to do your best, right?" At the same time, in the Palan Empire, a person reported in a loud voice, "Your Highness, there are patients." The bald soldier reported hurriedly, "The plague is spreading. They all have the same symptoms." Hearing that, Rune in the form of Davey said softly, "Rune, it's time to work." Suddenly, he opened his mouth. "The acting is too clumsy. -1 point." The bald soldier asked blankly, "Pardon?" Davey answered immediately, "It's nothing, let's go treat the disease." He ran hurriedly. The people around exclaimed in admiration, "To think even this hellish place can change. He's truly amazing." They couldn't believe this miracle. "Is this the power of a saint who has received God's blessing?" one person said in a low voice. "I see now why Baron Ganeo was so excited when he talked about Prince Davey's achievements," his colleague continued. "Although I still can't understand his strange way of speaking and acting." At that moment, Rune in the form of Davey blankly banged her head against a wall. The people shouted in surprise, "Your Highness." They saw that and judged inwardly, "I guess no one is perfect." As they went outside, everyone called out loudly for Prince Davey. "Please take a look over here. The patient's symptoms are completely different from what we know." Rune in the form of Davey said calmly, "Let me see." He began to analyze. "Pulse is short, temperature is high, his condition is very bad." The victim groaned in pain. Rune in the form of Davey immediately said, search for a cure. Suddenly he dashed off like an arrow in front of the people. Rune in the form of Davey said as she ran swiftly, it's a chance to escape. Seeing that, the bald soldier didn't know what to do. Pardon, where are you going? They reached out calling for the prince. Just then the real Davey appeared and opened his mouth. Everyone stop. Hearing his voice from behind, the bald soldier got goosebumps. Davey said sternly, I'm changing the treatment method. Classify the patients according to their body temperature and the look in their eyes. Davey continued, I will tell you the appropriate treatment for each group, so get moving. The bald soldier still had a bewildered expression. Seeing this, Davey pointed a finger at him and asked loudly, hey you, I haven't seen your face before, where are you from? The bald soldier answered in a fluster, pardon, weren't you just with me until a moment ago? Davey continued, what's your unit? He replied. The medical supply unit. Davey said sternly, good, bring the things written on this prescription to my barracks. Although he felt something was strange, the bald soldier obeyed meekly. Yes, at his dawdling attitude, Davey shouted in annoyance, are you trying to kill the patients by wasting time? What are you standing there for? Faced with the murderous expression, the bald soldier hurried off. I'll go right now, he thought to himself in confusion. Is this the saint's true personality? The soldier became even more convinced that no one in the world was perfect. Just then, Davey shouted roughly at the people, move it, you bastards. A moment later, he cracked his wrists and muttered that it was easier than he thought. Standing on the castle wall, Davey opened his mouth, always grumbling about being tired and now demanding a reward. Then he said gently to the golem, I'll buy you ice cream later. Davey asked about the situation. So what happened? Rune replied. Prince Paris is being looked after by Rune and her junior, Rune continued. According to the report, he kept pleading to be sent to the front lines, Davey asked back. So, Rune replied, I knocked him out. A human's weakness is that they are easily knocked out. Hearing that, Davey praised her. Good job. Just then, Rune asked carefully, Lord Davey, did everything go smoothly? Davey said, yes, there will be big news soon. A few days later, as expected, the command headquarters received some important information. The undead army was launching an all-out attack on the front lines like living corpses. Moreover, as the deathly aura grew stronger, the plague also worsened rapidly. The undead army even had an elite ghost commando unit. This meant that Cleophan, who called himself the Lich Reaper, had started to move. As a result, the allied forces suffered many casualties, and the smell of blood filled the air. As Davey was engrossed in treatment, someone approached him from behind. She called out to Davey. Seeing the battered girl, Davey asked in a low voice, You're a mess, Elena. At that moment, Prince Sullivan Palin, who was behind her, looked very troubled, not daring to look straight at him. Prince Sullivan spoke first. I need your help, Davey asked coldly. So? Prince Sullivan Palin asked urgently. Haven't you heard any news? Davey replied in a low voice. Word travels fast. The command headquarters has completely collapsed by now. Hearing that, Sullivan hesitated slightly. His patience worn thin, Davey got to the point. So what do you want to say? Prince Sullivan bowed low and said, Please help us. Before he could finish, Davey replied coldly. No, he said in annoyance. You should have already known my answer. Davey looked at the chaotic battlefield where armored skeletons ran everywhere and 2 monsters stood in every alley, and made his assessment. The first battle with the allied forces was not very difficult. No, in fact, the victory was so easy that it confused everyone. It seemed the undead had suddenly given up fighting and were just charging forward, ignoring the traps at their feet. Thinking that far, he suddenly understood everything. The morale of the allied forces must have been sky high because of that incident. The image of Sullivan standing on a cliff raising his hand high to boost the morale of the army below, with Alice beside him, came to his mind. Everyone praised the commander of the battle, Prince Sullivan, and the saint candidate Alice. After boosting morale, he and she smiled with satisfaction, looking down at the excited soldiers below. The fact that Prince Davey was the strongest among them was no longer important. What was important was that they had survived the battle, and the one who had led them to victory was right before their eyes. Seeing the soldiers abandon her and go in another direction, Elena became dissatisfied and tried to hold them back in vain. Meanwhile, Elena voiced that she needed Davey's help, but because of the prince and Alice's influence, everyone ignored her. After the soldiers all abandoned her and turned to Alice's side, Alice came out from among the soldiers and looked at Elena with eyes full of mockery and contempt. Stop being a child now, Princess Elena. All the casualties are because of your incompetence. Not stopping there, she continued to shoot disdainful glances at Elena, her mocking voice twisting every word. I admit you're talented, but you're still too young to be on the battlefield. Amidst this criticism and mockery, Elena could only lower her head without a word. Watching her, Davey made his final assessment. Elena, who was there to prevent the situation from worsening, was treated as a useless princess. After thoroughly mocking Elena, Alice laughed triumphantly and turned away coolly. Everything was because the saint candidate Alice had manipulated the people. After mocking Elena, she went to a clearing where people in armor and with weapons were gathered in a line. After quickly predicting the battle situation and the success of the expedition, she had built her own power within the allied forces in just a few days. Except for Grand Duchess Katerina, who had clashed with her from the beginning, Elder Ulysses and Elena, those mentioned were completely isolated by Sullivan. Before leaving, Elena did not forget to look back at the army with regret, and from then on no one voiced a different opinion. Seeing the 3 obstacles disappear, Alice and Sullivan stood and laughed triumphantly, like rich men in a bountiful year. Everything seemed to be going their way, but life was not like a dream. That peaceful scene did not last long, and the fortresses began to fall. Before the expeditionary force could even act, everything was turned upside down again. In the end, all but 3 fortresses led by Elena, 1 fortress led by the Firefox Grand Duchess Katerina, and the 3 fortresses where the Allied Forces command headquarters were located had fallen. Alice looked around blankly in the middle of a battlefield strewn with the bodies of fallen soldiers. The wounded were countless, and Alice could not treat them all. Looking around and seeing no one, Alice finally knew what fear was. Morale of the Allied forces was slowly collapsing. On another front, Sullivan appeared before Davey with Elena behind him and demanded without a hint of goodwill, "I'll get straight to the point, help us." But without a moment's thought he flatly refused. No, at this refusal, Sullivan was startled and tried to persuade Prince Davey. Before he could speak, Davey cut in and said bluntly, "Prince Sullivan, it is very important for each person to keep to their assigned position. I trust you understand what I'm trying to say." Then Davey continued at length, "I remember asking to be sent to the front lines, but you refused back then. Do I look like a tool you can pull out whenever you need me?" At every word he spoke, Sullivan could not refute anything and remained silent. Not stopping there, Davey gave this and that reason, not giving the other person a chance to speak. "From the beginning, I wasn't part of the Allied forces. I just came to help for personal reasons." After finishing his words, he turned, put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked away. As he walked, he said, "But it's no use now. I'll just teach you how to treat the patients with the method Goddess Freya taught me." Seeing him about to leave, Sullivan shouted to stop him. "Wait, please wait, Prince Davey." Without making him wait long, he pleaded loudly, "I admit I was foolish." Hearing this, Davey stopped walking. Seeing that he had turned his attention to him, Sullivan took this opportunity to act pitiful and pleaded with all sorts of words, "So please help us, I can't watch the soldiers keep dying." Hearing this, Davey thought for a moment and then agreed, "All right, I'll help you." Hearing this answer, Sullivan lifted his head in joy. "But life isn't like a dream. By the way, as you know, why don't I see the face of the person who should be responsible for this matter?" At that question, Sullivan was at a loss for words and froze. What should he say? Seeing his flustered and frozen appearance, Davey emotionlessly said a name. Saint Candidate Alice. It seemed like everything would end there, but Davey began to mock her relentlessly. "Is that woman the Pope? I can't understand why she's so stubborn." After finishing his mockery, Davey crossed his arms and stated his final demand, "Go back and tell Candidate Alice." Davey quietly assessed internally. "Although it's an honorable position in terms of power, even in the Holy Kingdom, I am above her. So why is he rushing like this for her? Does she need help?" Shaking off his thoughts, he voiced all his dissatisfaction without hesitation. "There's a limit to looking down on others. Last time was the only time I let it slide." Hearing these words, Sullivan's face turned pale with fear. Seeing that reaction, he was a little more satisfied. That woman needs to get a harsh taste of reality to come to her senses. After finishing his proposal, Davey turned his head and commanded, "Rune, bring the commander." Only then did he come to his senses and shout louder than ever before, "Wait!" His path blocked, Davey asked in disbelief, "You still have something to say?" Sullivan now shed his fearful demeanor and seriously reported the situation. "The soldiers are dying right now. If you don't help," knowing what he would say next, Davey immediately cut him off. "It's the same for the patients here." Right after that, a painful groan echoed. Davey asserted, "I am doing my job." Saying so, he turned and left, not forgetting to smile slightly. "But the front lines are not, are they?" To be more persuasive, he sighed. "I don't know whose fault this is." At that disguised accusation, Sullivan was silent. After he left, Elena sat down and threw off the crown on her head. After throwing it, she sat with her chin in her hands and let out a sigh of relief. Witnessing this scene, Davey was impressed. "That's really unexpected." After expressing his admiration, Davey moved on to another topic. "Why didn't you say anything, Elena?" At the question, she turned her head to look at him but said nothing. After a moment, Elena ran her hands through her hair and let out a long sigh. She opened her mouth. "What would that change? You know my personality and you want me to do something like that. It's driving me crazy, it's so annoying." After a pause, Elena asked in confusion, "I don't know anymore, Davey. Whose side should I be on?" He put both hands in his pockets and looked at her, lost in thought. Then he sat down, took her hand, and answered as he treated it. "Remember, helping is something you should do, whether it's for the Empire's benefit or not. But on the other hand, what is the best thing to do?" Before he could answer that question, Elena opened her mouth herself. "You're not a subject of the Empire, you're just here to help. But they ignored your opinion and treated you as they pleased. What now?" Davey said nothing and just focused on the treatment. Elena continued to raise her voice. "It might be you this time, but it could be someone else next time. Then everything will repeat itself." Mentioning this problem, Elena couldn't hold back her anger and puffed out her cheeks in a pout. "What's more infuriating is that all of this happened because of Saint Candidate Alice. The Night Magic Treaty forces us to follow the Holy Kingdom's opinion. It's stated in the treaty. That's why I put up with that woman, but I can't stand it anymore." Seeing that, Davey gently calmed her down. "You've been through a lot too." As soon as he finished speaking, flames flared up and Elena's angry voice was heard. If you don't want something like this to happen again, you have to seize the opportunity right now, Elena said with a firm face, emphasizing each word. Witnessing this scene, Davey was 30 helpless and 70 resigned. She's completely fired up at his supportive words. Elena regained her composure. Please, Davey. Elena sat below and looked up at him with pitiful and earnest eyes. I don't know what you want to do. Help me after all this is over. Davey stood up with an expressionless face, even as Elena continued to plead. I'll do anything, so please. Time flew by and a week passed. The situation worsened as the 8 fortresses in the southern Palan Empire, guarded by the Gunlori region, were annihilated by the enemy. During that time, Davey treated patients without wasting a single moment. He looked at the numbers displayed on the system screen and was lost in thought. Last week it was just a little over 1,000. Davey crossed his arms and assessed the current situation with Perse. I've finally passed 70. It will probably be full in about 7 more days. Perse looked at the numbers on the screen with a slightly skeptical expression. The battle had become fiercer, but the casualties had decreased significantly. That's really unexpected. Davey moved his hand slightly and revealed a shocking piece of information. I brainwashed that guy. Going back in time, he had his hand on a strange helmet at that time. I made her intensify the attack so that the allied fortress wouldn't have a big problem when retreating. Back in the present, Rune was now standing on top of a tower looking at something. The command headquarters must be quite annoyed by the continued defeats, but all I'm doing is observing the situation. At this time, 2 battered soldiers in the hall began to lament. Damn it, we're finished. Yeah, damn it. After lamenting, the 2 began to change the subject to another problem. What's wrong with the saint candidate? She's so useless. Her holy power is no different from other ordinary priests. At these words, Davey turned his head to pay attention, and before he knew it, public opinion had become very bad. Starting from the 2's criticism, a group of people followed suit and criticized her. After a series of defeats, Commander Sullivan and Saint candidate Alice's reputations hit rock bottom. To be precise, Alice was now facing a backlash as intense as her rapid rise to fame had been. As they continued to whisper, the door opened and a small group of soldiers staggered in. Alice, who was with them, hung her head and couldn't say a word. The others were equally demoralized. Seeing them enter, the people began to whisper even more. My God, did they all retreat? I can't believe it. David and Roan, oblivious to the shadow approaching from behind, stretched nonchalantly. After he finished stretching, he turned around and the 2 stood face to face in silence. After a moment, Alice was the first to speak. She looked at David and Roan with eyes full of ridicule and contempt and condemned him loudly. I can't understand people like you. David and Roan, not to be outdone, turned his head, spread his arms, closed his eyes and sneered as he shot back. What a coincidence. I can't understand people like you either. Hearing this, Alice was at a loss for words, biting her lip and speaking with resentment. Do I look like I'm joking? Not stopping there, she threw a derogatory question at him. Why would a demon like you be able to receive the title of a saint? The more she spoke, the more she couldn't contain her anger, and she shouted with all her might. You're just being stubborn while people are dying right in front of you. If you're not a demon, what are you? At these words, the people there couldn't hide their shock and covered their faces. David and Roan immediately shot back. All I needed was one word of apology. I wonder who's really being stubborn. It seemed like it would end there, but David and Roan furrowed his brow with a serious expression and stared at her with murderous eyes. Don't you know how shameful it is to turn your back on victory just to protect your petty, useless pride? To avoid being cornered, Alice composed herself, clenched her fists, and said at length with a fierce expression, Your only duty is to assist me with that immense holy power. Don't be arrogant just because you have the title of a saint. Gaining momentum, Alice continued without giving him a chance to interject. You've only been using holy power for a year, but I've been learning since I was 5. After saying this, she raised her hand and pointed it straight at his face. Do you think you can do what I can just because you have the title of a saint? At this question, David and Roan swept his hair back in disbelief. My God, can't you understand what I'm saying? As soon as he finished speaking, a vein popped out on her forehead. I'm so angry at the great goddess Freya. Why couldn't I be the one to become a saint? On this matter, Alice couldn't hide her anger, placed a hand on her chest, clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and said with emphasis on each word, If I were the real saint. After saying this, she lowered her voice and said something far-fetched. Everyone wouldn't have been sacrificed like this. David and Roan, with dead eyes, raised his hand to activate his power and said bluntly, Just be honest. Immediately after, as Alice's face turned blue with fear and her eyes widened, a sword flew from a distance. David and Roan summoned the sword, pointed it at the middle of the terrified Alice's chest and declared, This is why you can't be a saint. Seeing Alice being threatened, the soldiers gritted their teeth and either raised their hands or drew their swords to attack, but he paid them no mind and continued, Listen well. The reason you didn't become a saint is not because I took it from you. As if he had thought of something, David and Roan's lips curled up sinisterly. There's no limit to the number of people who can become a saint. Snapping out of his thoughts, he smiled and said nonchalantly, It's simply because you're incompetent. At that contemptuous evaluation, Alice frowned, glared at him as if she wanted to eat him alive, and stubbornly stated her opinion. For generations there has only been one saint. What do you know? Accused of knowing nothing, David Enrone didn't lower his sword but kept it in place and added a few sarcastic words. Then what do you know about the great goddess Freya? Not stopping there, David Enrone raised an eyebrow and with a mocking expression poured out a series of cutting questions. Teachings that are different from the god or the scriptures. How do you know if they were made by God or by humans? He sneered inwardly. Her as a benevolent goddess, don't make me laugh. Thinking this far, he began to retrace the information. Freya never taught humans anything in the first place. She only bestowed power and grace so that we could find our own way. Snapping out of his thoughts, David Enrone slung the sword over his shoulder, looked down contemptuously at Alice, who was collapsed on the ground, and laughed. You don't even know the basics. What's so great about you? Hit where it hurt. Alice couldn't contain her anger and shot back loudly. Aren't you the same? This time David Enrone didn't deny it but agreed. Well, I certainly can't tell what Freya is thinking. At these words, Alice once again fiercely condemned him. Blasphemy. You're a heretic. A devout believer would never compromise with a demon. Then, as if she didn't want to talk to him anymore, Alice took 2 guards with her and left in a huff, not forgetting to declare, even if I die, I won't ask you for help. After that unpleasant conversation, the situation on the battlefield worsened to the point where they could no longer retreat as the Allied forces were pushed back by the undead's attacks. Their next target was here, his encampment. The numbers on the system screen jumped from 15,000 to 19,000 in an instant. Seeing that number, David Enrone crossed his arms, watched the screen intently, and was satisfied. About 1,000 more to go to reach the target. Just then a girl appeared and raised her hand high, calling out to him. Prince Davey, the owner of the voice, was the Holy Kingdom's saint candidate, Rena. She approached with a loaf of warm bread in her hand. Please have this. At Rena's enthusiasm, David Enrone had no choice but to refuse. It's all right, candidate Rena. At this gesture, Rena was flustered and offered the bread again, pleading, please don't refuse. Fearing he wouldn't agree, Rena explained, no matter how hard you try, you have to eat to replenish your energy. After saying this, Rena excitedly talked about this and that. But David Enrone didn't listen to her and quietly assessed her. Rena is another saint candidate who trained with Alice in the Holy Kingdom. Because of Alice's fierce and childish personality, Rena was pushed out of the competition from the start. In the end, David Enrone accepted the bread. The two sat down leaning against a wall. While he ate the bread, Rena still chattered on about some issue. You have no idea how relieved we are that your highness is here. Thanks to you, the patient's suffering has been lessened. As she said this, she couldn't hide her happiness and smiled so brightly at David Enrone that her eyes disappeared. A smiling face is better than a gloomy one, right? Hearing this, Perce, who was floating beside him, quietly commented, that child's wisdom really makes her more saint-like than the other one. David Enrone, chewing on the bread, looked at her and wholeheartedly agreed. After finishing his conversation with Perce, David Enrone placed his arm on his thigh, chewed on the bread, and voiced a question he had been holding in his heart for a long time. There's a war going on outside, aren't you worried? At that question, Rena rubbed her chin with her hand and fell into thought. We have to do what we have to do here. Snapping out of her thoughts, Rena clasped her hands and smiled with satisfaction. If I could, I'd want to go out there and treat the fighting soldiers, but I don't have enough power to stop the undead's advance. A moment later, David Enrone still hadn't finished his bread, but hearing her words, he raised the hand holding the bread, pursed his lips, and fell into thought about it. In a peaceful moment, a soldier with a sword came running in a hurry. He ran around with his sword, shouting at the top of his lungs and announcing urgent news. The western fortress has been attacked. Seeing no one moving an inch, he shouted even louder. An order has been issued for everyone to evacuate. At this news, Rena was shocked and stood up with a worried expression. Only David Enrone, as if nothing had happened, was still sitting there, chewing on his bread. As if she had thought of something, Rena looked at the soldier and argued. Candidate Alice was supposed to be guarding the western wall. But before she could say more, the soldier quickly cut her off loudly. There's no time, Lady Saint Rena. We have to evacuate through the nearest gate. It seemed like everything would end there, but the soldier began to psychologically manipulate the people there. We're attacked from the west, so this place won't hold for long. At these words, Rena became even more confused. What should I do? At this moment, David Enrone, who was chewing bread beside her, finished eating, placed his hands on his knees to stand up, and declared in a low voice, continue treating the patient's candidate Rena. After finishing his words, he reached out, pushed her head down to make her sit, and gently reassured her, the undead will not set foot in this place. At that gesture, her face turned red, but her mind was still in chaos. What? After stopping her in a corner no one knew of, David Enrone gave a meaningful smile. I can't leave this place until I get 20,000 points. Seeing that expression, Rena was slightly terrified inwardly. David Enrone realized he had been rude and quickly removed his hand. I'm sorry. Now Rena could stand up too. Her face was red and she couldn't lift her head, but she reassured him. It's all right. Then, as if she had thought of something, she opened her mouth in confusion. Are you going to the front lines? Before he could answer, Rena fumbled and took out a cross with a stone embedded in it and handed it to him. Please take this. David Enrone did not refuse, took it, examined it, and commented. It's a good item. Perce also watched with curiosity. Seeing him accept it, Rena made one last request. Please be careful. To seem more trustworthy, Rena clasped her hands to her chest, closed her eyes, and sincerely prayed that God would protect him. On the front lines outside, large and small explosions were occurring fiercely and without rest. Mixed with those tremendous explosions were the screams and groans of the soldiers. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. In front of the sight of their allies being annihilated, Alice stood on a rock, raised her sword high and stubbornly shouted for them to advance. Do not retreat. We cannot compromise with demons. The more she spoke, the more frantic she became. This is a holy war. If we fall here, the entire continent will fall into the hands of demons. But Sullivan stopped her from running rampant any longer and demanded, "We must retreat." Candidate Alice, despite the situation, still stubbornly disagreed as she watched the sight of annihilation. "No, what will happen if we retreat?" Not stopping there, she laid out all sorts of terrible scenarios. "Do you think it will all end here? It will spread not only to Palin's capital but to this entire continent." To stop her from spouting any more nonsense, Sullivan's face darkened as he pointed to himself and shouted, "I am the commander here." Without giving her a chance to interject, he rebuked her at length. "Despite the agreement with the Holy Kingdom, do not overstep your authority." At the moment the two were arguing fiercely, David Enrone appeared with a spear in his hand. He looked down at the chaotic scene below and admired it. What a mess! Putting that problem aside, David Enrone smiled and looked at the tip of the spear. "It's obvious what will happen if you give the title of a saint to someone like that." What David Enrone was holding now was the holy spear Longinus. He looked at the intricately carved tip of the spear and sighed. "That's why someone like you shouldn't be given this kind of authority." After finishing his words, David Enrone activated his power, causing the spear to float in front of his eyes. A soft yet brilliant golden light emanated from it, gradually enveloping the surroundings. The light soon turned blue and enveloped the soldiers below, who couldn't hide their surprise. The two also stopped arguing, and Sullivan looked up, recognized who he was, and was shocked. Prince Davey. Seeing what was happening before her eyes, Alice's face turned red with jealousy and she gritted her teeth, paying no mind to that hateful gaze. David Enrone smiled with satisfaction and cast the 8th circle holy magic divine punishment. Immediately, sparkling stars appeared in the sky. As David Enrone appeared to save the day, the chaotic scene was quickly brought under control. But the damage was not small, and the dust from the aftermath of the explosion filled the air. After clearing away the rubble, the soldiers there couldn't help but raise their hands high and cheer with joy. Everyone's joy grew to the point where they couldn't help but wave their swords around. Amidst the joyous and boisterous celebration, Alice quietly left alone, lost in thought without a word. David Enrone stood on the castle wall, the holy spear slung over his shoulder, one hand on his waist, staring intently at the only lit gate and asking himself, "What should I do?" After glancing at Alice's room and her lonely back for a moment, David Enrone felt 30 helpless and 70 resigned. She doesn't even realize that this situation is to evaluate her abilities. Hearing this, 1,000 questions popped into Perce's head. Didn't she not even have a chance to become a saint in the first place? At that question, he thought for a moment and then denied it. Not necessarily. At his answer, Perce was even more puzzled, and seeing her expression, David Enrone thought for a moment longer before explaining in detail. People are born with different amounts of holy power. The candidates chosen by the Holy Kingdom are all those who possess an immense amount of holy power. At these words, a large question mark appeared in her head. Seeing that expression as if she was questioning life, David Enrone had no choice but to explain more specifically. In other words, they are the ones chosen by God with that immense holy power. Whether they can receive God's blessing and become a saint depends on how they pass the test. Snapping out of his thoughts, David Enrone organized his words and added, "In other words, both Alice and Rena have met the first requirement. The second requirement is what clearly shows the difference," he pointed out. At these words, Perce stroked her chin with her hand, thought, and then voiced her opinion. "The ability to use holy power." David Enrone closed his eyes, smiled brightly, and firmly denied it. "No, their hearts." Fearing she wouldn't understand, he stretched out his hand and manipulated his power, and a small yellow sphere of light appeared on his palm. David Enrone looked at it and opened his mouth. Holy power is an inherent power. The more benevolent a person is, the stronger their character and holy power will become. On this matter, Perce said, as if she had thought of something. "Now that you mention it, Rena's progress was slower of the two." As she spoke, he also looked at her, smiled, and asked a cutting question. "Do you think there will be a saint among this generation's candidates?" David Enrone didn't answer immediately, but lightly jumped from the castle wall to the ground. Before he could stabilize himself, David Enrone answered, but just then she disappeared. "From that perspective, you are truly special. They say you can see a person's true nature when they hold power or are in difficulty." Hearing this far, Perce vaguely guessed everything. "Don't tell me." As he had that thought, images of Alice confidently commanding the soldiers and Rena anxiously and hastily treating the wounded came to mind. Recalling that scene, he assessed that the two candidates had been placed in two different roles in this battle. He wondered how God would view their actions. In the sky, the sphere of light he had created earlier still shone brightly, not fading in the slightest. David stared at it and thought, the blessing of a saint would easily make up for a lack of talent. Not stopping there, David's thoughts moved from this issue to another. This meant that the amount of innate holy power a person possessed was meaningless in becoming a saint. Hearing his thoughts, Perce expressed her admiration in the form of light. What an unpredictable test. David put both hands in his pockets, walked, and said with conviction, "It surely is." Returning to the main hall, Rena, who had been bustling about, finally stopped, wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand, and let out a sigh of relief as a familiar figure appeared. She was delighted and ran over. "Prince Davey." He put both hands in his pockets, approached nonchalantly, and asked about the situation. How is it here? Instead of answering his question, she clenched both fists and with a bright face and eyes shining brighter than car headlights spoke at length. Did you see it? A dazzling pillar of light shot straight down into the battlefield. At Rina's words, David stiffened slightly. Oh, she didn't hear what he said and continued in her excitement, pointing out the window and spewing words like a machine gun. So much holy power was gathered that I got goosebumps. Even the Pope has never used that much holy power. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. As if she had thought of something, Rina looked at him with a face burning with interest and asked, Do you think the goddess has descended? At that question, David cautiously looked elsewhere, pressed his lips together and said nothing. At his hesitant and cautious expression and silence, Rina was startled and her excitement disappeared. Ah? As if she had thought of a possibility, Rina raised her head and asked hesitantly, stammering, Could it be that you did it, Prince? As soon as that question was asked, he froze completely, rubbed the back of his neck and stammered, I just thought it wouldn't be right to leave things as they were. Upon receiving his affirmation, Rina covered her mouth with her hand and couldn't contain her admiration. My goodness. Just when everything seemed to end there, she asked a world-shaking question. Could it be that you are the goddess Freya, Prince? As soon as that question was asked, David silently reached out and placed his hand on her head, and Rina froze like a statue. With his hand on her head, a blue vein popped out on David's forehead, and with a very friendly smile on his lips, he said with a growl, Do I look that much like a woman? Saint candidate Rina. Under that benevolent gaze, Rina covered her eyes, slightly intimidated. Maybe except for your sharp eyes, Prince. At these words, David sighed helplessly. Freed from the pressure, Rina curiously adjusted her glasses. In the end, David moved past this issue and turned to leave. There's still a lot to do, let's go. Hearing this, Rina was lost in thought for a moment before coming to her senses. Ah yes, as soon as she answered, she hurried to follow him. Rina's shadow stretched long in the sunlit corridor. Time flew by like a dog running across a field, and before long the sun had set. At this time, 2 soldiers stood guard solemnly outside a barracks, and from within a fierce voice echoed, We will no longer follow your orders. Alice sat in the middle of the desk, her head lowered and silent, and the sound of people's reprimands still lingered in her ears. We cannot sacrifice our soldiers because of your stubbornness. That's right. Something like this has never happened before. Not stopping there, one person added, We will no longer follow those orders either. Katerina stood to the side, her arms crossed, and smiled with a mix of ridicule and a hint of smugness. That's good. After finishing her admiration, Katerina turned her head, placed both hands on top of her head, and said languidly at length, The Lindis Empire also agrees with them. Sullivan, who had been silent from the beginning, also opened his mouth and called her. Saint candidate Alice. He raised a hand to adjust his glasses and with a scowl and a look of disgust declared, I will no longer defend your decisions. Not stopping there, Sullivan took this opportunity to pour out all the dissatisfaction in his heart. This problem occurred because your pride is too strong, so you should reflect on yourself. At this reprimand, Alice lowered her head and did not dare to raise her head to refute a single word. Seeing no reaction from her, the people were disappointed and turned to leave. After everyone had left, a sound of Alice's nails digging into her flesh echoed all around, mixed with her aggrieved moans. 8th circle. Recalling David's earlier scene, Alice's face turned black, her lips became parched, and her eyes widened with resentment. Light, holy power. As she had this thought, her hatred for being abandoned burned even more fiercely. After a moment of frustration, Alice walked alone down the dark corridor, trudging along. Halfway there, she tripped over a protruding brick. Immediately after, Alice's body lost its balance and she fell forward uncontrollably, her face hitting the ground. Instead of getting up right away, she lay there motionlessly, curled up and moaning. Just then, a third figure appeared in that room. The sky outside had turned red. Since when, that terrifying voice continued to echo in the empty space, has a soul been slowly corrupting? The voice did not disappear but lingered in Alice's ears, making her raise her head. I have found you. You will become the perfect vessel for my lord. A skeleton in armor appeared in the air. Seeing that strange thing, Alice asked, You are. The creature did not answer the question and continued to psychologically manipulate her. Follow me. I will let you feel power equal to a god's without the blessing of a god. Fearing she wouldn't believe it, the creature offered all sorts of sweet conditions. I will kill that guy you hate and you will get the power you so desire. Hearing those words, Alice laughed at herself. The goddess never once answered my prayers. Saying this far, Alice looked at the red sky outside the window and continued, I lost everything because of that bastard. Why do I have to go through all this? After a pause, she covered her face with her hands and fell into an unconcealable despair. I've lived my whole life believing in the heavenly light. When her words ended, Alice removed her hands and stared blankly ahead with vacant eyes. But now that light has betrayed me. As soon as the words were spoken, she stood up and threw herself into the creature's arms. The creature held the despairing Alice in its arms and stated its conditions. Now you must fulfill my wish. While I defeat that demon, my lord will be resurrected through your existence. The sky outside now had a blue moon. The creature stared intently at the sky and said a name. The King of Death, Damien, that one name. When its words ended, the creature once again stared intently at the sky, raised its hands high and shouted as never before, He has lived longer than even me, and he is the great being who caused the death of the first Saint Daphne. But before he could say more, 2 slashes softer than silk flew by, quite bold. After those slashes his head was severed from his body, and the body fell forward uncontrollably. David put both hands in his pockets, a familiar sword slung on his back, and approached nonchalantly from a distance. "Where do you think you are?" As his head was severed from his body he groaned. Seeing David looking at him with half-lidded eyes he gritted his teeth. After his head was severed he cursed him 1,000 times in his heart. "Damn it." After finishing his curse countless strange red threads appeared from his hand, but feeling nothing the head shouted even louder. "The connection between me and the life core has been severed. The life core, a core that contained the source of life." Then, as if he had thought of something, he gritted his teeth and looked at the two swords, one blue and one red, floating behind his back. "Those swords are no ordinary swords." He ignored the gaze that seemed to want to eat him alive, supported himself with his hands, sneered, and asked, "If you know, why don't you just die? Why are you stubbornly holding on?" Not stopping there, he looked at the armor that was slowly emitting black smoke and shot back without missing a word. "Did you eat some ginseng in that short time? Your mana seems to have increased a bit." At his words he smiled evilly and declared, "You will regret not finishing me off back then." Fearing he wouldn't be scared, he babbled on about this and that. "After conquering 8 more fortresses and absorbing countless lives, I have completely recovered my sealed life core." Just when everything seemed to end there, he exerted his bragging to the fullest and shouted loudly, declaring, "Tremble and fear, mortal, soon. My immortal lord will descend upon this land." At these words, David rubbed his head as if tired and lamented in a low voice. "Even the goddess Freya was replaced. What's so great about an immortal being?" Rubbing his head, David, as if he had thought of something, stared at him and asked, "Were you going to use the body of a saint candidate as a vessel for your lord?" At that question he did not answer directly, but changed the subject. "The weaker the light, the stronger the darkness. A fallen saint is a rare vessel I can use." When the words ended, the two's gazes fell on Alice, who was on the other side, hugging her knees, curled up and in despair. He opened his mouth with satisfaction. "I have seen it. Her emptiness, her anger, and her despair." Hearing these words, David said sarcastically, "Why would you look at such useless things?" When the words ended, he raised the blue sword, pointed it straight at his slowly dying head, and threatened, "Shut up and go to the underworld." Despite that threat, he laughed madly like a rich man in a bountiful year. "I'll leave you a gift. It's something immortal like you can't handle," as he declared. A dazzling blue light spread out in all directions, and David had to cover his eyes. When he had completely disappeared, David lowered his hand, looked at the dense purple fog floating in the air, and clicked his tongue in displeasure. "Tisk." After he disappeared, Perce saw the darkened David, and not knowing what he was thinking, opened her mouth worriedly. "Davey." He did not answer her words, and shouted, "Let's go." The outside now had a beautiful sky mixed with blue and orange, and birds were still flying all around. In that beautiful scenery a huge ice sculpture appeared, freezing countless soldiers. Immediately after, countless skeletal dragons appeared, gathering blue rays of light in their mouths. That white skeleton was none other than an ice dragon. The moment it was about to attack, Katarina appeared from somewhere and threw a flaming fist. She wore iron fists on both hands, and with a blackened face and eyes that seemed to want to eat the dragon alive, she mercilessly threw her fists, and the dragon screamed in pain. But Katarina had no intention of stopping at all. On another side, Sullivan stood on the castle wall, brandishing a sword and giving loud commands. "Everyone prepare the trebuchets." When something didn't please him, he said it himself. "Bring a thicker rope." At the moment when everything was getting more and more tense, David appeared from somewhere, looked around, and asked about the situation. "What happened here?" Upon confirming who had arrived, Sullivan's face lit up with joy. "You've come, Prince Davey." But before he could be happy, a soldier hurried over and reported, "It's a dragon. A skeletal dragon has appeared." Hearing what the people were saying, David was dumbfounded and asked Perce, who was standing next to him, "Does that look like a dragon?" As soon as that question was asked, Sullivan was shocked, questioning life, and asked back, "Then what could that be?" As soon as those words ended, a strong force from the sky slammed into the ground. When the dust settled, the broken ground and Katarina's figure were revealed. She sat there, rubbing her head, and moaned briefly. "Ah." Upon confirming who had just fallen, the soldiers' worldviews changed. "Your Grace the Grand Duchess." David assessed the situation for a moment, then stood on the castle wall and commanded the person behind him, "Prince Sullivan, as soon as you handle the situation here, please gather the army commanders." At this request, Sullivan froze on the spot and asked back hesitantly, "Home now?" So as not to let him be puzzled for too long, David tilted his head, smiled brightly, and declared, "We will attack the enemy's main base." As his words ended, he took a step forward, manipulated his power, and the surrounding dirt and rocks began to float into the air, and the space was also covered in a blue light. At the same time, his calm voice echoed, "Note, accept my request and appear." At this scene, Katarina, who was sitting below, froze like a statue, and Sullivan was already in a state of shock. "Prince Davey." As his words ended, a giant stone fist appeared and punched towards the void. A few minutes later, the body of a giant stone rose from the ground. In a place no one knew of, he and he were secretly exchanging news. "I accept the contractor's request." In the sky, Kreese and Cyrus were still shining brightly. Inside the castle walls, Note was still enthusiastically dealing with the dragons. Outside, the soldiers were shocked to see the giant creature and no longer found any amusement in their worldview. My goodness, some were so scared that their faces turned blue. They took off their helmets and stared at the creature in terror. "What am I seeing right now?" After resolving the problem outside, David's familiar voice echoed in the beautiful room. "The number of participants is quite small compared to the first time." David stood on a high platform, his hands in his pockets, and calmly opened his mouth. I don't have much time, so I'll be brief. After a moment of languid attitude, David, with a serious expression and dead eyes, told the people the current situation. The enemy's commander is at least an 8th Circle necromancer. Does everyone know that? At these words, Ulysses was shocked and jumped to his feet. 8th Circle, the most powerful elder in the magic tower, is only a 7th Circle. Then that means, at that question, David gave a bitter smile, shook his head and denied it. As you all know, 8th Circle mages are not everywhere. I'm just telling you to be careful. After resolving one question, David put both hands in his pockets and gently asked a question. But that guy didn't attack the capital directly, but went around and occupied the 8 defensive fortresses here. Can you guess the reason? At this question, a man in a hat stood up and voiced the guess in his heart. Then it seems he is enjoying this war and wants to tighten the noose around us rather than a quick victory. As soon as his words ended, he immediately denied it without hesitation. Denying that opinion, he stood up straight, stretched out his hand and analyzed it in detail and meticulously with his vast knowledge. If that were the case, he wouldn't have pushed his army forward at the cost of casualties. He would have just fought while testing us, planting the hope in us that he wouldn't march to the capital. Hearing this, the man was at a loss for words. Without keeping everyone waiting for long, he immediately stated his purpose. It was all for the life core he wanted. Mentioning this problem, David smiled and asked Sullivan, who was standing beside him. Prince Sullivan seems to know something about this. When his name was called, Sullivan hesitated and replied, you are right. Each fortress has a giant magic stone to guard it. After finishing his words, he hung his head like a wilted vegetable and said in a small voice, who would have thought that was the life core? Just then, Elena raised her hand and offered an opinion. What are you going to do? As soon as the question was asked, David once again provided information like a model student. This means we have to kill him as many times as the life cores he has to end this war. Hearing this, Elena raised her hand, stroked her chin and fell into thought. 8 times, but he interjected and said 7 times. This number made her puzzled. David, with a wicked face, raised his hand and said, because I've already killed him once. At this answer, the people there were silent, not knowing what to say. David didn't care and moved on to another problem. How are the preparations for the next attack? Realizing it was his field, Sullivan quickly replied, the supplies are sufficient and the equipment is quite good, but the soldiers' morale is lower than ever. Despite this information, he was still full of confidence and hope. It's all right. Gather them. After finishing his request, David put both hands in his pockets and left without looking back. We will march as soon as morale is raised. Please prepare immediately. At this sudden decision, Sullivan was flustered and called out to him in vain. Wait a moment. Suddenly, David, who was passing by someone, stopped and called out, Elena. Without making her wait long, he ordered her to find a few subordinates to mix in with the soldiers to encourage and incite them to go into battle. Being called like that, she sighed in annoyance but still accepted. Please call me Jack. In the courtyard outside, David stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at the soldiers below. Seeing each of them with their heads bowed gloomily, David assessed, why would commanders who should be preparing for battle gather people here to give a speech? It is because what affects the soldiers the most is none other than morale. David crossed his arms confidently. With Note behind him, he was the one who could make the most of the advantages given to him to boost the morale of the soldiers before battle. The stronger the belief of the believers, the more effective the buffing spells using holy power would be. So a preparation stage is absolutely necessary. Snapping out of his thoughts, David opened his mouth and exercised his psychological manipulation skills. The saint candidate Alice, with whom you fought before. Amidst the people's whispers, David turned black into white. She saw the enemy commander breaking through our front lines and went forward to fight to stop him, but she was defeated and that bastard kidnapped her. Seeing the people's reaction, he was slightly satisfied. Public opinion is not on Alice's side, so I can use this to my advantage. Thinking this far, David raised his hand high and shouted loudly, are you going to accept defeat because of that? If you're scared, you can run away from here. I don't need you, but if you're willing to fight, listen well. Riding the atmosphere, David pointed to himself and said loudly, who is the one standing before you? The soldiers quickly answered, the Saint Prince Davey, long live. As one person cheered, the others followed suit. Long live the Saint. Witnessing this scene, David smiled and praised, well done, Elena. I am Jack. Amidst the soldiers' star-like gazes, David continued to raise his voice, good, I can feel your will. Those who remain, only they are the ones ready to return. Saying this far, David took out the holy spear Longinus and asserted, I will always believe in you. Then David held it high and declared in a firm voice, I will fight a great battle with you. It will be completely different from the previous one. The people below also followed suit and raised their hands. After getting a boost from David, time flew by like a dog running across a field, and the next day came. The soldiers lowered their heads and with dazed eyes they blurredly advanced forward. They were not in a state of marching. A long line of people just moved forward without a goal. The creature stood on high, saw this scene and admired it with satisfaction. Are they coming to die on their own? The joy was short-lived, as the one in armor quickly noticed something strange, raised his hand to stroke his chin and fell into thought. But that guy isn't here. The state of worried thought lasted only a few seconds. The creature returned to its usual state, looked at the people below, and judged coldly. HMPH, your lives are in my lord's hands anyway. Whatever plan you have, nothing will change. The soldiers below seemed not to have heard him and continued to move forward. As the people continued to advance, countless white skeletons in armor rose up from the ground. Witnessing this scene, the creature laughed heartily and declared, "Only death awaits you ahead, you fearless mortals." Not stopping there, he very heroically and confidently declared one more sentence. "I will offer your blood spilled on this land to resurrect my lord." As his words ended, countless white skeletal dragons appeared from somewhere and flew straight to where the soldiers were standing. A moment later, the orderly army was scattered without a trace. Some soldiers were so scared that they threw down their weapons, squatted down, and covered their heads. "Please save me." Screams continued to erupt, and they did not stop but became more numerous. A part of the soldiers was now trapped in huge blocks of ice. The rest were fighting fiercely with the skeletons. The creature stood on a cliff holding a skeletal staff and looked gloomily at the falling soldiers. A loud scream echoed in its ears. Despite its army having the upper hand, the creature did not feel happy but felt a strange anxiety. Strange, watching the white skeletal army below chase the human soldiers and scatter them, it felt something was amiss. "We clearly have the upper hand, so why do I have this nagging feeling?" It lowered its head gloomily and was so focused on the battle below that it did not notice David had already appeared behind its back. Instead of stabbing it like a quiet ghost, David opened his mouth, startling the creature. "Do you like this opening?" It turned around quickly, questioning its life. Immediately after, without giving it time to prepare or defend, a familiar red sword flew over. Very quickly, as the red sword was embedded, the creature fell to the ground, making a sound like a squealing pig. At the scream in its ears, David crossed his arms, sneered, and praised. "This answer is very good." As his words ended, David, with a smile on his lips, snapped his fingers. Immediately, the ground below began to shake violently. A few more minutes passed, and from the ground the huge and powerful body of Note popped up there. After pinning it down with the sword, David lost interest and retrieved the sword. As it stood up, what came into its view was the huge figure of Note sweeping away the skeletal soldiers. Have all those bony soldiers turned back into soil?" Then it looked at Note's body for a few more minutes, then turned to him with disbelief and shouted as never before. "Impossible! How can a human use such a spell?" At that question and disbelief, David smiled confidently and stretched out a hand to the side to answer. "I think so too, but what if it's a simple spell?" Fearing it would be afraid of its own power, David reassured it as if it were a matter of course. "Don't worry too much. This spell consumes a lot of my mana too." Every word made it so angry that it gritted its teeth, but it couldn't do anything. Not wanting to be at a disadvantage, it activated its power and shot a dark sphere straight at him. Death Spear. Despite this attack, David did not move or counterattack but stood still. When it was some distance away, David reached out and used the 7th circle holy magic purification. Immediately, a flash of yellow light spread in all directions. With the light, that dark sphere had already disappeared and turned into black smoke. It put its hands on its waist, looked at it, and sighed. "You did pretty well this time." At these words, the one opposite it was so angry it trembled. "I won't fall into the same trap twice." But it did not stay angry for long, regained its composure and looked at the sweeping Note, understanding everything. So the hidden trump card was the Spirit King. The mana used to control the Spirit King is not small. Hearing this, Perse, who was sitting on David's shoulder, stared at him, and with a voice that was 30 helpless and 70 resigned said, "You really make things hard for yourself." David also said tiredly and helplessly, "Yeah." As soon as his words ended, an explosion occurred on the rock where he and it were standing, making even Note, who was sweeping away the soldiers, pay attention. In another corner, a figure flew like an arrow from this side to that side. After flying for a while, David finally stopped, placed a hand on the ground and stabilized himself. The creature's skeletal staff was pointed straight at him. A moment later it felt something strange and raised its hand but saw nothing. There was only a purple stream of power wrapped around its hand. This was the paralysis, confusion, and blindness technique. Even though it couldn't see its hand, it wasn't flustered but rather admired it. Perse, on the other hand, was already in an uproar. You're really going all out to curse me, Davey." She was so worried, but seeing him not only not worried or flustered but smiling calmly, she hurriedly urged, "Purify it quickly." But David refused without hesitation. "No, stop it." As his words ended, a blue sword and a red sword flew out from his back. David stood on the rock, but the two swords chased the skull head from this side to that side without missing once. Realizing it couldn't escape even after running and running, it turned its head, looked at the swords, and was furious. "HMPH, these damn swords." As soon as it finished speaking, a huge explosion occurred. David, who was standing nearby, put his hands on his waist and declared lightly, "Just you wait." Then he took out the familiar holy spear Longinus, got into a stance and set a condition. "If you dodge it this time." Before he could finish, David threw the spear straight forward and it created a dazzling star. The creature, seeing itself enveloped in light, turned around in a fluster. Immediately, a huge explosion occurred in the middle of the cliff. Before the dust and smoke had cleared, David appeared from somewhere. Hit by the holy spear's blow, the creature's body was limp as it leaned its back against a rock, but its mouth stubbornly retorted until the end. "I see your attacks don't weaken as long as you're strong." After lying down for a while, it stood up, looked confidently at David, who was approaching leisurely with both hands in his pockets. "You have reached your limit." You can't kill me anymore." At these words, David pouted, exhaled, and gloomily said nothing. After catching his breath and organizing his words, David, with a sinister face, smiled brightly from ear to ear and took out a familiar red sphere. That was none other than the life core. "Really? I didn't know." Seeing what was in his hand, the creature was shocked and bewildered, fell backward, and shouted loudly, "Are you going to block it? How can that be?" But David ignored its words and mercilessly crushed it with his hand. As soon as that sphere was destroyed, its body quickly turned to dust. Before completely disappearing, it shouted loudly in pain. David looked down from above, released his hand to let the dust fall, and declared, "Now there are only 6 left." Watching it slowly die, David did not hesitate to give it a little information. "You're not the only necromancer who can use necromancy. That's a piece of cake." At this shocking information, it gritted its teeth and said, emphasizing each word, "Damn it, I really don't understand." It seemed like everything would end there, but it added, "How can a human who has received God's blessing also use necromancy and spirit magic?" At that question, David laughed inwardly and quietly added information. "He'd be horrified if I told him I could use elemental magic too." Snapping out of his thoughts, David turned his head and asked Perse her thoughts on his recent actions. "Isn't it good to do it that way?" Perse crossed her arms and replied with a face that lamented iron not becoming steel, "Whether there's a war or not, you should rest after this is over." Although she knew she meant well, David stepped forward and stomped on the helmet, saying, "Do you think my enemies will let me rest comfortably? Because of those elves, I haven't had a single moment of leisure." Every word made Perse explode. Observing her explosive state, David said something that made Perse freeze on the spot. "Only you would know. I don't have some great goal like saving the world. But I have to let them know what price they have to pay for messing with me." As his words ended, David put both hands in his pockets, turned his head, and left. After coming to her senses, Perse sighed and looked at his back. "Ha, so stubborn." The battle continued, and at some point the skeletal dragons could no longer hold on and flew away with all their might. Looking at the back of the dragons, he sighed. "They're retreating." As the army disappeared, Perse returned from her light form to her original form and voiced the question in her heart. "What will you do next? That guy will avoid you." As soon as the question was asked, he confidently replied, "Then I'll just go find him myself." Hearing this, Perse understood his meaning and turned into a stream of light. David still had both hands in his pockets, but a stream of light appeared around him. Standing in the center of the light, David smiled meaningfully and asked, "Are you ready?" Without giving her a chance to answer, a dazzling light spread in all directions and shot straight up into the sky. At this time, in another corner, David, with the face of a villain, appeared like a god from the air, surprising him. "I'm here." Seeing him appear in front of him from somewhere, the creature was surprised and took a step back. "Teleportation magic, how can you?" David did not answer his question, but took out a familiar blue sword and attacked straight away. "You wouldn't have known I would come either." "You bastard." As his words ended, David unleashed a very beautiful blow, separating his head from his body. After finishing the job, David lowered his sword, revealed his handsome face, and declared lightly, "With this, there are only 5 left." Just then, a dazzling light shone down from a distance. As soon as that dazzling light appeared, the creature's painful scream echoed throughout the entire forest. A few seconds after he rose from the ground, David appeared like a god. Seeing him, he shouted as never before, "Stay away from me!" David paid him no mind and instead scolded him. "Hey, why are you so foul-tempered?" After scolding him, David placed his hands on his hips, leaned over, and smiled sinisterly. Cackling like a madman who had just escaped a mental institution, he said, "I told you I'd come for you every time you resurrected." Hearing this, he screamed in horror and cursed him with all his might. "You cunning bastard. More cunning than a demon." Hearing this, David paid it no mind, stepped on his head and retorted, "A butcher like you has no right to speak of demons, does he?" Without giving him a chance to curse further, David set a condition. "I'll give you 10 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, he shouted a proposal to negotiate. "Let's negotiate." Fearing David wouldn't agree, he propped himself up and shouted all sorts of sweet conditions. "I acknowledge your power, so let's stop this cruel and meaningless war." As if that wasn't enough, he feigned weakness and shouted as never before, "I'll surrender. Yes, I'll surrender." Hearing this, David stared at him with dead eyes and said coldly, "What nonsense are you talking about now?" Then David stared intently at him as he hung his head and threw out a chilling question. "The ones you've killed until now, did none of them ever try to surrender to you?" At this question, he could only keep his head down, speechless, unable to offer a single word of rebuttal. Seeing his silence, David quietly declared, 10 seconds are up." Even hearing this, he had no reaction. Silence fell, and David took out his familiar blue sword, slung it over his shoulder, tapped it a few times, then raised an eyebrow and said firmly, "It seems you'll only be able to resurrect 2 more times." As soon as he finished speaking, David swung his hand, delivering a smooth blow that separated his head from his body, and then gave a very friendly farewell. "See you later." A little more time passed, and after taking his 6th life, David once again swung his hand, delivering a blow that separated his head from his body again. After that strike, David, holding his sword, said to Perse, who was beside him in the form of a stream of light, "Now there's only 1 life left." As soon as he finished speaking, he sheathed his 2 swords, turned his head to look towards the forest, and asked himself, "Let's see where the last location is." Now, numerous yellow streams of power were floating all around him. Had he not found his whereabouts yet? David clicked his tongue in annoyance. At this gesture, Perse was slightly puzzled. After showing his displeasure for a moment, David crossed his arms, returned to his usual state, and with a bright smile as if nothing had happened, revealed a shocking piece of information. The connection has been cut off and the mana sometimes becomes unstable. Hearing his analysis, Perse floated beside him, thought for a moment, and then offered her own guess. He's going to keep resurrecting in this area. If I were him, I'm sure the safest place would be the old location where he was sealed. David didn't disagree and snapped his fingers. That's right. Hearing his reply, Perse disappeared and became a stream of light. David put both hands in his pockets, smiled, and manipulated his power to make the stream of light envelop his body. But I wonder why the path to that place is so strangely cut off. Perse also agreed with that sentiment. It's truly suspicious. A moment later he disappeared from that spot. In another corner of the forest that stream of light reappeared. A few more minutes passed and David's body slowly descended to the ground. During the few moments it took to stabilize himself, Perse took the opportunity to voice the question in her heart. Is this the place? He didn't answer, simply looking at the cave in front of them before marveling. This place has changed. After standing beside the forest for a moment, David went behind a nearby rock and peeked out to survey the situation. What came into his view were countless fully armed black skeletons. This place was filled with undead stronger than the ones on the battlefield, but the most difficult problem was the flow of mana here. David raised his hand, feeling the air where blue and purple light mixed and floated, and made his assessment. This place is truly chaotic. Perse wasn't particularly surprised, and instead added more information. It's a place where it wouldn't be strange for a mana explosion to occur at any moment. Mentioning this problem, Perse couldn't hide her worry and looked at him hesitantly. Will you be all right? At that question, David put a hand to his face and answered seriously. It would be a bit difficult to act alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned Hongji, and as soon as she appeared, she hugged David's waist tightly and looked up at him with eyes brighter than car headlights. Dad, did you call? David didn't answer, simply patting her head affectionately. A moment later, a large explosion occurred inside the cave and blue dust rose everywhere. The one inside saw who had come and in a rage raised his staff and shouted, questioning his life. That bastard, he followed me all the way here. Just when it seemed everything would end there, he still hadn't learned his lesson and declared loudly, You will never be able to defeat me. Hearing that, David, knowing no fear, just calmly threw out a single line. If you wanted to stop me, you should have prevented me from finding you in the first place. As soon as his words ended, a brilliant light appeared in the air and countless small fragments of light fell. David stood facing him, and when he swung his hand, flames appeared from somewhere and enveloped everything. Not only in front, but a giant fiery tornado also appeared behind him. This flame was the 8th circle flame magic Prometheus, but the majesty was short-lived as David, weakened, leaned on his knees with a haggard face and panted for breath. At this sight, Perse, who was beside him, was extremely worried. Are you okay? David leaned over and answered softly, Now I'm definitely in trouble. Through the flames he saw the other guy impaled through the chest by his sword, unable to stand, and marveled. I couldn't have done it without Hongji and Numgi. A moment later, the flames finally went out. David slowly approached the man who was kneeling, impaled through the shoulder by Numgi's sword. Although cornered and injured, he smiled with dry lips. For some reason, he tilted his head to one side, and with Numgi's sword still stuck in his shoulder, he used his last remaining strength to say in a low voice, I will curse your life. All too familiar with these words, David approached and pulled the sword out in one go, and he screamed in pain. Then David shot back directly. Curse all you want, I'll just break that curse anyway. Before sending him to the underworld, David raised the sword in his hand and asked one last question. After doing all sorts of things, have you ultimately left anything behind in this world? At that question he remained with his head down, lost in gloomy thought. What I've left behind. After thinking for a moment, he fell into extreme despair and answered, Yes, in the end I have nothing left. Sensing something was off, David narrowed his eyes and carefully observed him. The man, who had been dejected like a wilted vegetable for a moment, suddenly shot to his feet and, ignoring the gaping wound in his shoulder, used his last remaining strength to shout a shocking piece of information, But my loyalty to my God will be eternal. Bow your head, human. As he said this, his purple eyes began to swirl. With every word he uttered, David showed no fear, but rather a look of contempt. What, are you insane? As soon as he finished speaking, David felt something happen in his body and his eyes widened in surprise. David looked down in horror and his jaw dropped when he saw a beam of light piercing the center of his chest. A moment later, David clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Witnessing this scene, he laughed like a madman, like a rich man in a bountiful year. Very quickly, the pain that started in his abdomen spread throughout his entire body, and he had to clench his teeth to hold back a groan, his face contorting. Perse, who was beside him, saw this and was extremely worried. Davey. He was even more satisfied and called his name affectionately. Davey. Seeing him writhing in pain, unable to speak, a voice appeared from somewhere and praised him, saying it was perfect. When this voice appeared, he quickly turned his head. Looking at the corridor filled with pitch-black darkness, the man behind David felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Now that he had awakened, everything would be laid at his God's feet. These ugly humans will perish. After regaining his composure a moment later, he lifted his head, a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth, and replied with a sneer, And everything will return to its original orbit. Around him, Hongji and Numgi were still extremely worried, and Perse had already been rendered speechless. As soon as David's words ended, countless beams of light appeared from somewhere and pierced his body. making him slightly surprised. Not stopping there, they turned into sharp spearheads and pierced his body. David, with a haggard face, looked at these spearheads and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, really." As soon as he finished speaking, a large explosion occurred somewhere, sending stones flying in all directions. David, who had been standing opposite him, had already been sent flying somewhere, and Perce, witnessing this, was worried. At the end of the dark corridor, a figure slowly appeared. The person approached with sticky black feet, and wherever they passed, a black puddle formed. Even after being sent flying, David was still looking down and didn't notice a girl who had appeared in front of him. When the person got close enough, David looked up, gave a meaningful smile, and said nothing. Standing before him now was a familiar figure, but both her eyes had turned black and were shedding tears. Seeing her, David still cracked a joke. "I didn't expect we'd meet again like this, Saint Candidate Alice." After the cold meeting with his old acquaintance Alice, David looked down in horror as he realized the center of his chest had turned into a pitch-black hole. Witnessing this scene, the other man laughed as never before. Looking at the purple light that appeared in the middle of his stomach, David stood there blankly, not knowing what to do, and the man said triumphantly, "My lord's power is leaking from your body. Even if you possess the body of a saint, you won't be able to withstand my lord's power, which is at the final stage of 8th circle magic." Hearing that, Perce flew over worriedly and called his name. "Davey." He didn't answer, but forced a smile, placed a hand on his chest, and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect him to look like that." Seeing that he was somewhat weakened, the King of Death, Damien, who was possessing Alice's body, approached him. As she passed the one in armor, he used his last strength to raise his bony hands and shouted, "Oh, my lord Damien, the King of the Undead." To draw more of her attention, he racked his brain and used every flowery phrase he could think of. "From the moment I began the plan to resurrect you, I have waited to witness this moment." Hearing this, Damien finally turned her head. Seeing her looking at him, he was satisfied, and felt he had no more regrets in life. "To think I would witness your power with my own 2 eyes. Now I have no more regrets." As soon as his words ended, Damien raised her hand and immediately enveloped the armored man's body with streams of purple and blue power, lifting him up. Feeling the streams of power surrounding him, he paid no mind to his impending death and struggled to say his last words, "My lord." Before he could finish speaking, Damien cut him off. "My faithful servant." She lifted his body high with her power and offered hollow praise. "I will remember your devotion." As soon as her words ended, the blue smoke enveloping him grew thicker. Even at this moment, he used his last strength to say, "Everything is for the greater good." Before completely passing on to the underworld, he used his last remaining strength to shout as never before, "For my lord." As soon as those words ended, the armored man's body shattered into pieces and was swallowed by the blue smoke. After he disappeared, Damien closed her eyes and felt her body being lifted as a stream of light surged from beneath her feet. David, whose pain had subsided a moment later, sat on the other side and watched everything from beginning to end, making his assessment. What a fanatic! After dealing with her subordinate, Damien turned her head to look at a large window, raised her hand high, and shouted loudly, "My minions in the underworld, awaken and spread the news of my arrival to this world." After raising her hand to the sky, she spread her arms wide, smiled brightly from ear to ear, and said even more fanatically, "The monarch whom all fear and revere, the king of the undead, has finally returned to the surface." As soon as the words ended, outside this ruined castle, a stream of blue power erupted with her at the center, and inside the castle a beam of blue light shone down from the ceiling. David stood behind her with his hands on his hips, watching everything and making a completely unrelated assessment. "Better looking than Cleophan, that's for sure." At his voice in her ear, she smiled as if remembering something and turned her head. "Right, you were still here." As she turned her attention to him, David went into acting mode, placing a hand on his stomach, lowering his head and leaning against the wall with his other hand. Seeing this, Damien asked, "Have you come to stop my resurrection, lackey of a god?" David, maintaining his pose of leaning on the wall and clutching his stomach, answered, "I don't care whether you're resurrected or not." Fearing she wouldn't understand his words, David gave all sorts of reasons. "Your subordinate, whom you just absorbed to increase your power, destroyed this place and interfered with my rule." At this answer, Damien was horrified, questioning life itself. "Is that the only reason you are stopping me?" He said nothing, but his attitude was very firm. Confirming the affirmative, Damien turned to leave, not forgetting to inform him. "Fine, I am in a good mood now, so I will not kill you." To make herself seem more noble, she dismissed him at once. "Be grateful for my tolerance and disappear from my sight." At these words, David smiled meaningfully and marveled. "Your arrogance pierces the heavens." Then, as if he had thought of something, he voiced a question he had been holding in his heart for a long time. "Don't tell me you're also a reaper." At the strange word, Damien, who was walking away, also stopped and turned her head to confirm. A reaper. Having been half turned, she turned her body completely to face David, placed a hand on her chest, and declared arrogantly in a mocking voice, "Ah, how could I be the same as such a weak being? From the moment I set foot in this world, I became a god." Hearing this, David put his hands on his hips, sighed, and felt he had no more regrets in life. This one is even crazier than the previous one. As soon as his words ended, numerous streams of power appeared like tentacles from the front and wrapped around David's body, making his eyes go wide. Immediately, those streams of power lifted David into the air so his feet couldn't touch the ground. The owner of this attack, Damien, raised her hand high and warned with displeasure, "Watch your mouth, you disgusting lackey of a god." After restraining Davey so he couldn't move and confirming he had no chance to resist, she taunted and ridiculed him with every word. "How disappointing. You don't even realize who should be revered here." As if to make her words more persuasive, she listed off her glorious past achievements. "Even the past Saint Daphne and the great Lord's apostle died at my hands." Hearing this, Davey's face turned pale and he stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. A moment later, after regaining his senses, Davey asked again in disbelief. "What?" Unable to believe his ears, Davey wanted to shower her with 1,000 questions. "Who killed whom?" Seeing his jaw-dropped, wide-eyed reaction of utter shock, Damien crossed her arms in satisfaction and asked mockingly, "Has time passed so much that the world has forgotten her name to that extent?" Damien lifted her head, looking at Davey, who was hanging high in the air, bound by her power, unable to resist, and added information with satisfaction. "That is the name of the Lord's apostle I murdered." After being stunned by all sorts of surprises for a while, he finally regained his composure and spoke calmly. "I don't care that she was the Lord's apostle." After finishing his words, Davey confirmed once again in extreme shock, "You killed that old lady, Daphne." Far from being annoyed by the repeated question, she was very pleased. Observing her expression mixed with satisfaction and a hint of triumph, Davey returned to his usual mischievous self and retorted in a drained voice, "With that pathetically weak power?" As soon as he said this, Damien couldn't contain her anger and swung her hand, sending his body flying backward. Now out of control, Davey crashed into the rocks, instantly causing a massive explosion. It seemed like everything would end there, but she continued to repeat the action. With each ceaseless explosion, Damien's enraged voice echoed all around. "Your tongue seems to be the problem, apostle of the Lord. A flick of my finger is enough to kill you." After being thrown around for a while, Davey finally collapsed. He hung his head, his hands dangling, looking like someone about to go to the next world. Seeing him like that, Damien smiled with satisfaction and declared, "Fine, if death is what you want, I'll grant your wish." After finishing her words, she raised her hand with its sharp nails and said firmly, "But I won't let you die peacefully." Davey leaned against the wall with his head down. A black hole was still clearly visible in the middle of his chest, and Damien's voice, rambling on about what she would do next, echoed in his ears. "You will writhe in agony for thousands of years in an endless hell, and when your spiritual body finally runs out of strength, your soul will be destroyed." When she finished speaking, Davey finally opened his mouth. "Just asking for the sake of politeness." After saying this, Davey raised his head, looked her straight in the eye and voiced the question in his heart. "What do you plan to do after being resurrected through such a difficult ritual?" Although puzzled by the question, she answered honestly, "The annihilation of humanity." Mentioning this, Damien lifted her head, her face filled with excitement, and spoke at length. "This place has long been occupied by disgusting humans, but that will be no longer, for my loyal servants are asleep deep beneath these ruins." As she said this, the image of countless black corpses shuffling forward came to mind. Learning of Damien's purpose, Davey closed his eyes and laughed audaciously. "How boring and cliché." "What?" The words made the other party freeze. Seeing her freeze, Davey propped up his knee, rested his arm on it, leaned in and continued to mock her. "You don't even have a physical body." It didn't end there, Davey declared firmly. "Die here." Faced with such ridicule, Damien declared with dead eyes, "Mortal, I am an immortal being." Not wanting to lose the argument, she quickly threw out a difficult question. "Do you think you can kill me just because I don't have a physical body?" Hearing this, Davey lowered his head and scoffed, "Immortal this, immortal that." As soon as he finished speaking, the black hole in the center of his chest turned blacker than ever. Looking deep into it, Damien declared, "Those who don't know their place must be punished." Without making Davey wait long, she pointed a single finger straight at him. From behind her, a skull with numerous snakes entwined appeared, and a terrifying voice echoed, "I command you to return to the eternal spring." As she finished speaking, the black hole in Davey's chest disappeared. This strange disappearance made him slightly curious, and he couldn't help but look again. Observing his every move, she opened her mouth. "I have placed a curse of death upon you. You do not know what a great honor it is to be cursed directly by me." When she finished speaking, Davey sighed and opened his mouth. "I would have really died if I hadn't been prepared." At this, Damien tilted her head, filled with 1,000 questions. Seeing her expression, Davey smiled, dusted off his clothes and stood up. "Are you curious because I'm fine?" Damien questioned life upon seeing him completely unharmed. "I clearly placed a curse on your body, so why aren't you affected?" At that question, Davey closed his eyes and gave a bitter smile. "It's no fun if I hide everything, so I'll tell you just 2 things. Watch carefully." After finishing his words, he grabbed her wrist and placed it on his chest. While she was flustered, Davey's voice echoed in her ear. "Who you are dealing with. Exactly who you are dealing with." As soon as he finished speaking, Damien felt as if she had turned into a skeleton and was sinking into the depths. Outside, her body began to tremble. Seeing her sweating profusely, he asked for confirmation. "Did you see clearly?" She was still unable to escape what she had witnessed. "What is this?" Davey didn't answer, simply thinking that the reason the curse didn't work was simple. If a person is under a higher grade curse, a lower grade curse is nullified. Regaining her senses, she shook off his hand and shouted in disbelief, "This is impossible. A power like this cannot dwell in you unless you are a god." Davey was still nonchalant. It is possible. While she was confused, he put his hands in his pockets and explained calmly, "As you just saw, my soul has already been cursed by a great black magician beyond your imagination, and the name of that curse is transcendence of causality, a curse that allows the recipient to escape their own fate." After finishing his explanation, Davey, fearing Damien wouldn't understand, explained again. "It means that the reverse wheel that goes against the flow of fate will be abandoned and will no longer receive God's protection. So I am in a state of being completely outside the cycle of reincarnation." As he thought this far, the image of a very beautiful white castle came to his mind. "The main effect of this curse is this: if I don't accumulate enough merit to enter reincarnation, my soul will either scatter or wander in the void forever." Recalling the information from his memory, Davey crossed his arms, smiled meaningfully, and admired. "My soul is already cursed like this. Do you think a curse from the likes of you would work?" Snapping out of his thoughts, he smiled brightly and dropped a shocking piece of information. At the same time, he flicked Damien's forehead hard, knocking her backward. "I'm also resistant to most curses." As he flicked her forehead, the purple gem embedded in the center of her forehead shattered. At this, Damien let out a painful groan. Hearing the groan, Davey reached out and grabbed Damien's collar, clenching his other hand into a fist, and asked curiously, "Now let's see how long you can last." Before he could do anything, she stopped him. "Wait, stop." Despite her words, he didn't stop but applied more force, and Damien screamed, "I said stop." Davey didn't stop and retorted, "You'd better not scream." At that, Damien finally shut her mouth. Satisfied, Davey choked her, and she could only scowl and grit her teeth. "If you show yourself outside, it will only cause more confusion. Rather than interfere with the fight against the world tree later, it's better for you to disappear quietly." After finishing his words, Davey, without giving Damien a chance to retort, smiled wickedly and activated a ninth circle holy magic. Divine punishment. Instantly, a dazzling golden flash bore down from above, and Damien screamed. The light was so bright that it spread in all directions, and even Rune, who was cleaning up the mess, saw it. She stood on a giant golem and looked at the pillar of light that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the sky. That pillar of light was the result of the holy light cannon technique. Everyone thought it would end there, but life is not like a dream. A tremendously huge flow of power shot down from the sky. God's index finger. A moment later, the aftermath of the attack completely disappeared, leaving only a pile of rubble. Davey stood amidst the rubble, lost in complicated thoughts. As a servant of God, he harbored a curse that defied the cycle of reincarnation. He knew God would notice him but would not help him. Davey watched intently from a distance as Alice's body convulsed and made strange noises, lost in thought. "The reason God bestowed a blessing on me was not to make me a saint, but probably to have me protect those they love." A few minutes later, Perse appeared, crossed her arms, and stared intently at Alice, raising a question. "That woman's energy is gone. Did she run away?" At that question, he was still full of conviction and hope. "She said she was immortal, so she wouldn't die that easily." After thinking for a moment, Davey stared intently at Alice's convulsing body and voiced his opinion. "Whether she's cleverly hiding inside this body or has fled to find another host." Just then, something appeared before his eyes, and he widened his eyes in surprise and a hint of suspicion. What appeared before David was a system screen, and on it was a large notification. "Final salvation for the lost lamb." After confirming the phrase thousands of times, he was filled with helplessness. Perse also took the opportunity to sneak a read, then raised her hand to stroke her chin, lost in thought. "Is this how God treats your children?" Regaining his senses, Davey lamented in annoyance. "What a pain." He grabbed Alice by the neck, lifted her up, and pushed her against a wall. Seeing Alice's face turn blue from suffocation as she tried to push his hand away, he gritted his teeth and said, emphasizing each word, "You said God abandoned you." Without making her wait long, Davey dropped a shocking piece of information. "But he just offered me a deal to save you." Hearing this, Alice questioned life, unable to believe her ears. "What? But life is not like a dream." Before she could recover from the shock, he asked himself and declared, "What should I do? God wants you to live, but I have no intention of doing so." At this, Alice fell silent. After thinking for a moment, she looked at him with half-lidded eyes and made a suggestion. "Kill me." Fearing he wouldn't agree, Alice showed her most desperate side and pleaded, "My life has no more meaning." Davey was very satisfied with this request. His hand was already prepared, and on it, a blue flame flickered. "I think so too." Accepting her request, he let go of his hand, letting Alice stand on the ground, and declared firmly. Immediately, from under her feet, a blue aura wrapped around the hem of her dress. "What's the point of keeping you alive when you have no will to live? I'll send you off without pain." The joy was short-lived as strangely a hazy white aura appeared in front of Davey. He reached out and caught the aura, and it seemed as if letters appeared from it, and a pleading voice echoed in his ear. "Do not send that child to the underworld, please save her." It didn't stop there. The aura continued to plead. This time it even had a sparkling effect. "Please save that child." At this sight, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. What a pain! No matter how annoyed he was, Davey could only grit his teeth and obey. Then, before Alice's surprised eyes, the aura under her feet had suddenly disappeared. After checking again and again and seeing no sign of the aura, she was puzzled and lifted her head to ask why. Why are you letting me live?" He turned his face away and bluntly refused to answer. "Don't ask me. I'm extremely annoyed right now. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Alice tightly gripped the hem of her skirt and voiced her disappointment. Until now, God has ignored my prayers, even though I did my best to meet his expectations. The more she spoke, the more she couldn't hide her anger, and at some point Alice couldn't hold it in and shouted in reprimand. Why doesn't God look back at me when I've struggled so much? Why does he make me suffer like this? As Alice finished speaking, she gritted her teeth in anger, her face grim as she breathed heavily. Seeing that expression and hearing that voice, Davey was 30 helpless and 70 resigned. Ah, you still don't get it. He stared intently at her and dropped a shocking bombshell. From the day you were born, there has never been a moment when God has not blessed you. Hearing this, Alice widened her eyes in shock. It was as if a dazzling light had poured down from above her head, bringing enlightenment. He said no more and fell into deep thought. Every step you took was protected by God, and you probably wanted to find a way to overcome hardships and adversities. It didn't stop there. Davey continued to speak, surprising Alice. He had her raise her hand to examine herself. Even when you decided to become a subordinate of the King of Death, Damien, the reason your soul did not disappear was because of God's blessing. Seeing her shocked and life-questioning expression, he pointed to one side, smiled meaningfully, and suggested, "If you really want to, you don't have to receive that grace anymore." After a pause, Davey made a very tempting offer. A way to escape from God's hands. Hearing this, Alice looked at him with an expectant face. "It is," but Davey didn't answer out loud, only thinking to himself, "To make the sign of the cross upside down." Snapping out of his thoughts, he spread his arms and smiled very friendly, persuading her, "If you do that, all the grace and blessings you have received from God will disappear." But Alice still had not a sliver of faith or hope. "What's the point of that now?" This once again infuriated him. Davey crossed his arms, looked at her with dead eyes, and said coldly, "Even grace and blessings are nothing in your eyes. It seems you still haven't come to your senses." In the end, Alice couldn't accept reality, covered her ears, sat down, and shouted loudly. Witnessing this scene, Davey was at a loss for words. "Are you saying the story I just made up about you being saved is also a lie?" After blaming herself for a long time without anything changing, Davey advised in annoyance, "Just stop it." Only then did she give up in despair. Seeing the lifeless Alice, Davey put his hands on his hips and said firmly, "The reason things didn't go your way is very simple." He looked at her and smiled meaningfully. "This is because it was a trial she should have overcome without God's blessing." While thinking this, David seriously pointed out that everything she had done so far was for power and the title of a saint. Then, as Alice stared with wide, surprised eyes, he reached out, placed a hand on her forehead, and said, "You will have to think." Then David pushed her without a word, and her body fell into a pit that had suddenly appeared. "You really need to concentrate." Hearing these words, Alice sank deep into the black pit, looking at him with eyes full of surprise. A moment later, Alice had completely disappeared from that place. As she disappeared, Perce looked around and asked for a solution. "Is it okay to leave this place as it is?" David thought for a moment and then answered, "Not really, I just don't want to touch it." After speaking, David sent a signal outside. "Rune, are you still listening?" When her name was called, she quickly answered. Hearing the answer, he gave an order, "Get ready, there's a high chance of a battle breaking out." Seeing her agree, David ordered with a displeased face, "Burn the contaminated forest, I'm too tired of purifying it with holy power." Perce was slightly displeased with this decision. "You'll be the one who has to clean up the mess." But he didn't care and flatly refused. "What do I care?" David lowered his head, and with both hands in his pockets he slowly walked outside. As he walked, he grumbled, "It's best to be alone when you're angry. Does she think I can't do anything without holy power?" The more he spoke, the more he couldn't contain his anger and raised his middle finger to the sky. "Fine, let's see what you do without me. Damn goddess." Witnessing this scene, Perce was at a loss for words. Speak of the devil, a system screen appeared with a notification. He looked at the screen and clicked his tongue in annoyance, and Perce was slightly puzzled. On the screen, the words "Purify the contaminated land" appeared in large letters. Reading the notification, David said tiredly, "I knew it, my prediction was right." He didn't need to think much and immediately refused. "I won't do it." But the system tirelessly kept appearing, and each time it appeared, David refused. It even tried to encourage him to keep going. "No, I'm not interested." Finally, the system changed its approach, but he didn't even look and waved his hand in refusal. "I said I wouldn't do it. I'm going home and doing nothing, you handle it." But the system screen stubbornly remained, ignoring David's displeased and scowling face. Suddenly seeing something, he whipped around and shouted in excitement. To persuade him to carry out the mission, the system added a reward condition. When the purification is complete, the ability to summon the 4 mythical beasts will be unlocked. Reading it word by word, David marveled. "This is why you shouldn't mess with guys like them." Then, with a look as if he were addicted, he raised his hand and reluctantly agreed. "Ahem. Fine, giving up is also a way to win. From now on, I won't accept any missions unless I want to." Seeing him change his attitude as easily as flipping his palm, Perce was at a loss for words. "Look at you changing your mind." Ignoring the whispers coming from the forest, a bright light spread in all directions as his cheerful voice echoed, "Let's go to clean up that contaminated forest." Looking excited by the reward, David quickly took action. A moment later, the system chimed once again. After purification, the seal on summoning the 4 holy beasts will be unlocked. Reading this, David was slightly proud. Just looking at it makes me feel proud." The more he read, the more his eyes shone like stars, and his mouth stretched into a grin from ear to ear. His appearance right now was no different from a pervert's. as he thought about the fact that she had changed the laws of the world for one deal. Mentioning this issue, he couldn't help but retrace his thoughts to find the cause of this excitement. Taoist magic and undead mythical beasts both did not exist on this continent. As the mythical beasts were mentioned, a wealth of information about the creatures surfaced in David's mind. The mythical beasts were originally beings created by human wishes in a world without gods or magic. Therefore, allowing those mythical beasts to be here was no different from a superhero appearing on the earth of his past life. As this issue was mentioned, countless other problems came to his mind. It's not that established principles cannot be changed, because even for a god this is not an easy choice. Seeing David's blank expression, Perse asked with curiosity, "What's wrong?" When she didn't get a response, Perse raised her voice and called out, "David!" At this sound he was so startled it felt like his heart stopped. Realizing he had been rude, David blushed, turned his head elsewhere and stammered, "It's nothing to shout like that all of a sudden." At this reaction 1,000 question marks popped into Perse's head. Seeing her still staring at him intently, he coughed a few times to break the mood and then suggested the next move. Regarding the reward for purifying what's left, I'm not really that interested, but it's not bad." But having said this much, David hesitated. At his hesitation, Perse became slightly curious. Without making her wait long, he turned his head, and with two eyes shining brighter than car headlights, he gave his opinion. "Shouldn't we discuss this a bit more?" At this sight, Perse felt more helpless than ever. You're like a fallen human." At those words filled with misunderstanding, David hurriedly retorted, "I mean what?" He had barely spoken a few words when his vision blurred and his body swayed. Perse immediately noticed this abnormal state. David. His hearing was fading and his body began to stagger, but David was not flustered and was instead very calm. "I remember experiencing something like this once." In contrast to his calmness, Perse was frantic. "David." Amidst her cries, he suddenly thought of something else. "Come to think of it, I think there was a mission I completed." At this time, a notification appeared on the system screen. "Savior of the plague patients, 20,000 reached, mission complete." After fainting, David's consciousness floated into another space. It consisted of a bright yellow sky and a strange structure with long winding stairs of all shapes. Looking around the space, he assessed it slightly. An endlessly vast sunset-colored sky and pale beings in white robes. David sat down below, raised his knees and rested his hands on them and smiled weakly as he watched the angels flapping their wings high in the sky. "Is this the place?" After speaking, he stared intently at the chick yellow sky, the numerous white clouds and the sparkling little stars, assessing it a bit more. It was a world that made my mind wander. What stood out in the space was a single castle wall, and on it was an angel with supergiant wings, completely different from the others. David could only stand below and look up. God's will is real but very fragile. As he thought about this problem, another issue came to mind. When it connects with a person, it will appear in a form most familiar to them. Just then, something fell from the sky and David stretched out his hands to receive it. He couldn't help but wonder at this sight. In his hands now was a small, round, very beautiful and sparkling jade-colored orb. Observing it, David was slightly curious. "What is this?" Back in reality, on a clear and sunny day, two maids were hanging laundry and whispering with the girls around them. "Did you hear the rumor about Prince David?" "I heard. They say he's in a coma." When this story came up, everyone showed interest and asked back as if they couldn't understand. Why did it happen so suddenly? But all that came back was another's answer of not knowing. "Who knows?" At the same time, one girl voiced the guess in her heart. But according to the rumors, it seems the subjugation mission he carried out alone was too much for him. Everything seemed to end there, but curious hearts made them tirelessly move from this story to that. But they say he hid how difficult it was all this time to not burden others. My goodness, he's truly a saint. The person being mentioned was lying very peacefully in bed right now. After all his stories were told, one girl couldn't help but praise his talent. "He's truly an amazing person." But hearing these words, David woke up from his coma. As soon as he sat up, Perse's extremely worried face came into view. Seeing him awake, she anxiously approached and asked about his condition. "David, you're awake?" Seeing him awake, Hongji and Numgi quickly ran over, hugged David tightly, and were overcome with emotion. "Dad," he ignored the girls rubbing against him and asked about the current situation. "How long was I asleep?" Perse thought for a moment and then said a number. "About 4 days." When that number came up, David, feeling helpless and at a loss for words, took out the familiar blue orb. "It seems I really overworked myself." When it appeared, Numgi, Hongji, and Perse all observed the orb intently with a mix of curiosity and excitement. "My goodness, it's a spirit stone, but it looks a bit different." As soon as she finished speaking, a system screen with information about it appeared. "Spirit stone, modified holy relic. Can regenerate the user once when their body and mind have collapsed. Number of uses 1, special condition, used automatically." After reading all the information in the table, Perse couldn't help but marvel. "It's not that different." As soon as she finished speaking, David immediately denied it. "No, it's actually much better." Fearing she wouldn't understand his intention, he explained in detail from beginning to end. The previous one had a condition that it could only be used when the enemy was a transcendent being or higher, but this spirit stone has no such condition, and it includes not just the body but the mind as well. Without giving her a chance to be surprised by this fact, David continued to surprise Perse. He pointed to the phrase "regenerate the user once when their body and mind have collapsed" and opened his mouth. "That's not all. Look at this word regenerate, isn't it familiar?" As the question was asked, Perse had a great realization. Mutation after death. Before she could add on, David hugged the orb to his chest with a satisfied smile and added, "Of course I won't let it get to that point." At his words, Perce gave her opinion. "If there are no conditions for using it, isn't it better to use it right now?" But David immediately pointed out that an incomplete mutation and a complete one are as different as heaven and earth. Then he placed a hand on his chest, and in his blood vessels right now it felt as if numerous explosions were occurring. Realizing his state, David gave a bitter smile. "Because my body is like a compressed bomb right now. Forcing a mutation will create a mess." After thinking for a moment, he turned to her and stated a solution. "Let's just think about it slowly." On another note, in the Allied meeting room, David appeared from somewhere, smiled brightly and raised his hand to greet everyone. "Hey, good work everyone." At his appearance, the people in the meeting room questioned life. David, Prince David. At this reaction, he froze awkwardly, hesitantly lowered his hand and said in a small voice to Perce beside him, "What is it? Why are they so surprised?" She wasn't very surprised and calmly analyzed. "Because you slept like the dead for 4 days. Not stopping there, Perce added. "It seems they think you faced danger even though you didn't know about the risk." Hearing this, he couldn't rebut or deny it, and could only nod his head. "Well, it's a fact that I overcame it. This misunderstanding is a good thing." Understanding the reason behind everyone's reaction, David scratched his head and came down the stairs. "Sorry I'm late." Sullivan approached from behind and answered politely. "It's all right. How is your body?" David didn't answer and changed the subject to another topic. "There's no time to worry about that. We still have things to do, right?" Without giving anyone a chance to speak, he listed off a long list of things to do. "There are still many places that need to be purified. Since I said I'd take responsibility, I have to finish it all." Every time David spoke, the awe of the soldiers below deepened. As he finished speaking, Sullivan hesitantly refused, "But you haven't fully recovered yet." At this one remark, he laughed awkwardly. I was just summoned to receive a spirit stone. In fact, my body is healthy enough to fly." Seeing the hesitant look on his face, Sullivan decided to refuse to the end. "You don't need to do that, Prince David. The priests are already purifying that land. It will take a few years to complete." But he also asked a deadly question. "Then what if demonic energy leaks out during that time?" Without giving him a chance to rebut, he spoke at length. "Our goal is to prevent any sacrifices." Sullivan still stubbornly blocked him, using every reason he had. "But you must preserve your body, Prince David. Even if you are not associated with the Holy Kingdom, you are the only saint." Seizing the opportunity, he declared, "That is precisely the reason I must step forward, to appear more trustworthy." David raised his hand and made a determined expression. One who is loved by the Holy Spirit cannot be lazy. But inwardly he cursed himself. "Loved my ass. I love being lazy the most." The only ones who knew his true nature, Elena and Ulysses, wore expressions of great contempt as he now declared he would purify the forest. Then David covered his mouth, blushed, and pretended to be reluctant. Don't worry. Everything will be fine as long as I'm here." The people below, not knowing the truth, looked at him with eyes brighter than the future. A moment later, the people began to cheer with joy. Our great saint. While David was capturing the hearts of everyone in the Alliance in a certain desert filled with sand and wind, a bandaged foot was walking slowly. At that time, in the west of the Blue Empire, strangers were heading to another land of the Empire. At this time, in the west of the Palan Kingdom, 2 figures in white and blue robes were walking alone through a fierce sandstorm. Halfway there, one of the 2 opened his mouth to ask, "Lord Un, are we doing the right thing?" The person in blue also took off his hat, revealing a familiar face, looked at the other person with contemptuous eyes and threw out a cold remark, "Do not doubt yourself." Fearing the other person would not follow his advice, the man turned his head completely and asked another question. "What do you think will happen if you doubt the words of the Holy Mother Tree? Remember that if you waver, the fundamental principles will be affected." At these words, the other person froze awkwardly. But after finishing his advice to him, lifted his head to the sky and let out a sigh of relief. HMPH. He looked up at the sun shining high in the sky, lost in thought for a moment, and then opened his mouth. "After all, elves are a social race too. They can't live in isolation forever." Then, as if he remembered something, the image of Davey smiling wickedly and shooting power at him came to mind. "Besides, if a war with a human named Davey is unavoidable, it's better to find a way that benefits us elves." At that moment, the one in the white robe finally approached and asked about the situation. "You said the Palan Kingdom is the largest among the human kingdoms, didn't you?" But hesitation still lingered in his words. "Will they really be willing to lend their strength to strike Prince Davey?" Before he could finish his sentence, cut him off. "We must negotiate." Fearing the other person wouldn't believe him, he turned his head and gave numerous reasons. Each one was extremely persuasive. "They are a race famous for their greed. If we offer something good enough, the humans will not refuse our proposal. The god of the sacred tree has also decided to cooperate with us." Only then did the one in the white robe seem to agree a little, and even went as far as to persuade himself. "Yes, they will surely want to solidify their relationship with us elves rather than with a prince from a small kingdom. But life is not like a dream. There was one thing they were mistaken about: the political effort that prince's small kingdom had poured into preparing for a special day. Meanwhile, Davey was leading Rune, Sullivan, Elena, and Ulysses. Everywhere he passed, soldiers cheered. After Cleophan died and all the wars ended, the world returned to peaceful days filled with green meadows, white clouds, and golden sunlight. The masterless undead all returned to the earth. But life is not like a dream. Not everything was so peaceful and simple. If there was a worry, it was the fact that the king of death, Damien, was still alive, and that numerous undead still remained in the remnants of the underworld. If they were to start an attack, it would be a huge problem. But for some reason, not a single undead was seen. Time flew by, and soon it was dusk. Davey sat atop a tree, carefully observing the surrounding scenery. It seemed as if they were preparing to gather somewhere else. On the other side, Rena worriedly approached, held Alice's hand, and kept asking how she was, but Alice kept her head down and said nothing. Regarding Saint Candidate Alice, it was concluded that she had been kidnapped and had returned safely. It would have been better if she had died bravely fighting the enemy. Then I could have gone back and reported that to everyone. But as if he remembered something, Davey frowned in annoyance. She's still alive and well, and the fact that God is watching over her cannot be denied. In the end, Davey had no choice but to accept that fact. Snapping out of his thoughts, he raised the holy spear high and shone a light in all directions. So I decided to just follow the will of heaven. If I just put the holy spear aside for a bit, everything will eventually return to normal. Thanks to that, I'm stuck here doing this tedious cleanup. While he yawned repeatedly with the spear on his shoulder, the people around him were in full praise mode. Amazing to take care of all those things in an instant. He could have left those undead to the soldiers. The more people talked, the more engrossed they became, and even his yawning seemed cool, as if seen through a filter. Do this work even when his body is in that condition. He's truly a real saint, a holy person. Hearing this from the front, Davey smiled from ear to ear with satisfaction. Just with this, my stock price is skyrocketing today. After solving the forest issue, Sullivan returned to the meeting hall and began to announce other matters. Once the power that revived the undead disappeared and the aftermath of the war was dealt with, the Allied forces disbanded after a brief meeting. Time flew by and another day passed. The meadow echoed with sounds of flattery and praise from all directions. Prince Davey, please visit our kingdom soon. Outside the castle walls, numerous barracks were set up and the soldiers were relaxing after the fierce battle. The sounds of flattery did not fade but grew even louder. We will ensure you receive the best treatment. Please visit our kingdom too. Below on the meadow, Davey was surrounded by numerous soldiers and officials who flocked to him like flies, scratching his head blankly. Each one shouted in his ear, "Your Highness is worthy of all praise. It would be our greatest honor if you visited our kingdom." That scene didn't last long, as Katerina appeared from somewhere and shouted at the people there as if breathing fire. Hey, don't rush at my grandson-in-law like that." Witnessing this scene, Davey was 30 dumbfounded and 70 resigned. "You're the one rushing at people." Just then, someone called his name from behind. Prince Davey. Hearing his name called, he quickly turned his head. The owner of the voice was a man in armor with purple hair. Davey recognized him, smiled brightly, and approached to shake his hand and ask how he was. "Commander Shin, are you leaving?" To that question, the other person answered honestly, showing a bit of regret. "I'd like to stay a little longer and help you, but I can't leave the kingdom empty for too long." Just when he thought it would end with a simple social greeting, a girl with similar purple hair approached slowly from a distance, her face completely red. "Come here and greet him." At that urging, the girl's face turned even redder. In the end, the girl lowered her head to hide her shy face and hesitantly introduced herself. "My name is Hula Mendi. Thank you." In contrast to her shyness, Shin, standing next to her, smiled brightly like a professional matchmaker and introduced her. "She's my granddaughter. I heard you saved her from the undead attack." When Davey showed no particular reaction, Shin looked at the girl beside him with a loving gaze and stroked her head. "I'm truly grateful. This child is the only family I have left." Hearing that, the girl's face turned even redder. The man didn't care and said firmly, "I will not forget this debt of gratitude." At that polite thanks, Davey awkwardly waved his hands and denied it. "You don't have to worry too much about it. It's only natural to save a comrade in danger on the battlefield." Hearing that, Shin understood everything. "Haha, I see why you receive so much praise." In the end, the man said his goodbyes, not forgetting to extend an invitation. "Be sure to visit our kingdom someday. Until then, stay well." After speaking, the man and the girl left, and Davey stood in his spot, smiling and waving goodbye. Once the two had completely disappeared, Perse appeared in midair, crossed her arms, and expressed her dissatisfaction. "You fraud." Despite her criticism, he calmly raised his hand, wagged his finger a few times, and said very rationally, "Isn't it natural to respond to a kind offer?" After teasing Perse, he opened his eyes and sent a sinister and meaningful glance somewhere. As soon as the words were out, Davey appeared in the corner of a barrack, poked his head out and asked, "What are you doing here?" At that voice, the hiding Elena jumped out in surprise. Caught, Elena's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she hesitated, trying to explain. "Oh well," she thought for a moment but couldn't find a way to explain. "Oh well." Witnessing this scene, Davey smiled gently, 30 helpless and 70 finding it cute. So that she wouldn't be flustered for too long, Davey spoke first to break the awkward atmosphere. "There's something I need to find." At those words, Elena's eyes widened in surprise. She immediately shook off her embarrassment, stood up straight, raised her hand and confidently declared, "Something you need? Tell me, I'll find it for you." Seeing the sparkling light in the air and the confident Elena, Davey was at a loss for words again. Why is she so excited, helpless? Davey coughed a few times to break the awkwardness and stated his request. I need to make some talismans, so even paper for screens is fine. At this request, Elena's excited demeanor vanished and she froze on the spot. Talismans? At that reaction, Davey immediately realized she didn't understand and simplified his request. How about a blank paper scroll? Only after hearing that did Elena come to her senses, stroking her chin with her hand as she thought, that would be a bit of a hassle. I'll ask the supply chief if there are any left. Fearing Davey might get his hopes up too much, she said in advance. But I can't guarantee there will be any left. A moment later, Elena appeared with a wooden box full of paper. She pointed to it and explained, I told him you were going to use it and he gave me all of this. After explaining the source of the box, Elena leaned back, relaxed her facial muscles and looked at the sky in admiration. You seem more like royalty of this kingdom than I do. At those words, Davey, still in the posture of rummaging through the box, said his thanks. I'm glad he thinks highly of me. After leaning around and resting to her heart's content, Elena finally stood up straight, placed her hands on her hips and looked at Davey with an uncomprehending gaze. Glad? Don't be ridiculous. Do you know what they call you at the command headquarters? Davey ignored her words, focusing only on unrolling the paper scrolls one by one to check their contents, and threw out a blunt remark. If you're going to keep talking nonsense, you can leave. At that, Elena didn't speak about that matter anymore and moved on to another topic. What are you going to do with all those paper scrolls? To this question, Davey, diligently drawing something with a brush, answered simply, something good. A few minutes passed and a yellow talisman with red writing appeared. Looking at the strange patterns on the paper, Elena's head was filled with question marks. This seems a bit different from a normal paper scroll. Davey looked at it, smiled and didn't deny it. That's right, but it's not magic. At that answer, Elena crossed her arms and spoke as if she understood everything. What strange thing are you planning now? Just how much do you know about the world? A moment later, having finished drawing a batch, Davey fiddled with the papers and answered perfunctorily, I'm curious about that myself. After finishing his check, Davey gripped the bundle of papers tightly. As he gripped the papers, they flew straight out of Davey's hand and up into the sky as if they had a soul. Watching the direction they flew, he smiled. If the goddess keeps her promise, there will be a reaction. The papers that flew up into the sky strangely floated in midair. Watching the papers glow and float in the air, Elena couldn't help but be amazed. The papers are floating in the air. Only Davey was very calm, placing his hands on his hips and explaining. This is a kind of summoning art. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Davey asked, between a bird, a lizard, a turtle, and a cat, which one do you like the most? At this question, Elena was bewildered. Coming to her senses, she couldn't hold back and asked back. A bird? What? Davey smiled meaningfully and repeated his request. Pick one. Although she didn't understand the question, she thought for a moment and then answered honestly. If I have to choose, a bird. After answering, all sorts of imaginations unfolded in her head. Doesn't a bird flying in the sky seem truly free and unrestrained? At those words, Rune was a little puzzled, and Elena smiled brightly. Davey said, all right, then should we go with a spicy chicken? When the name of this creature came out, Elena froze on the spot. A chicken? How can a chicken fly? But Davey didn't answer her question and began the ritual. In my name I summon you, vermilion bird. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. Princess Elena Zeppelin felt discomfort from the black energy around her and muttered, it's suffocating. She asked, Davey, what are you doing? Davey and Roan answered. This is a secret art. Princess Elena Zeppelin was shocked. A secret art? Simply put, it's a power that originates from the user's hopes and desires originally. Elves have spiritual arts and humans have secret arts. But on a continent like Tiones, rich with gods and mana, there's no need for secret arts. In places with scarce mana and no gods to protect them, where they must face numerous dangers, humans had to imitate the powers of other races to survive, Davey and Roan thought. After all, humans always have an instinct to imitate and develop. The four mythical beasts were precisely artificial spiritual power. I wonder how Note would react to this. At this time, Davey and Roan ordered Rune. Rune, bring some more oil and put it in a bottle, Rune answered. Understood. Princess Elena Zeppelin was very surprised. I've never heard of a power that only humans can use, Davey and Roan explained. In a very distant place, a land without gods, humans can only use mana. Princess Elena Zeppelin asked, such a place exists, Davey and Roan answered. Yes, but because mana is scarce, even after years of training there, one would only be at the level of a first circle here, Davey recalled. The hero who taught me the secret art was from the same world as the heavenly demon, Jojun. The only difference was that the place he was from had already been conquered. To fight, the endangered humans began to collect the materials and records left by their ancestors. The secret art was born from there. Princess Elena Zeppelin was still stubborn. Nonsense. There's no place in Tiones that lacks mana. Even the mana here is considered low, Davey and Roan said. Because that place isn't Tiones, Princess Elena Zeppelin asked. What do you mean? Then is that artificial? It looks like a flower engulfed in fire. Amidst Princess Elena Zeppelin's admiration, the flame gradually unfurled its petals. Beautiful, a phoenix spread its wings and flew up. Suddenly, the phoenix began to burn within its own flames. Princess Elena Zeppelin was horrified and covered her ears. Davey and Roan seemed to have expected it. The phoenix screamed. Davey and Roan took out a yellow paper and lamented. How noisy! With a wave of his hand, a third-grade talisman was cast. The limits of the art, chains wrapped around the phoenix. As the chains tightened, a phoenix screamed. Princess Elena Zeppelin was flustered. Davey, what's happening? Davey and Roan answered. It has to be dealt with strictly from the beginning, otherwise that pyromaniac attitude will never be controlled. Princess Elena Zeppelin was still confused. Pyromaniac, Davey and Roan explained patiently. The vermilion bird was created from human anger. As a being born from anger, it suffers from congenital anger management issues. As soon as he finished speaking, a real-life example unfolded before their eyes. It was the vermilion bird struggling in the sky. Though it seemed like a troublemaker, it was a newly born mythical beast. No one knew what would happen if it were allowed to grow up with that personality. Princess Elena Zeppelin was scared. Davey, will this be okay? Davey and Roan said with a boss-like attitude. So I have to teach it a little. After sealing the vermilion bird with a third-grade talisman, Davey and Roan finally subdued it. He said triumphantly. You're sealed, you fool, Roan said. Lord Davey, I've brought the oil in a bottle. Davey and Roan answered with a snap of his fingers. Good job. Davey and Roan turned around and taunted. You spicy chicken. The vermilion bird shouted in protest. Don't call me that. Davey and Roan said, I need your help. I know you're quick-tempered and arrogant, but Davey's tone gradually became threatening. If you continue to be this stubborn, I'll have no choice but to punish you, someone once said. Davey, the mythical beasts are also foul-tempered. The black tortoise bites everything, the azure dragon is fierce, and the white tiger is so arrogant it doesn't care about anyone. Among them, the vermilion bird is the worst because of its intermittent explosive disorder, a strange man said. So the most important way to handle them is to teach them properly as soon as they are summoned. Look, if you let them act as they please, what a mess it would be. Davey and Roan asked, like you, the man just shouted. Davey and Roan thought again and realized that having a good memory was also very useful. The best way to deal with the vermilion bird was to break its arrogance. Though it was a ball of fire, a vermilion bird without fire was just a chicken. Davey and Roan called out, Spicy chicken, if you don't listen to me, you'll end up in a boiling cauldron. How terrible, with a gentle smile, Davey and Roan said, Should I wring your neck, pluck all your feathers, and make you into fried chicken? At those words, the vermilion bird's face turned white with fear. Davey and Roan asked again, How about it? Want to swim in oil? I can fry you very deliciously. What's wrong? No sauce, don't worry, I'm not a picky eater. The devilish Davey and Roan hardened his face and said, I have no choice, since you won't listen to me, I have to fill my stomach first. Don't worry, I'll cook you deliciously, spicy and delicious. The vermilion bird could only scream. The vermilion bird's cry pierced the darkness. Disciplinary success. Princess Elena Zeppelin couldn't help but admire. Wow, you're really evil. Beside her, Davey and Roan laughed triumphantly and said, It's no use burying your head in the ground. If you just listen to me, I won't give you an oil bath, so don't worry. Now try flying. The vermilion bird quickly weakened in front of this hero. Davey and Roan said, Now that I've used the whip, I have to give a carrot. Fly as much as you want, you must be hungry. The vermilion bird's eyes sparkled, and it wanted to call the handsome man before it master. The vermilion bird shone in the sky again. Davey and Roan grumbled that it was a bit hot. Play until the sun goes down. Davey and Roan didn't forget to threaten it. You know what happens if you harm an innocent person, right? Think carefully before you act. As a result, a few hours later, Davey and Roan asked weakly, What did you pick up? The vermilion bird was eating deliciously. But the vermilion bird was also a creature with many thoughts, a mythical beast or a spirit. This body was made from human wishes. Mythical beast, vermilion bird. A being born from fire. Although I got a very embarrassing nickname, Spicy Chicken, I'm still a mythical beast. The vermilion bird hesitated, thinking of Davey and Roan. But my master is a strange person. Even though he created me himself, instead of worshipping me like a mythical beast, he tried to throw me into a cauldron of oil. I was scared of a temperature I was familiar with. Yes, I'm afraid of the very human who created me. The vermilion bird enjoyed its time. The first meal in this world was very delicious. According to the memories inherited from my master, these things seemed to be called monsters. It was a price to pay. I just punished them for daring to attack me without knowing their place, but they're more delicious than I thought. How innocent, the vermilion bird thought. The whole forest went up in flames with one flap of my wings, but it doesn't matter. Fire is the symbol of the vermilion bird. As long as I don't touch humans, nothing can quell my anger. Suddenly, a spear flew over. The man shouted, How dare you burn the entire forest? Un stood below and warned. I don't know how a mystical creature of fire came here, but I will not let you run rampant. The vermilion bird was flustered at the words mystical creature. How dare he call me? The vermilion bird of fire, a mere mystical creature. The vermilion bird was completely enraged, but it remembered Davey and Roan's words and collected itself. You can do as you please, but don't harm innocent people. The vermilion bird understood the situation to the point of feeling sick to its stomach and tried to suppress it. I have to calm down. Calm down. Un didn't understand what was happening. The vermilion bird thought, I am a noble mythical beast, I don't need to care about such meaningless provocations. The people urged Lord Un, We have to escape, it's too dangerous. No, the vermilion bird still muttered. Calm down, but Un stubbornly refused to let it go. We must not forget our mission. The vermilion bird continued to chant, I have to calm down. still, uninsisted, we must go to the human kingdom of Palin to catch the one who cursed our mother, but at this time the vermilion bird's emotions exploded. To hell with calming down, I'll burn these bastards alive even if it means my death. Davey and Roan was angry when he learned of this. I sent you for a walk to cool off and this is the result? The vermilion bird said with sparkling eyes. I don't know anything. Davey and Roan was at a loss and Sullivan Palin was excited. So cute. At this time Davey and Roan asked, by the way, what's that thing that looks like charcoal over there? I told you not to touch humans, the vermilion bird said with a wronged expression. I'm sorry, master, I was wrong. I'm innocent. Princess Elena Zeppelin said with a smile. What did our spicy chicken bring? Suddenly she shouted. My goodness, why is an elf here? Davey and Roan slung the elf over his shoulder and said, I'll be back in a moment. Princess Elena Zeppelin didn't understand what was happening. After that, Davey and Roan said, Rune, I'm leaving the spicy chicken to you. Rune answered. Understood. Princess Elena Zeppelin hurriedly stopped him. Wait, Davey. Are you trying to go back to Heiser from here? Davey answered. Yes, it won't take long. Rune also said. Understood. Be careful. Who can stop you? Upon arrival, Yura Helishana came out to greet him. Oh, benefactor, have you finished your work? Davey and Roan answered. Everything has been resolved well. I'm sorry for the sudden visit, but I have something to tell you. Yura Helishana shouted upon seeing Amelia's face. My goodness, Yura said. Could this person be? Davey and Roan asked. Do you know her? Yura answered. Isn't that Amelia? How? Davey and Roan was surprised. Amelia, Yura explained. She is the former saintess of the sacred tree. She should have been asleep with the sacred tree. I've never seen her wake up. How could she come out in this state? Davey and Roan was at a loss. I don't know either. The spicy chicken did this. Yura didn't understand. Spicy chicken. Davey and Roan immediately moved on and said, anyway, to summarize, this kid is an elf of the sacred tree. Yura answered. You could say that. At this time, Davey and Roan said, good, and she'll be a hostage. Yura answered with a worried attitude. You handle things too carelessly. But I will follow your will, benefactor. If it's all right, may I take care of her and watch over her? Davey and Roan waved his hand. Do as you please. Let me know as soon as she wakes up. The scene changed to the southern Palin kingdom, the Central Command Headquarters castle. At this time, Davey and Roan asked himself, what's with all the commotion? Did the spicy chicken cause trouble again? It seems they've found the body of the Palin Kingdom's crown prince. It's really unfair for that kid. The people announced Saint Candidate Rena. What's with that staff? Even a holy stone, Rena answered. I have been entrusted with the memorial service. How do I look? Do I look closer to a saint candidate? Davey and Roan admired inwardly. A saint candidate, not a saint. Briefly explain, a holy stone is a stone that contains holy power, similar to a mana stone. Davey admitted that she was a really good fit for the position of a saint. At this time the second prince said, you look quite nice. Then Rena chided him. You're really bad at talking to women, prince. But the second prince retorted, I can't be serious with someone who will live single their whole life. Rena asked, what do you mean? Suddenly, Princess Elena Zeppelin shouted, I can't accept it. This is absurd. The second prince said, do as you're told, Elena. This is my decision as the heir to the throne. I'm sorry, but instead of returning to the capital, we will hold his memorial service here. Hearing that, Elena was utterly shocked. She shouted loudly. Don't be ridiculous, Elena shouted like a madwoman. How can you say that? What's your reason for doing so? At this time, Prince Sullivan Palin said softly, Elena, but Elena pushed him away. I don't want to hear it. She turned her head, grabbed Davey's clothes and quietly wiped away her tears. Sob. Davey quietly watched the girl overwhelmed with emotion. Sob. After that, Elena burst into tears loudly. Davey thought to himself, it's been a few days since the prince's body was moved to the castle. During that time, Sullivan used his authority to restore the suspended trade activities and sold the surplus goods in the Hanger territory. He is very adept at solving the current difficult problems. But Elena is still blaming him for his coldness, she said sadly. My brother was too optimistic, Elena continued. My brother believed that a peaceful world without war would come someday. A day when we could solve problems with handshakes and agreements instead of war. Elena bowed her head and admitted, I really cherished that about my brother. Prince Sullivan Palin continued. My brother knew that many sacrifices were needed to create such a world. He adjusted his glasses and added, and he knew he couldn't do it alone. The only person who could make this a reality was. At those words, Elena shouted like a madwoman. Do you even know what sacrifice means? Prince Sullivan Palin called out in a low voice. Elena. Before he could finish, Elena said coldly, Stop it, I really hate you. She shouted in anger. If you had helped even a little when my brother was alive, this wouldn't have happened. Prince Sullivan Palin could only bow his head and admit, You're right, I didn't know anything. After that, he continued, But the situation is not as simple as you think. Listen, Elena. No matter how angry you are, his funeral will be held here. Prince Sullivan Palin said softly, Let's say we hold the funeral in the capital as you wish. Can you solve the problems that will arise? Hearing that, Elena barely suppressed her anger. Prince Sullivan Palin turned his head and left, not forgetting to remind her that his patience also had a limit. Davey, who had been watching the situation until now, opened his mouth in a low voice. It's like a play. Perce, do you have popcorn? He intended to watch the drama leisurely. Seeing that, Perce criticized. You're really strange, Perce asked in puzzlement. Are you just going to watch? Elena is a child you care about, isn't she? At this time Davey stared intently at the mission window. Information appeared. Remove the contamination, purify the soul tainted by the cycle of reincarnation. There was also a warning. Failure to follow the law may affect future paths of reincarnation. Davey said in a low voice, Tisk, are they threatening me while unnecessarily intervening in this matter? Perce looked puzzled. Intervention? Prince Sullivan Palin, who had come out, let out a long sigh of frustration. Ha! Davey, who was next to him, opened his mouth. Your swordsmanship is quite skilled. He crossed his arms and continued. I would have been fooled if it were normal. Prince Sullivan Palin adjusted his glasses slightly and said coldly, I don't know what you're talking about. Sullivan immediately turned and left. I'm not in the mood to talk right now, so let's end it here. Seeing that, Davey thought to himself, well fine. At this time the soldiers approached in a line. Rena began to dance softly and elegantly. She continued her mission with sad eyes. The sound of clashing steel armor continued to echo. Rena still danced calmly. She lifted the white cloth in her hand. At the same time Prince Sullivan Palin just stood silently. In the center the body was laid in a wooden coffin, and next to it stood a soldier holding a burning torch. Just as the soldier was about to light the fire, a scream suddenly echoed. No, a guard hurried over and said, You can't do this, princess. Without caring at all, Elena cried out. Brother, her face was a mess of tears and snot. Elena shouted loudly, Brother, please open your eyes. I was wrong. This scene reminded Davey of his own sad past. He had also knelt beside his mother's body and called out helplessly, Mom, Mom. Davey's lips moved slightly, but he didn't know what to say. Perce, who was beside him, said in a low voice, You don't look so good, Davey replied in a cold voice. It's because memories I want to forget are resurfacing. Just then, Rena opened her mouth to advise, Princess, you mustn't do this. If you keep crying, the prince will not be able to rest in peace. But Elena could no longer control her emotions. She shouted, Don't touch me, I still have so much to say to my brother. A soldier tried to take Elena away by force. Princess, please forgive my impertinence, Elena shouted loudly. Let go of this hand, she screamed in a fit of rage. I could have all of you beheaded. Suddenly, Prince Sullivan Palin approached and slapped Elena's small face hard. Her actions had pushed him past his limit. Sullivan Palin coldly rebuked her. You fool. At that moment, Elena's cheek was flushed bright red. Watching the roaring flames, Prince Sullivan Palin said sternly, Drag Elena out of here. Don't let her leave her room until the funeral is over. He bowed before the soldiers and opened his mouth. I apologize for showing you such an unsightly scene. Sullivan Palin gently lifted his head. His eyes filled with sorrow. He looked up at the high heavens. A seventh circle magic illusory rain was being cast. Dark clouds gathered and small droplets of water began to fall. A soldier asked in a low voice, Is it rain? Just then Davey casually tossed a talisman into the flames. Then he activated a technique, ancient art, seal of the fire spirit, and Davey turned his back and walked away. Rena was very flustered to see that. Davey passed by Prince Sullivan. He said in a low voice, This is my condolence. We must make sure the flames do not go out. Davey continued, May the soul of the departed find rest in the arms of God. Sullivan Palin bowed his head and replied briefly, Thank you. Hearing that, Davey was at a loss for words for a moment. He looked at Sullivan Palin's back and thought to himself, I'm sorry. The rain grew heavier and a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire castle. The princess's room was lifeless, filled only with silence. Seeing Elena huddled in a corner with sorrowful eyes, Davey opened his mouth in a low voice, You're a mess. He approached her and informed her that the ceremony had ended well. Elena lifted her head and called out to Davey. Elena hesitated. My brother, Davey tilted his head and said softly, That death is a common thing, he continued. I was going to say that, but I'm sorry for what happened. Elena forced a smile and replied, Thank you, and I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Davey thought it was only natural to grieve in the face of a family member's death. Elena looked outside and opened her mouth softly. It's raining. Do you think my brother is crying? Davey said frankly. Don't be ridiculous. Rain is just what happens when warm air condenses into water droplets. Hearing that, Elena looked as if she had been doused with cold water. If that's a joke, I give it a 2 out of 10, Davey said immediately. I didn't come here to joke, and I didn't come to see you so depressed either. So come here. Suddenly, Davey turned around with a strange object, and Elena was startled. What is this? He said in a gentle voice. You said you had things you wanted to say. Hearing that, Elena's eyes widened. Davey crossed his arms and said to the orb of light beside him, You must have many things you want to say to her. I'll give you 5 minutes at most. Begin. Immediately, Crown Prince Ahmad Sipalon appeared with a smile. He nodded his head gently. At that moment, Elena, as if unable to believe her eyes, called out to her brother in surprise. Davey snapped his fingers, casting the 8th circle black magic voice of salvation. He turned and thought to himself, May the soul of the damned let go of the past and move on to the future. In an instant, Davey gave the Palin siblings some space. Outside, Prince Sullivan Palin opened his mouth. I was waiting. Sullivan Palin was slightly embarrassed. Normally the palace would have given you a grander welcome, Davey replied immediately. It's all right, we're all busy, so that would just be a waste of time. Sullivan Palin smiled gently, thinking it was probably safer here anyway. The palace was fraught with countless dangers. No one could be trusted. Prince Sullivan opened his mouth and asked, I heard you just met with Elena. How is she? Davey said bluntly. Acting like that doesn't make you look any better, Prince. You're the cause of all this after all. Hearing that, Prince Sullivan Palin couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you're right. He pushed up his glasses slightly and opened his mouth. Let me be frank, Sullivan Palin got straight to the point. You requested an alliance with the Palin Empire as your reward, Davey replied immediately. That is correct, Sullivan continued. But your kingdom already has an alliance with the Lindus Empire, from what I hear. It's because you are close with Emperor Yacht. He handed a piece of paper to Davey and said, "So this is the Palin Empire's answer." The content within was summarized in a single sentence. "We refuse," Sullivan Palin continued. "The Palin Empire wishes to remain neutral." Then he took the letter back and added, "The official reason is that we wish neither to form an alliance nor to antagonize any other nation." Prince Sullivan easily tore the paper, thinking to himself that this was just the talk of fools cooped up in the palace. He said sternly, "I am different. The Palin Empire I know repays all its debts," Sullivan Palin added. "But before that I need to know why you requested something so important from our nation." All the while Davey was calmly enjoying his tea. Putting down the teacup, Davey opened his mouth. "You must know what I am harvesting in my domain." Sullivan Palin stroked his chin and said in a low voice, "You exchanged a large amount of food and defensive resources with us." He knew well that Davey was also selling weapons to other organizations. Sullivan Palin asked with curiosity, "Are you preparing for a war?" Davey replied immediately, "Yes, but I am on the defensive." Sullivan Palin wore a thoughtful expression. Your opponent must not be human," Davey quickly confirmed. "Correct," Prince Sullivan Palin continued. "There are many problems in many nations, but as far as I know there are no disputes involving your empire's territory. That means it's something we don't know about yet. It must be related to the dwarves or those who live in the forest," he offered a guess. "I can't be sure yet, but I'll venture a guess. The elves." At those words which seemed to see right through him, Davey could only manage a reluctant smile. Prince Sullivan Palin added, "Based on your past achievements this battle isn't impossible, but that's what makes me curious. What can the Palin Empire offer you?" "A geographical advantage is the most important thing." Prince Sullivan Palin lowered his head and said, "The elves would have to pass through the Palin Empire's territory to get to you." Seeing this, Davey felt a slight shiver. This guy was terrifying. Percy's eyes widened in admiration. "His reasoning is incredible," Davey thought to himself. "I've lived long enough to know many things, but this Sullivan guy is a genius in this field." He opened his mouth in admiration. "Impressive," Davey asked himself. "Is this guy a regressor too?" He felt that continuing the conversation would only put him at a disadvantage. Davey thought, but if he becomes an ally he'll be a reliable one. Just then, Prince Sullivan Palin pushed up his glasses slightly and opened his mouth. As a representative of the Palin Empire, he pushed a piece of paper towards Davey. "Let me tell you my future intentions as the Crown Prince," Prince Sullivan Palin added. "This is a request for an alliance between the Palin Empire and your entire domain." Davey raised the corner of his mouth and asked, "You want in too? A lot of things will change if you do." Prince Sullivan Palin believed this would be beneficial for both of them. The contract was written by the Palin Empire and the signatory was the Roan Empire. Both sides agreed to form a defensive alliance and to support each other with all their resources. After glancing over it, Davey said in a low voice, "This long-winded sentence bothers me." Prince Sullivan Palin tilted his head and asked, "The part about the writer and the signatory," Davey said coldly. "Why would I care about something so trivial?" Then, as if responding to Sullivan Palin's earlier action, he easily tore the paper. Davey said in a low voice, "But I refuse to sign this contract." A dead silence suddenly fell between the two, neither knowing what to say. Prince Sullivan Palin had not expected this. Most nations had to bow and beg to form an alliance with the Palin Empire. Davey answered bluntly, "Unfortunately I didn't come here because I fear the Empire." He thought to himself, "I just want to minimize casualties in case the Palin Empire joins forces with the World Tree to attack." At that moment Davey opened his mouth and asked, "Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" Prince Sullivan Palin stared intently at him, as if trying to read his mind. Davey said immediately, "There's no need to sound each other out," he continued. "Of course I will gladly help if the Empire asks, but I don't want to be bound by a contract to do so." Hearing that, Sullivan Palin let out an unconscious sigh of relief. Elena once said something like this. Elena had once implored him to never under any circumstances oppose Prince Davey. It was for the very survival of the Palin Empire. Sullivan Palin clasped his hands and said, "I didn't think much of it at the time." Then Sullivan Palin asked in a low voice, "Are you truly human, Prince Davey?" Davey answered nonchalantly, "As you can see I am 100 human," he continued, "and I have no intention of antagonizing the Palin Empire." Sullivan Palin said helplessly, "I see. In that case let's consider this a trump card." Then the prince opened his mouth. "But I hope you won't abandon us for some foolish reason." Suddenly Davey opened his mouth. "There's one other problem." He pointed to a line on the paper. "This part about Princess Elena Zeppelin," Davey said frankly. "I dislike loveless political marriages. You seem a bit too overprotective of your sister." Davey thought to himself, "I have no intention of being a babysitter," and he crossed his arms and opened his mouth. "I have one question." Davey raised a question. "Why did you lie, Sullivan?" Prince Sullivan Palin had said earlier that this was his decision as the heir to the throne. Davey knew full well that was a lie. He was no fool. What kind of heir would use their authority to hold such a small funeral for the crown prince? There was no way he was ignorant of protocol. Absolutely not. Davey thought that doing so would only earn him criticism from the other princes. He continued to ask, "You're aware of that, aren't you, Mr. Sullivan?" At that, the prince could only clench his fist tightly. Sullivan Palin said resentfully, "I really can't fool you." He opened his mouth to explain. "I can't let the Empire's nobles know how close Elena and I are. If they found out, the safety and life she so desires could not be guaranteed." Prince Sullivan Palin continued, "My brother sent me a letter before his final journey. He called it a letter, but we both knew it was his last will and testament. He said his body was already broken and that he couldn't last much longer." Sullivan Palin thought that being cremated here was simply his brother's childish wish. The reason written in the letter was that he wanted to be laid to rest here with his people. It wasn't even an honorable request. After a moment, Davey said in a low voice, "Well, at least he can be considered a respectable person," Sullivan Palin added resentfully. "If that was all, I wouldn't have bothered telling you," the prince continued. "But my brother's request wasn't just that. The message in the letter also included this passage. 'The only one who can protect our little sister now is you,'" Sullivan Palin asked in a low voice. "Do you know who commands the Legion in this region?" He added, "They are the White Liar Corps." Hearing that, Davey realized they reported directly to Elena. Prince Sullivan Palin continued, "Elena is very intelligent, but she lacks the ability to compete for political power. That child needs a reliable shield." He thought that the nobles and other princes would continue to condemn Elena for the recent events. They would try to seize control of the White Liar Corps, the only force protecting her. Hearing that, Davey stroked his chin and fell into thought. Sullivan Palin said, "That's why I had to step forward." Davey asked back curiously, "Step forward?" Sullivan Palin confessed, "I declared myself the heir to the throne and held my brother's funeral. Now they'll think I'm trying to enter the power struggle and will keep their eyes on me. That is a prince's way of protecting his sister. I will become the bigger prey, and then they will leave Elena alone." Then Sullivan Palin gently lifted his teacup. Davey thought to himself, to divert the blades aimed at Elena toward himself by declaring he's the future king. It's a simple diversion, but an action that will cost him dearly. Honor, pride, and his sister's smile are what he tries to protect. As long as the truth remains buried forever, so will his feelings. Prince Sullivan Palin said in a low voice, "Elena must not know this. That child must not know the dark side of politics." Davey opened his mouth. "It's quite amusing that you were the one who asked Elena what she knew about sacrifice." "How long has this been going on?" Sullivan Palin answered in a low voice. "My methods may differ from my brother's, but I have always held my ground," the prince said in a low voice. "Everyone has their own way. I just like this method better." Then Sullivan Palin gave a meaningful smile. "I have no other wish than for my sister to get married." Only then did Davey have a sudden realization. If she were to marry into a completely new, sufficiently strong and trustworthy nation, she could be safe from the political strife of her homeland. That would be the best-case scenario for protecting Elena. Davey answered honestly, "What a pity." The next day, Elena's voice echoed in the garden. "Are you leaving already?" Davey replied in a low voice. "Only for a moment. I still have things to do here, so I'll be stopping by often." Elena said shyly, "I will do as you said and focus on my training." Her face was as red as a ripe tomato. Elena said firmly, "I won't give up until I see results." Seeing this, Perce raised a question. "Did you decide that while talking to the crown prince?" Davey quietly placed a hand on Elena's shoulder and offered words of encouragement. "You'll get there in no time." Hearing that, Elena smiled brightly. "Hee." She quietly said thank you. In a flash, Davey was back at the castle. A maid exclaimed joyfully, "The Lord has returned." Amy came running to greet him. "Welcome." Seeing Amy's bright face, Davey was reminded of the young Rena who had been so happy to call him Davey. Seeing Davey pat his own head, Amy was flustered and opened her mouth. "My lord," Davey thought to himself, "they look exactly alike." He said in a gentle voice, "You've worked hard, Amy." Suddenly, Will ran over and threw herself into Davey's arms. She called out loudly, "Brother." Davey asked happily, "Oh, how have you been, Will?" she said with a pout. "Really? Aren't you being too indifferent to me, brother?" Davey answered in a fluster, "Haha, I'm sorry." After a quick look, Davey was slightly surprised. "Oh, you've trained really hard. Your mana has gotten stronger," Will boasted proudly. "Hee, I'm a 4th circle mage now. Elder Ulysses helped me a lot." Davey patted her head and praised her. "Good job, Will. I'm proud of you." Will smiled brightly. Hee. Just then, someone opened their mouth in a low voice. The two of them are really close. A dwarf. Golgotha, the chief of Stone Village, approached happily, followed by Yura, the high elf chief of Wallam Village. Seeing them, Davey exclaimed, "Chief Golgotha, how have you been?" "Lady Yura, welcome." The chief answered immediately, "Haha, I'm doing well." Golgotha continued, "I'm here to report on the progress of the plan. I had a hard time stopping my brother from doing it himself." Hearing that, Davey was slightly puzzled. The plan? He put his head to the chief's ear and whispered softly, "Phew, that plan." Golgotha answered immediately, "That's right." The two joyfully exchanged meaningful smiles. Seeing that suspicious sight, Yura opened her mouth. "Davey," she said in a gentle voice. "Lord Golgotha, I'm sorry, but I also have something to discuss with Davey." Hearing that, he asked, "The hostage?" Yura answered, "Yes, she's recovered enough to answer questions now." Davey said in a low voice, "Good." Lewin asked himself in a daze, "Hostage?" "Yes." Davey turned to the chief and said, "I'm sorry, Chief Golgotha, I need to take care of this first." Golgotha answered heartily, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I understand that your business is more urgent." Davey continued, "You too, right?" Hearing that, Will answered meekly, "Of course, in the elf village of High Wallam." A child exclaimed joyfully, Uncle Davey has lifted the child up. Oh little one, you're getting bigger and bigger. Mew was very excited to be flying. Suddenly, Yura's stern voice gave a warning and Mew was startled. Oh little one, you shouldn't do that to the Lord. Come here Mew. Mew, terrified, hugged Davey tightly and cried loudly. Sob, I don't want to, Yura said helplessly. Phew, that child is always like that. At this time, Bai quietly approached and opened her mouth. Welcome. Davey turned happily. It's been a while, Bai, Davey asked quietly. By the way, how is Mew? Hearing that, Bai was flustered for a moment. Well, Yura stepped forward and chided. How rude of you, Bai answered immediately. I just wanted to teach Mew the cruelty of the world. Seeing that, Davey understood the problem. Mew was still hugging him tightly. Davey asked in a gentle voice, all right Mew, do you want to live with me? She answered excitedly, yes, I want to. Hearing that, Yura was secretly hurt, sad. The two continued to walk forward. Yura opened her mouth. Amelia is communicating with the spirits, so she's probably here. Across the meadow, the two arrived where the green-haired elf was. Yura said quietly, we finally meet the former saintess of the sacred tree. The girl in front of Davey and Yura was none other than the high elf saintess Amelia. Yura called her name. Amelia. The saintess turned with a bright face. Yura. Seeing Davey behind her, Amelia couldn't help but be surprised. A human, the saintess immediately went on alert, ready to attack at any moment. Amelia growled, but there was no weapon at her waist. Amelia asked herself in anxiety, where's my sword? The saintess shouted loudly. What on earth is going on? Why is a human here? Seeing that, Davey whispered quietly, I don't think she knows this is human territory. But how could this be? Yura said quietly. I'm sorry, I've lied and said this is a small elf village for now. Davey looked uncomprehending. Why? Yura just answered with a smile. Hee. Davey was even more at a loss. Hee. Yura covered her blushing face in embarrassment and opened her mouth. It would be a big problem if they ran away, wouldn't it? She looked so easy to bully on the outside. Davey was at a loss for words and thought, elves treat their ancestors' benefactor like this. He turned to the saintess and said, first calm down. Amelia shouted loudly, shut up. Human, how dare you? Davey grabbed the saintess's hair and growled. I wonder who should shut up. Amelia continued to shout loudly. Let go, human, she shouted loudly. Why are you so rude? Suddenly being cursed at, Davey said in annoyance. Rude what? A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. How ridiculous. After that, Davey activated the power of the Abyss Eye. At the same time, Amelia said in pain, let go. After finishing his analysis, Davey thought to himself, she's an elf, but she feels mixed with something. From the first time I met her, I felt an indescribable unfamiliarity. I've definitely seen her somewhere before, but why does she feel so unfamiliar? Out of curiosity, I used the power of hell to probe her inner self. Just then, Amelia screamed in annoyance. The saintess reached out to Yura for help. Yura, this rude fellow. Unexpectedly, Yura was still smiling with her mouth wide open. He. She even drooled. Seeing that, Amelia became even angrier. A moment later, Davey let go of his hand and Amelia collapsed. He opened his mouth. It's over, phew. Amelia spewed curses like a machine gun. You're really rude. I knew your race was rude, but I didn't know you changed this much in 300 years. Davey said quietly. I understand, miss. Amelia snapped. Don't call me miss, Davey said helplessly. Then shall I call you a nagging grandmother? Hearing that, Amelia growled like a madwoman. Faced with this tricky situation, Davey helplessly clutched his head and sighed. He said quietly. Lady Yura, I'd like to speak with you privately for a moment, Yura answered immediately. Understood, I'll have the surrounding soldiers withdraw, Davey urged, opening his mouth. Yes, hurry up. After they left, Davey let out a long sigh. He staggered and sat down on a tree trunk. I didn't expect this to happen. Seeing that he didn't look well, Perce called out to Davey worriedly. Davey struggled to catch his breath, gasp. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and shouted. Bang! Perce was startled and shouted. Davey shouted loudly, beginning bomb disposal. Immediately, Amelia was subdued. The saintess screamed in pain. Rune pressed Amelia to the ground with her strength. The saintess shouted loudly. The golem didn't care at all and said in a cold voice, Lin, proceed quickly. Rune reminded him that it had to be done very accurately and carefully. At this time, a weapon was placed in front of the saintess's eyes. Amelia screamed in fear. Amelia continued to struggle. What are you doing now? Rune quietly asked her master, Lord Davey. What kind of bomb is this? Davey sighed wearily. This is driving me crazy, he muttered quietly. This is why I'm cautious about everything. When we look into the abyss also looks into us. Davey thought. I looked into Amelia's inner self with Persephone's power. What lies hidden behind the gaze directed at me? Perce called out quietly. Davey, she began her report. Lord Davey's heart rate is rising rapidly. It is fascination. Perce looked uncomprehending. Fascination, Davey said coldly. I demand more information. He grabbed Amelia and questioned her, opening his mouth. What the hell are you? Don't you have a conscience? The saintess screamed in annoyance. What are you talking about? Amelia continued to shout. It hurts. Let go. Perce called out quietly from the side. Davey, he said with a gloomy face. She's hiding a succubus's fascination magic inside her. I was affected as soon as I looked in. Davey continued to question her. Do you have a conscience using fascination with that body? Are you trying to ruin others? Amelia still shouted loudly. What on earth are you talking about? I can't help it. Amelia shot back like a machine gun again. Do you think I'm not growing because I don't want to? I want to grow too, but I can't. the saintess shouted loudly. And what do you mean by fascination? Just then, Rune asked quietly. What was it that fascinated Lord Davey? What was it that fascinated you? Davey answered immediately. The eyes. Hearing that, Rune asked innocently. Shall I gouge them out? Davey said in annoyance. Damn it, just gouge them out. Hearing that, Amelia screamed in fear. Faced with Rune's merciless face and the sharp weapon in her hand, Amelia hurriedly begged for forgiveness. No, don't do it. Rune didn't care in the slightest. Understood. Amelia shouted loudly. Hey, what did I do wrong? By then the saintess was already terrified and on the verge of tears. No, please stop that woman. Seeing that, Davey said, stop. He quietly calmed Amelia down. Faced with this nagging child, Davey was extremely displeased. Ah, this is driving me crazy, he thought to himself. This method of fascination with tears is more difficult. Davey gritted his teeth and gasped for breath, then activated the 8th circle mind clarification. Davey said coldly, Lynn hit that woman. Rune answered meekly, yes. Hearing that, Amelia was very surprised. What? Before she could even speak, the saintess lost consciousness. Davey continued, and those pliers. Rune held the weapon with a puzzled expression. Pliers? Davey said quietly. Give them to me. Hurry up. A moment later, Davey came out looking miserable. Yura asked in surprise, my goodness, but where did you get this wound? Davey answered irritably. Don't worry, I was just a bit careless. Yura couldn't help but worry. What happened? My goodness, Rune answered. The elf named Amelia used a very powerful fascination. Yura couldn't believe her ears. Fascination? That can't be. Davey asked quietly, do you know something? Yura swept her hair back and answered, Tisk, I've heard stories that she uses fascination magic. Yura thought. Ah, she probably has a similar power. Davey asked in puzzlement. A similar power? Yura answered. Yes, animals really like Amelia. Davey shouted quietly. Oh? He asked further. Is that all? Yura thought for a moment and then continued. No, if she really had the power to fascinate everyone, the elders would have known already. Davey stroked his chin thoughtfully. To make animals like her. Pheromones? Even so, it's too strong, he thought to himself. I looked directly at the source of the power and it was still too strong. It's very similar to the dream demon known as a succubus, and it has to be at least on par with the power of a succubus queen. Davey asked himself, has she evolved? He fell into a complicated train of thought just like that. Yura called out to Davey worriedly. She was startled by the absurd thought. Did he fall in love with Amelia? Yura jumped. No, Amelia is one of the oldest elders, but her appearance is fixed as before she became an adult. Davey couldn't understand why she was so excited. Then he said in a gentle voice, I'm tired, so please stop teasing me. Just then Perse suddenly interjected. Tisk, 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 Yura is right, Perse said quietly. Even though she's old, she still looks like a child. You shouldn't have such thoughts about a girl like that. Davey asked in annoyance. What are you talking about? Perse shouted in surprise. What do you mean you weren't fascinated by that woman? Davey answered nonchalantly. Me, I'm interested in that little elf girl. Perse was still in disbelief. You're not, Perse voiced the question in her heart. Then why you were hurt? Davey cut her off. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Perse asked back, uncomprehending. Davey confessed loudly. It's because of you, damn it, he said with annoyance. So if you don't want me to lose control, don't say another word. Hearing that, Perse suddenly froze like a statue. Davey said with displeasure. I'm leaving. Understanding Davey's words, Perse hurriedly covered her face, which was as red as a tomato. Perse's embarrassed scream echoed throughout the forest. A moment later, Rune said in a low voice, Lord Davey, I have relayed the order to Rune's subordinates. She continued, the activity network has been initiated, and we have cut off communication with the surrounding areas. Davey sat on the ground and said tiredly, I made one mistake and now it's so much trouble. I'm leaving everything to you. Rune answered immediately. Rune is highly regarded for its excellent vigilance efficiency. He gathered energy in his body and let out a sigh. Davey opened his eyes and saw Amelia lying unconscious before him. He asked in a low voice, the world tree must have known that woman had it. What does she think it was trying to do? Perse was silent for a moment. Davey continued to speak, surprising her again and again. The two continued speaking at the same time. Ill will, Davey said. Yes, you're right. Amelia's destination was the largest and strongest nation, the Palin Empire. So this damn world tree was trying to use Amelia's power to take over the empire, Perse asked. Even if she weren't an elf, would she still have sent Amelia there? She really doesn't care about the means, Davey asked in a low voice. What are the odds? Perse answered hesitantly. 1%. Hearing that, Davey couldn't help but sigh. I see, he continued. But a time bomb wouldn't come alone, would it? How can a person control a power they don't have? Davey thought to himself. With her current power, she could bring about a disaster in an instant. It affects humans and animals, so monsters will surely be affected as well. Perse said in a low voice. Like a companion, Davey shouted in annoyance. I know you're there, come out. But the only answer was silence. Annoyed, Davey cast a spell on a tree vine. Instantly, Perse's location was revealed. Davey said in a low voice. I couldn't avoid it. I couldn't move because I was meditating, she said in a fluster. Let's talk later. Hearing that, Davey didn't know what to say either. Just then, Amelia woke up. The saintess clutched her head and groaned. Amelia asked herself, where is this? Seeing Davey sitting in front of her, the saintess was startled. Amelia hurriedly shouted, You! Then the saintess opened her mouth wide and screamed. Davey was so used to this kind of thing that he could only let out a long, long sigh. In the end, Amelia was tied up. Davey opened his mouth. right? To think this is the beauty of all places, he asked in a low voice. You were wandering around without even knowing the state of your own body. Amelia groaned. So what? Davey got straight to the point. What did the world tree say when it sent you to Palin? Hearing that, Amelia was startled. Davey continued, right now you probably don't know where this is, or who I am. Amelia shouted in a low voice. Don't tell me. Davey flicked the Saintess's forehead and said, that's right, I'm your enemy, Davey and Roan. In other words, you are now my hostage, he continued, and I plan to extract zero information from you. Amelia said stubbornly, you think I'll talk? Davey answered immediately, of course. A moment later, Roan untied Amelia. Davey threw a party and said excitedly, now let's talk while drinking tea. Amelia asked blankly, you now? Davey immediately cut her off. The young lady who manages this forest is a bit aggressive, he introduced. This is tea made from cricket wings. Hearing that, Amelia shouted in horror. What mantises? Davey said threateningly. You will drink it. If you still don't talk, he took out a second item. I'll have you drink tea brewed with mantis eyeballs. Amelia screamed in fear. You're insane, Davey ordered. Roan grabbed that woman. Instantly subdued, Amelia shouted in annoyance. Aye, aye, Roan said in a low voice. Roan evaluates Lord Davey's morality poorly. This can destroy a person's intestines. The more she heard, the dizzier Amelia became. Davey said excitedly, don't worry, it tastes good, to me at least. Seeing that, Amelia could only shout, I'll talk, in front of those two bizarre people. Amelia completely weakened. So please, she shouted in horror. No, Amelia's screams echoed throughout the forest, Davey joked with a sideways glance. It's just green tea and black tea. Roan, we succeeded thanks to this placebo effect, Davey said, looking at Amelia who was trembling on the ground. But Roan answered immediately, Master, this is too cruel. Roan voiced the question in her heart. Saintess Amelia, she gave you that information, so why didn't you listen earlier? Davey answered, feigning ignorance. Well, I have to have something to listen to. Looking at the exquisitely prepared tea set, Davey added, the tea I gave her wasn't ordinary tea. Amelia lay blankly, tears streaming from her eyes. Davey explained in a low voice, Roan, look at those tears, what do you think? Roan looked at the Saintess and said, Roan has not detected any abnormalities in the visual spatial information. He looked at Roan and kindly explained. Roan wondered what that question meant. You can cast a spell on the sense of smell, taste, or other senses. It's basically a form of sealing. Roan asked in surprise. The calculation results for the sealing effect are uncertain. Davey knelt down looking at Amelia who was lying motionless on the ground and asserted, yes, that's why we have to monitor her during this period. Since Jazel offered her as a sacrifice, there must be something else that hasn't been revealed yet. But I was unlucky enough to be caught in the seal. This won't do. Witnessing Jazel's expression, Davey called out, Elena, she nodded and answered. Did you call me? He pointed towards Amelia and said, take this woman and look after her. Elena asked back, do I have to? Elena, with a sharp sword in her hand, said in a cold voice, it would be easier to kill her while she's like this. Davey raised his voice and hurriedly denied this crazy idea. No killing. He couldn't help but admire inwardly that these sisters had no respect for their ancestors at all. Davey thought, I hit her, so now it's time to soothe her. He said in a gentle voice, take this woman and look after her. It will be safer for her to be with you than with me or the others in the village. Elena sighed, and with a displeased look she gripped the sword in her hand and answered, understood. Davey smiled and added, and spread some rumors about her. Say that Saintess Amelia is in this forest. Jazel will decide he can't wait any longer and start to move, Davey continued while Elena lifted Saintess Amelia into her arms. And that's when we'll see how that rotten tree meets its end. Looking at the layered mountain ranges covered in green vegetation, she said, then there will be intruders. You haven't forgotten what I brought here, have you? Ah, Davey, with a smile on his lips, said to Roan. Now let's go see how complete the counterattack type wooden golem is. Looking at the tea set once more, he ordered. Let's go, Vermilion Bird. He saw that she had no reaction. She must be dead. Hearing herself being talked about, the Vermilion Bird felt wronged and said in a small voice, I'm not dead yet, Davey asked with a sideways glance. Roan, you're very excited about recruiting new members? Roan almost jumped up and down as she answered happily, I'm very excited. He immediately smiled and played along. Ah well, you've been waiting for this for a long time, haven't you? Let's go. Before them was a magnificent and huge castle in a beautiful mountain scenery. Below the hangar family mansion, the Deceit Aircraft Workshop hangar, Will held the wall tightly, carefully descending the dark stairs one step at a time and wondered. Another workshop, Davey answered immediately. Yes, I used Note's power to expand this underground space. Chief Golgotha greeted them, and with a very excited attitude spoke without stopping. Hello, benefactor. We've been waiting for you. You've come to see the plans we discussed before. You must be looking forward to it. Roan and Will both looked around the workshop with curiosity. It was here, with a sharp scream, a prosthetic arm was thrust forward. Ah, an arm. Will, with a pale face, trembled and stammered. Why is there a human arm? Don't tell me you're doing human experiments. Davey, hearing his sister's foolish question, immediately bonked her on the head and shouted, Who do you think I am? Will screamed in pain. Ouch. When her head was full of question marks, he pointed forward and said angrily, Look carefully. The prosthetic arm on the desk. Will was surprised. It's made of metal. Touching the prosthetic arm, Will wondered. What is this? It's soft inside. Roon's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Roon opened her mouth wide, smiled, and exclaimed, It's just like Roon. Amazing. Will was surprised and quietly reminded. Rune, it's made to look like human skin using organic materials similar to those that make up Rune, Davey smiled and explained. This is a component of a new golem I created inspired by Rune. Will tilted her head back and let out a loud, ah, her face showing understanding. Chief Golgotha stroked his neatly braided long beard and said, but will this really be okay, benefactor? He confessed his worries. This will improve the aesthetics, but it will reduce the power. And considering durability, it can't be compared to the Deceit aircraft at all, Will asked. You said before that with current technology we can't replicate Rune's technology, she thought to herself. We don't have those materials, Davey nodded in agreement. Yes, I said that, not to mention replicating Rune's performance. The Avenger arrow is specialized in non-physical abilities, not physical ones. That's why I used ancient alchemy mana stones from outside the universe to create this. With mana technology, the price is not the most expensive, but more expensive, he explained in detail. This was created by the researchers of Wallam using soul fusion technology. They use souls and magic to compensate for the imperfect parts. Will stroked her chin thoughtfully. A mana-fused electronic body. So this golem can use magic too, that's just the beginning. Chief Golgotha pointed to the box containing the girl and boasted, this child is my first daughter. She will help us fight that crazy tree. I don't know what to name her yet. Davey nodded and praised. Excellent, he asked. Do you have a name in mind? Chief Golgotha stroked his chin and answered. Since she's my daughter, I want to give her a pretty name. Davey smiled and said, actually, I've already thought of one. A low voice asked, oh, what is it? He touched the box and answered. Her name is. The rocking chair swayed rhythmically. A girl was lying leisurely on the chair. Pink long hair, long ears, a hand resting on the armrest of the chair. A cry of admiration. Oh, Rune's younger sister, I'm really satisfied. The Avenger Ericate Golem Annabelle, a beautiful face as if asleep, he exclaimed happily, wow, I didn't know she would be this pretty. Rune looked at the girl, then turned her head and asked curiously, why did you make Rune's younger sister look like an elf? Davey answered. Because I made her to fight elves, he concluded. Good, let's see her move. The girl opened her eyes and the writing on the paper was neat and tidy. Annabelle stood rigidly, holding a piece of paper in front of her. Activation successful, no errors, he answered. I'll improve your speech function, so wait a moment, the paper in her hand read. Very satisfied with the current method of communication, he felt like he had heard this kind of conversation before. A golem is just a golem no matter how much technology is poured into it. Annabelle was different from Rune, who had already reached a state of complete automation. This girl's intelligence was still limited. Basically, we could only have simple conversations and basic speech. The solution we found was to use Rune's computational abilities. He sighed and said, all right, Annabelle, let's talk for a bit. Questions like, what's your height, what's your weight, echoed in the room. The paper read, a woman's weight is a secret. Annabelle was not comfortable. With a scream, Rune answered. Rune did this to protect her pride. Davey rubbed his head helplessly and answered, I'm all right, next question. What do you like? The pen moved quickly across the paper. Davey's eyes widened and he thought in surprise. She stopped. A palm was placed on Davey's face. Annabelle looked down shyly and blushed. Regardless of his embarrassment, Annabelle wrote without stopping, picking up Annabelle's notebook again. Davey thought to himself. She likes this many things. His eyes darkened. Seeing Annabelle's strange expression, Rune dropped the notebook and called out to Davey. She saw a notebook filled with writing. Rocking in the chair and playing, the vermilion bird snatched Davey. Davey, 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 Davey. It was all Davey. Davey shouted sharply, what is this? The notebook in his hand trembled and the number 761 kept circling in his head. Davey, 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 Davey. A whopping 761 times, repeated to the point of being tedious. Davey called out to Rune with a sideways glance. Rune hurriedly denied it. I want to explain that it's not Rune's fault. Rune is innocent. She tried hard to deny it. This was unexpected, even for Rune. David looked at the notebook, troubled, and then looked at it again. How could she have come up with such an answer? The demon queen beside him offered a hypothesis. Davey, wasn't one of the materials for Annabelle a black magic stone that you made? The one from Black Magic Power? He replied in disbelief. No way, David said teasingly. Oh, by the way, is the forbidden word lifted now? Perse coughed to hide her embarrassment but agreed that it was plausible. Of the 7 magic stones used to create Annabelle, 2 were spirit stones containing spirit energy. The remaining stones used for strength and wisdom were all made from black magic stones. Perse looked at the notebook and said, from what I can see, some of the characteristics of your black magic power have been transferred to her. David rested his chin on his hand and fell into thought. This is unexpected. I never thought something like this would happen. The characteristics of magic power awakened by a mage who has reached a state of assimilation. The black magic power I possess is very pure and unique, completely different from the norm. David crossed his arms and looked at Perse and Rune as if to probe them. She won't go berserk during battle, will she? He left the two speechless, not knowing how to answer. Annabelle still wore a bright smile on her beautiful face. Quote, hey, ha! A scream from inside the house shattered the surrounding silence. David entered, smiling brightly like a friendly god, and waved his hand. How have you been lately? Saintess Amelia warily stepped back and shouted, what are you trying to do? David ignored Amelia's guarded gaze and spewed out his words, I'm ready. Whatever the outcome, I think it's time to fight and end this. David looked straight at his teeth-gritting opponent and said bluntly, "Tell me the location of the sacred tree. Elena and Yura could both take me to where the sacred tree is, but what I'm looking for is the consciousness of the sacred tree, its very existence. That consciousness exists in a very secret place known only to the goddess of the sacred tree and her followers. Simply put, only the former saintess and the current saintess have information about the sacred tree. Therefore Amelia is the key figure in this war." Amelia hunched her back and asked sadly, "Do I really have the power of fascination in my body?" David answered honestly, "You do." She lowered her head even further and asked, "And did the sacred tree really send me to the Palan Empire to cause conflict among humans, make them fight, subdue you, and bring Yura to the Holy Land?" She heard the answer. "Precisely." David laid out the problem frankly. "Even if that plan failed, as long as the humans clash with each other and fail to form an alliance, the world tree could use that opening to make a move on me." An immediate rebuttal followed. "That can't be." Amelia straightened her back, beat her chest, and said loudly, "The sacred tree may dislike humans, but it wouldn't start a meaningless war like you. That's why it sent me, a high-grade elf. You clearly stated that you thought I was the best choice to communicate with humans since I hold no ill will towards them," David answered. "All of that was a lie." Amelia couldn't believe it and tried to argue back, shouting, "The reason I was dispatched to the Empire was because the sacred tree failed to persuade you. It was just to ask for the Empire's help," Amelia shouted. "That's why I left the forest." David raised his hand in front of the saintess's face. Amelia was mesmerized and let out a loud "ah." He sat leisurely in his chair, rested his chin on his hand, and said, "See, using that power on you is quite fun." Amelia's eyes were filled with surprise. He slowly said word by word, "What you just did is a power hundreds, thousands of times greater than the one within you." David looked at the stubborn Amelia, who was trying to refute every word, and laid his cards on the table. "You think the world tree didn't know that? Why do you think that tree went through all the trouble to awaken you, instead of using the current saintess?" Amelia tried to find a reason to argue back, saying, "That can't be. Lord unclearly said I was the only one who could do this, and the sacred tree also said that only I could save the elf race." David bluntly threw the truth at Amelia, and she could only grit her teeth in silence. Only a mad sacred tree could say such a thing. Amelia was furious and shouted in his face, "Stop it! How dare you insult the sacred tree in front of a member of the forest race?" He slammed his hand on the desk in anger. When the saintess's frightened face turned purple, he said, "HMPH, you still don't get it." He placed his hand on the desk and explained the problem clearly. "Do you think it's normal for the world tree to sacrifice an entire village of elves living peacefully because it's worried about an uncertain future from a prophecy? Don't you think it's insane that a pregnant woman had to commit suicide because of the sacred tree's order?" Amelia stammered. He didn't let her continue and immediately added, "That's how the elves came to resent humans more and more, just as the sacred tree wanted. You were once the saintess of the tree that was the pillar of the elf race." Amelia stood blankly, unable to answer. "The world tree tried to sell you out to humans, and you think that's normal? You are blinded by hatred. Right now the whole world hates all other races for unclear reasons. That's why you've lost your sense of judgment. Perhaps the future the world tree saw was nothing more than a dark illusion of humans becoming corrupt and causing harm." David frowned and made her face the facts. "Do you think I should just sit back and watch myself get trampled while that mad tree threatens my family and my land? Don't be so naive," he continued. "Just because you think it's not true doesn't make it so for everyone." Amelia still stood motionless, silent. After hearing David's words, Amelia, who had been standing still with her arms hanging limply, asked, "Then what do you want to do?" He answered softly, "I want to stop things from getting worse," the saintess asked. "Even if that means killing the world tree," he admitted frankly. "Yes, so tell me the location of the source where the divine consciousness is." Amelia bit her lip, her sparkling eyes showing she was at a loss. Amelia began to compromise. "Give me some time," he answered. "Ha, I can't give you much time. If I'm ready, it means they've prepared quite thoroughly as well." David crossed his arms, looked out the window, and fell into thought. "The world tree now knows its plan has crumbled and will resort to the most extreme solution. She knows guerrilla warfare is ineffective, so she will confront me directly." The sky today was clear and beautiful, and just as I thought, the rumor spread throughout the land in less than 4 days. The world tree, Jazel Grau, mobilized the elf army and began a declaration of war. Because she declared war, the Roan kingdom became very anxious. "This is absurd," a scream erupted from within the castle. The people buzzed noisily, and someone with a short temper objected. "Your Highness has gone too far, Prince David. Are you deciding everything on your own?" The person next to him caused a commotion. "Your Majesty, you must summon Prince David and hear his explanation." A loud shout of agreement erupted. "That's right, he must take responsibility for his actions." The king, sitting on the throne, cradled his head in his hands and fell into thought. Paris stood up and retorted, "All of this happened because my brother considers the elves his own people. Since they voluntarily became subjects of Heiser, the problem lies with the world tree." Paris said loudly. "It's because he didn't recognize the world tree's authority and she acted as if she owned all the elves," a blond man in the crowd argued. "No, you must see the forest for the trees. The relationship between the elves and the world tree, which can be called their homeland, is far more important than a domain with less than 100 elves." Marquis Palates said, "Are you saying we should summon the prince and negotiate with him?" In front of the crowd, he shot back without the slightest hesitation. What exactly do you want to do? Are you trying to weaken the most influential prince in the kingdom, or are you trying to sell this kingdom out to those elf bastards?" The man lowered his voice and explained, Marquis Palates, that's not what I meant," but the Marquis was quick-tempered and immediately retorted, "If not that, then what do you mean?" Amidst the back and forth, "Isn't that exactly what you want?" A sharp rebuke echoed as a staff struck the floor. "That's enough." The king gripped the scepter in his hand and gave an order. "I will leave everything to David." An opposing voice cut him off. "Your Majesty," he turned and asked, "did you say forest?" Paris was startled and stammered. "Ah, yes, I did." He bowed his head and muttered sadly, "It seems David is still angry with me, seeing as he hasn't sent a letter." He asked, "So what do you think is happening?" Paris smiled and replied, "I believe my brother will participate in this matter. I think he has also prepared thoroughly." Hearing his son's answer, he said in a booming voice, "Listen, announce that the elves who have lived in Rhone have now lived long enough to be considered our people. Since David has accepted them as subjects of his domain, it is utterly ridiculous for an external force to interfere in this matter." Marquis Palates bowed his head and listened quietly. "Relay these words to David," he ordered sternly. "As long as he protects the people of this kingdom, the royal family will do its utmost to support him." The people's cheers echoed throughout the Grand Castle. "Yes, Your Majesty." A realistically drawn map appeared. The person who drew this map was surely a talented individual who knew the area well. For the army of the Sacred Tree from the west of the continent to advance to the Heiser territory, they had to pass through one place. That place was the Palan Empire. But they all supported the elf race. In their eyes, David was just a newcomer from the east, nothing more than an obstacle to their business. The person they were talking about at this time seemed to be David, him, standing proudly with his arms crossed alongside the colorful world tree. That's why they thought it was more beneficial to associate with a new race like the elves in this situation. The Palan Empire, acting as a bridge between the two forces, proposed talks under the pretext of maintaining peace on the continent. The Palan Empire's meeting hall was built in a classical architectural style, adding to its elegance and nobility. The four heavenly kings calmly introduced himself to everyone. "I am one of the four heavenly kings. By order of Mother Sacred Tree, I have taken the position of commander." David looked towards with a suspicious face and thought, he's the guy who was escorting Amelia and got thoroughly beaten by the vermilion bird." Then he introduced himself to everyone. "I am the first prince of the Rhone kingdom." Looked at him with a solemn face. Upon hearing David's introduction, face darkened as he thought in anger. "He's the lord of the David Rhone territory." Said with a displeased face, "Your words are too short." As expected of the discourteous human race, David, not to be outdone, retorted in a challenging tone, "Do you think people like you who start a war and then resort to threats deserve to expect courtesy?" The two were like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object with neither backing down. Suddenly the two guards next to hearing his words, became enraged and drew their swords about to attack David. The two guys said, "This bastard." Rune, seeing the two about to attack him, also jumped onto the desk ready to attack. Rune shouted loudly, "Rune warns you. If you don't lower your weapons, Rune will use this weapon that Rune highly praises." At this moment Rune looked cool, like a beauty saving a hero, with both sides glaring at each other with sparks flying. The situation was breathtaking. The second prince, seeing this scene, didn't know what to do and scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "Ha!" Un's two subordinates said in a sarcastic voice, "The one who started the war? How ridiculous." Not to be outdone, raised his hand to stop his subordinates and continued, "The residents of our forest are a very peace-loving race. They sure love peace a lot." David said in a sarcastic voice with a provocative face, "If you hadn't picked a fight with us, you should speak the truth, even if your mouth is crooked. Who was it that arbitrarily interfered with and restricted the actions of people living peacefully in my land? I bet he wasn't angry, that mad tree you worship, I mean." Upon hearing David's words, shot up, his eyes wide with anger, and shouted with his mouth wide open, "You human bastard!" Suddenly, as finished speaking, an explosion occurred, and the flash of the explosion was very intense. The smoke from the explosion filled the entire room, and the second prince, looking displeased, covered his nose with his hand like a shrimp's back breaking in a whale fight. The second prince looked truly pitiful. Un's two subordinates attacked David, but one was knocked down and the other was injured. The injured one said angrily, "This bastard, how dare he lay a hand on the sacred race?" David at this point seemed uninterested in his words. The subordinate continued, "This guy truly doesn't have a shred of conscience." Rune sneered at him and said, "If you draw a weapon, you should be prepared to die." At this time, seeing the scene, became angry and shouted, "This is an ultimatum, Prince David. If you release the residents of the forest, I will spare your life. There will be no more casualties." He thought David would be scared if he said that. He smiled sinisterly and said, "It seems you still haven't grasped the current situation." Suddenly a streak of light shot towards Un's neck and he had no time to react. David used his power to attack. "You may have started this war, but you won't be the one to end it." At this point he could do nothing. When David let go, he collapsed, clutching his neck. He approached the second prince and said, "This conversation is meaningless, so it's best to end it here." The second prince looked at David and answered calmly, "It can't be helped." The pointless meeting ended just like that, with sitting there clutching his neck in pain. Night fell, and the scenery of a quaint house appearing was beautiful. The house was surrounded by a line of trees. Above in the sky there were sparkling stars and a bright moon. Inside the candlelit house a voice suddenly echoed, "Are you really going?" Aina sat on the bed, looked back at the high elf saintess Amelia and said, "Yes, I have received Lord David's orders." Amelia was puzzled. "Are you not afraid of fighting your own kind?" Hearing that, Aina asked Amelia, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Amelia said with a flustered face, "I don't know, whatever the reason, confronting one's own kind is too hard to imagine." Aina turned with a weary face and said to Amelia, "Just because we're of the same elf race doesn't mean we're all the same, Lady Amelia." Amelia stared at Aina with a blank and uncomprehending expression. Aina grasped the dagger at her waist and said, "The elves will curse us. The residents of Ulyss and the Forest of the Moon are traitors. Even after this war is over, there will probably still be people like that." Amelia continued to ask, "But so what? Are you saying you can't protect your family because you're afraid of the world's condemnation? The one who did wrong is that sacred tree." "Not us," Aina answered Amelia's question. "It's true that Lord Davey is a bad person, but unlike the current sacred tree, he doesn't break his promises. Besides, he has always protected his people to the end, even when facing an entire race." At this moment Davey's image appeared. He was holding the hand of a blue-haired girl and smiling brightly, with a disheveled-haired man watching from the side. Aina continued, "On the contrary, is the current sacred tree protecting its followers in such a way? Think carefully." Hearing this, Amelia was overcome with sadness, bowed her head and said nothing. In the distance an army was charging forward on horseback. The fierce attack of the large army raised a thick cloud of dust. The elf army marched faster than expected, and their numbers were estimated to be around tens of thousands. The army advanced majestically on horseback. Compared to an entire race, it couldn't be called a very powerful force, but if this was the first attack, it seemed that the numbers would multiply in the future. Below the hill, the army advanced in a long line, preparing to attack in 3 directions. Prince Davey, the second prince, stood on high and observed the army with binoculars. "It seems the scouts we dispatched to prepare for guerrilla warfare have failed. It seems they have a wide range of detection abilities." Hearing the second prince's report, Davey asked everyone, "How far along are our preparations for the march?" Everyone answered with the confidence of a firm resolve for victory, "We are ready." As Davey picked up his staff, everyone in the army said to him, "We are ready to attack as soon as the enemy's formation is broken." He was very pleased to hear this and said to everyone, "All right." With a triumphant posture, Davey looked at the army while holding his staff and said, "I will personally command this guerrilla warfare." He seemed to be thirsting for victory right now. Davey gave instructions to everyone. He ordered the S-class attack squad to attack immediately. Rune heard the mission and obeyed. She seriously placed her hand on her head and said loudly, "Understood." Davey continued to command, "Brain, receive the order to deploy overwhelming firepower tactics. The remaining troops will support Rune, and simultaneously receive the additional order to activate the Megadrone's Divine Punishment mode. Activate Divine Punishment Bombardment." The fortress appeared magnificent and splendid. The preparations for battle were complete. Everyone said, "If we use that, it will take time to recover our magic power." Davey said, "It doesn't matter, fire." Everyone listened to his command and began to fire the 6 circle chain explosion cannons. As the shells continued to explode, the sky turned red. Stones scattered into the air. The destructive power of these shells was truly powerful, seeming to completely destroy one area. The shells continued to be fired at the enemy, and the enemy seemed to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Davey said to the second prince, "Prince Sullivan, now is the time." With a rather worried face, the second prince's eyes widened as he said to Davey, "Ah yes." As soon as the second prince finished speaking, a single sword was raised to signal the attack. Davey commanded the army in a loud voice, "All troops advance." Davey's army raised their swords together and advanced towards the enemy. Seeing his army become terrified as Davey's army advanced majestically towards them, raised his sword and shouted loudly, "Do not panic, advance and hold your positions. Rear guard, quickly fire your arrows, do not stop the attack." The defense line immediately set up the shield of the Mother God. Davey's army was so powerful that seemed to be struggling to defend. Seeing even take out a magic treasure, Davey said, "You even took out a treasure?" Un's army was surrounded by a defensive barrier. The power of the sacred tree suppressed all other kinds of magic power. Jazel seems to cherish his elves very much, so he must have prepared a way to deal with this. In that case, I can't just sit back either. Davey's army continued to fire cannons at the defensive barrier. Watching this, Davey said confidently, "If we're talking about treasures, I have something even greater." Holy Spear Longinus, first form cross diviner, with a confident face, he raised his staff and said, it was as if victory was already in his grasp. He raised his staff and chanted a spell. "I pray to the Lord Frias, who looks down upon all things, as you have decided not to protect the sacred tree, please grant us a miracle once more. You do not exist in a physical form, but you are in all places in this world. Your hand reaches every corner of this world." He smiled brightly and chanted the spell. When the situation was not good, the army reported to Davey, "Prince Davey, the enemy's attack is very fierce. Please act quickly." Davey looked at the battlefield with a calm and composed face and said, "What's the rush?" Davey chanted a spell. "With the Lord's index finger, please have mercy." Perse, seeing this, said to her in a daze, "Why are you suddenly speaking so seriously?" He continued, "With the Lord's middle finger, please cast a cruel curse." When Perse heard the word middle finger, she froze and her face turned dark and terrifying. Davey continued to chant the spell. Please decide personally and grant a blessing, and he declared. When Davey had chanted this far, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky. Un's army looked up at the sky from within the defensive barrier. Davey shouted loudly, "Go to hell, you bastards." As soon as he finished speaking, the color of Un's face changed. He opened his eyes wide and his mouth was wide open as if he was about to shout something. Ninth circle, final holy magic, God's middle finger. The resulting scenery was an explosion, and stones scattered into the air. In that scenery, only red flames from a huge force could be seen, as if it had destroyed everything. Seeing the desolate scenery before them, the thick smoke and the jumbled pile of debris, someone uttered, unable to believe their eyes, "My goodness!" Prince Sullivan Palin, with surprised eyes and breaking out in a cold sweat, asked, "Is this the true holy magic of a saint?" He uttered in astonishment, "It's truly strong, dangerously so." Sullivan Palin turned his gaze to the robot in front of him and praised it highly. "Is that a golem made in cooperation with the dwarves? This technology truly cannot be explained by common sense." He looked at the main character and asked himself, "Prince Davey, which side are you on?" Davey was still dazed, scratching his head and thinking, "The spirits will need time to reorganize now." He turned his back to Sullivan Palin and urged, "Communicate with them as much as you like. I will head straight to the western continent. By the time they prepare for the next attack, everything will be over." Sullivan Palin heard this and said with some concern, "It's quite a long distance," but Davey's expression did not change and he approached and stroked the phoenix's beak. With a confident gaze he looked back and answered, "I will ride the phoenix." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly mounted the phoenix and flew into the sky. It was a very magnificent sight. A person standing next to Sullivan Palin looked at Davey and reminded him, "You must not become an enemy of Prince Davey, your highness." He also nodded his head in agreement with those words. "I understand." The scene changed, and in the Two Moon Forest territory near a large bamboo forest, elves were gathering. They were discussing their plans and someone gave an order, "You will change your route to bring back Yulia. This is a battle of speed. The faster we complete it, the more of our kin's lives will be guaranteed." The leader emphasized that she must be brought back without any harm. "Absolutely." An explosion occurred in front of them and everyone quickly responded to the command, "Yes." While Janice was lost in thought, someone came up from behind and urged her, "Let's go, Janice." She sighed and with sad eyes she looked into the distance and answered reluctantly, "All right." This blue-haired girl was none other than Janice of the Elven Isengard. They all took a few steps together and then stopped. They seemed to have seen something very strange. Someone shouted in surprise, "Janice, a barrier." Janice turned with a flustered face and stammered, "As I thought." Looking at the hazy scenery before her, she admired it. "This forest feels very unfamiliar even to me." A comrade reminded Janice, "This is enemy territory. We don't know what might happen. Be on guard." Someone thought calmly, "But actually the enemy isn't that scary." He continued, "They even put up a barrier to protect Yuli's Helishana, but we can easily break any barrier." Janice became cheerful again. She shouted as if she had realized something. Indeed, everyone stood on a high rock and observed below. The scenery before them was a magnificent view of layered mountains and a barrier surrounding them. Suddenly Janice turned her gaze and commanded, "Corpus, fill the bow." After receiving the bow, Janice's eyes were determined. She aimed the bow forward, following the direction of the arrow. She thought to herself, "A branch of the world tree." Janice seemed to have spotted someone standing opposite her. She said to her comrade, "The enemy has also noticed our intrusion. I'll give the signal." Hearing this, the others finished all their preparations. Janice drew the bow and smiled with satisfaction at her plan. "Sorry, but it's too late for you to act now. No one can stop the branches of the mother tree. The barrier will break soon," she thought. A dazzling arrow cut through the dark sky. She shouted, "Spirit arrow." A huge explosion occurred and Janice's face darkened. She turned and urged her comrade, "Get ready." She thought everything was perfect, but suddenly Janice's eyes widened in surprise. It was as if she sensed something dangerous was about to happen. The arrow did indeed hit the barrier above, creating a flash of lightning that lit up a side of the sky, but it was not strong enough to break the solid barrier. The group was flustered and stared at the crack in the barrier in the air, and everyone was puzzled. Seeing it, Janice broke out in a cold sweat and asked herself, "What is this?" While she was dazed in thought, a very powerful beam of light came back at her. Fortunately, Samara, who was nearby, spotted it and ran over, pushing her far away. "Get out of the way, Janice." A huge explosion erupted with a tremendous sound. The ground and stones were also shattered. Janice was saved from death's door with Samara's help. She groaned in pain amidst the thick smoke. But at this moment the saddest thing was that Samara's body was not intact, and her upper body was shattered by the explosion, making her unrecognizable. Janice cried out in sorrow. Samara's lower body could no longer hold on and plunged to the sky. She saw the arrow she had just shot stuck not far away, and her comrade who had been shattered to pieces because of her. She said in a fluster, "Samara's body. What on earth happened?" Janice sat down, and her heart felt dead. CS approached and shouted, urging her, "Damn it, this is a trap." Janice, retreat. Janice's whole body trembled and she asked herself with horrified eyes, How could the arrow I shot?" At that moment the surroundings began to grow pitch black and there was also a slight vibration. The remaining members of the group couldn't even breathe loudly. The vibration grew more and more intense. Everyone was flustered and asked each other, "Why is the ground shaking? Is it an earthquake?" While Janice was grieving, CS was sucked away somewhere. Janice, I'm being dragged away." She was startled to hear that and turned around helplessly, looking at her comrade with a blackened face. A moment later the surroundings returned to their original silence. Janice felt that the scenery before her was like a newly formed labyrinth. She called out in puzzlement, "Where did everyone go?" Janice's face was full of worry. She frowned and made her judgment. "Don't tell me everyone was scattered. This is a complete labyrinth." She turned her gaze and scanned the faint scenery before her, assessing it. A barrier affecting the entire forest? I've never heard of anything like this. It probably can't be maintained for long. Janice lifted her head and looked at the sky. She let out a long sigh and lamented. How can there be a barrier like this? While she was dazed and unable to understand what was happening, a familiar voice was heard explaining. This labyrinth you see is just an illusion. A grand illusion that recreates all sensations. The voice continued to speak calmly. You probably can't imagine it, expanding a small barrier to cover the entire forest. Janice pressed her stomach wound tightly and listened. She could no longer hold on and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Janice looked at the blue-haired person in front of her and asked in puzzlement. "Ah, Elena," Janice gasped for breath and demanded. "Why are you here?" Elena answered coldly. "What's wrong with an older sister protecting her younger sister?" Janice's face was contorted in extreme pain and there was blood on the corner of her mouth. She frowned and admired it. "You were here," Elena continued with a cold expression. "I've been looking everywhere for you all this time." She looked at her severely injured younger sister and said, "If it weren't for the sacred tree and the saintess of the world tree, you wouldn't have suffered. Perhaps we wouldn't have needed to draw our swords and face each other like this." Their childhood images appeared. At that time, Elena had said, "That's a pity. Goodbye, Janice." The atmosphere became quiet, and in the pitch-black darkness only the desolate blue mountain ranges existed. The bodies of the elven raiders were scattered on the ground. Elena looked at them silently, lost in thought. Davey also learned about the situation through the communication sphere. He rested his chin on his hand and sarcastically said, "You assassins don't know how to cry either?" The person on the other end answered in annoyance. "Don't mock me. I'm not in the mood." Elena held Janice in her arms and explained to David. "Not all the elves of the world tree are like that. There are good ones among them," she said sharply. "That is all for my report. All the ancient guard members who invaded to capture her have been dealt with." David sat calmly and praised her. "Good job." Suddenly, Elena on the other side asked pleadingly, "May I ask for a favor?" He agreed at once without the slightest hesitation. "Of course." Elena clenched her arms. She looked very angry. She demanded of David, "The world tree, please kill that damn tree and its saintess." She said this through gritted teeth, tears welling in her eyes, looking very resentful. She tried to compose herself and said, "I don't know why we have to endure all this because of that cursed tree." David's image appeared in the communication sphere. He listened to her words carefully and was extremely satisfied. It seems that leaving Elena behind was the right decision. Persephone flew beside him and urgently reminded David. "We're almost there." David's face was flushed with excitement. "Yeah," he said in a challenging voice. "Now it's your turn, spicy chicken. I'll let you unleash your anger to your heart's content." The vermilion bird, thinking its master was talking to it, looked at him with a searching gaze. Suddenly he commanded, "Burn this forest," for Elena. The vermilion bird moved quickly. Engulfed in blazing flames, it charged straight towards the forest. Scene change: Imperial territory, entrance to the sacred tree forest forbidden zone. Rune, who had flown for a long time on the vermilion bird, dismounted looking helpless. She had her face buried in the ground and looked very unsightly. Then she kept vomiting. She said to everyone, "Ah, a large error has occurred in Rune's sense of direction." While diagnosing it as motion sickness, David, standing behind her, was very curious. "A robot gets motion sickness," he said nonchalantly. "Rest. Save your strength for when I need you." Then he turned and petted his pet, the vermilion bird. Rune angrily clenched her fists and said, "Rune's emotional circuit is overloaded, diagnosed as being due to anger towards Lord Davey." He calmly smiled brightly and reassured the girl. "Calm down." Everyone looked ahead seriously. Persephone asked worriedly, "Are you just going to charge into the enemy camp like that? We've avoided the world tree's detection until now. Why get discovered like this?" David already had a plan in mind. The sacred tree forest is the world tree's territory. He looked around and assessed the situation. No one can escape Jazel's gaze there. Moreover, since Jazel's mana is superior to all other forms of magic, any kind of holy magic, dark magic, or fairy magic cannot hide oneself. As he spoke, he took out a yellow piece of paper and exclaimed happily, "But there is one way." David threw the papers into the air, causing small explosions, and thick smoke billowed up. In the faint smoke, several men who looked very much like the main character appeared. They were muscular, but ironically they were not wearing any clothes. Seeing them standing naked with their legs spread in front of her, Persephone asked in horror, "What are you doing now?" David scratched his head and answered awkwardly, "It's been a while since I made clones, so I made a mistake." Rune, covering half her face on one side, said in a critical tone, "Rune is witnessing a complete disaster." Giving a very low score, David sighed in embarrassment at his creations but reluctantly patted the girl's head and reminded her, "Cover your eyes properly." Rune reluctantly obeyed. "Tisk," he commanded the clones, "raise your right hand." They were so skilled they were hardly different from real people. David continued to test them. He commanded. "Left ear." They also did it quickly. He commanded happily, "All right, let's begin. Scatter." As soon as they heard the command, the clones immediately flew off to carry out their mission. They were very agile, flying into the air as fast as arrows. David slowly continued, I'll wait here until the clones find the world tree, then I'll move. According to Yura's information, it would take about half a day. Rune looked at him with curious eyes and asked, Lord Davey, when we find the world tree, should Rune step up, or should I leave it to Rune's subordinate? He turned to look at her and answered, There's a subordinate who's perfect for this job. After saying that to Rune, he quickly took out a cube. The shining name he recommended was Annabelle. As soon as he finished speaking, David quickly summoned Annabelle, his eyes filled with anticipation. Rune, I'm really looking forward to your subordinate's performance. Since she said so, what do you think? He looked at the beautiful Annabelle before him and asked, Can you do it, Annabelle? She nodded, indicating that she was waiting for a command. In the dark forest, David's satisfied voice echoed, All right, I'll explain your mission. The scene changed to the location of the world tree, where leaves were constantly falling. A faint light shimmered around, and a fresh green leaf fell onto the quiet lake. Jazel Grau was observing from a distance. At this time there was another person beside her. She slowly poured tea, raised the corner of her mouth triumphantly, and asked, Is something troubling you? The person approached Jazel with tea and said in a curious voice, Mother of the sacred tree. It turned out the green-haired girl was the saintess of the sacred tree. Jazel pulled her hood down tight and answered coldly, Nothing important. The saintess of the sacred tree heard this and fell into deep thought, unable to say anything. At this time Jazel's face under the hood was filled with anger. She gritted her teeth and thought, That damn human's curse is finally threatening my authority. A curse like this in a world where dark magic has all but disappeared. It's starting to get suspicious, she thought with a worried posture. The war has devolved into a war of attrition. Jazel Grau thought about another more serious matter. Perhaps it's because that bastard bit off more than he can chew, but my son's unserious personality is hindering swift action. But that's exactly what I wanted from the start. They will never reach my domain. By any means, it is an unchangeable destiny that I foresaw. So I moved my main forces and my personal guard, the Ancient Guard. Some to protect the homeland, and some were secretly dispatched to invade the territory. Soon I will hear the news that Yura has been captured. Jazel Grau admired inwardly. Because it is destiny. She was still very confident, thinking that even if she lost a battle she would win the war. As she predicted, David would be enraged and come to the sacred tree forest to save Yura. Jazel Grau thought, raising her hand before her eyes to look at it. She triumphantly declared that David would die at her hands. She fanatically overestimated her power and stared intently at her own two blood-stained hands. That is the new future I have seen. Destiny is created and controlled by the will of the gods. When everything seemed perfect, Jazel paused and asked herself, But why? The impatience in her heart. She felt this anxiety again. David's clones were moving diligently throughout the forest at godlike speed, and when something brushed past Jazel, she widened her eyes in surprise. She couldn't believe her eyes, staring at the saintess of the sacred tree with her mouth agame and eyes wide. Jazel Grau asked with a dazed face, Did I see wrong? But the saintess of the sacred tree thought she had been too tense lately. The saintess continued confidently, Because of the barrier our mother erected, he cannot enter here. Even if he does, we have ways to deal with him. So be patient. Reassured by her colleague, Jazel Grau regained her composure and answered without the slightest bit of caution, Do I look like I'm worried? The saintess of the sacred tree nodded. Yes. Suddenly, Jazel Grau raised the corner of her mouth and laughed like a madwoman. Haha, how ridiculous. Someone who can see the future is worried. The saintess of the sacred tree saw Jazel behind her and teased her without hesitation. The unexpected always happens. Jazel Grau snorted coldly, her face hardening as she thought to herself with firm resolve, Just you wait. The moment this curse is lifted is the moment that terrible human is removed from this world. She was so confident that she thought nothing in this world could defeat her. Because that is destiny. Jazel Grau thought so, but she still didn't realize her situation and didn't see that silent beings had been dispatched to search every corner of the forest. At this time, Annabelle was standing alone on a high rock. She looked around at everything, and the scene at that time was very magnificent. Suddenly she heard David's voice calling her. Annabelle. She was startled and turned her head to look, and he, with both hands on his thighs, asked impatiently, Do you still remember the task I gave you yesterday? When Annabelle nodded, he praised her. Good. Let's go. A dazzling yellow beam of light appeared amidst the green forest. Jazel Grau on this side also sensed the danger and frowned in surprise. Jazel, who was floating lightly in the air stepping on green leaves with her long slender white legs, began to speak. You finally made it this far, child of man. Jazel was floating in the air, her long hair scattering, looking very bizarre. She gritted her teeth in anger and glared at him. David stood proudly, not the least bit afraid, and instead sneered. Jazel asked in a curious voice, I don't know how you evaded my eyes to get here, but do you think I'll be easy to deal with? Despite her confidence, David was not shaken in the slightest, raising the corner of his mouth and praising her. You have a silver tongue. Suddenly, David said impatiently, Enough, you'd better protect those elves you cherish so much. A blazing flame had already been summoned in his hand. He triumphantly threatened Jazel. If you don't defend properly, all the elves here will be annihilated. The flame burned fiercely and continuously in his hand. Jazel sneered and said in a contemptuous tone, HMPH, is that all the power you have? She laughed loudly and provoked him triumphantly. Go ahead and run rampant. I'll enjoy watching your little farce. David calmly emphasized in response to Jazel's words. Can't you even tell the difference between a farce and a disaster? Hearing that, she frowned as if she couldn't understand. What are you talking about? David's face shone brightly in front of the flames. He frowned and slowly said again, I warned you, the demon queen beside him urgently reminded him. It's time to use the special technique, David spoke as if sincerely admonishing his opponent. If you want to live, remember my words well. A method of mana manipulation that reverses part of a magic circle to create a recoil. A dazzling beam of light appeared. 8th circle and 9th circle mages can do it without a magic circle, but this method requires a high level of skill. Even that hateful demon god Odin had to use it carefully. As he spoke, he focused all his power into his arm, and the red flame gradually took on a mysterious purple hue. Persephone saw this and, very worried, shouted to stop him. Davey, if you suddenly pour so much mana into a fireball. Ignoring her words, he calmly unleashed his spiritual power. 8th circle reversed inferno sphere, snowstorm explosion. A strange source of power appeared in front of his chest, something even Jazel had never seen before. She asked in horror, What is that? David answered calmly. Do you think it's just a simple fireball? He placed a hand on his hip, smiled slyly and continued. I poured almost all of my elemental mana into that, leaving only the bare minimum. As if enjoying himself, he warned Jazel in advance, it's probably going to hurt quite a bit. Before he could even finish his words, Jazel struck back first. She shot her power straight at where he was. Jazel flew high up, looked down at the thick dust below and anticipated the result of her attack, but contrary to her expectations, Jazel Grau could only scream in horror. This bastard! At this moment Rune appeared coolly, holding 2 sharp blue swords in her hands, and terrifying lightning appeared around her. As the dust gradually cleared, David appeared from behind Rune without a scratch. Jazel Grau did not give up and continued to attack him. Finally, a strike from the magic staff was delivered, and after that, a tremendous vibration occurred. Everything around was affected by it. A dazzling beam of light appeared again. Jazel Grau lifted her head to the sky and shouted loudly. At this time, only the sound of lightning flying straight towards the world tree could be heard, and it created a rainbow light illuminating all directions. Small streams of light slowly fell into the area, and the other elves who saw it all gasped in horror. The source of the light plunged straight down at an incredible speed. Suddenly, black tentacles appeared from below, constantly attacking Jazel. It wrapped around Jazel's body, making it difficult for her to move. She gritted her teeth in anger. David said in a praising tone, Not bad to hold on like this. Before he could finish speaking, he coughed violently. Persephone, who was beside him, called out to David very worriedly. He looked at the blood he had just coughed up and marveled. My goodness, what a waste of my blood. David didn't want to waste any more time with Jazel. He reached out and grabbed Hongji and Numgi. Jazel was very surprised and shouted, Ah, how dare you! He still maintained his composure and said, I won't be able to use these again for a while. Seeing that David could still use his weapons, Jazel Grau asked in disbelief as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Swords, you mean you still have the mana to use Numgi and Hongji? He answered confidently. There's no reason not to use necromantic magic. He coolly slung the swords over his shoulder and threatened his opponent. These two will be a bit of a nuisance for you, Jazel. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted loudly, Hyukjanjiam. As a stream of purple power flew straight towards her, she had no time to react and gritted her teeth in a fluster. Davey unleashed the arts of genesis and destruction in succession. A powerful force shot straight toward Jazel. He bared his teeth in a grin and told his opponent in an arrogant tone, Did you think I'd let you break my technique? How foolish. At his ridicule, Jazel's hatred for him reached its peak. She charged straight at him, ready to fight to the death. How dare you? Do you think my barrier will be destroyed? Davey retorted in a challenging tone. Just you watch. At those words, Jazel froze. Her face turned pale as she trembled in fear. Looking back as if to assess the situation, she lamented, I've done my best. How long can I hold on? As everything around them gradually burned away in a sea of fire, the barrier truly shattered. Davey said arrogantly, Round 1 complete, you rotten tree. Seeing the sight before her, Jazel stood stunned in horror. Davey's voice echoed, relentlessly pressing her. Look! Jazel turned her head to see what she had created being shattered to pieces. She watched it with bitterness and incomprehension in her eyes. A powerful beam of light split the barrier in two. Davey asked triumphantly, Very effective, isn't it? While Jazel was lost in sorrow, he rushed forward and stabbed her from behind. No one expected this despicable attack. Jazel had no time to react, and turning back to him with hateful eyes, she spat out a curse in fury. You bastard! Davey gripped the sword in his hand tighter, twisting it deeper into her body, and said with a satisfied smile, The first stage is over, you damned great tree. As soon as he finished speaking, he dealt her a fatal blow. With a desperate expression, she watched as her whole body turned into a dry, withered tree, and soon her body fell to the ground and shattered to pieces, a truly miserable sight. After dealing with Jazel Grau, he quickly instructed the next plan. Rune, prepare the deceit force and bombard them with all your firepower. He turned around and commanded. The target is the main body of the world tree. At this time, the world tree was surrounded by blazing flames. He ordered coldly, Destroy it without mercy. Rune quickly received his command. Mission commencing, she shouted loudly as she received the order from the Elder Brain. All unit commanders concentrated their full firepower. The deceit force appeared as if they were gods. They raised their muzzles without rest, preparing for destruction. Rune's eyes narrowed, and she seriously pointed forward with her finger, resolutely ordering the deceit force to attack and bring down the old tree. Before the words were even out, a dazzling beam of light flashed, flying straight toward the towering old tree and causing a massive explosion. The surroundings were thick with smoke and dust, and Davey walked nonchalantly through the thick fog. His steps suddenly stopped. Fools. They arrogantly aimed their bows and arrows at him. Annihilate the intruder. Do not let him set foot in the Holy Land. Davey looked at the people through the smoke, gripped his two swords tightly, and said in a sarcastic voice, "What a warm welcome." The tips of his swords skillfully scraped the ground, heralding the cruel slaughter that was about to unfold. He unleashed a powerful sword strike at them, once again causing a terrifying explosion that shook the entire castle and everything around it. The elves were defeated in an instant. They fell to the ground, groaning in pain. My arm?" someone calmly ordered. Run, save the children first." Davey made the situation even more chaotic. He watched it with interest, feeling like a demon king destroying the peace. Persephone also agreed, saying, "Truly you are a demon king in his purest form." Suddenly a curse-laden shout rang out. "Demon!" This person threw a stone at him. A child, extremely angry, glared at him, gritting his teeth without a shred of fear. His only regret was that he couldn't devour him alive. Seeing that, Davey lamented. What a pain. He suddenly took an interest in this new situation, and his mood changed. "If I've decided to become a demon, I'll plant true terror in you." As soon as he finished speaking, he chanted, "Eighth circle black magic." A source of black power appeared eerily and frighteningly at his feet. A dark and deadly aura enveloped the surroundings. The people fell to the ground in a panic, crying out in pain, "On my eyes, I can't see anything." Some wept and caused a commotion. "Sob, where are you? I'm so scared," Davey said triumphantly. "Lie there quietly and take it." At this time, from the main body of the world tree, the real Jazel appeared in a very secretive manner, wearing a cloak that covered her entire body. Davey was not surprised at all, as if he had expected this. He nonchalantly raised his hand in greeting. "Nice to see you again." He looked at the opponent before him with interest and said, "This is the first time I'm seeing you in person." Jazel was also at a loss for words. She bowed her head deeply to hide her angry face under the hood. Davey boldly raised a suspicion. "Truly surprising. I thought you would gather all the useless elves and use them as shields." Hearing this, Jazel, pretending to be very noble, answered in anger, "Do not insult them. Even I am not pleased to see sacrifices." Davey was slightly surprised. He continued in a praising tone, "As expected of the real Bati, your presence is completely different from your clones." In the tense moment, Davey suddenly smiled and asked, "By the way, the curse must have really worked. To think you're wearing such a tightly wrapped cloak." He scratched his head and asked again, "So where did all the other elves go?" Jazel's expression did not change as she answered with hollow words, "It was predetermined by fate that you would attack this place. I had no choice but to save as many children as I could from your attack." Hearing Jazel's hypocrisy, Davey said with a hint of contempt, "Save as many children as you could, then you should have hidden them all from the beginning." Jazel, pretending to avoid his question, raised both her hands. She muttered, "The eye that sees the fate of others has grown dim." He no longer beat around the bush, gripping Hongji tightly and aiming it at Jazel. He said in a challenging tone, "Anyway, you have no way to escape now." He concentrated his power and said forcefully to Jazel, "I came here to cut you down. Whether I fall or you die, one of us will definitely see an end." Jazel Grau did not sit still and wait for death either. She quickly took out a single orange flower and held it preciously in her palm. She continued with eerie words, "Fate has pointed to your death as you wish. I will use all my power to punish you according to the flow of fate." Then Jazel looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Open the domain." The orange rose began to bloom more beautifully than ever before. It was emitting a terrifying power, but Davey was not afraid at all. He bared his teeth and said with a smile, "Opening a domain, the price must not be small." He stepped forward and stripped off Jazel's outer garment. "She is still confident that she will destroy you here," she muttered. "It is fate and an unchangeable truth." He stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Jazel's form began to be revealed. She was wearing black armor and she looked quite majestic. Davey, filled with anger, slung his sword over his shoulder, looked straight at Jazel and said, "That damned fate, the divine tree's foresight, the special power of the great tree that has sustained the world for a long time is never wrong, even if the flow is distorted. The result always converges in one direction. Even if a variable appears, the flow will be readjusted and returned to its original direction. Of course, with the curse of flow resistance I have, that doesn't apply at all." A terrible explosion occurred, and the surrounding rocks and earth were shattered to pieces. Davey, caught off guard, was sent flying far away. He groaned in pain. Jazel continued to shout, "Eighth circle holy magic." She lowered her head and began to speak. "I command here the power that originates from God's will is completely forbidden." Hearing this, Davey was greatly shocked. He widened his eyes in extreme disbelief. He stared intently at his arm. He realized it was the complete silence of holy power. His expression, however, looked quite pleased. His hand was changing. He frowned and thought, "Holy magic has been sealed. Truly unbelievable." While Davey was lost in thought, a large explosion occurred at the base of the old tree. The explosion seemed to destroy everything around it. A mysterious energy spread in all directions, and a clear narrator's voice rang out. The declaration of territorial sovereignty is an ability only possessed by high-ranking transcendent beings. This ability allows them to change the laws of the world at will, a power far surpassing that of the dragon race. I have heard about the power of the world tree Jazel before. The glass shards continued to shatter. Davey realized, but this is completely different from what I imagined. To completely block my holy magic. At that moment he gripped his greatsword tightly, his eyes filled with determination. The huge sword was swung and the powerful slash he sent towards his opponent shook the ground. Watching him attack with that sword, her cold voice suddenly rang out, "That sword is probably made of wood, but it's quite impressive." In an instant the sword was broken by Davey. His voice was full of sarcasm, "But of course it's not immune to my scarlet." Without any further delay, Davey charged straight ahead. He attacked from behind him. A dazzling light cut through the air. He leapt backward, his body spinning in the air. Suddenly a loud shout was heard. Note, he was slammed hard onto the ground and smoke and dust flew in all directions. Davey's voice was heard. "Block that mad tree's authority." A sarcastic thought flashed through his mind. "It seems you really don't know what fear is." She looked at him with an expression mixed with surprise and anger. "A lowly human dares to stand against the world tree. You've really lost your mind." A shout was heard. "You note." In the thick smoke he was struggling to crawl out from the pile of dirt clinging to his body. On this side Davey smiled slightly and said, "Thank you." A demon king descended from the shining sky. He immediately cast his ultimate technique. Demon King's map, palace enemy shadow. Davey, with a heart full of anger, gripped his sword tightly. "I am about to shoot an arrow of hatred. At the decisive moment it will tear the sky apart." The red shining light and the dark energy clashed violently. He charged straight at him, continuing to roar, "Flash, I'll destroy your sword first." Just then a bright golden light burst forth and aimed at his sword. Davey, embracing intensely shining blue energy, charged straight at him. The opponent's face was filled with surprise, looking at the streaks of light clinging to him. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, but before Davey could react, green energy threads instantly wrapped tightly around his hand. Now the green energy threads exploded, wrapping tightly around his body and binding Davey in midair. Just then he charged at him with a sword. Davey, seeing this, shouted in astonishment, "What?" As he drew near he struck him hard. In the fierce battle Davey gritted his teeth and shouted. "Davey," he said in a cold voice, "I command." A powerful light emanated from him. "Banish black magic." At this time the power of the green threads binding him was instantly sealed. "Do not use it anymore. Seal another power." In an instant a thought flashed through someone's mind. "Summoner." She observed sternly and said coldly, "No more elemental, holy or black magic. Note has your spirit power, so you have now lost 4 of your powers." Having said this much she smiled slightly and continued, "I don't know how you obtained so many powers, but from the moment you set foot in my domain your fate was sealed." Davey, hearing this, hesitated and opened his mouth. 4. She didn't wait for Davey to finish and swung her sword towards his neck, threatening him. "You will die here. Your blood will become the water that moistens the fields of future generations." Immediately after, she gripped the sword with both hands and swung it straight down from above. "It's true that I said I used almost all my elemental mana when I used the white divinity." Now, in the red swirling light, he gradually lets go of his weapon. "So Jazel thinks there is no need to banish my elemental mana, so he grips the hilt of his weapon, fixing a stern gaze on Davey." Suddenly a hand grabbed his face, startling him. Flames blazed fiercely around him. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "How? I just had to borrow some elemental mana from Scarlet." The flames around Davey blazed dazzlingly and his power surged. He smiled slyly. "Like this." Seeing that, she was suddenly stunned, her eyes trembling. A fierce explosion sounded and smoke and dust billowed up, sending debris flying in all directions. In the thick smoke Davey held his magic staff and panted as he looked at the hole. "I tried my best to hide it, but I don't know if it will really work." He stood still for a moment and then burst out laughing. "Of course it will work." Suddenly the ground shook violently. From below she shot up like a bolt of lightning. Under a sky thick with dust Davey stepped forward majestically, his voice echoing, "I command." Instantly he said with a cold gaze, "Banish all the flows of the world." The air became tense. He frowned slightly and said in a calm voice, "Please be gentle." Then a shining angel appeared, startling him. The one with long ears coldly raised a hand and a purple light flashed. "I never permitted you to be here." A huge force exploded. She shouted, "Disappear." After delivering a sky-splitting blow to Davey, he landed lightly on the ground, his voice echoing without stopping. "How does it feel when everything you were so proud of has become useless?" Even after being beaten to this state, Davey smiled nonchalantly. She lowered her voice. "This is fate. In no future I have seen did you exist." She approached, gripped Davey's neck tightly and said in a mocking voice, "You are certainly strong, but not as strong as me. It's a pity you were born a filthy human and not an elf." Hearing that, Davey retorted with contempt, "So strong, yet you attack humans and fear the Demon King." She ignored his words and shouted, "You don't know what he can do." As soon as she finished speaking, a captivating witch with fallen wings appeared. Her eyes were filled with fear. No creature could escape her sight, and no creature could raise its head in her presence. Opposite her, Davey still sneered nonchalantly. "An amusing joke, but the Demon King will not return." She still held her head high and said in a low, firm voice, "Not even a gale can shake a predetermined future." Davey focused his power and thought quietly, "If I get hit by that orb of light, it's a one-way trip to the underworld." Davey still had a bit of Amber's power left. "I still have some Amber left, but it's a waste to use it here." He smiled faintly. "I have to use all the power I have, but I have no regrets." After a brief pause, Davey opened his mouth in a low voice. "Well done." She was slightly flustered by those words. As Rune, wrapped in an angel's halo, flew up from below that red hole, someone's voice echoed clearly. "Rune, begin." The girl took a deep breath and then shouted loudly, "Final felling project activate." Immediately, a huge beam of light erupted. Over here, Annabelle looked up and the voice still echoed. Leader of the Avenger Ericate Annabelle. Commence action. A notification sound rang out. Avenger Squad Captain Annabelle commencing mission. Hearing that, she froze. What? The will of the world tree is stably maintained by two auxiliary elements, the source tree of will and the saintess chosen by the world tree. The location of the source tree has not yet been found, and even if it were, it cannot be destroyed. But Jazel's saintess is a completely different story. She was hiding among the elves without a shred of fear. The saintess you all love is here. At that, Jazel hurriedly fled. Seeing the saintess, Davey raised the corner of his mouth and smiled triumphantly. But before she could escape, she was surrounded by flames. It's good to be happy for a moment. Seeing that, Jazel, enraged, frowned and turned back. You bastard. It was Davey who had created flames with his sword to block her. How can you use such magic? You've never seen this spell before, have you? Davey said, raising his sword high. Let's see you try it. Without hesitation, he swung his sword down at her with all his might. He added excitedly, your death is set. A huge explosion echoed violently, and the sword of fire flew straight at Jazel. Her painful scream echoed. Davey, watching from the side, smiled with satisfaction. Seeing you suffer like this is truly gratifying. And so, Jazel was struck down and fell to the ground, and the phoenix also flew away. It was a phoenix that did not belong to this world. She collapsed to the ground and looked up at him. It was you. You were the one who took Amelia. He approached Jazel Grau and taunted her. You look quite desperate. But unexpectedly, the phoenix above cried out loudly. Annoying Davey, the bird, frightened, flew onto his hand and sat sadly. Don't ruin my fun. Then Davey continued speaking to her. Fortune has tilted in my favor, but Jazel Grau did not stop her provocations. Come and show me what you can do. Do you think you can defeat me easily? As soon as she finished speaking, stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground around her. Jazel stared at them blankly. Second-grade binding barrier. Immediately after, shining chains appeared and bound her body tightly. Jazel struggled and growled. You bastard, release me. Stay put. But Davey paid no mind and created a magical flame in his hand. She waited quietly. Flowering demon. In talisman magic, the lower the grade, the greater the power, which is completely different from a mage's magic. In an instant, his hand transformed into a monster's hand. Although it's a low-grade spell, if the auxiliary talisman is powerful, the effect of the spell is amplified several times over. Vermilion Bird Soul-Extinguishing Flame Talisman. It rushed straight at Jazel and engulfed her. He slammed her entire body into the ground with all his might. Jazel Grau screamed in pain. After that, she lay motionless. But Jazel Grau still held on and growled. Did you think you could defeat me with just that much magic? Davey looked at her with contempt. You didn't think I'd kill you that easily, did you? That would be no fun, you bastard. Jazel shouted in horror. You fiend! Just then her body stiffened and seemed to gradually crack. Originally, the soul-extinguishing flame is a talisman that destroys a person's soul, not their body. Davey continued to use other magic powers. Second-grade soul-extinguishing flame limit break. It was as if a thunderclap was suppressing and torturing Jazel. Divine punishment soul-extinguishing flame, earth and stone shattered, filling the air with dust, but she still endured and laughed loudly. In the midst of her pain, Jazel laughed with ecstasy. She said triumphantly, truly amazing, this is it. You knew about my authority from the beginning. Jazel deliberately stared with threatening eyes. But what will you do now if my world tree disappears? This world will be destroyed, won't it? She provoked Davey. Do you really have the courage to make such a decision? But he was very calm. Actually, I don't know the location of your source tree either. Hearing that, Jazel was horrified. I can only guess that if you perish, it will also break on its own. What? When the will of the world tree completes its mission according to the laws of the universe's operation, a new will shall be born. In other words, the body of the world tree will be preserved forever, but your will shall not. Davey reached out and touched her face. When we gaze into an abyss, the abyss is always waiting for that gaze. He answered calmly, but in my opinion, to see through others, one must also reveal all of one's own truth. Jazel's 300 years of memory. Davey smiled and declared, my memory spent 1,000 years combining my past and present lives. He provoked her triumphantly. Let's see whose mind breaks first, yours or mine. At this time, all that remained was her desperate scream. She rushed forward and shouted. Davey quickly grabbed her head tightly. Jazel's memory capacity, as far as I know, can store a vast amount of information. Even if I pour all my memories into hers, it would be difficult to cause her significant damage. After all, the average human lifespan is less than 100 years, isn't it? He smiled weakly. But I decided to go through with it, because I'm certain her mind will not withstand this pressure and will completely collapse. The probability is almost 100. Fine, bring it on. Her eyes widened in terror. She opened her mouth calmly. Fine, bring it on, she growled in anger. Let's see how a tiny human who can't even live 100 years can handle my memories. Come on, try it. She laughed loudly in a challenging tone. Your head will surely explode first. But she realized in horror that everything around her had changed. She couldn't help but wonder, what is happening? Only then did Davey slowly open his mouth. A normal human brain can only store about 145 memories. Not only that, they even erase unnecessary memories to keep only the important ones. So almost no one utilizes their full storage capacity. His hand was still gripping her head tightly. She screamed continuously in pain. Tears drenched both her cheeks. So even if I have 1,000 years of memories in my head, it might not be that much. That's a normal thing, but he smiled triumphantly. Unfortunately for you, I have strengthened my mental power and become stronger, so you are now receiving a vast amount of memories equivalent to tens, hundreds of millions of years by human standards. Even ancient beings who have existed for over 3,000 years like Perse, or those fat lizards who have lived for thousands of years have to forget many things. This is very important. When I first exchanged memories with Perse, she was such a powerful being and had lived for so long that most of her overloaded memories were destroyed to accept new ones. But Jazel, she was always conceited about her powerful mental strength, so she had no protective measures against this kind of mental attack, even though she is the will of the world tree that has existed for thousands of years. Accepting a vast amount of memories in an instant will lead to an inevitable end. Even after it was over, she could not escape the pain. She clutched her head and continued to scream as if to tear the sky apart. Davey also seemed to have exhausted too much of his stamina. He knelt on the ground, covered his face with his hands, and sighed. Suddenly a flame blazed fiercely. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. 3 years of Jazel's memories have flowed back into me. Indeed, this is not an easy task for me either. Perse hurriedly calmed him down. It's okay, Davey, I'm here. As she spoke, she skillfully manipulated something. Don't resist, I will definitely protect you. Davey's eyes grew heavier. Perse, is she trying to take on some of the memories transferred from Jazel for me? Right now, that's necessary. My mind is constantly shaking too. She's truly reliable in any situation. The flames continued to burn without any sign of extinguishing, and Davey had not yet fully recovered. Rune appeared. Lord Davey, the girl thought to herself, please wait a moment, everything is just beginning, the result will become clear soon. Jazel had no strength at this time. She was enraged. Her jaws ground against each other, making a chilling sound. She growled in anger, then slowly vanished into thin air. Rune carefully helped Davey up. She thought in the end she couldn't endure it and disappeared. Davey struggled to his feet. He clutched his head and groaned. My head hurts. Perse took in most of Jazel's memories, deleted them, and left only the important information. He opened his mouth. I should go to where she was for a moment. With his every step, small lightning bolts struck the ground. The place he arrived at was where Jazel had been hiding after the mental showdown. He rushed forward quickly. Ground-shattering thunder. The scene switched to where Jazel was. A voice echoed, O merciful Lord God. She was kneeling at this time, praying earnestly. Please save this groaning body that you have created. Davey approached and stopped in front of her. What's wrong? He sat facing her. Looks like your God isn't answering. She glared at him with eyes full of hostility. He continued. There's no other way. He quickly stood up and turned his face away with a look of disgust. The Lord God is not actually merciful. He is far more cruel than I thought. If someone blocks the path to destroying the future they want, even if it is a transcendent being they created with their own hands, they will mercilessly abandon it. The one who should be punished now is probably the world tree. What her God wanted was not achieved, therefore her fate is over. He opened his mouth. If you want, jump into the lake and sink, she shouted in anger. How? How could a mere human? Unbelievable. How can a human contain such vast memories? And what is that transportation passage? It's a space that goes against the laws of the world. Davey looked down on her from above. Even I am confused after experiencing it, so how could you understand? She clenched her fists, her voice filled with indignation. No matter how outstanding a human is, they cannot withstand thousands of years, no, an even greater amount of information. He smiled brightly and answered. I didn't take in your memories. My personal secretary erased almost all of them and left only a few important ones. Hearing that, Jazel became even more furious. You bastard! She wore a helpless expression. I cannot die here. After speaking, she turned her back and headed towards the water's source. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Her hand touched the cool stream of water. I want to live and maintain my power over all beings. She slowly went deeper into the water. She too was surprised by the changes in her body. A strange light emanated from around her. Her fingers slowly began to break into small pieces. Her voice trembled. Why? Jazel shouted loudly in despair. This can't be. This can't be happening. The cracks now spread throughout her entire body. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, I just wanted to heal. Before she could finish her words, her body shattered into pieces and became one with the stream of water, creating a single shining blue pearl. Davey picked it up. Remnant of a demi-world essence crystal. Perse sat on his shoulder and opened her mouth. Davey, do you know what the flow of life Jazel saw when she was born was? He asked her. What was it? She answered. It was a future where humanity was destroyed, but it was completely different from the situation now. Although it's a little different, she paid the price for what she did. Even though she greatly feared death, that was the end she deserved. But that doesn't mean humans can forget the fear and threats from other powerful beings. Her life was always in fear. She feared death, so she was always wary of everything around her. When she cut off all ties with humanity about 200 years ago, perhaps that's when fate changed. Everything changed too quickly. She was swept up in that vortex and couldn't get out, and from then on she began to do these things. In retrospect, it was a truly ridiculous turn of events. Jazel believed in her destiny more than anything, yet in the end she struggled to escape the very fate that bound her. But the result was that she could not escape. Now, the will of the world tree had vanished, but the great tree itself still stood in its place. The power that sustained this entire world existed strongly within the tree's trunk and the will of the great tree. To continue maintaining its connection with all things, the great tree would give birth to a new will. What form will the new will born from the great tree take? Thinking this, he turned his back and walked away. Whether a new war would begin or if peace would find the world ultimately depended on the bonds of humanity and what they did to nature. The flames blazed fiercely, and a voice filled with anger echoed in the air. No, they wailed in despair before the flames that burned their mother tree. They clutched their faces and sobbed, unable to believe this reality. Davey and Rune tried to leave quietly. That couldn't be allowed. Suddenly they blocked the path of the two, preventing them from moving any further. Stop! They brandished their weapons and shouted, your sins must end here. We will never forgive you. He opened his mouth. You were the ones who picked a fight first, so what do you have to say now? Hearing his words, Perce stepped in front of him. Davey continued, I'm warning you, lower your weapons. They paid his words no mind and shouted, do not resist us, he replied. It seems words won't work, Davey called out loudly. Note, he commanded, kill them, those foolish ones. Note immediately followed his words and threw a punch at them. Contractor. Note looked back at Davey. Why did you retract my power? What is your reason for stopping me? He answered nonchalantly. I was just trying to scare them. A spirit king like you shouldn't be killing elves. Seeing Note's actions, they couldn't contain their anger. Spirit king, why do you stop us? How can you, who represents the laws of nature, side with that man? Note answered. It was the world tree who broke the laws and caused all of this. Hearing Note's words, they were greatly shocked. How could the world tree do such a thing? Davey watched everything with his arms crossed and sighed. That woman did many things you don't know about. The world tree had to accept the law that it could not leave the sacred tree. With such immense power, the world tree should not interfere in matters outside of nature. But she broke that law, and it was too great a violation. It's pitiful that she was bound by the law of never being able to leave the great tree for her entire life. But everything she did was wrong. However, they still stubbornly refused to accept the truth. No, we cannot accept it. The elf race will not forgive a cruel race like yours. Davey opened his mouth. My mercy has its limits. I admit I went a bit too far in the war with the world tree, so I'll forgive you this time. They still raised their voices against him. Human, you are too much. They sided with each other. No matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat our race. We will stand against you to the end. That's right. If we must die, we will die willingly. He smiled helplessly and thought to himself, these fools still don't understand what I'm saying. The situation has gotten pretty bad. Now it all depends on how she decides. Amelia clenched both her fists tightly. Her voice echoed. Stop, please everyone, please stop. They were surprised. This voice is Lady Amelia's. She's speaking. This war is now meaningless. Davey took out a stone that projected a real-time image of Amelia. She shouted, lower your swords. Her heart was not at ease offering such a solution. She thought to herself, I know I'm no different from the other elves, just as pathetic. The one who knew it was wrong, yet after hearing the whole story from Elena still clung to and obsessed over the beliefs the great tree had planted in the minds of the elves, I just couldn't accept it. In the end it all ended in failure. Her face was filled with worry and anxiety. Our mother, the great tree, has now abandoned the elves. We must now accept that the world tree went down the wrong path. But the price we paid to realize that was too great. She opened her mouth. I admit my faults and failures, so please everyone stop. Hearing that, they couldn't contain their anger and shouted, failure, how could you? Can you turn your back on the elf race and trample our pride just because you value your own life? She raised her voice. Why is everyone so stubborn? We have lost too much in this war. Is there any need to shed more blood? Bows and swords can no longer solve anything. Perce, sitting on Davey's shoulder, said nonchalantly. That woman Amelia isn't just an ordinary elder. She has deep roots as an ancestor of the elf race, he replied. But it seems the elves don't think of her that way, Amelia continued. We can resolve this war peacefully. They refused to listen to what she was saying. No, that man invaded our territory and massacred our kin. Even killed the sacred tree. We will not surrender. How can we reconcile after seeing what that man has done? We will never accept it. That's right. What do we elves have left now? The trees have withered and the animals have disappeared. We have nothing more to lose. We will fight to the end. We must restore the former greenery to our territory. Seeing that her words had no effect on them, tears welled up in her eyes. She continued in a gentle voice. But that was our fault, she thought to herself. Is there no other way to reconcile now? No, not even my status and prestige can persuade my own kind. Her voice sank. Everyone, please listen to me. Her tears fell to the ground in droplets. Suddenly, a strange light emanated from Davey's chest. He took out the turquoise crystal he had picked up earlier. This is the remnant of the world tree. A halo spread out from around him, blinding everyone. They couldn't withstand the light, and each raised a hand to cover their eyes and block the view. The flames slowly died down, and a blue light of recovery took their place. They couldn't hide their surprise at the sight before them. What is happening? The flames that had engulfed the world tree had now turned into fresh new leaves. They were extremely surprised. The Holy Land, has the great tree been resurrected? A foot landed lightly on the ground. Her voice echoed. Lay down your weapons. The will of the world tree had appeared. She opened her mouth with a benevolent smile. Let us stop this war, she continued. I will not permit this fight to continue. Seeing that, they couldn't hide their surprise and exclaimed in admiration, my goodness, Lady World Tree. Perce called out to the dazed Davey. Davey, he replied, this feels strange. The world tree is a great soul, but the aura she's creating just after being born is not normal. The world tree opened her mouth. That is correct, she approached the three of them. You are the one behind this, Davey wore an annoyed expression. The way you're phrasing that seems a bit odd, she smiled gently and replied. Yes, you are right. She raised her eyes and looked into the distance. Has the connection not been severed yet? If so, does that mean that child is still alive? After speaking, she gently caught a falling leaf in her hand. Come here, my child Amelia. Amelia was extremely moved. She stammered, Mother God, God of the sacred tree, could it be? The two embraced emotionally, and the world tree gently stroked the girl and comforted her. Yes, that's right, I was always worried about having to leave you alone, but I never thought it would turn out like this. Amelia sobbed in her arms. That is, Mother God, she smiled. You are a child who truly cannot hide her emotions. Yes, there is only one person in this world who can call Amelia that. Davey felt a bit helpless looking at the two. One who communicates with the world tree, surpassing the ordinariness of the elf race. The soul of the world tree, connected to the previous saintess of the sacred tree. It must be the one and only, he asked. Can the soul of the world tree be reused? She replied. Who knows, but a soul of such a transcendent level does not reincarnate easily. This is a rare case. Conversely, there are cases where it doesn't, like when the world tree is destroyed by humans. He quickly turned his body to avoid their gaze. I mean, transcendent souls can't be mass-produced, so it wouldn't be strange for my patron goddess Freya's to refuse my retirement and make me come back to work. Davey wondered if such a thing could really happen. He scratched his head and said, looking at the heroes in the Hall of Heroes who don't participate in the cycle of reincarnation, it's not that different. The world tree looked back at the group over there and said in a gentle voice, Everyone lay down your weapons, and Spirit King, please retract your anger. Will you follow me? I invite you to my space. I want to discuss how to handle this matter. Davey showed his suspicion. You weren't the one who did it directly, but still, right, she replied. It is my responsibility to protect the children of the forest, so what will you do? You are the one holding the hilt of the sword. Wait, I have something important to give you. He was surprised. Something? The world tree held out her hand towards him, and he became even more surprised and suspicious. What can a newborn world tree give me? Inside the world tree's space, everything was filled with life force. She picked a golden apple. Pick one and give it to Davey. He held out his hand and received it. This is a fruit of the world tree, she replied. That's right, though I've lost half my power, I don't know if it can exert its full effect. He looked back at her and said, Are you being sarcastic now? But his hand was very honest, quickly putting the precious fruit into his spatial pocket. The world tree continued. Good, let's solve the urgent tasks first. Do you know the current situation? She replied. My soul withered and disappeared and have only now reappeared, so you must have guessed the reason. Tell me, what do you want? As if he had achieved his goal, he smiled and said, Autonomy over this place. If I demand the right to kill or spare the elves here, will you grant it? The world tree sat with her legs crossed and answered, That's impossible. Demand something else. My demands are to preserve the lives of the children of the forest, their autonomy and their culture. He cut her off. Truly audacious. Who do you think you are? The world tree's smile grew increasingly dangerous. If you promise those things, I will give you this. After speaking, she took out a jewel. He couldn't help but be surprised at the large shining jewel in his hand. What is this? She replied. It's a jewel. In truth, even I don't know much about it. Davey continued. In that case, may I take this from you? She clicked her tongue. Don't say things you don't mean. You had no intention of clashing with the elves from the start, did you? I ask for your mercy, so please protect their lives. His face turned cold. Davey crossed his arms and opened his mouth. This offer has no particular benefit. He approached her and placed his hand on the armrest of the chair the world tree was sitting on. He said loudly, The previous world tree oppressed the residents of my domain and threatened their lives. His gaze sharpened. She was the one who led an army to attack first, and she caused all sorts of trouble on the way here. The world tree listened silently to what he was saying. After picking all those fights, you're now asking me to forgive them? Do you think this one mysterious jewel can replace the lives of my domain and the comrades who fought for me? Someone intervened, creating distance between the two. Please stop. Only then did the world tree slowly open her mouth. Yes, that may be so. If you were to forget the sacrifices of those who gave their lives for you, I would be even more disappointed. Take it. This item was meant to be given to you anyway. He held up the jewel and examined it carefully. I'll have to cut off a small piece for analysis later. I wouldn't recommend it, but it will bring you great benefits in the future, she added. There's no harm in having it, she whispered in Davey's ear. It seems the will of a god has chosen to give this item to you. He was surprised. Is that so? I feel a strong pull, but I can't shake the chilling feeling in my heart. The world tree sighed. The rift between you and the residents here will not heal in a short time, but if we pretend nothing happened, a bloodbath will ensue. What should we do? He opened his mouth. Supply them with the fruits of the world tree regularly. Of course, not shoddy ones like now, but proper ones. A hint of impatience crept into the world tree's voice. You know how much I suffered to bear this one fruit, he shrugged and answered nonchalantly. That has nothing to do with me. Think of it as karma. She seemed slightly annoyed. Truly bitter. Fine, I'll give them. But what do you intend to use it for? He answered in a gentle voice. I will use it for something important. And one more thing, I will guarantee the lives and autonomy of the elves. But you must hand over all decision-making rights regarding the relationship between the forest and the outside world. The elves have come out into the outside world and many nations will try to make contact. Davey said. That, before the girl could finish, he continued. You must guarantee that those diplomatic rights belong to me. Just you watch, I'll suck every last drop of profit from it. The world tree hesitated slightly. A truly dangerous demand, he replied as if he didn't care much. If you don't like it then don't, there's no compromise. The World Tree smiled and continued, what will you do if I choose to confront you? He answered coldly. I won't stop what you're doing, I never liked you much to begin with. She was slightly flustered, but she accepted his conditions. All right, I accept those conditions. On the outside he acted cold and indifferent, but inside his heart was filled with joy. Finally the World Tree spoke. A shadow of misfortune is looming. The previous World Tree's prophecy was vague, but it was accurate to some extent. The Demon King Perk will not be revived, and even if he were, a future you fear will not come to pass. No, the problem is not the Demon King. You should consider why the presiding goddess has accepted your existence and continues to offer you such deals. He continued, tell me more, I continued. This is not a matter to be spoken of lightly, but you must have seen things that originally belonged to other worlds appearing here, right? Do you think that's just a coincidence? I haven't seen much yet, but it seems a great change beyond the control of the presiding goddess has begun. In the midst of that, you must take on the mission of handling all the groans that arise. All sorts of thoughts race through his head. What a damn unlucky mission, the World Tree continued. I am different from the World Tree you killed, if it is necessary for the future. I will gladly cooperate with you, he replied. The elves won't submit so easily, she answered nonchalantly. They'll have to accept it. Think carefully about why I, who was somewhat favorable to humans, was reincarnated instead of a new World Tree. Think it over carefully. The scene changed to a forest where a person wrapped in a cloak was running desperately into the deep woods. Only the sound of their ragged breathing echoed through the space. An elf, fleeing in a hurry, suddenly crashed hard into something. A piece of paper fell, terrifying her, it read. Let's play together. Her face, drained of all color, turned deathly white as she trembled in fear. She screamed loudly and fled in a panic. Hurrying along, she didn't notice that another person had appeared behind her. She cursed as she ran. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I was just going to hide until everything calmed down, but why did they suddenly come into the forest in the middle of the night? It's all because of that elf bitch. She was some kind of monster disguised as an elf. The image of a girl with a bizarre smile flashed through her mind. What the hell is she? She ran for her life when suddenly a strange piece of paper flew in from somewhere. How long is that damn bitch going to play with me? She didn't notice the vines blocking her path at her feet. Her foot got caught and her whole body was thrown forward by inertia. She ended up sprawled on the ground looking utterly miserable as that piece of paper flew before her eyes again. And then more and more papers began to fall where she was. They were different papers, all with crooked writing. She screamed in terror, scrambled to her feet and hid under a large tree. Don't touch me, her scream echoed throughout the forest. Don't come any closer. After that came the sound of sobbing and pleading. Please. Her eyes were filled with terror, her pupils contracted and her eyebrows were knitted tightly together. Beads of sweat poured down like rain. Her eyes were filled with fear as another piece of paper appeared before her. Gotcha. Terrified, she looked up into the tree and the face of that bizarre pink-haired bitch appeared. Let's play together, let's play tag. She let out a terrified scream. The forest once again returned to its usual silence. The war with the World Tree did not last long before a truce was declared. The elf army, including Commander Un, was opposed to it. But he had no choice but to obey the will of the World Tree and the orders of the newly reinstated elven envoy. If it had been a newly born World Tree, the negotiations between the two sides would have been much easier. But as luck would have it, the current Jazel was a World Tree that had existed for 2 generations. Therefore she too had her own calculations. The only remaining problem was that the body of the previous World Tree's Saintess had been entrusted to Annabelle. Just as Annabelle was about to catch him, word came that his body was covered in something strange. He ended up escaping, but since he had abandoned the elves in the Holy Land, he could be said to have no authority left. So the casualties on both sides were currently quite low, and fortunately, the loss of life was minimal. Before the war between the Holy Land and the Henger territory reached its true conclusion, naturally, shouts began to erupt from all sides simultaneously. The Kanta's empire was probably the one opposing it most fiercely. Along with it was Miang, a nation adjacent to the forest where the Holy Land was located. The Kanta's empire did not move its troops, wary of the Palin and Lindis empires. But Miang was the exact opposite. Miang, under the rule of the Son of Heaven, the one who called himself the Son of Heaven, enraged as if his own domain had been taken, demanded that the diplomatic rights and the authority to decide everything about the territory be returned to them. Thus, the Holy Land immediately increased its pressure on the sacred tree, which led to demands for a division of territory after the war. While the other side had fought so hard they had just stood by with their arms crossed and now they wanted a share of the profits. Davey slammed his fist on the desk in anger. Shameless bastards, he continued. Come to think of it, isn't Tanya near Miang? She corrected him. She is in Hun, to be precise. It was true that Tanya had gone there for a political marriage. Hun was a small nation located south of Miang. A princess had to marry before she even came of age, and the first daughter of concubine Anissa was sent to another country due to Loretta's schemes. She was the older sister of the twin brothers. Her name was Tanya and Roan, the grand princess of the Roan kingdom. Her voice was tinged with sorrow. Will she be okay? That place is a very distant and closed-off country. For now, all we know is that she is still alive, he asked in surprise. Who did Tanya have a political marriage with? She answered. The king of Hun, she then continued. The wedding hasn't been held yet, but I heard she will officially become his 14th concubine. I also heard there is a very large age gap between them. He was shocked and furious. That king, what a pervert, a voice rang out. What do you mean, Hoon, you mean? The man asked. Why are you suddenly asking about that place? Davey continued. Do you have any information about that place? The butler fell into thought. Let me think for a moment. Hoon is where Princess Tanya was sent for a political marriage. He cut him off. I thought I heard there was no specific news from that side, the butler replied. That is correct. Hoon is a country with a very strong belief in political marriages, and due to the heavy influence of its mother country, Myeong, it has almost no diplomacy with other nations. In the past, Hoon was founded by several tribes. At first, those tribes formed their own territories, but eventually, they decided to form a unified nation. Davey's anger burned even hotter. Are you saying that political marriage is legally recognized there? The butler nodded. That is correct. He gritted his teeth in anger. Does he think he's some kind of dictator king? He asked in surprise. What? Seeing his surprised expression, he continued, it's nothing, but why Princess Tanya? It's not a country that's particularly close to the Roan kingdom. In that case, will you discuss this matter directly with His Majesty? Davey crossed his arms and said. Swinvin, don't test me, the butler explained. In any case, His Majesty is your father. By now, His Majesty must be eagerly waiting to speak with you. Your father is still worried about you. At these words, Davey was lost in thought for a long time. Perse appeared and exclaimed in admiration. Oh my, that's right, this war with the World Tree is no small matter. So you should report to your royal father, the head of the kingdom. You've put it off for too long. But the problem won't be solved that easily. Davey turned, crossed his arms and walked away, saying, Inform the royal family that I will be visiting. The butler immediately accepted the order. As you command. Your Highness, a voice rang out. Your Majesty, the prince has arrived. He ordered him to be let in. Davey paid his respects. Your Majesty, first Prince David Roan. I greet the son of the kingdom, he said. That's enough. Never mind the formalities. Are you injured anywhere? He continued. Thanks to your Majesty's concern, I was fortunate not to be seriously injured. He looked down from his throne and said, You were a bit hasty this time. How could a clever child like you make such a bold choice? He carefully replied. I was impudent, your Majesty. Your Majesty, this matter was too important to delay, which is why my report was late. He hesitated. I see, it's a good thing the wielder of the sacred tree's power changed and everything was resolved well, otherwise it would have led to irreversible consequences. I will keep that in mind. An aide handed him a scroll. Take it. The first princess of the Roan kingdom, Tanya Roan, will come of age, undergo the palace's trials and hold her wedding. He was surprised. A letter from the western continent, a wedding, the king continued. I know you are not very pleased, but this may be the last chance to see your sister again. Will you go? The scene changed to the mansion of the first princess of the Roan kingdom, Tanya Roan. She stared blankly into the distance. Seeing the princess looking a little troubled, a handmaiden by her side approached and asked, Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? She denied it. It's nothing. Still no letter this time, the handmaiden continued. I was impudent, your Highness. I went to the mailroom but there was still no reply. She smiled weakly and said, Was that so? I see, it can't be helped. The distance is far and I am already married off. No, your Highness, the handmaiden immediately denied it. It is not your Highness's fault. How can they be so heartless, after all the letters your Highness has sent? And still, she smiled and reassured her. Don't be angry. They probably don't send letters because they're afraid I'll miss that place. The handmaiden looked at her with teary eyes. Your Highness, she put down her teacup and said in a sad voice, Could it be that no one will come to this wedding either? Yes, once I marry. I won't be able to see them again. With this mouth I wanted to see them one more time, even if it was for the last time. The handmaiden felt sorry for her princess. Our poor Highness. The carriage procession slowly began to move. Brother, should I chase that wild boar away? Davey smiled brightly and said, It's fine, it's cute. Just leave it. I haven't slept properly for a few days. Paris looked at him with an uncomprehending expression. Cute, what did you do in Hoon to be so well fed and yet so tired? Will has been immersed in magic research day and night lately. Watching that child grow is a joy in itself. Paris made a disgusted face. To be honest, brother, I have to be cooped up in the palace like this day and night. Davey clicked his tongue. Cooped up, wait, where did you learn to talk like that? Rune was startled by that voice. Rune. Thinking of a peaceful solution, Davey furrowed his brow in anger. Just you wait. He recalled the time he went to the Philistine duchy. They chatted happily. Do you know how worried I was about you then? Normally that's how it should be. If I had known you had that kind of power I probably would have felt less wronged. Paris hesitated. Brother, do you remember Tanya's face? He smiled brightly and answered. Of course. When she was young she had short blue hair and always had a pure smile. She was a faithful follower of the Freya's order, so she was influenced to live very selflessly, he continued. But despite that personality she really loved archery. Davey asked back. Tanya liked archery, he answered. Yes, so if she lived in a place called the Nation of Archers, maybe she could be a little happier. A plate fell to the floor and shattered. The handmaiden who saw it quickly apologized. The head maid pointed her finger and scolded her loudly. You fool, what would you have done if you had injured the one who was about to be married? The princess quickly waved her hand. I'm fine, so don't make a fuss. The handmaiden sobbed and said, I'm sorry, your Highness. The head maid turned to her and said, Your Highness, you must be stricter at times like this, because you laugh it off every time the other concubines look down on you and keep testing your limits. Tanya bent down to comfort the young handmaiden. I'm really fine, so please get up, Your Highness, the head maid continued. I was scared to death. I'm glad you weren't hurt. She smiled and reassured her. I'm fine, so go and rest. Sometimes there are days like that, days when tears just keep flowing even when nothing has happened, the head maid asked her worriedly. Your Highness, are you still not feeling well today? Here are some sweets from the eastern continent. At times like this I think of the little twins who always stuck by my side in the old days, and my older brother who always stroked my head with a refreshing smile. Before I left the Roan Kingdom, my brother was in a coma due to an accident, and my two lovely younger siblings could become the Queen's chess pieces at any moment. Rune, how is everyone doing now? Is my brother still in a coma? I hope everyone is safe. A voice cut through her train of thought. Oh my, who is being so rude in the concubine's garden? Don't you know this is a restricted area where the trial is in progress and there's a law against contact with outsiders? How would we know? She ran over in surprise. Could it be Ma? She recognized this voice, and before her stood her two siblings, Paris and Will. She threw her arms around them. Sister, big sister. They embraced each other in an emotional reunion. Paris, Will, big sister, sister, Tanya, I missed you so much. She hesitated. How have you been all this time? Will said cheerfully. Sister, do you know who we came with? We always sent you letters. Tanya was surprised. Letters? Davey's hand appeared from behind and suddenly stroked Tanya's head. You've become a complete young lady now, Tanya. She blushed in surprise. What? She recalled his younger self. It couldn't be big brother. She couldn't believe her own eyes. Is it really my big brother? Will, Paris, I'm not seeing things, am I? Will continued. You can tell it's brother Davey at a glance. Sister, Tanya. Don't tell me you've forgotten our brother's face. Hearing that, she hurriedly shouted in denial. No, I haven't received a single letter. After speaking, she threw her arms around Davey. Brother. He comforted her. Yes, it's me, Tanya. She smiled, overcome with emotion. Perce was lost in thought. For some reason I have a bad feeling about this. He felt the same way. What? This smell means trouble is brewing. To be honest, it would be best to be prepared. He thought to himself. That depends on how the situation unfolds. A person approached and announced. Your Highness, it turns out he is the 4th rank Royal Guard officer, Du Anging. My apologies, however. Her Highness is currently in the 100-day purification ritual. If this reaches the ears of the other concubines, perhaps. Perce circled around him with an excited expression. As expected, a handsome face completes the look. What a feast for the eyes. Davey reached out and squeezed Perce tightly in his palm. Davey's eyes grew cold. Perce shouted in anger. What's with you all of a sudden? Davey, let go, he thought to himself. Be quiet, I have a headache, Perce snapped angrily. How dare you treat me like an object? The two left, leaving behind a very bewildered Du Anging. Paris approached him. This is, Du Anging hurriedly introduced. My apologies for being late. I am Du Anging, and although I am lacking, I currently hold the position of a 4th rank Royal Guard officer. Tanya opened her mouth. Du Anging has always been by my side, protecting me, brother. Davey had a look of disgust. Is that so? Du Anging opened his mouth. Pardon my impertinence, but Her Highness is currently in the 100-day purification ritual. If you make contact with outsiders during this period, the consequences could be unpredictable. Hearing that, Paris couldn't contain his anger. Outsiders, if even family is treated as outsiders, who can be by her side? She continued, during the 100-day purification ritual, only the Emperor and the concubines are allowed to see Her Highness. Will couldn't hold back either and opened her mouth. How ridiculous. Is it more important than family when they aren't even married yet? Tanya stepped forward to mediate. Du Anging, that's enough. He hesitated. Your Highness, her eyes were filled with emotion. I don't know how many years it's been since I've seen my family. Please, just this once, please turn a blind eye. He scratched his head and sighed. I will check who is watching and buy you some time, Your Highness. She was delighted. Thank you. Du Anging turned his back to leave and said, I hope you have a time with no regrets, Your Highness. Paris and Will couldn't hide their disgust as they watched his back. Tanya regained her cheerful mood. Come on, don't just stand there. Come in, brother Will. I have so much to say to all of you. Come in, she was excited. It's such a relief, brother. I wish you had woken up before I left, but to be able to talk face to face like this, it feels like a dream, Perce said in a low voice on his shoulder. You didn't know, brother? Davey couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't you mention me in the letters? She was surprised. How could that be? I told you everything that happened in the Roan Kingdom after you woke up. Paris cut her off. Sister, didn't you receive a single letter from us? She hesitated. A letter? That can't be. Her face was filled with shock. I sent letters to the Roan Kingdom regularly. Davey crossed his arms, his face hardening with anger. They were intercepted. Paris couldn't contain his anger. Those bastards. After speaking, he hurriedly left as if to find and confront them. No, let me go, sister. Didn't these bastards lock you up here? They blocked all contact with the outside world and have the audacity to call it a 100-day purification ritual. Those damn bastards. Will also opened her mouth. Sister, this is absolutely not something we can just let slide. Tanya tried to stop them with a troubled expression. No, Will, if you show your emotions over this, Paris couldn't understand. But sister, she continued in a trembling voice, royalty must always maintain their dignity even when driven to the point of death. Seeing his sister in this state, Will couldn't help but feel sorry for her. A voice came from outside. Your Highness, please send the 3 of them out quickly. Paris grabbed him by the collar. He growled, What, run, Du Anging? Before that I need an explanation as to what right these bastards have to lock my sister up here and intercept her letters. With a still strangely calm face he opened his mouth. When in Palin one must follow the laws of Palin. This is the Hun Kingdom. Paris, enraged, frowned, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Insolent fool, you think the Hun Kingdom is so great that you can get away with ignoring the Roan Kingdom?" Perce was puzzled. Why did they call us here after doing something like this? No matter how closed off a nation is, they can't act so recklessly. Davey was lost in thought. Right. No matter how much of a seclusionist policy a nation follows, they must have an intelligence agency to monitor foreign countries. They can't possibly be unaware of the war with the elves and the destruction of the world tree and the fact that the Grand Prince of the small eastern nation, the Roan Kingdom, was behind it all. Absolutely not. In the Western continent, it's a common rule to acknowledge the strong. So there's no reason to provoke us. Perce opened her mouth. Perhaps they don't believe in your skills. Davey's face grew cold. Are they looking down on me and testing me? Perce asked challengingly. So what are you going to do? Are you going to draw your sword right here, or will you take the queen and return home immediately? Hearing this, Paris couldn't help but be surprised by their shamelessness. What? He continued. I don't know who intercepted Her Highness's letters, but it certainly wasn't the Emperor's order. According to the laws of this country, the king's woman must live in a world cut off from the outside. His Majesty found that regrettable and wanted to abolish it. Paris cut him off. The result is still the same, isn't it? Du Hanging sighed. Deep-rooted traditions do not disappear overnight. That's why His Majesty pushed for the exchange of letters, so that Her Highness could at least communicate with the outside world through letters. But now even that is blocked. Think of it the other way around. Someone deliberately tried to drive a wedge between the Roan Kingdom and the Hun Kingdom. And what would be the most effective way to do that? Paris questioned. Isn't it the Hun Kingdom's responsibility to investigate this matter? Don't tell me you were completely unaware that the letters never reached the Roan Kingdom. Wanging raised a hand to straighten his collar. We did not know. We simply thought the Roan Kingdom was not sending a reply. As I understand it, Queen Loretta Paris of Roan is that kind of person. Besides, I saw with my own eyes that Her Highness's letters were dispatched. All other letters reached their destinations normally. Paris, enraged, turned his back and walked away. Du Hanging approached Tanya. Your Highness, I apologize. I will quietly escort the three of them to a safe place. She still answered very gently. I just thought there was no reply. I understand, Du Hanging. Please, he continued. I am truly sorry, Princess, please follow me. A loud voice came from outside. No, Your Highness, if you suddenly go inside like that, you lowly thing, do you know who you are? The voices from outside grew louder. You damn bastard, do you know who this is? Davey rested his chin on his hand and fell into thought. I also have a feeling someone set this up. Perce cut him off. The culprit is obvious, but even an obvious culprit can be made suspicious. He guessed, then someone planned this. In other words, the one who benefits if I cause a commotion here is the one who set this trap. Du Hanging said to everyone. We must move quickly. Davey continued his speculation. Then you are all victims as well. It's easy to lose reason when you're angry. So at times like this we must remain calm. Davey acted quickly. He threw Paris and Will into a spatial gate. The two, surprised by his action, shouted loudly, Brother, what are you doing? He put his hands on his hips and answered, Cool your heads and wait. Don't do anything foolish. He quickly assessed the situation. Let's start by turning this place upside down, he quickly commanded. Take care of my siblings. Rune immediately followed the order and carried out the mission. Tanya looked at him with a puzzled expression. Brother, how? Yanbi pushed the door open and entered. Princess Tanya, who is this husband? What is going on? Why do you look so surprised? Tanya looked around the room. Brother, where are you, brother? Where did you go? She didn't expect Davey to be standing right behind her. Yanbi opened her mouth. Princess, you've lost a lot of weight. Tanya didn't seem to care and was still lost in thought. When did you disappear? You even had time to clean up, but she tried her best to answer calmly. Thank you, I am fine. Her tone was sharp. I'm having a bit of a hard time. That's why I think the other concubines are looking at me with unkind eyes, Tanya replied politely. Thank you, she said arrogantly. Of course you should be afraid of me, but is this how you treat a guest? Where is the tea? Tanya hurriedly called for a handmaiden. Please bring some tea. She sat down nonchalantly. I don't need it. I didn't come here to drink such shabby tea. I see. The 100-day baptism is finally over. In a few days you'll be participating in the archery test as scheduled. This princess has already passed the previous 4 tests with excellence. Don't forget that this country helped you come this far. She answered hurriedly. Of course I will not forget. She asked back. Is that so? Then you can repay Yanbi's kindness. Right? Tanya hesitated. What do you mean? Yanbi continued. The current queen does not want you to return to your home country, so I too wish for you to stay. But I have another reason, however. This matter is a bit of a headache. I heard an envoy from Myung is coming soon. Have you heard about it? She answered. Yes, the Grand General and High Official Jangin of Myung are scheduled to arrive soon. She nonchalantly cut her off again. So I have to say this to you. Princess Tanya, the peace and prosperity our Hun Kingdom enjoys is all thanks to Myung. Don't you agree? She didn't want to answer that question and hesitated. Yanbi continued with an arrogant face. To be honest, that's the truth, right? So please help us. I heard that High Official Jangin is very fond of the dances of Eastern country dancers. Unfortunately, I and the other concubines do not know how to perform that dance, so I want to ask you. If you agree, High Official Jangin will surely agree to help us a lot. He is very fond of Eastern women. So who knows what might happen? The handmaiden couldn't stand her capricious nature and stepped forward to protect Tanya. "Forgive me, your highness, but are you really asking someone who will soon participate in the archery test to become the queen to curry favor like a courtesan?" She ignored her, stood up and slapped her across the face. "How dare you speak so rudely, you lowly thing?" Seeing her person being bullied, Tanya did not show the slightest fear and quickly stood in front of her, shouting in her face, "Yanbi, stop it, what are you doing right now?" Still not satisfied, she raised her hand to strike again. Duanging had already stepped forward and took the tremendous blow for Tanya. She waved her hand and raised her voice. "Duanging, you are a disgrace. Princess Tanya, you are a princess with nothing but a fixed marriage. You must know how much wealth this country has sent to the Roan kingdom." She hesitated. That is, Tanya did not know the full story. "I don't even know the situation of that country now, whether the Roan kingdom is stable or unstable." He insulted her. "You powerless princess from far away, how dare you? His Majesty favors me greatly. With just one word from me, not only will you fail that test, but you will also be sent back to your hometown. Do you understand?" Tanya hurriedly denied it. "That's not possible. The Roan kingdom is in political difficulty. In order to repay the dowry they received through me," she cut Tanya off once more, pointing her finger at her face. "So do as I say. Do you think you can just because you're young and pretty?" As she spoke, she raised her hand again to strike her. A hand gripped her wrist tightly, preventing her from striking. Davey was enraged. "I knew the situation was bad, but I didn't know it was this crazy," a handmaiden shouted loudly. "Your Highness," Davey continued. "Stay still. Be thankful I didn't cut your throat." Yambi's handmaidens were terrified at this time, and no one dared to open their mouths or intervene. She had tears in her eyes. "Who are you?" He raised his voice. "I am the first prince of the Roan kingdom, David Roan. You'd better not ask why I'm here. As the old saying goes, misfortune comes from the mouth." "Right?" Seeing Davey suddenly appear, Tanya couldn't help but be surprised. "Brother," Davey cut her off. "So this is how my sister has been living, Tanya," he answered in a cold voice. "Your Highness, you mustn't do this." The blade of a sword came close to his neck. "Let go of Yambi's hand immediately," he answered. "Protecting royalty is your duty anyway, even if you dislike it. You are truly competent." He quickly delivered a blow without effort. "Then I'll give you a hand." Unable to withstand his blow, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He spoke nonchalantly. "Help me out for a second." He dusted off his hands and said, "This should be enough." He approached her. "It's Yanbi, right? Come with me." Davey dragged her across the floor and confidently entered the inner palace. "So this is the inner palace." A loud voice echoed from within the inner palace. "What's going on?" A report came in a stammering voice. "Your Majesty, it's a concubine," he pleaded in a voice trembling with fear. "Please run." The soldiers of the inner palace, without knowing what was happening, all raised their swords and pointed them at their own necks. "What on earth is happening?" My actions now were different from when I fought the elves. This is a human empire after all. I had an image and trust that I had painstakingly built up until now. No matter how good that was, this decision would make it all disappear into the past. But I couldn't just stand by and watch my family be treated like slaves and beaten before my eyes. They needed to know how angry that could make a person. No, they absolutely had to know. The most important thing to me in this world right now is not my territory, nor the Roan kingdom. It's the person who always stayed by my side even when I was in a coma. My younger sister, Tanya, rushed over. "Brother, your Majesty," the Emperor spoke hastily. "Prince Davey, I was concerned that your travel fatigue had not yet eased, so I tried not to summon you immediately. But it would be best for you to explain this behavior now. Do you not know the diplomatic etiquette between nations?" He rested his arm on the armrest and said in a challenging tone, "If you wanted diplomatic peace between our nations, you wouldn't have done this." "Done this? What do you mean? It would be best for you to explain everything I'm seeing before my eyes in detail." As he spoke, he threw Yanbi hard onto the floor. Seeing this, the king shouted loudly. "Yanbi," she knelt and pleaded, "Your Majesty, please save this concubine from this villain." Everyone around was terrified. Habi pressed closer into his arms. "Your Majesty," he shouted, "release her at once." "Prince Davey, a concubine carries the royal bloodline." Davey emanated an even more murderous pressure. "That's not what I want to hear. I want a reasonable explanation for this situation." "Do you think I'm joking?" he growled. "I need to hear the whole story before I make a decision." The king was extremely frightened at this time. Davey continued, "Everything you say had better be the truth." Yanbi crawled over, crying and complaining. "Your Majesty, this man threatened me and broke my arm," he thought to himself. "Of course, if you had properly assessed your situation, you wouldn't have done such a foolish thing in the first place." After speaking, he plunged his sword into the ground right in front of her. The ground around the tip of the sword cracked. She was terrified, clutching her head and unable to say a word. The king shouted loudly, "Yanbi, explain in detail." The queen beside him, terrified, buried herself in his arms. "Your Majesty, please tell me why the prince of the Roan kingdom is so enraged." "Ah," he continued, "Your Majesty, why do you look at me with such eyes? I am a complete victim. Not only was this insolent man hiding in Princess Tanya's chambers, but he even threatened me." His anger grew. "Then I'll step in. Once I go, there's no coming back." The king hurriedly asked Tanya, "Princess, say something. What happened?" She stammered. "Ah well." Before she could even hear Tanya's words, he quickly cut her off. "Prince, please calm down. I don't know what has made you so enraged, but I have heard many praises about you in this situation." Davey smiled brightly and answered, "One must maintain one's composure. Your Majesty, you must be mistaken about one thing." He was surprised. "Mistaken?" he continued. "I am very calm and have made a fair judgment. I carefully assessed the entire situation before coming here." And Perse, who was beside him, chimed in. If I had acted on impulse I would have blown this place up long ago. Davey glanced down at Yanbi. It's Yanbi, right? I'll give you 10 seconds, you'd better tell the truth. 10. She still didn't open her mouth. Your Majesty, this man, the sound of the countdown continued to echo. 9. 8. She couldn't stand it and confessed. I was wrong. I only did it because I felt sorry for Princess Tanya. Because she had to endure loneliness for so long. The countdown had already reached 6, and Davey was already preparing a flame in his hand. Perce hurriedly called him. Davey, he opened his mouth. Don't stop me, Perce winked playfully. Who said anything about stopping? Go ahead and finish it. Are we going to fight? Let's fight. She trembled. Your Majesty, please believe this concubine. Davey continued to count down. Your Majesty. The sound of the countdown reached 2. Yanbi hurriedly stood up and ran forward. She confessed. I did it. I threatened and reprimanded Princess Tanya. I went to Princess Tanya and cursed at her and slapped her, and when the Grand General of Mian came I ordered her to seduce him. The king, enraged, slapped Yanbi hard across the face. The queen, with a cold face, frowned in anger. Concubine, how could you? This is the greatest insult to the Hun kingdom, she ordered. Be ashamed of yourself. Guards, drag this woman away. Take this woman to the dungeon and have her await my judgment. He was puzzled. Imprison her in the mansion? Your Majesty, under no circumstances, unless it is deliberate treason, is a criminal to be kept in the state guest house. She has shaken the nation and harmed the king. If this is not treason, what is it, Your Majesty? What Yanbi did was not only an act of defiance against Your Majesty, but a sin that could bring about the ruin of the nation. I am considering wiping this country off the map. After speaking, he gestured. At the same time, Rune also realized it was a signal to the sky. Be ready to receive orders at any time. The king frowned. Are you going to kill innocent people too? He answered. No one has died yet, but no one knows who the next victim will be. He reluctantly ordered Yanbi to be imprisoned in the palace. She screamed loudly in pain. Your Majesty, you can't do this. Please don't abandon me. He helplessly rested his arm on the armrest. Prince, will this satisfy you? Davey shook his head. No, Your Majesty, how could it be that easy? He was surprised. What else? Davey approached slowly. You will have to explain why you let this happen. Now explain properly. A giant purple sphere suddenly appeared in the sky. The king couldn't help but frown in fear. If the sinner repents, they will be forgiven. All living beings who truly repent can reach God's mercy. That is the doctrine of the Freya's order, the goddess of mercy. But my teacher and the first saintess Daphne taught me something completely different. It all started with a question I asked. When I doubted whether she was truly a saintess, the word mercy sounded ridiculous. The girl couldn't hold back her laughter. Davey, do you think you're some devout follower of the goddess, that you deserve that mercy? Surely you don't really think that. Listen well. Davey, you don't have the qualities of a priest. Priest, where have you thrown your conscience? What I taught you was not to always be merciful, but not to use meaningless violence. Tolerance is also a kind of talent. Tanya shouted loudly and stood in his way. Brother, stop. It's not right for you to do this because of me. If a conflict arises between the Roan kingdom and the Yun kingdom because of me, he reassured her. It's okay. Are you worried? She hesitated. Of course I am. The king hurriedly opened his mouth. I understand. I admit my lack of virtue. It is my fault that I did not know of Princess Tanya's situation. But shouldn't this matter be resolved between me and the prince? Davey crossed his arms and questioned him. Can a single word of apology erase all the humiliation my sister has suffered over the past few years? He didn't know how to explain. That's, he cut him off. Do you look down on the Roan kingdom so much, Your Majesty? His eyes looked as if they would devour him alive. Should I take this as a declaration of war, a violation of the treaty by the Yun kingdom? Shall I answer for Your Majesty right here? He feigned morality. I regret this matter. He hurriedly denied it. Will a single word of regret end the treaty between our two nations? He shouted loudly. No, it cannot. He was enraged. Eyes, no, the only word you know how to say, he stammered and explained. That's. I was wrong, Prince. Please calm your anger. Can a single word of apology end a war? And if you're going to apologize to Tanya, not me. When pleading with him was of no use, he hurriedly turned to Tanya. Princess, I was wrong. It was my lack of virtue that I could not take care of you, so please forgive me. She hurriedly reassured him. It's all right, Your Majesty. Davey approached. It seems my sister has fainted from too much shock. The two were bewildered, and he thought to himself, they don't believe me, it's true. Tanya, in shock, collapsed into his arms. His smile gradually lost its humanity. The two were stunned by his actions. In the distance, black smoke billowed fiercely from the inner palace. People shouted to put out the fire. Hurry, His Majesty is in danger. The Grand General of the Yun Kingdom, Goha, kicked open the door and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, Grand General. Hurry and escort His Majesty out of here. Subdue that man. The king, surprised, stood in their way. Stop at once. Are you mad? How did things get so twisted? It is my command. All troops, lower your weapons. Goha couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Your Majesty, how could this be? Your Majesty, please reconsider. Prince Davey, please retract your magic. Where do you think you are, daring to emit such killing intent? The soldiers hurriedly blocked his way. You mustn't, Grand General. Don't provoke the prince, he shouted loudly. Everyone, shut up. How can you just stand by when His Majesty is in danger? I will punish you severely when this is over. Davey smiled brightly and answered, Actually, they can't move even if they want to, Grand General of the Yun Kingdom. I've heard about him. An outstanding general praised as the strongest martial god of the Yun Kingdom. Is it true? Let's see your skills. A huge explosion occurred in the inner palace. Goha was pierced by a sword and coughed in pain. Davey held his young sister in his arms and left the place. Suddenly he opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, is this your answer?" He hurriedly denied it. "No, the remaining soldiers, lower your swords. Hurry and take the Grand General and the injured to the royal physician. Prince, stop. I will not allow any more casualties." He cut him off. "Your Majesty, do you still think you have the right to make demands?" He was embarrassed. "That, yes, I acknowledge your anger, but as royalty you should be more magnanimous." He sneered. "In that case, the Yun Kingdom will have to compensate the Roan Kingdom." As he took a step closer to the two, he jumped in surprise. "What?" He frowned and opened his mouth. "Don't you want to?" With each step he took, the ground was lightly destroyed. He continued. "No, speak, I'm listening. First, let's talk about the marriage between Tanya and the Yun Kingdom." He ordered in a cold voice. "Annul this marriage." "That's absolutely out of the question." Hearing that, Davey and Perce were both at a loss for words. Davey opened his mouth. "This is not a situation where your Majesty can refuse. You don't have the right to say such things either," he answered. "In any case, the treaty between the Roan Kingdom and the Yun Kingdom is still valid. Even if the Crown Prince is angry, this is a violation of the treaty between our nations. I don't understand. Why are you so obsessed with Tanya's political marriage? Surely you don't have some strange hobby like pedophilia." In the first place, the Yun Kingdom promoted allied marriages to solidify the unity of the tribal alliance. In that situation, why did you specifically choose a princess from another country as a political marriage partner? I thought you would be happy to take this time bomb Tanya away immediately. Surely you're not clinging to this political marriage because you're stingy about the assets you spent on it? He slammed his fist on the desk in anger. "Stop insulting me. I am not abandoning the princess for the sake of some paltry assets." He clicked his tongue. "Then it can't be helped. If your Majesty continues to insist on your position, I too have no choice but to take strong measures. The outcome will be an annulment anyway. Even if the wedding is held tomorrow, she is not yet officially married." He gritted his teeth and stammered. "Is there no way to cut me some slack? I didn't know Yonbi's extreme actions would go this far. I will guarantee that the princess will have no discomfort living here in the future. I will personally see to it that no one touches her." He crossed his arms and answered with a cold face. "I can also give such a warning. If they don't listen, I'll blow this place up." He impatiently tapped his teacup with his finger. "But I have no intention of leaving Tanya here just because I have to do such a troublesome thing. Your Majesty, where I'm from, there's a saying." After speaking, he created a flame with a cold voice and burned the teacup. "Insolent. Where did some ruthless bastard dare to take my daughter as his wife?" Then he smiled brightly again and continued, "Shall I pour you some hot water?" The king opened his mouth. "Your Highness," before he could finish he hurriedly cut him off. "I'm warning you in advance, don't confuse negotiation with demand," he stammered. "Demand," Davey continued. "Your Majesty must choose between the future of this country and the political marriage thus far." He rested his chin on his hand and fell into thought. Perce opened her mouth. "Are you still not giving up? Is there something special about Tanya?" The queen took his hand to calm him down. "Your Majesty," but he turned his head away and cut her off. "Shut your mouth, Haby," she frowned and answered. "No, your Majesty's safety is more important than that ridiculous prophecy," he shouted in anger. "Do not call that prophecy ridiculous. The priest's prophecy has not been wrong once in 30 years. She shot back. "But isn't this situation because of that prophecy?" He turned to Davey and said, "Your Highness, do you really have no intention of proceeding with this marriage?" He crossed his arms and shook his head. "Don't make me say it twice." He still didn't give up. "What if the princess sincerely wants this marriage?" he said in a cold voice. "Then the story would be different. Putting the kingdom's position aside, if my sister stays here, I'll make sure no one dares to touch her before I leave." He pretended to take a step back. "I understand. Let's proceed with the annulment after an official discussion." "Are you satisfied?" He cut him off. "It's not over yet." He growled and shouted. "What now?" he continued. "It hasn't even started." He clutched his head and gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, what a cruel man." Davey cut him off. "First deal with Yunbi properly. A criminal who has committed treason must receive due punishment." He hurriedly stood up and bowed, saying, "Please have mercy. This matter is not Yonbi's alone. Besides, she is from a noble family in Myeong." Davey asked back. "Myeong." He continued to explain. "If you truly intend to get rid of Yonbi, Myeong will surely—" Before he could finish, Davey cut in. "Myeong, good. I had something to discuss with them anyway. I didn't intend to confront the Yun Kingdom, but it's a shame. It seems those nobles still haven't grasped the situation." He replied. "Does the prince think war is a simple matter?" he asked back. "War? Did I say I would kill her?" he hurriedly said. "Prince, the punishment for treason is naturally beheading." Davey waved his hand and smiled. "Don't kill her, just do as I demand." At this sight, even Perce trembled in fear. What a cruel man. Now it was his turn to speak. He still nonchalantly held his teacup. "I've placed a very interesting curse on her," he continued. "Yunbi seems a bit thin. I hope she likes this." The king did not understand the hidden meaning in his words. "What do you mean?" He thought for a moment and said, "To be precise, this time it's not a curse but a blessing. Whatever she thinks, that's her choice." The scene switches to the room where Tanya is resting. Seeing Davey enter, she called out with a bright face. "Brother," he answered. "How are you feeling, Tanya?" She answered his question cheerfully. "I'm fine. The royal physician said I was just exhausted." Paris frowned in anger. "Damn it, how dare they torment my sister like this?" Will was also very worried about her. "Sister, just ignore everything and come back home with us, okay? Father misses you very much too." Tanya's voice suddenly sank. but I am bound by this political marriage, especially the young kingdom. They have a reason not to give up on me." The two were surprised. "A reason? What do you mean, sister? A prince born of a woman from the east holding a bow with celestial metal and earthly soil will bring prosperity to the young kingdom for the next 400 years, she replied. "It's just a prophecy. But the priest who made that prophecy has never been wrong in the last 30 years, Davey approached and answered hesitantly. "He's already dead." Perce rested her chin on her hand and fell into thought. "I see, that's why they were so determined to keep this marriage, no matter how much we opposed it." Suddenly a strange voice was heard. "Currently there are 2 princes in this kingdom, but his majesty has not yet appointed a crown prince." He asked back. "Why?" she continued. "One is addicted to women and wine, and the other is addicted to gambling." Princess Maria of the young kingdom entered. She bowed and greeted them. "It is an honor to meet the 3 of you." She covered her face with her hand as if embarrassed and explained, "My apologies, my eyesight is not good." Tanya happily took her hand. "Princess Maria, are you all right?" "Princess Tanya, I heard the news. You're thinking of annulling the marriage?" Tanya answered with a sad expression. "I'm sorry, Princess Maria." Princess Maria shook her head and denied it. "No, I knew your situation well but couldn't help you with anything. It's my fault. I wanted to give you this before you leave." Saying so, she handed Tanya a box containing Bego's beard. Tanya hesitated. "This is Bego's, a gentle giant monster. Its beard could be used as a bowstring, making it a treasure in the world of archery. That giant monster was even called a friend of the elves." Tanya held the gift box in her hand and was deeply moved. "Princess Maria," Davey approached and called her. "Tanya, have you decided? Do you want to stay?" she asked him back. "The king has agreed to the annulment, hasn't he?" he answered. "Yes, you don't need to worry about that," Paris said happily. "Sister, the Rhone kingdom is not the small country it used to be," Will also chimed in excitedly. "That's right, thanks to brother, the kingdom is just starting to take flight." Tanya carefully put down the gift box and slowly opened her mouth. "I'm sorry, brother, but before I leave I want to finish the archery test. I want to keep my promise." Hearing that, the princess was deeply moved. Tanya looked up at Davey with sparkling eyes. He let out a sigh of relief and smiled. This is the first time. The younger sister, who always smiled and yielded to others, for the first time she asked him to do what she wanted to do. At his strange attitude she couldn't help but be curious. "Yes," he sat quietly beside her. "If you want it, do whatever you want. Your brother will make it all come true, even if it's conquering the continent," she replied happily. "Brother, you're joking again." Perce, hearing that, clutched her head in anger. "What did he just say? I have to shut that guy's mouth." The scene switches to the prison inside the young kingdom's castle. Davey slowly entered. "Should I have dug out more?" Perce answered. "Somehow I don't think I get along with these Westerners." He put his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly. "That's understandable. After all that commotion there was no one but Tanya's confidant." Yanbi's cheerful voice was heard. "Do you know who I am to dare treat me like this?" She shouted in anger. "Release me at once." Perce stuck out her head to observe. "That crazy woman still doesn't know what kind of situation she's put the country in." Davey clicked his tongue. "If she had a little bit of sense it wouldn't have come to this." She gritted her teeth in anger and frowned. "Damn it, why am I so hungry? Why aren't they bringing more food yet?" "Bring a lot quickly." Perce couldn't stand it and asked, "What on earth is the curse you cast?" Davey smiled slyly. "It's not a curse," Perce shouted. "It is a curse. Don't you know how terrible it is for a woman to go through something like that? If all her hair falls out she can at least wear a wig, but this, what I used on Yanbi, is a simple hypnosis to increase her calorie requirement. When the calorie requirement increases, the body demands a large amount of food to satisfy it, and the unused surplus calories will continue to accumulate in the body. Even without casting a curse, it's already no different from a curse." Perce clutched her head and thought. "So how long will it take?" he answered. "A week. You'll see a change in a week." "How vicious." He looked at her through the gap in the door. "It's just karma." The space became quiet again. 2 birds were chirping and playing on a tree. The empty palace where Tanya was staying was not well managed, but it had all the amenities. I wanted her to stay in a better room until she finished her test. But Tanya refused to move, saying this place was the most comfortable and familiar. Tanya was drawing a bow, aiming at the sparrows flying in the sky. Perce said, "She must be disturbed by what happened last night, yet she's shooting calmly." He answered her words. "A talented archer focuses more to calm their mind." Davey turned to Duanging and asked, "You said it was an archery test. What is it specifically?" Duanging asked back, unable to understand. "The archery test, you mean," he answered. "Yes, what on earth is this test that Tanya is putting so much effort into?" Duanging explained. "There is a place behind the Yun Kingdom's castle called the Forest of Trials. According to a promise with the first king, the guardian deity of that forest receives offerings and is worshipped every year. That god gives the participants a trial of the wind. Those who pass that test will achieve a leap in accomplishment. That is the archery test. It is rare for someone to pass the test, but it is also the widest path to success. The tribes of the Yun Kingdom are in an alliance but still compete with each other. That's why it is difficult for a foreign princess like Tanya to become the queen. Although there was a prophecy from the previous priest, many were dissatisfied and could not directly oppose it. They gave Princess Tanya a condition. If you pass the 3 trials, we will accept you without a doubt. If you are someone who will bring prosperity to the Yun Kingdom in the future, you must at least pass this test." This demand was reasonable, so His Majesty also agreed. And Tanya has passed 2 of the 3 tests, the test of filial piety and the test of chivalry. That was the situation before, but since I intervened the marriage was cancelled. So that's how it was. Davey rested his arm on his head and sighed tiredly. Now there's no reason to force Tanya to participate in the test, yet she wants to continue because of the promise she made to the people who helped her in this country, and the dream she wanted to achieve at least once in her life. At this time Tanya also released the bowstring, and the arrow flew towards the target as fast as lightning. The arrow hit the bullseye. Davey commented, her skills are quite good but she's still a bit clumsy due to lack of experience and not receiving systematic training. He approached and corrected her skills. She was surprised and looked up at him. Brother. He carefully corrected Tanya's posture. She couldn't help but be surprised by her brother's sudden action. He reminded her. Shoot, I'll watch. She blushed and answered. Yes, he asked her. When is the test? Tanya answered hesitantly. In 4 days, he nodded. There's enough time. Duanging approached from behind and said, I'm sorry, but no matter how strong Prince Davey is, I'm not sure if he can teach archery. I'm worried she might fail if she's taught incorrectly. That's true too. There aren't many scholars who know how to handle a bow. He reminded Tanya. Focus. She answered seriously. Yes, he continued. Count to 3 in your mind. 1. Then he infused her with his magic power. A dazzling light emanated from around her. He continued. Now, as soon as she heard Davey's words, Tanya released the bowstring. The arrow flew like a flash. Thanks to the magic power Davey had infused, the arrow flew even faster. It rushed forward as if to tear through the air. The arrow did not hit the target and shot straight up high into the sky, creating a huge beam of light. She followed the arrow and was mesmerized. She asked him in surprise, how did this happen? He smiled brightly and answered, this is the illusion sight technique. Can you do it? She was surprised and flustered. That? He helped her up. Try again, I'll teach you 5 techniques, he continued. What an interesting reaction. The young archer Duanging was surprised. How could such a thing happen? He was still affectionately teaching his young sister. This is the country of archery. How long has this kingdom's history been? About 200 years. What I'm teaching is the technique of those troublesome elves called divine archers, which has been developing for over 1,000 years. How dare they compare? It's a pity I haven't been able to pierce that bastard's forehead yet. Duanging commented. The prince is truly extraordinary but also strange. A carriage was rolling along, and a voice was heard. Chancellor, how much further to the Yun kingdom? The chancellor said. Are you bored, your highness? Your highness, the prince of Myung yawned. It would be a lie if I said I wasn't. Gangxio looked at the young highness. How about we stop the journey for a moment and find something fun to do? The typing chancellor said. What's the use of that? It's better to arrive as soon as possible. The Empress Dowager sitting next to him fanned herself and said, Your Highness, please be patient. As soon as we arrive you will meet the prince you've been waiting for. The Prince of Myung asked back happily, Is that true? The Empress Dowager stroked Gangxio's head. Of course, the typing chancellor and I have prepared everything well, so you just have to wait. You are the son of heaven, the one who stands above all, so you just need to rule the world. The boy answered obediently. Yes, mother. In the meantime, Tanya had been doing her best to learn the techniques I had taught her. She had reproduced the flow of the magic power manipulation method I had taught her, but it was not easy to reproduce it as perfectly as when she first shot it. After all, the one casting the spell is Tanya. If I helped her, she could shoot it as many times as she wanted, but cheating was not what I wanted. Time passed like that, and the archery test was 1 day away. Davey was surprised. You want me to attend? The handmaiden announced. Yes, your highness. The son of heaven of Myung wishes to see you. He asked back. The son of heaven himself. Myung has been sending official documents repeatedly regarding the matter of the sacred tree's holy land. Now they even come in person, she continued. At first, only the typing chancellor and the Grand General of Myung were supposed to come as envoys. He rested his arm on his head and stood up. I understand, lead the way. She handed him a gift box. And the son of heaven has sent a gift to your highness. A look of surprise crossed his face. A gift, she answered. He said he is very interested in your highness's achievements, so please accept it. This is the hall exclusively for the envoys of the Myung kingdom. What do you think? He looked around. Indeed, just a place for formalities. The Myung kingdom had long claimed to be the mother country of the Yun kingdom and had deeply interfered in its internal affairs, Perse chimed in. I see clearly what their authority is like in the Yun kingdom, he agreed. Right, it's ridiculous for a prince from another country to butt into a meeting between two nations, but thanks to the current situation I was able to do this and they welcomed me and finally granted me an audience. Prince Davey, Myung greeted cheerfully. I'm so happy to meet you. Seeing Myung, Davey couldn't help but be surprised. Perse whispered in his ear. The son of heaven of the Myung kingdom is still just a child, too young to rule, he replied. Indeed, the Grand General, enraged, raised his voice. Insolent prince, how dare you look the son of heaven straight in the eye? Myung turned to him and said loudly. That's enough, Grand General, he stammered. But your majesty, Myung continued. Come in, prince, although I summoned you without a just cause. Did you like the gift? He placed a hand on his chest and showed his respect. I am most grateful to receive this precious treasure from the Son of Heaven. It seems to hold a strange power. May I keep it? The Empress Dowager fanned herself and said, You've noticed. Truly surprising. That's right, Prince. This is a treasure of the Myung kingdom and it makes its wielder feel at ease, he thought to himself. Comfort, you say? She covered her mouth and continued. The Son of Heaven has wanted to see you for some time, he asked in surprise. Me? She did not deny it. That's right. Your fame has spread throughout the eastern continent. The Son of Heaven is eager to hear about your military achievements. Davey accepted. If that's all, it's not difficult. It's no big deal. Myung's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Then that's wonderful, but he continued. But there is something to be resolved before that. Everyone was surprised by his answer. Something to be resolved. He took out an official decree from his space. The Myung Kingdom sent something interesting to the Roan Kingdom regarding the Holy Land of the Sacred Tree. Myung opened his mouth. May I ask what that means? Contents of the decree were as follows. The Son of Heaven commands you to immediately withdraw the pressure on the Sacred Tree's holy land and return the diplomatic rights. The boy stammered in surprise. What is this? Seeing Myung's reaction, Davey couldn't help but be surprised, he thought to himself. He doesn't know, he asked back. Do you really not know? Myung, startled, asked her. Mother, what is this? She covered her mouth and answered. It is indeed a letter sent from the Myung Kingdom. But, the boy slammed his hand on the desk and stood up. I have never sent such a letter to the Roan Kingdom, he wondered. Is the Imperial seal a fake? He stammered in reply. No, but his voice was trembling slightly. This is a frame-up. I swear I have never sent such a letter. Someone is deliberately trying to drive a wedge between the Yun Kingdom and the Roan Kingdom. Everyone looked at Myung with concern. Someone had deliberately tampered with the correspondence between the Son of Heaven and the Myung Kingdom. If so, what was their purpose? He opened his mouth. They lured me here. That's not important. But it's truly unpleasant that they dared to think they could manipulate me as they wished. The Son of Heaven really doesn't know about this, but what about her? He turned to her and asked. Empress Dowager, do you know anything about this matter? She replied. I do not. The Imperial seal is certainly real, but I have never seen such a letter. He thought to himself. Is that so? Then there's no other way. He suddenly leapt onto the desk. Sorry, but I'll have to be rude. Rude, I'll just have to ask this person directly. After speaking, he charged towards the Son of Heaven. Seeing his action, everyone shouted in alarm. Son of Heaven, a slash from his sword cracked the massive wall behind them. They shouted in fury, this bastard. The Grand General charged, swinging his sword to cut his throat. How dare you lay a hand on the Son of Heaven? But he easily blocked the blow. Davey said with a cold face. Get out of the way, he shouted at him, unafraid of death. I'll kill you. After speaking, he charged. He looked at him as if he couldn't understand his actions. What are you doing? He continued. How dare you talk big when you can't even do your job? A lightning-fast slash flew and stopped right before his eyes. He collapsed to the ground in fear. Myung shouted loudly. Stop, no, Grand General, lower your weapon at once. He turned and asked the boy with concern, Son of Heaven, are you all right? Only then did everyone notice the intruder. Purse, surprised, said to Davey. Could that be? He answered. That's right, a being with sharp fangs appeared, a vampire. He stood up in a strange posture, his eyes were blood-red and an aura of death emanated from him. Everyone shouted loudly, An intruder, guards, get over here, stop being so slow. Davey still stood calmly facing him. A vampire, it's been a while. He raised his voice. Not bad for a lowly human, he replied. You talk a good game, so what brings a noble lord like you all the way here? He provoked him. Do you think I'd answer you? How rude for a mere human, he answered him. Oh, is that so? And with a single sword he sent him to the next world. After finishing the job he grumbled coldly. If you don't want to talk, fine. Always trusting in that damned immortality, only to be sent to the afterlife all at once. I didn't think things would turn out like this. What on earth is going on? Then Davey turned and asked. Do you know him? The boy hurriedly denied it. No, I know nothing. The Empress Dowager covered her face with her fan and opened her mouth. Maya had no idea such a monster lived here, he thought to himself. So they don't know. It seems these are the ones pulling the strings from behind, Myung wondered. Prince, do you know what kind of monster that is? He replied. More or less, please forgive my rudeness earlier. That monster was targeting the Son of Heaven, so I had no choice but to draw my sword. Myung did not blame him. The boy opened his mouth and answered, I understand. Thank you. The way Myung looked at him was very strange, he thought to himself. But why is this kid twisting his body like a girl? It's cute, but a bit much. A passionate fanboy. Perce reminded him from the side. Davey, use your power. He quickly used his power on Myung. Crazy. This result is a bit unexpected. In the inner palace, Myung approached and called her. Mother, she answered. What is it? The boy continued. Moth or mother, do you really have nothing to do with this matter? Her tone was nonchalant. Of course not. Do you think I would do such a thing? Come here. My Son of Heaven, let your mother give you a hug. She embraced the boy and comforted him. The Grand Tutor, the Grand General, and I, your mother, are all on your side. We all wish only for good things to happen to you. The boy blushed and asked back. Really? She reassured him. Trust your mother. Can you do that? The boy stammered. Mother, if it's all right, please don't do anything too extreme. She smiled gently and looked at him. You just have to trust your mother. Myung was in a deep sleep at this time. The Empress Dowager came out and immediately summoned Mi Lion. He appeared wearing a cloak that covered his entire body. Yes, Empress Dowager. She opened her mouth. What happened to that item? He carefully handed it to her. I obtained it more easily than expected. She admired it. Indeed, he doesn't even know how to cherish it. He opened his mouth and asked, Shall I assassinate him? She refused. No, are you trying to ruin a grand plan over such a small matter? She continued. Then all the items have been gathered, the sacred artifact of the Yun Kingdom and the hairpin containing Prince Davey's power, and even the guardian of the Holy Spirit. She asked back, Isn't that right, Chancellor? He nodded in agreement. That is correct. Everything is proceeding as planned. Do not worry. Soon all the blessings of the mountain god will be bestowed upon the Son of Heaven, she asked back. Is Prince Davey all you truly want? His eyes turned terrifyingly red. Yes, he is the great enemy of our clan, but his power is truly interesting. That power must become ours, she frowned. He is no ordinary human. If this goes wrong, I will abandon you all. I said that from the beginning, he clicked his tongue and said. A useless worry. The Son of Heaven's incurable disease will be cured by the power of the mountain god, and I will kill that prince bastard and take his abilities. This is just a transaction. We owe each other nothing. The world tree prophesied that the demon king will be revived. To achieve this wish, that prince bastard must die. He is the most dangerous variable on the continent. If we fail to deal with him, my future and yours are over. His figure vanished in a flash. She repeated the words she had said earlier. The Son of Heaven just needs to trust his mother. Whether you're branded a heretic or burned at the stake in a sea of fire, I, your mother, will save you. I will. The day broke. Although there was a bit of a commotion last night, the test proceeded as scheduled. As it was the biggest event in the Yun Kingdom, the nation of archers, Perce looked around in surprise. Oh my, Perce asked him again. Davey, where's that hairpin? He stuck his hands in his pockets and answered nonchalantly. I gave it away, she wondered. Gave it away to whom? Just then, Tanya, Will, and Paris also arrived. Tanya called out. Brother, he replied. Tanya, how are your preparations for the test? She stammered. I'm sorry, brother, I still haven't learned the magic you taught me. He reassured her. It's okay, you can do it. Davey patted her on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, I'll be right behind you. His enthusiastic encouragement made Tanya feel much better. Brother, Will also cheered for her earnestly. Sister, we're here too, he noticed. Wait, you guys look like you have tense muscles, I'll loosen them up for you. It turned into pained screams, but sometimes it's necessary. The drums signaling the opening began to sound. The palace was beautifully decorated today. Tanya walked with Princess Maria. An announcement echoed. Participants to your places. Will waved his hand and cheered for Tanya with all his might. Sister Tanya, Perce wondered. It seems there are only 5 participants in this test, Davey commented. It seems that Princess can participate even though she's blind. She was walking like a normal person earlier, similar to a mind's eye but a little different. She can probably see everything better than with normal eyes. Perce wondered. Does something like that really exist? He answered. Don't you remember SCP, the Divine Beast Summoner? Such special abilities exist in this world, like Ren Fox Alpha. A unique ability, a single lotus flower in the middle of the courtyard emitted a strange light. Tanya excitedly used the wind spirit to open the curtain. Truly beautiful. Maria covered her mouth, smiled, and teased her. I thought you were nervous, Princess Tanya, but you're amazing when you fight. Is it thanks to your brother's massage? She recalled that massage. Tanya immediately smiled brightly. I hope we all pass this test, Princess Maria. You always said you wanted to see the wider world, Maria replied. So now's the time to do our best. Come on, let's go inside. A gate of space and time opened. Perce crossed her arms and opened her mouth. All the participants have entered the Forest of Trials. He frowned. Now it really begins. I hope nothing happens. O Guardian of the Forest, as promised we offer you these gifts. Miang began the test by offering tribute to the sacred artifact and chanting a spell. He turned to Davey and said, What do you think, Prince Davey? I think the archery test is a very fine trial. He agreed. I agree, Your Majesty. It is indeed an interesting test. Miang laughed loudly. Is that so, Prince? I'm so glad, he continued. I am honored that you take such an interest, Miang continued. I think you're very cool, Prince. Davey couldn't help but be surprised by his words. Pardon, he continued. I have been frail since I was young due to an illness, so I have always admired those who brandish their swords and travel freely out there. Those who ride horses and command the entire continent with a single finger. When I look at you, Prince, it feels as if I am living that life vicariously. He comforted the boy. I believe that one day Your Majesty will also be able to act freely. Miang smiled brightly and answered, In any case, thank you for your words of comfort. From somewhere, numerous strange beams of light flew towards the audience. And then suddenly a single beam of light shot down from the sky. The pillar of light slowly faded, condensing into a giant crystal. The priest stammered in fear. What is this? Miang ran over. Priest, what is happening? Report the situation clearly. He, still unable to escape his fear, stammered in reply, Your Majesty, even the gods do not know what this is. Then everything around them began to shake violently, and large sporadic explosions occurred simultaneously around the palace. As something strange and bizarre appeared, Miang was horrified. What on earth is this? A hand grabbed Miang. Your Majesty, this way. As the Empress Dowager pulled Miang's hand, the boy immediately opened his mouth and asked, Mother, where are you going? She did not answer his question. Your Majesty, trust your mother. I will protect you. Seeing that, Will turned to Davey and asked, Brother, what's happening? The sky began to show an anomaly. As a giant eye opened, people screamed in fear. A monster! Then thousands of monsters flew out of that eye and people scattered in all directions in fear. A monster! Protect His Majesty! Hurry and protect His Majesty! Davey stepped forward. He turned his head and said, Will, you two stay back for a bit. Hearing their brother's words, the two immediately obeyed. Yes, he stepped forward in anger. How dare they interrupt while we're having so much fun? Did he pull a sword from his spatial storage? He gripped the Hyukjungium tightly, infusing it with a large amount of mana, causing the sword to emit a brilliant light. The monster roared, its mouth wide open as if preparing to condense something. Countless heavy red chains fell from the sky. He quickly noticed their presence. Will couldn't help but worry about Davey. She called out loudly, "Brother." The chains instantly bound him, slamming him to the ground. A voice echoed, "Finally caught you, human. Your blue sword has also been neutralized, so you are no longer a threat to us." Davey shouted in anger. "You vampire bastards," he smiled slyly. "Yes, even if you are not seen, you are everywhere. What do you intend to do with this?" he answered. "I'll borrow your power." He looked up at them. "Are you Milfluin?" She answered coldly. "It's been a while." She brandished her staff high. The chains suddenly tightened around him even more. He felt his power being drained and thought to himself. She opened her mouth. "You've fallen into a trap. This trap is very powerful. The stronger the opponent, the tighter it squeezes." He smiled helplessly. "That would be true under normal circumstances." Then he called for Rune. The girl appeared from somewhere and rushed toward Milfluin. She clicked her tongue. "A failed assassination." "Stop it." She smiled brightly and answered. "So you're that white-winged angel from before. You've gotten stronger. I'd like to study you." Standing in front of Davey with two large swords to protect him, she uttered a phrase learned from Lord Davey. She praised the remark with a sneer. "Eat shit." Then she quickly rushed toward Rune. Explosions continued to erupt within the palace grounds. Davey whispered in Perce's ear. "Your training ground is being torn to shreds, isn't it?" She shouted in anger. "Davey," he looked at her with a serious face. "Yes, yes." After saying this much, he clenched his hands and pulled hard on the chains. "I've dragged this out long enough. It's time to act. I always keep my power assimilated so others can't detect it. Unless someone's level is very high, they can't see the power within me. My current mana is at the 8th circle, and my holy power is at the 9th circle level. What would happen if I released this?" As he released the assimilation, a strange white light appeared around the inner palace, and an unprecedentedly strong vibration occurred. The crystal monsters gradually darkened and then slowly broke into small pieces. The vampires who saw this could not believe their own eyes, and they froze on the spot, their jaws agape. Two giant dragons appeared from somewhere and shot toward the arena. The vampires, enraged, frowned and shouted, "What's going on? Do we have to drain all his mana just to take him down?" Their eyes gradually turned to fear. Davey had already freed himself from the chains. He quickly drew his sword and unleashed a technique, Enhanced Pacifying Slash. One sword swallowing heaven and earth, his series of attacks successfully destroyed their formation. Unable to draw power from the formation, Milfluin fell from the sky. Seeing her miserable state, he approached and opened his mouth. "How is it? Did you get what you wanted?" She glared at him with furious eyes. She growled, "You truly are a monster." Davey aimed the tip of his sword at her head. "You won't escape this time. It's a pity your meticulous plan had to fail." She still held out great hope. "It's not over yet. Our objective has already been achieved. We isolated your sister, created a conflict with the Hun Kingdom, and lured you here." He cut her off. "The sacred artifact smelled of blood. That was your doing," she immediately admitted. "Yes." A man approached. He opened his mouth. "But the sacred artifact cannot control the guardian spirit. It is merely a tool for us to connect with the spirits." She sneered. "Why don't you ask this one? Hasn't he lost something recently?" He thought to himself. "The hairpin the Emperor gave me," she continued with difficulty. "It's true that we cannot defeat the guardian spirit with our power alone. But what if we have the hairpin containing your power?" Another strong vibration occurred, and everyone realized with a start, "What is this? Something must have happened in the forest. We have driven the hairpin into the heart of the guardian spirit," Milfluin continued. "We will use the hidden power in your hairpin to extract the spirit's power." He clicked his tongue in disgust. "So that was your real scheme. That's probably why the spirit went berserk," she continued. "The mother of Miang's emperor collaborated with us to save her son. She provided the information and items needed for the plan." He approached her and said, "Be honest, you tricked her by saying you'd save the child, and it was you who schemed to steal both the guardian spirit and my power." Then he grabbed her and lifted her up. "Listen well, you vampire half-breed, you didn't steal the hairpin, I let you take it." Hearing this, she couldn't help but be shocked. "What?" He showed no mercy and threw her aside. Davey pulled the holy spear Longinus, second form, Jukchang, from his spatial storage. "Jukchang, you say? Seems it's this way." Seeing his seemingly pointless action, she sighed. "It's useless. You don't know the guardian spirit's location," he continued. "Why do you think I let you take the hairpin? The Forest of Trials is originally filled with the guardian's energy, making it difficult for even me to find the exact location without searching directly. But if the hairpin containing my power is in the guardian spirit's body, there's no need to search anymore. I just need to sense the power to find the guardian." A man approached. "Prince Davey, what are you doing right now?" He smiled brightly and answered nonchalantly. "I'm going to shoot that down." The Jukchang was already in position. He infused a massive amount of mana into it. His smile grew increasingly dangerous. "One day, I hope my sister can reach this level too, Callidium." He gripped the Jukchang tightly and reinforced the metal. The spear flew as fast as the wind, sacred piercing arrow. The spear flew swiftly, creating a massive beam of light. Sundown. Milfluin sat stunned. "How can this be?" He turned his back to leave, throwing a word at her. "Think whatever you want. Do you think this is the first time I've dealt with something like this? In short, it's combat experience. In the Hall of Heroes, where matter can be freely manipulated, the heroes there resurrected all the enemies they had faced in life and made me learn from their experiences for hundreds of years. Human imagination has its limits, and the smarter people are, the more similarly they tend to think." Perce, sitting on his shoulder, opened her mouth. "But how did you predict what I would do?" He smiled brightly and answered, "I was only half right." He turned and asked Rune, "How's Annabelle?" The girl answered, She has completed her mission. She is now guiding the participants. Good job. Tell her to keep watch, not to let them leave their positions. The order has been relayed, he urged the girl. Keep a close eye on her, don't lose her this time, the man approached. Where do you intend to go, Prince Davey, he answered. I'm going to resolve this matter. I apologize for what has happened to your region. I will try to prevent any further damage, if possible, that is. As his feet touched the ground, the Jukchang liquefied, creating ripples. He bowed his head in farewell. You blocked that attack? Interesting. Let's see, you must be the guardian spirit of the forest. An ancient monolith monster, you look familiar. You've summoned a guild beast, a phantom beast originating from the Ross continent where SFT lived. Although it is called a phantom beast, the giant monolith is in fact an incarnation of the nature of the Ross continent itself. In other words, this is a creature that should not exist on the Ice continent. He looked up. Doesn't this look familiar? She turned to him and said, It can't be Pandora, can it? Like the incarnation of Sandra Mai when she lost her mind and went berserk. The monolith let out a chilling growl. It hesitated and opened its mouth. Kill me, he was surprised and thought to himself. So it can talk. Davey answered its words. Then you're not in your right mind yet, it continued. I am the guardian of this forest. This forest is my home, the only sacred place where I belong, but I was defeated by strange creatures. I resisted, but they did not stop. They knew my weakness and used it. In the end, I lost. They took the power of the forest that sustained my sanity. I have reverted to my former self. He opened his mouth, unable to understand. That's too vague. Can you be more specific? It hesitated. A human woman said she was saving a child. That child held a strange source of power. Hearing this, Davey became a little more curious about the story of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. It continued. But the one who took my power was not that woman, Perce made her judgment. Then it must be the vampires. In his mind, the scene where Yanbi stormed into Tanya's room that night and caused a scene came to mind. You know that Myung's army is coming, don't you? Yes. The Grand General and Chancellor Taiping are coming from Myung, he thought carefully. Now that I think about it, that Taiping fellow hasn't shown up yet. The one who is second in strength only to Empress Dowager Dugagio wouldn't miss something like this. Is he deliberately avoiding us? Perce whispered. Maybe he's behind all of this. His eyes grew sly. Perhaps. We won't know for sure until we meet him, it continued. My power is being depleted. Once it is all gone, I will become a monster controlled by the raw instincts of a human. The golden arrow you used has calmed my rage. Though it was only for a moment. Human, I know, Davey continued. You're smart for a pile of rocks, but if this continues I will lose my reason again. So, Davey's face grew increasingly terrifying. You want me to kill you before that happens? It continued. I will destroy the forest and kill humans. Such destruction must not happen, the giant monolith. A long-lived creature is a wise monster. Its wisdom befits its age, its instincts are sharp, and its nature is gentle. He guessed. It seems it was abandoned here, the monolith monster asked him. Do you know of my lineage? He answered. To some extent, but before that there are a few things I want to ask. It was impatient and cut him off. I don't have much time left to maintain my sanity, Davey continued to ask. Are there other creatures like you? It hesitated. I do not know, he nodded and answered. I see. Then I'll change the question. Who sent you here? At this question, the monolith monster suddenly fell silent. I couldn't converse with Sandra Mai's incarnation. It wasn't sane, but the guardian here is different. There is clearly a reason. And it has lived in harmony with humans for a long time. In other words, it is the only one among the creatures from another world that has retained its own will. Its entire body trembled. Its answer was suddenly hesitant and broken. My memory, I can't remember. I have no memory. When I awoke I was already in this forest. I instinctively absorbed the power of the forest to regain my sanity, he continued to ask. Then you have no memory of before you came here? It asserted. That is correct, human. I remember nothing, he continued. Then do you remember who you fought with? The monolith monster hesitated, then denied. No, he put a hand to his head, a helpless expression on his face. Another dead end. Suddenly it opened its mouth with a final glimmer of hope. But I'm not certain, but I think I saw a light, Davey asked back. A light, a pure white light, but at the same time it was blue. Davey was helpless. Is this thing playing riddles with me? It continued. A pure white light, but at the same time it was dark. It was not warm but cold. Then it suddenly fell silent. When the monolith monster made no move, he approached to observe. Suddenly its eyes changed. They burned red like a vampire's. Hey, it delivered a blow that shattered the ground and stones around it. He quickly dodged the attack. It shouted loudly. Davey, he realized. It's lost its reason. It held on for quite a while still. I'm not leaving empty-handed, Perce asked impatiently. Did you find anything out? He answered helplessly. Of course not yet, but one thing has become certain. A high-ranking entity, powerful enough to traverse dimensions, has the intention of sending these creatures to the Ice continent where I am. This is not a natural phenomenon. There is intent behind it. I still don't know the reason or the true purpose. And whatever that entity is, there's no guarantee it won't send more in the future. The monolith monster raised its hand again to strike at Davey, but he had already dealt with it swiftly. Thanks for the information. You can rest now. At this moment it regained a bit of consciousness, and its two eyes returned to their original blue color. It opened its mouth with difficulty. Run, he immediately refused. No, I will not run, and you will not die either. Vermilion Bird Talisman, Third Form, Soul Seal. The chains he unleashed bound the monolith monster's massive body tightly. He landed gently on the ground. Stay like this for a while. Phew, it's a good thing I have spiritual power or this would have been much worse. A strange bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. The Empress Dowager looked up at the sky. Is this the power of Prince Davey and the Guardian? The king began to ascend. His body was enveloped in a strange light. The Chancellor stopped her. Wait. The child will awaken after successfully absorbing the power of the Prince and the Guardian. She nodded in agreement. I understand, she was determined. Fine, all of this is for my son, the Emperor. Davey landed lightly on a cliff. I need to quell the Guardian's rage immediately. He cast his gaze into the distance. If those vampires were careful, they would have crystallized the power they stole from me without even knowing what's inside. Seeing Davey from afar, Annabelle's eyes shone brightly. She waved her limbs to express her affection for Davey, but he glanced at her with a look of disgust as Davey turned his face away. Purse clicked her tongue. Shouldn't you at least wave your hand? Since he beats the drum for the entire continent, my power is felt in 2 places in this forest. He waved his hand and proposed another plan. How about we go to their hideout first? Second circle magic tracking. Passing through a magical transportation gate, he set foot on new land, in other words, a dilapidated den of thieves. Purse was surprised. A vampire is hiding in a place like this, he smiled slyly. Finding the ant's nest isn't bad either. Now it's time to pay them back twofold. If they took one, we'll pay them back tenfold. Let's go. After speaking, the two entered. Inside, people's screams echoed everywhere. It's a monster run. The commander ordered it. Stop that bastard. Don't let him get any deeper. 8th circle, holy magic, holy flame. As Davey waved his hand, a huge stream of fire erupted and burned quite a few vampires. He happily boasted of his major. I've come to the right place. This is why it's easy to get addicted to plundering. Materials and supplies to revive the Demon King, and information about vampires and their relics. I'll take it all. Good. He continued. Compared to how they attacked, this level of revenge is nothing, Purse chimed in. If you eat one, you have to repay 10, he continued. It's not just vampires. At his sly laugh, Purse narrowed her eyes. Don't tell me. He raised his hand, stroking his chin, and answered her. Yes, I'm talking about this country, the Yun Kingdom. What if we use half of the forest for experiments? It's one of the 4 divine beasts, so it's perfect for protecting that land. She was startled and realized, wait, don't tell me. The reason you sealed that monolith monster instead of healing it was, his smile gradually lost its humanity. If you want to live, you must pay the price. The moment I stop, everything will fall into chaos. Purse was puzzled. You really hate them, don't you? Suddenly, the flames in the furnace blazed and coins fell at Davey's feet. I knew there'd be something like this, the vampire's treasure. He clasped his hands behind his back like a vampire. It seems vampires like collecting treasure too. I've hit the jackpot. Purse raised a question. By the way, Davey, isn't it strange that not a single high-ranking vampire has appeared? Hasn't he ever considered such a case? I have a rough idea why, he continued. Looking at the architectural style, this underground asset was not built by vampires. Come to think of it, it's similar to the ruins with the climate control system in the Hangar territory or the Pandora ruins where we found Lin. This place must be at least 10,000 years old, but vampires have probably only lived here for about 100 years. So the absence of high-ranking vampires means this place is just a worthless pile of ruins. She denied it. Not necessarily, Davey. She raised her hand and pointed to a symbol. Look there, doesn't that symbol look familiar? He observed the symbol. It's just a jumbled mess of graffiti, she answered. No, look closely. They are the very symbols we saw in Pandora. There's a high probability we missed a hidden space, he asked back. A hidden space in the Pandora region ruins. Call ended there and fell underground. To be honest, my detection ability is not enough to find it, Purse said. Bring Lin. Lin should be able to access the system here. He was surprised by Lin's unique ability, interference and reconfiguration. The photon cannons, crowbars and things Lin made, she analyzed, reinterpreted, and materialized them herself. With that ability, Lin should be able to find any hidden space in these ruins. He agreed. All right, let's come back after the investigation is over. The space became quiet again. Outside, lightning struck the trees. His Majesty was floating in the air surrounded by a blue sphere below. The Empress Dowager, the Chancellor and a group of vampires were watching intently. The Chancellor opened his mouth. It's time. The sphere slowly descended, revealing the body of His Majesty the Emperor of Miang. The boy lost his support and slowly fell downward. Seeing His Majesty the Emperor of Miang about to fall, the Empress Dowager hurriedly rushed over. She shouted loudly, Your Majesty, Chancellor, is this really effective? Your Majesty's illness? He laughed loudly and answered, The illness has been cured. That's right, Your Majesty has fully recovered, she shouted in anger. What do you mean? If you have fully recovered, why has Your Majesty not yet opened his eyes? The Empress Dowager worriedly called out loudly. Your Majesty. Seeing the boy still motionless, tears streamed down her cheeks. Your Majesty, please open your eyes. It is your mother. But hearing his mother's cries, His Majesty the Emperor of Miang slowly regained consciousness. He gritted his teeth in pain, clenched his fists, and sweat poured down like rain. The Chancellor approached and said, I have kept my promise. We have certainly cured the illness in His Majesty's body. But why? With such a frail human body, did you really think you could survive after absorbing the Guardian's power? She gritted her teeth and frowned in anger. What are you talking about now? At this time, he no longer hid his vampire form. He smiled with ecstasy. His Majesty will live. Of course, as a vessel to awaken the Demon King Perk. This is the prophecy received from the priest of the Yun Kingdom. It was a prophecy heard from the priest of the Yun kingdom after even the central disease control couldn't cure the emperor's illness. The Empress Dowager had no choice but to despair. Your son cannot live by ordinary means. It was no different from a notice that the emperor had little time left. So she broke the law and used all sorts of methods to save her son. She hired numerous mercenaries to find the legendary elixir of immortality. She secretly looked for someone who could cure her son, and the one who approached her then was Chancellor Tepian. At present, the Empress Dowager was ready to negotiate with him, even if he were a demon. That decision succeeded in extending the emperor's life. If it is the power of a benevolent guardian, it will purify the emperor's illness and completely cure him. With the cunning persuasion of Chancellor Tepian and the vampires, the Empress Dowager finally made a choice that gambled with the fate of His Majesty the Emperor of Miang. And we have reached the present. He smiled sinisterly. The emperor will survive, of course, as an empty vessel to awaken the soon-to-be-revived Demon King Perk. Only then did the Empress Dowager realize she had been used. He continued. 2 things are needed for the revival of the Demon King, a pure body and holy power. The Emperor's body and the Guardian's power. And to combine the two they used the power of Prince Davey. With this our long-held wish is fulfilled today. She was submerged in pain and anger, her hands trembling with fear. She grabbed the Chancellor by the collar and shouted, "Save the child, I told you to save my child. Save my son, Chancellor, my son right now." Suddenly the Empress Dowager's eyes widened and her pupils constricted. The Chancellor had already laid a hand on her. He pierced through the Empress Dowager's stomach with his bare hands. He said in a contemptuous tone, "You lowly race, I'll ask you this one thing. Have I ever lied to you?" She gritted her teeth. "Traitor," he answered nonchalantly. "It hurts a little. Me, a traitor. I had no intention of helping from the beginning." "Yes, help." As if sensing danger from behind, he whipped around. Davey was already there. He pierced through the Chancellor's chest with a single blow. His pupils constricted. Davey opened his mouth, the one who shattered a small heart. After speaking, he smiled like a demon, but right after that his attitude changed in an instant. "Hello, so you're the so-called Chancellor Tepian." Going back to Sangchok, his single spear could topple a mountain. He growled. "Don't underestimate Prince Davey's power." Jealous tried to stop him, but he didn't listen. "I understand a human's level is enough to defeat a lowly person like you." Didn't he explain why Perk was swept away? "Shut up, how dare you speak without permission, you lowly thing. This is the result of not listening to that half-breed." Davey drew close to him. His speed surpassed his own ability. He smiled confidently. "Do you have time for other thoughts?" His fist shook the entire area. He no longer had the strength to fight and collapsed to the ground. He imitated the vampire's speech. "You filthy human, your house is very nice, thank you. I've made good use of your treasure." He still kept his mouth shut. "Your hideout is His Majesty." He cut him off. "What majesty? How foolish of you to take my power without even knowing its value. Serves you right. I already knew about your power. Even if it is yours, you have no ability to retrieve it. I can use magic. In this world I am the only one with true spiritual power." He struggled to his feet in pain. "What?" But Davey didn't even give him a chance to speak. He continued, "What angers me most is that you used my power for your dirty tricks." Should have known when to stop. He trembled in fear at his pressure. "Damn it," he thought to himself. "Are you saying you knew our plan from the beginning and twisted it to your will, infusing power into the hairpin to subdue the Guardian of the Blue Forest and attacking on the day of the test to turn his power into a force against the monsters? Did you know all this? And you used that to wait for us to show ourselves? You calculated that far just to root us out?" He decided on a last resort, gritted his teeth, gathered all his strength and charged with all his might. "You bastard!" He exploded his power and charged to attack him. "I'll make you regret it. Among my kin I am the only one who has mastered all the realms of blood magic. Get ready, you won't be able to avoid my attack." He still attacked. The muscles on his face were hideously exposed. He gritted his teeth and released a huge amount of energy. Davey was nonchalant. He moved as lightly as if walking on water. "I think I've said this before. Why do you always transform in front of the enemy?" As he spoke, he drew close to him. He grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground with all his might. "It's all just bluff and show." Before he could recover from the shock, he lifted his body again. Purse watched with her arms crossed. "Aren't you going to kill him?" he answered. "He's important, so I can't kill him now." She replied, "Have you realized the value of life even for an enemy?" After speaking, she smiled brightly again. Her tone was filled with pride. "I'm glad to see you've changed like that." He asked back in surprise, "What are you talking about? Tanya still has to participate in the test, doesn't she?" She replied, "Since we sealed the Guardian of the Forest, we'll use this guy." He poured all his anger on him. "Everything has been messed up, but a promise is a promise. She will participate in the test." After finishing his work, he turned and left. "Rune, let's begin. Tell Annabelle to apply the debuff I mentioned. Tanya relies heavily on her eyesight, so take that away first," she commented. "What a cunning brother." He winked with a sly expression. "Passing the test isn't the only important thing. Purse will not compromise on that point." even for his cherished younger sister. He reassured her, there won't be any major problems. Blood flowed from the Empress Dowager's wound, forming a large puddle. She struggled to her feet. Davey opened his mouth. I didn't know you were still alive, she said with difficulty. Prince Davey, there was no pity on his face, only complete satisfaction. Your malice is truly impressive, Empress Dowager. He drew close to her. The Empress Dowager reached out and grabbed his ankle as if trying to grasp the last slender thread of life. She pleaded, Your Majesty, please save His Majesty. Her words grew heavier, coming out with difficulty. Kill me and save His Majesty, Davey asked back in surprise. Even if you die, save His Majesty. Why should I? Don't you know what you've done? Her eyes were filled with regret. Everything went wrong. That child will not live long either, so please, Perse sitting on his shoulder commented. A mother's love is truly sacred. Davey turned his gaze toward her. Are you jealous? Perse blushed and stammered, although I am a dead soul now. My dream was always to be a wise mother, Davey. The Empress Dowager could not endure her wounds. She took her last breath. Davey bent down and closed her eyes. Perse called out quietly, Davey. He cut her off. So what are you going to do for me? She continued. Let's make a deal. What do you want? Davey continued. Do we have to go that far? There's no just cause. She did not deny it. Yes, this is a fitting end for the one who caused all this. Death might be a better fate for her. But after saying this much, she hesitated. Is a descendant different? The Empress Dowager was the only one protecting His Majesty. Now that she is dead, that person's future is as good as decided. He pointed at her and teased. Hey, you always lost bets, didn't you? Did you forget? Perse's face turned blue with anger. Do as you please, I don't always lose. I've done so much for you, can't you grant me one request? Even if the patient is about to die, you have to save them before killing them. She asked, puzzled. What do you mean? He shrugged. Just a fool's empty promise. Step aside, you don't need to get involved in this. The yin energy was being suppressed and twisted by the externally injected yang energy. He stroked his chin and thought, wait, if I teach this body the Taiji yin-yang art, it will become a monstrous power. Davey opened his mouth. Of course, this is only possible if this person survives. I have never formally learned the yin-yang art that controls black and white, but I can achieve a similar effect by substituting it with holy power and necromancy. Blue dots of light appeared around him and Emperor Miang enveloping them. The dots of light gradually gathered and were absorbed by Emperor Miang. Davey smiled and opened his mouth. I may have just created a monster. She didn't believe it. Nonsense, he answered her words. You wouldn't know. Anyway, you owe me one, Perse said loudly, annoyed. How stingy! The image of his mother faintly appeared before his eyes. Emperor Miang slowly opened his eyes. Mother, the scene switched to the fight between Tanya and Maria. At this time, Maria was heading deep into the forest alone. She faintly realized something was wrong. She was walking in circles. She realized, this red wall is blocking the way. I can't go any further. The report didn't mention this. Is there a problem with the test? Suddenly, she felt danger lurking around her. The surroundings were plunged into pitch darkness. Maria trembled in fear. What is happening? Her blindfold slowly fell off. She looked around, unable to believe what she was seeing. This can't be real. How can I see with my own eyes? Far away behind the leaves, she saw a firefly that guarded the forest of trials. It flew over and approached her. Maria still couldn't fully believe what was before her eyes. Strange. This forest is too quiet. It was so quiet that only her ragged breathing echoed in the surroundings. Tanya, looking tired, raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her face. How much further do I have to go? After passing that field, she suddenly found a cave in front of her. A huge figure slowly appeared. A look of fear crossed her face. A giant bear with blood-red eyes stood before her. The bear greedily gnashed its teeth at the delicious prey before it. A strange aura emanated from the bear. Only then did she finally realize in shock and fear. Tanya's face was now as pale as a sheet. A bear? The bear charged at her. She was thrown far away by the force. Her back slammed hard against a tree trunk. She collapsed to the ground, panting. How can this be? The bear's paw was huge. The bear was slowly approaching her. She thought, the test shouldn't be life-threatening. The bear bared its fangs and growled menacingly. The bear gathered its momentum and charged quickly towards Tanya. At this moment, her fear reached its peak. Tanya was unable to move, frozen to the spot. Soon, she quickly regained her composure. Wind, answer my call. After speaking, she gathered her momentum, leapt up, and gracefully spun in the air. She drew her bow from above and aimed, and the arrow flew quickly towards the bear. Tanya frowned, glaring at the giant beast. She quickly landed safely. She thought, if a frontal attack doesn't work, let's attack from the other side. The bear sensed her standing behind it and immediately turned its head to look. The bear lost its reason and growled ferociously in anger, and she prepared to fight. Suddenly her vision went dark and all her movements stopped for a moment. It was pitch black before her. She clutched her face and realized, my eyes, I can't see. It was pitch black all around. That ferocious bear was getting closer and closer. She panicked. What should I do? Tanya ran like the wind to get away from the bear. It's over, thank goodness. I can't see anything. She could still hear the growling of the bear chasing right behind her, and she hadn't yet adjusted to the darkness. She collapsed to the ground and tears began to pour down. I'm sorry, brother. As the bear got closer and closer, she seemed to have accepted her fate. This is the end. Suddenly an arrow flew from somewhere and struck the bear, and she was surprised. A voice shouted loudly, Calm down, princess. She recognized this voice as Princess Maria's. Maria helped her up. Run. The forest returned to its usual quietness. The two hid behind a tree and Maria peeked out to check. Thank goodness, I think we've lost it. Maria turned to Tanya and asked, Are you all right? Tanya trembled. She had not yet recovered from the fear. Princess Maria, her voice trembled. What should I do? After speaking, she covered her face and sobbed. My eyes, I can't see, Maria hurriedly reassured her. I know this isn't an ordinary test. Something has happened, Maria continued. Princess Tanya, I've regained my sight. To be honest, it's hard to move as usual. Strange. Normally participants can't meet each other until the test is over, so they can't threaten or influence each other. And there's no test that traps participants like this. The moment you escape that world, you'll be disqualified. Tanya hesitated. What do you mean? Maria patted her shoulder. Something is clearly wrong. This is not a test, it's reality. Isn't the monster that attacked you proof? Tanya asked back. A monster? It was a bear. Maria fell into thought. A bear. A bear with master-level mana energy is not an ordinary bear, Princess. What about you? You lost your sight because of that bear's roar. Tanya covered her face in fear. What do we do now? What should we do? I'm sorry, Princess. I'm so scared. Maria gently comforted her. I understand, Princess Tanya. It's hard to understand, but please trust me. Tanya looked up at her. Princess Maria pointed to herself and asserted, we are friends, aren't we, even if we are competitors, and you are returning to your kingdom soon. As a friend, I will protect you. You are just temporarily blind, so we just have to avoid and endure that bear's attack. Let's overcome this difficulty together, Tanya replied. Thank you, Princess Maria. Maria took off her blindfold and put it on Tanya. Tanya opened her mouth. Princess Maria quickly reassured her. Don't worry, I'm just covering your eyes. Tanya's voice hesitated. But Princess Maria cut her off. I know this won't change anything, but we can't just give up helplessly like this. Even if you've lost your sight, if you focus, an opportunity will come. So, Tanya agreed to the proposal. All right, I'll try. Davey watched with his arms crossed. Are you sure this is all right? He replied. Just watch. Currently, Tanya and Princess Maria were seeing an illusion. I'm sorry for them, but they shouldn't use their sight until the test is over. Humans grow when they hit their limits, Davey guessed. Then has the mastermind been here all along? He continued. They've rested enough, now it's time to push them further. Tanya and Maria held hands and moved forward. Hurry, move. If you stop here, the demon dragon will use the bear illusion to swallow you. Davey watched, his smile growing increasingly cunning. Maria, at all costs, embraced Tanya and escaped the aftermath of the explosion. Tanya asked worriedly, Princess Maria thought, this is human fatigue. Her vision darkened and she struggled to support herself. She felt, my sense of distance is a mess. I can't focus in such a completely unfamiliar world, Tanya asked worriedly. Are you all right, Princess Maria? Maria quickly reassured her. I'm fine. It's a bit uncomfortable, but I can avoid the attacks. Surprisingly, its head is full of weaknesses, but normal attacks don't work. So Princess Tanya, draw your bow. You have to do this. Tanya hesitated. Princess Maria proposed a solution. I'll draw its attention. You just have to pierce its head. After speaking, she rushed off despite Tanya's futile attempts to stop her. As she ran, she shouted loudly, I'm here, you monster. Hearing her voice, the bear appeared before her like lightning. The bear, intending to make Maria its meal for the day, bared its teeth and opened its mouth wide. Tanya cried out in despair. Princess Maria loudly reminded her. Feel the wind, Princess Tanya. Listen to the sounds and feel the vibrations. You can do it, right? Tanya drew her bow, her hands trembling in fear. The wind, she prayed silently. Please let it hit, please. And the arrow was fired, but unfortunately, it missed. Tanya's face turned pale with fear. Seeing Tanya like that, Maria hurriedly reassured her. It's all right, I'll lure it again. Try again. Maria leaped onto a branch, fleeing from the persistently chasing bear. Maria tried to run with her eyes closed. Davey was impressed. Oh, to move so fast with your eyes closed. Perce was also very surprised. This is not human speed. Everything was still proceeding as he expected. They were both holding up very well. What do you think is the most important element when shooting a bow? He recalled a distant memory. Wouldn't it be the eyes? Only half right. It's true that vision is important. But if that's all, even a fool could shoot. Then what is it? The wind. Then what about mana? Wind and vibration are also important. But to become a master archer, you must be able to see the flow and structure of mana. Just like how a swordsman uses mana. Remember that if a swordsman creates a flow of mana with their will, an archer finds the opponent's flow. Now I will shoot an arrow at you, and you must blindfold yourself, sense the flow and dodge it. What if I can't dodge it? You won't die, but it will hurt quite a bit. Recalling the conversation with that person, he couldn't suppress his emotions and became angry. Damn elf. Sensing the flow of mana is the first condition to becoming a master archer. Don't forget, Tanya. The basic is a calm mind. Maria led Tanya. Do you still remember what your brother said? Tanya calmed her breathing as she drew her bow and aimed. A characteristic elven blue light emanated from around the arrow. Seeing that, even Perce couldn't help but be surprised. My goodness, a child loved by the spirits. The magician of the Hun Kingdom is a wise person. If Princess Maria was born with a rare natural talent, Tanya was loved by the wind. If she had become a spirit magician, she would be an outstanding wind-type spirit magician by now. Tanya thought to herself. Calm down, I need to feel the mana swirling inside me. Slowly, more slowly, let it flow to the tip of the arrowhead. The bow is my body. If I can just grasp that flow that my brother taught me. Suddenly, the air around her became strangely quiet. Maria also couldn't believe what was before her eyes. She called out to Princess Tanya. At this time, Davey finally revealed himself before his beloved younger sister. Very well done, Tanya. Now count to 3 in your mind. She reassured herself. I think I can do it. She raised her bow high once more. Davey was surprised by his sister's action. 3 arrows at once. The 3 arrows she shot simultaneously flew forward quickly. The guide arrows inflicted several wounds on the bear. The bear's eyes turned blood red, unable to touch the delicious prey within its reach. The bear growled in rage. The bear roared in anger. Tanya continued to draw 2 arrows, draw the bow and aim, and the bear couldn't help but be enraged by the unprovoked attack. The bear charged quickly towards Tanya. She was determined to hit it this time. A huge explosion occurred. Wise, Maria and Tanya looked at the battlefield with fearful eyes. The 2 girls said it was time to go. Davey peeked out from the bushes. He called out, "Hey Birdie," he watched it with excitement. "Do you like your new aquarium?" He put his hands on his hips. "What a terrible side effect," a hoarse voice echoed. "You. Are you a demon?" "A demon." As he raised his hand, the flames instantly engulfed his opponent. "I remember clearly. You were trying to do something much worse than me." The opponent was instantly burned to a crisp. "Rest now," Davey smiled brightly. "Your job is done." The opponent stared at him in horror. "Born in my name, listen to my words. The sky darkens and the power I bestow upon you is wind and lightning." He drew closer. "What should I name you?" He stuck a needle into its body. "What's this, a needle?" he pointed. "Yes, this should do it." Davey smiled cunningly. "I will call you Rift." As lightning struck, he glanced sideways. "This is true justice." An animal appeared. "Good, everything is going smoothly." The dragon quickly revealed itself. It was one of the 4 divine beasts. The dragon. He crossed his arms and commanded, "Hey Birdie, it's time to hunt this bug." The 2 animals charged at each other. Bite. The battle ended with an explosion and the dragon lay exhausted on the shattered ground. Davey teased, "I heard it's very good for a man's body." His face was full of mischief. "Should I boil it into a stew for a health boost?" Rune suggested. "Rune likes grilled eel." Annabelle held up a sign. "Elder Brain, that's not an eel, it's a dragon." Annabelle looked down on it. The girl swung her staff a few times, proposing a fight, and declared she would beat it to a pulp. She was helpless. "Oh my God," Davey looked at them. "Now what?" They quickly boiled water in a pot. "Is the water temperature right? I don't like tough eel." "Raise the temperature." The dragon felt humiliated. "I am a divine dragon. One of the 4 divine beasts. I am an eternal being, born from the wishes of humanity. I realized it from the moment I was born. I am a great spirit beast that rules over wind and thunder. I am not a lowly being to be called something like Rift." Davey placed a hand on the dragon's head. "Rune, once the water boils, find something to eat with it." The girl answered with excitement. "As you command." The dragon was horrified. "Is he really going to throw me into that pot? Who am I supposed to serve? A human who looks so weak? I can't believe it." Davey was nonchalant. "Annabelle, give me your sword." The dragon looked at him again, seeing the predator in his eyes. His face turned terrifying. This Rift creature quite annoying. He subdued the dragon with the sword. "Hey, don't struggle." The dragon pleaded for help from the bird. The dragon's eyes welled up with tears. Please spare me." The dragon persuaded it. "We are both divine beasts." The bird rubbed its head against his shoulder. "What made this thing go crazy? Don't bother me." "Go away." He raised the sharp sword. "I don't know if this sword is sharp enough." A single strand of the dragon's whisker was cut off. "I cut it wrong." Davey slyly held up the whisker. "Well, it's not bleeding anyway, so it should be fine." He smiled brightly. "I won't make a mistake this time." Before he could do anything, the dragon, terrified, fainted. He fainted. What a weak divine beast. Rune rated Davey's intimidation skills very low, suggesting more training was needed. "He is a precious being, a little more and he'll become a coward." He licked his lips. "Even though I say that, he looks really nutritious. My goodness, are you really thinking of eating him for a health boost?" He calculated. "I can't just let it go. How about a little taste? The tail will grow back quickly." He sighed and looked at the dragon. He commanded, "I'll let you off this time. Birdie, when that Rift creature wakes up, guide it. Pour your power into the bound guardian so it doesn't collapse." The bird quickly took the dragon and left. Davey turned away. Now he looked at the glowing sphere. "It's time to negotiate about me cleaning up this mess." He opened his mouth. "You've seen all the evidence and footage, right? I trust the compensation won't be small." A clear voice echoed, "As you can see, we have protected the guardian spirit and safely concluded the archery test." The king of the Yun kingdom watched Prince Davey, lost in thought. "Furthermore, all issues that could have led to a conflict with the Miyoung kingdom have been resolved. Of course, I have no intention of shaking this country. Nor do I intend to start a war over such a trivial matter." Davey crossed his arms. "I just want to promote peace between our 2 nations." The king was satisfied. "You speak very well. If it wasn't for the matter involving Tanya, the story might have been different." He sighed. "A pity. This issue will continue to hold the Yun kingdom back." He asked. "What do you want?" He answered. "I want 2 things. I demand 1/3 of the Forest of Trials territory and 1 hostage." The scene switches to the divine beasts. "My goodness, such a being really exists," people murmured as a majestic divine dragon appeared in the sky. Is that a dragon and a phoenix?" Davey looked at Perse. "Is that what it looks like to you?" She answered. "They are both creatures of fairy tales, so it's not unreasonable for them to think so." The chain suddenly shone. The king of the Yun kingdom was horrified. "Guardian spirit, what on earth is happening?" he slowly explained. "The spirit's power was drained by the vampire's scheme, and it will take at least 100 years for it to maintain its sanity. For the time being, we must rely on these 2 divine beasts. If they leave, the spirit will go mad. It is not a being of this world, so it cannot maintain its sanity here. That can't be." He trembled as if he couldn't believe it. "Guardian spirit, is what that person says true?" a voice echoed. "I am sorry, your majesty. This god was so weak that I had all my power stolen by a lowly being." He looked at the pile of stones. What has been taken will never return. Therefore, your majesty, please end my life and remove all danger. He waved his hand. I cannot do that. You are the guardian spirit of the young kingdom, the voice echoed again. I am just repaying an old debt. The story of the past continued. The first king of the Yun Kingdom forgave me and allowed me to stay in this forest and build my strength. The king of the Yun Kingdom frowned. It is not your fault. It is my fault for not noticing this conspiracy. He asserted that the Yun Kingdom must not be divided any further. Your majesty, from now on I will save everyone, he urged. Guardian spirit, please take care of your body first. This time we will save you. The guardian spirit quietly looked at him. The king bowed his head. Prince Davey, I accept your demands, he added carefully. But may I ask about the other one? Davey immediately understood his meaning. You mean the hostage? He was puzzled. I understand suspending the test. The Yun Kingdom has not yet formally surrendered to the Roan Kingdom. Are you asking me to help with that? His attitude was still sly. It's a joke. He opened his mouth nonchalantly. If you wish, I will send them back at an appropriate time. To be honest, we don't really need a hostage, he explained in detail. I propose this to create a visible contribution in this incident, so that our side doesn't get into trouble either. He spoke frankly without hiding anything. Actually, this is just temporary protection. If it is too difficult for you to accept, I will withdraw the demand, he hurriedly replied. No, that's fine. Thinking of the future, both sides had to stop here, he said. Who do you want, and on what terms, he interjected. If it's not a problem, that is, he proposed. May I take Princess Maria, the daughter of Queen Hebe? Tanya excitedly waved her hand. Princess Maria, Tanya needs a friend. A few days later, the test was suspended. The vampire base, ancient ruins. Davey walked quietly. I didn't think you'd accept my offer, Milfair said triumphantly. Do you trust me? He answered coldly. Is there a better option than trusting a vampire? He opened his mouth. The alchemist Paralyzed, a half-breed with abilities surpassing vampire nobles, a genius eccentric. He explained the reason. What I need is the knowledge in her head. At least in the academic field she can be trusted. Really, she covered her mouth and laughed. I'm happy you have such high expectations of me. Her smile changed. But what if I've set a trap here? Suddenly she was pushed back by some force and fell. She was delighted. Amazing, this research data, the efficiency is even higher than before. She laughed like a madwoman. Is this the giant implanted by Ex Machina? Truly interesting, Rune. Desire to dissect detected, cooling down emotional circuits. Discomfort recorded. She crawled over, fawning. Just a little bit. Let me see for a moment, just the heart, I swear. I just want to draw a picture quickly. Rune held the rope and expressed her refusal. He reminded her. Don't provoke her needlessly, Davey announced. We've arrived. This is it. He was puzzled. Are the murals all there is? He knocked a few times. There doesn't seem to be any mana or anything noteworthy. It looks like a simple mural, but there's a smell of blood from inside. There's definitely a hidden space, Milfair said arrogantly. My kind can't open it. A strange energy drives them mad. She revealed her true colors. It's a really stimulating place. I want to research the inside myself, he was sarcastic. Are you using me? She asserted. Interesting research is always welcome, even if it means entrusting my life to your hands, he was impressed. You really are crazy enough for everyone, she smiled arrogantly. If this mural is part of the ancient ruins, I can definitely decipher it, Davey asked Rune. All right, Rune, want to give it a try? The girl slowly placed her hand on the glowing wall. Beginning deciphering. The other two, satisfied with Rune's appearance, showed interest in the matter, but the prediction was surprising. Davey smiled in relief. Rune's abilities are interference, interpretation, and reconfiguration. If things go smoothly, we'll be able to find something hidden inside this wall. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the wall, sending stone and dirt flying everywhere. He quickly shielded the girl. Wait, the girl was horrified to see his wound. Lord Davey, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. I didn't think my barrier would be pierced. He didn't lose his smile and turned his head. I really have to be careful now. Suddenly, he noticed something. A person appeared. Everything in these ruins is abnormal, but this is truly unexpected. The person was Hora. Wait, why did he appear here? Davey was hit by something. Hora charged fiercely. Lord Davey, he fell, seriously injured, and Rune worried. Lord Davey, killing intent radiated from his body. Milfair, horrified, warned, be careful. Research material. An explosion occurred with the clash. Davey tried to heal his wounds. He grimaced in pain. Mana isn't concentrating. The light from my hand kept flowing into the wound. The magic isn't completely sealed, but I can't maintain it. So the effect is very minimal, damn it. It was dark all around. His eyes shone. Even the evil eye is useless. I can't hear. I can't smell. There's only darkness. He closed his eyes. Because of that, my other senses have become even sharper. A space that amplifies pure human fear. It's different from a black hole that erases even light particles. This place is definitely the hell Fair talked about. A place that swallows even priests. He soon realized. This is the abyss. He stretched out his hands. A place where he couldn't tell front from back. It was like falling into an invisible prison. A voice echoed, Davey. Davey looked back at Fair. She urged him, listen carefully, Davey. Don't trust your senses in the abyss. Her voice was extremely urgent. Don't blindly trust my words either, but I will protect you. She expressed her gratitude. Compared to everything you've done for me, this is nothing. A stream of power flowed into his body. He quietly felt his senses return. He looked up. A single glowing crack caught his eye. I see, so this was behind the wall. Davey looked around, wondering what had happened outside while he was gone. The halo above Rune's head shone. Limit break. The girl gathered energy in the sphere and activated the mode. A hand grabbed Hora's clothes. Stop. Davey stopped her. Whatever it is, stop it right now, Rune. He was solemn. I never allowed you to self-destruct. Wait quietly. In the other space, he slowly approached him. He judged. It seems there's no talking to this one, Davey said in a cold voice. Why are you here? Hora ground his teeth in anger. Hora, one of the strongest warriors in the Hall of Heroes. The hero who taught me survival skills and basic body strengthening. He is a superhuman monster who can fight with his bare hands in the Hall of Heroes' strongest tournament. In fact, his identity is still a mystery. All I know is that he is the oldest resident of the Hall of Heroes, and his combat ability breaks all logical rules. I still don't know why he came to the Hall of Heroes or why his survival skills are so refined, a voice echoed. Get a grip, Davey. That's not the person you know. In the moment he was distracted, he charged. He smashed Davey's face into the ground, shattering it. The voice was in a panic. Davey, my vision is blurring and my ears are ringing continuously. It feels like I'll die if I take one more step. The things from the ancient ruins have always been irrational, but this time it's much more serious. Why is the Abyss sleeping in a place like this? And why is Hora here? I have so many questions. But one thing is certain. That giant is not Hora. The disheveled hair is similar, but the beard is different. It's not the Hora I know, but like a past version. Then is it something like a replica? Davey gradually began to understand. An android, the voice continued to echo. Davey, get a grip, Fair called out urgently. Davey, she held his cheeks. He showed a nonchalant attitude. Dying here would be a pain in many ways. Don't talk nonsense. Sorry. I was a bit confused after being suddenly ambushed. He assessed the opponent before him. It certainly resembles that madman, but it's not the original. If it were the original, I would have had no chance of survival even if I had regained all my Hall of Heroes abilities. But it couldn't kill me when I hadn't even recovered a quarter of them. I suspected it was a being from another world, but if you're not him, there's no need to hesitate. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, Davey pointed with his finger. I don't know how something like you imitated my master. He regained his confidence. But if you're going to fight that way, I'll respond in kind. A terrifying physical force that can twist space. You're not the only one who can do that. Davey's body slowly transformed. Fair was horrified. Davey, this is a forced body modification using ki, commonly called the horror-style body modification. Even the eccentric heroes of the Hall of Heroes warned against using it, calling it madness, but to fight a monster, becoming like that monster, there is no more effective method. As Hora took a stance, the ground cracked. He charged, swinging his fist fiercely. Davey smiled slyly. His small fist collided with the opponent's giant fist. The clash created a huge shockwave. Now a huge clash exploded. He threw off his cloak. He smiled confidently. Let's see what happens to us using the same technique. The scene switched to birds chirping, and a woman was quietly looking up at a tree branch. In the sacred land of the divine tree within the world tree was at peace, a voice echoed. Mother god of the divine tree. Amelia worried. What is it? The soul tree is trembling in fear. She cut her off. Amelia, she held out her hand. Come here, Amelia, rest in your mother's embrace. The girl rested in her arms. Please tell me, Mother God, what makes you so anxious? She reassured her. It's all right. Amelia, there is nothing for you to worry about. The girl sulked slightly. I am the priestess of the Mother God, can you not tell me? She smiled gently. She said softly, it seems a crack has begun to open. The girl was curious. A crack, yes, she explained. It is an abyss that overturns all the laws of this world's abyss. Amelia asked. The abyss, what is that? She looked into the distance. Do you know what existed in the primordial world? Primordial. Her voice was gentle. The world always cycles, so even I have not seen it myself, but before humans, elves and dwarves on the 6 continents, there must have been a world that existed even before those races. A world older than ancient times, and the traces of that world. What has slept for hundreds of millions of years is now awakening, the girl answered obediently. I understand. I had never thought of such a thing, she continued. Just as the sun rises and the moon sets and the moon rises and the sun sets, if the abyss rises, the current world will inevitably collapse. Amelia asked, does that mean that life on this land is built upon a system that can end at any moment? She gently shook her head. No, that is not so, she analyzed gently. Think of it like 2 sides of a coin. It can be flipped, but the front and back never mix. The light and the abyss know this well and maintain a balance, but now that law is breaking. The abyss must never rise into this world. The girl wore a sad expression. What if such a thing happens? She smiled. Even I do not know that far into the future. She stroked the girl's head. But one thing is certain. If 2 things that should never mix do mix, this world will no longer be as it is now. And she held the girl in her arms, looking up at the sky, hoping the divine tree's premonition would not become reality. The scene switched to a fierce battle, and Davey and the replica of Heracles continued to face off. The pitch-black darkness paralyzed his senses. He quickly reached out and struck him in the stomach. All I feel now is the sensation of tearing flesh and pain. It seems I can't use my power for too long in the abyss, but what's behind me is not a simple abyss. He resolutely struck his face, his eyes filled with extreme vigilance. As he tried to blind him, he smiled mysteriously. Davey tightly closed his injured eye and attacked his shoulder. The domain of rage is a place where regeneration is forced, allowing one to fight endlessly. This is a primal fight, abandoning all technique and reason. Seizing an opening, he struck his head. Of course, he continued to strike his giant body. In terms of skill mastery, I have the upper hand. He licked his lips in amusement. Although it had the same appearance and fighting style as Heracles, it was as inexperienced as a previous version. On the other hand, my body strengthening technique was one that Heracles completed only after entering the Hall of Heroes. Above all, it was the first thing I learned in the Hall of Heroes and the one I spent the most time training. That alone was enough to tell its difficulty. As the replica of Heracles fell, he coldly stepped on its arm. Davey lowered his stance and continued his attack. He was in pain but could do nothing, and he grew more excited with each blow. And he raised both hands high and he looked on in despair. He brought them down on his body with all his might. His blood formed a puddle. Davey collapsed, exhausted. Davey was horrified by his current appearance. Davey, he quickly returned to his usual form, wiping the sweat from his face with his hand. Davey, don't be so loud, Perse, I'm not dead yet. She scolded him in annoyance. You fool, that's not the problem. He quietly looked at a corner. Davey spat out a mouthful of blood. Perse was startled. Davey, in fact, the Heracles-style body modification comes with a random price. He still did not lose his smile. Sometimes it was just a temporarily paralyzed arm, but if he was unlucky he might not be able to control his senses for a long time. He picked up his clothes and slowly stood up. That was the price for gaining overwhelming power from this modification. It was a very dangerous gamble. I've defeated him, but this place is very dangerous, he decided coldly. This place must be completely sealed, he looked back. She was puzzled. Davey, she looked at him anxiously. Wait a minute, he felt someone watching them from inside. He put on his cloak and walked over, and both were surprised. By Freya's, oh my god, what is this? The two discussed. A dragon? No, dragonkin aren't this big, he looked around. They say there are no more dragons in the world, but from what I heard in the Hall of Heroes, even the ancient dragons of old were only 200 to 300 meters long, but this dragon's skull alone was hundreds of meters wide. Its entire body must surely be several kilometers long. Perse hurriedly stopped his action. Don't, he answered. There's something I need to check. He placed his hand on the bone. Cut and slash marks. Davey came to a conclusion. Are you saying Heracles is the one who killed this giant dragon? Perse guessed. The replica you fought might have been to prevent this giant dragon from escaping. He immediately dismissed the thought. No way. A ray of light shone on his face. He was suspicious of a single tooth small compared to the giant skull. Something was very strange. As he held out his hand, what are you doing? Something poured out in large quantities. She panicked as they wrapped around his body. They also appeared from the ground, binding his legs. The space shook violently. What's happening? Why all of a sudden? He struggled to tear them off. Damn it, I'm being sucked in. Davey knelt on one knee and the space slowly changed. He was dragged to a completely different place. It stopped. He stood up and looked around. Is this the original form of this place? He commented. It looks like a place for some kind of ritual. Davey looked at the object in his hand. Is this mineral the source of the abyss? He was lost in thought. A low, deep voice echoed. This power, the seal of the abyss, it was you. The terrifying words continued. I wandered for decades searching for you. Perse sweated. My queen, Davey struggled to see where the voice was coming from. After all that long time I shall bring you freedom. You who suffered under the undignified one, I swear to you. She bowed her head. He asked, what is that voice? She hesitated. Davey, he gritted his teeth. Don't tell me, he scolded. To awaken me in the abyss, what did you offer as a sacrifice? He demanded an answer. Rune looked at the two. The girl ran over. Lord Davey's location confirmed. Checking signal. Davey got angry. Stop, what are you doing? Are you crazy? She couldn't look at him, her expression sad. I don't know what you mean. He was helpless, trying to regain his composure. I'm sorry, but you're clearly not normal. Answer me when I'm asking nicely. She grabbed her collar in a fluster. I don't know what that is either. He cut her off. Lies, he pressed. That voice just now, it called you, didn't it? She answered. Yes. Perse was just silent, and so was he. Davey opened his mouth. I heard that voice, she slowly admitted. Davey, I am the Demon King of the Abyss, he replied curtly. I know, so what? She clarified. As you know, the original Demon King has 6 abilities: rage, deceit, hate, jealousy, contempt, and desire. The Abyss was not among them. The Abyss simply existed behind the curtain of this world. The Demon King is merely a key piece in the game of the presiding goddess Freya's, and the beings behind the curtain must never interfere. But on the other hand, he looked at her and said seriously, right now you are only the former Demon King, not the current one, she continued. This was bound to happen someday, even if not now. If you are blaming yourself, stop it right now. That is simply how I was born. Hearing those words, he lowered his head in thought. Davey clutched his head helplessly. It was bound to happen someday anyway, even if not today. But now is not the time for such talk. He stomped the ground so hard that Rune was startled. Damn it, he got angry. Don't just say one thing and disappear like that. The girl hit his arm. Davey, the girl gave him a candy. Lord Davey, excessive anger is bad for your body. His anger subsided. Where did you get that? He gently stroked the girl's head. Eat it. He picked up a stone in frustration. This whole process was for just this one thing, he sighed. Davey resolutely threw it into the hole. Bad luck. The two left together. Milfair was lying collapsed in her room. She opened her eyes. Hey, are you alive? She was startled as Davey injected energy into her. She marveled. Necromantic mana, quite surprising, he demanded coldly. Get lost as soon as you recover. I'll let it slide this once since you saved Rune. She smiled slyly. Hee, I couldn't let my test subject die. She looked at Rune. That living golem is very interesting. I can't let her die before my research is done. He scolded her for being crazy. As the two were about to leave, she called out. Wait a minute. Milfair took out an item. She introduced it. This is an ancient document related to the other characters on the wall. I've been studying it for a while, but I've only managed to decipher a part of it, Davey asked. So, did you find anything in that damn priest's room? She answered. Nothing much, she elaborated. It's a place made to imprison darkness, a place where even light cannot escape. The abyss was the greatest threat to the humans of that era. She held up the item. There are more ancient relics like this at our base. I want to continue my research, she proposed. Can you help me? He resolutely turned away. No, right now I just want to destroy every ancient relic in sight. He gritted his teeth. I feel disgusted, he blamed himself. I could have prevented a greater disaster by defeating the Heracles replica, but in the end I ended up releasing the abyss while rummaging through these ruins. But on the other hand, I can't help but suspect that Frias is behind all of this. He turned and called out, Rune. Everything became chaotic after that. Although the process was somewhat forced, we achieved many of our goals. The pressure that the Miang Kingdom was putting on the Divine Trees Forest disappeared, and we obtained a part of the Forest of Trials from the Yun Kingdom. The marriage between the Emperor and Tanya was cancelled, but the Yun Kingdom had no choice but to temporarily side with the Roan Kingdom. I left the matter between the Miang Kingdom and the Yun Kingdom for them to resolve themselves. It was not my place to interfere. But the son emperor of the Miang Kingdom, who had lost his mother, simply remained silent. The child who had to become emperor as soon as he was born, the emperor's health was very poor. The power of the guardian spirit had stabilized the emperor, but since I used that energy to save him, all of the emperor's talent had disappeared. Even if the emperor were to learn the sword, it would require tens, no hundreds of times more effort than others. That was the emperor's current situation. Time passed quickly, and a few days went by. The carriage was already prepared. It was now time to return to the Roan Kingdom. Davey suddenly stopped. The emperor's gaunt figure appeared. Your Majesty, the boy said bluntly. Prince Davey, do you know the ones who killed my mother? The boy trembled and clenched his fists. Please tell me where to find them. He quietly looked at the boy and then opened his mouth. Just live as you please, Your Majesty. The boy didn't understand. Pardon? He broke the tense atmosphere. Do you know why the previous emperors died early? It was because of overwork and pressure and more pressure. He stroked the boy's head. If you want to live a long life, you must abandon at least one of those two. Davey sighed. Do you have a fever? The attendant behind him's face darkened. How dare he touch His Highness's head? The emperor stammered. Ah, the boy bowed his head. I could hate you for everything that happened. The boy's voice trembled. Ah, Sniff, I should have hated you so much for everything that happened. He snapped his fingers. I won't tell Your Majesty not to act like a child. He empathized, looking at the boy, trying to hold back his tears. The emperor was still just a child. He had just lost his mother and chancellor, and the one who had ruled the country was revealed to be a traitor. He hugged the boy, to the young emperor who said he no longer respected him. Cry, Davey spoke first. And if a time comes in the future when you need my help, I will help you. I just wanted to say that. The boy gripped his clothes tightly. Sniff, I won't forget. I will never forget. And the boy cried out loud. The boy leaned against his chest, and that child cried until he could cry no more. Purse covered her ears in fear. No, I don't want to hear any more. She trembled and said, Please stop. In the ancient ruins, although I had escaped the abyss, I used my power at its edge. I knew all too well how foolish an act that was. The monsters hiding behind the world's curtain, no matter how much time passed, would not stop searching for their queen. In the past, the sword god Hares tried to save his daughter Purse, but in the end it was the only path, so he could only watch her become the Demon King. Purse rejected the 6 existing Demon King bloodlines and took the throne with a completely new one. The abyss. To survive, she defeated all other Demon King candidates and stood alone. Of course, she knew that all of this was nothing more than a game for the presiding goddess Frias. Having become the enemy of her hero father, she fled from the call of the abyss, but as fate would have it, she eventually fell to her father's sword. Sealed as a soul, she quietly touched the mirror. This is my story. I can't bear it anymore. She annoyedly touched the horns that had sprouted on her head. It would be nice if my sacrifice alone could solve everything. If the Demon King of the Abyss becomes one with the Abyss, the world will be overturned. Therefore, for the sake of the people Davey wants to protect, she must not hesitate. She resolved to become the Demon King once again. She clenched her fist. She would be reborn not as the former Demon King, but as a true one. She quietly gazed at the soundly sleeping Davey. I'm sorry, Davey. She was in agony. Even I know how foolish this choice is, but if this is an unavoidable fate, I am truly sorry. She quietly left. The scene shifts and a carriage slowly comes into view. The escort procession returning to the hangar territory was much larger than when it had departed. More than 10 people had joined the original group. My older sister, Tanya Unroan. After her engagement was broken, she had no reason to remain in the Hun Kingdom, and Princess Maria of the Hun Kingdom, who had joined as a hostage due to the recent incident. Lastly, Tanya's escort warrior, Duanging, and a few handmaidens for the 2 princesses were also with them. Normally he would have traveled leisurely by carriage, but after what happened at the ruins he just wanted to rest. So he cast a large-scale spatial teleportation spell. The people cheered. Davey responded by waving his hand kindly. Home sweet home. Getting out of the carriage he stretched. People asked, Are you going out, Your Highness? He replied gently. Just for a short walk. I need to look around the territory from time to time. Maria looked worried. Alone, he reassured her, I can take care of myself. She smiled brightly. Alright, I'll go with you, it'll be fun, he said as if he had no choice. The princess is quite a handful too. The handmaiden covered her mouth and smiled. This feels somehow familiar. She admired the scenery. Looking at it closely, it's really different from the West. It's not quite Eastern culture either. It feels more futuristic. A voice cried out. Help me. Curses were heard continuously. Damn it, shut up. You won't get hurt if you just behave. A girl was being held captive. She was crying helplessly. Do you know that girl? Davey recognized her. She's the commoner I saved from goblins before the Hanger territory developed. Her name was Lena. My lord, she is the kind child who brought you delicious steamed potatoes in the past. He was puzzled. How did this happen? In the process of any territory's development, darkness is bound to seep in. A familiar voice was heard. Every living thing has its parasites, Davey. Seeing Perce, he immediately teased her. Is hide and seek over now? Hee. Davey scratched his head. Parasites, huh? I guess I was too focused on outside matters and neglected things internally. The big guy started a fight. Who the hell are you? Why are you just standing there staring? He replied. Don't you recognize me? The fat guy sneered. Oh, are you in the same business as us? He retorted sarcastically. You have a pretty face, but are you blind? What a peculiar taste. They acted arrogantly. Sorry, but we claimed this kid first, so scram if you don't want to get involved. Davey told them to stop. He said in a cold voice, let Lena go. What? They looked amused. You know this girl, pal, the fat guy said, lecturing Ly. Sorry, but this line of work has its own rules. Scram if you don't want to get beat up. They were arrogant. Nothing left to say, forget it. He seems to know the girl, but we have no intention of letting her go. They approached with knives drawn. You take care of this, buddy, the big guy said triumphantly. You'd better learn just how cruel this place is. Davey said coldly, yes, I was wrong. He opened his mouth. I never thought something like this would happen in my own territory. It's truly inexcusable. He subdued them with his power. His words were filled with killing intent. Listen carefully. There are 3 reasons you're about to be beaten to death. Davey rushed swiftly toward the big guy. First, human trafficking is absolutely forbidden in the Hanger territory. He struck the man's body hard. Even if the entire kingdom allows it, it's not allowed in my territory. The fat guy was terrified. Wait a minute. Second, he stammered. Did you just say your territory? It is for insulting royalty. Maria watched the battle. I don't like to brag, but to punish trash like you, I will gladly open my mouth. The other 2 were already down. And third, hold on, Davey said. I'm in a very bad mood right now. You picked the wrong opponent. He thrust 2 fingers into the fat man's eyes. If you didn't want this kind of ending, you shouldn't have set foot here in the first place. A sharp scream echoed. My eyes! From inside the castle, a voice filled with fear was heard. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Davey stood with his arms crossed in anger. A secluded alley it may be, but for a commoner to be caught up in human trafficking in broad daylight. Don't think something like this happened without someone behind the scenes. Monet Mitter, what are your thoughts? His whole body was trembling. Why, your highness. He scratched his head, looking tired. I entrusted internal affairs to Amy and security to you, Davey continued. I imagine more incidents than expected have occurred as the territory has developed. I am not blaming your capabilities. Monet kept his head bowed and couldn't say a word. He continued to press him. But why didn't you report it? His voice stammered. That's, Monet said seriously. I didn't want to disturb your highness while you were busy. Davey put his hands on his hips. Is there anything more important than the problems of my people? His face was cold. Of course, my family is my top priority, but after them, it goes without saying that it's the people of the Hanger territory. And yet you didn't report an incident like this, Davey shouted. Do you want to have your salary docked for 3 months? Hearing that, Monet immediately slammed his head on the ground. I will accept it without complaint. Watching Monet's action, he thought, how ridiculous. Finally, Davey commanded, get up. Monet immediately raised his head and listened intently to his words. Summon the entire royal guard. Knock on every door and investigate if there are other victims. He opened his mouth. Your punishment will depend on how you handle this matter, Monet Mitter replied with a determined voice. Understood. I will not disappoint you again. Inside a room, a person was writing something. Regarding the engagement with the Hun Kingdom, Davey picked up the paper and examined it. This should be enough, a voice was heard. Writing a new report without even resting, he greeted her gently. Hello, Anna. The one who approached was none other than Jack. Davey placed a hand on his cheek. There are still nobles in the Roan royal family who try to control me, so I have to send an envoy in advance like this to prepare for emergencies. He smiled brightly. They'll surely complain that I handled this matter too hastily, as if canceling my sister's engagement is such a big deal. Anna looked worried. This is a big deal. It's not just a simple engagement, it's a royal marriage. She frowned and asked, so what about the matter I asked you about? There are currently 2 organizations active within the territory, and Anna held out a piece of paper. Blackbird and Jack. They're organizations that have been active on the central continent for a long time. They've recently expanded their influence to the east. Davey was shocked. Then that means they've even infiltrated the Hanger territory, she continued her explanation. Their main businesses are organ trafficking, slave hunting, and assassination contracts. They also run gangs of petty thieves or do similar things. They are truly the scum of the earth. They'll do anything for money. They're very adept at crippling ordinary people through threats and fraud, and there's more besides that. He was lost in thought. How did Lena get caught up in this? Anna delivered the information seriously. That was also a scam tactic. There are many methods, but in Lena's case they used a self-injury extortion scheme, she explained. They jumped in front of the carriage driven by Lena's family, pretended to be injured, and demanded money, Davey said disbelievingly. She fell for a trap like that, Anna continued. You wouldn't understand unless you've experienced it yourself, she said with a thoughtful expression. Humans tend to become powerless before money, and the councilmen here were bought off a long time ago. The judge from the capital is also famous for his greed. His eyes filled with anger. To think that kind of person was appointed to my territory, she continued. He's someone who was recommended by the Chief Justice of the Central Nobility. He holds immense power in the legal world. Her voice was tinged with sorrow. So those scoundrels bought him, and now they're committing crimes as they please. Davey rested his chin on his hand, disappointed. It's more rotten than I thought. Are there other victims? Monet added. We'll have to investigate in detail to know for sure. She was a little relieved. For now it seems there aren't that many. Davey gritted his teeth and frowned. But there are also those who deserve not a shred of sympathy. A voice was heard from the stairs. I think it's about time for a major purge. Someone shouted in anger. This is too much. The fat guy gripped the iron bars tightly. We just followed the procedures. The judge even ruled in our favor. The fat guy saw the person in front of him. This is, Davey predicted. A tyrant. The fat guy shouted. Yes, that's exactly it. He held out 2 sheets of paper, the court verdict, the doctor's diagnosis, and the contract you made with Lena's uncle. His face was cold. How would an illiterate commoner know what's written inside? Do you understand? The fat guy kept shouting. That's an exaggeration. We explained everything to them verbally. He cut him off. That's enough. Davey held out a piece of paper. Let's put the verdict aside and start with the doctor's diagnosis. You jumped in front of the carriage driven by Lena's uncle, staged a self-injury incident, and extorted money from them. Am I wrong? The fat guy kept making excuses. No, we were really hurt at that moment. Someone approached with urgent steps. Bring him here. A man walked out, his hands tied behind his back. The fat man was surprised. Haha, what? He laughed triumphantly. I had Anna bring him from his hideout. According to the diagnosis, it should take half a year to recover, but he was drinking with women in a tavern. Davey's face lit up. You seem to have forgotten who I am, haven't you? I am a saint, you sons of bitches. The fat guy gripped the bars and gritted his teeth. Since when does a dying man fool around with women in a tavern? He closed his eyes in satisfaction. From now on I will give you and your men a chance for rehabilitation, the fat guy shouted with a ferocious face. Whoever you are. Even a prince doesn't have that right. Davey's eyes turned terrifying. Do you know who's backing us? He raised his head and smiled wickedly. Oh, whoever that is, if they're not higher than the Emperor of the Empire, you'd better shut your mouth. In that moment, the fat man's bravado seemed to crumble. Take them away. Did he sense something was off? The fat man slowly turned his head. When 2 skeletons appeared, the fat man fell into a panic. The skeletons slowly dragged his companion inside. Those skeletons belonged to the necromancer I defeated in the Palan Empire. Those who could not pass on to the next life are being put to hard labor in the Hanger territory. Davey stood watching like a hero. Move them all to the power plant construction site. Hearing his words, they immediately raised their hands in submission. Under no circumstances are you to treat them as human. Davey's face was filled with satisfaction. It's like recycling trash and using it as fertilizer to develop the territory. Isn't that a good philosophy? A few days later, at a tavern, Davey and Anna were walking inside. She grumbled to herself. The smell is terrible. He laughed lightly. An assassin can't be fussy about being clean. Anna pouted. An assassin is someone who wouldn't hesitate to enter a sewer for a mission. You've still got a long way to go, Anna. She turned and reminded him. I told you to call me Jack, don't you remember? Davey grinned. Do you think a sharp name like Jack suits that face of yours? Besides, whether it's Jack or Anna, you're still the same person. Anna averted her face. At that moment a waiter approached. Hello, would you like to order? Davey's face turned mischievous. Sir, I've come to sell some Contasso's barley beer. Are you interested? The waiter was bewildered. The shop was packed with people. The waiter continued. Sir, this is a place that sells cheap liquor, not one that buys it. And where is this Contasso's place anyway? Davey said. If you buy now, I'll even throw in some Mackenzie honey. The waiter hurried away. This guy is pretty interesting. If you're not going to order, please step aside, a voice was heard. Davey looked up blankly. Hey buddy, did you say Contasso's barley beer? A man approached confidently. We're interested too, he asked coldly. Do you run a shop too? The man said. Yeah, add Mackenzie honey to that and it would taste incredible. The price must be pretty steep, right? Davey replied immediately. Isn't that what business is? Then the man pointed to the back and gestured. Sounds delicious. Come with me. I'll introduce you to a buyer. Davey smiled triumphantly. Good, they took the bait. They were led to a certain house. Inside the house a person said, let's check first, state the password. The one who appeared to be the leader said. The sword that pierces the moon will one day cleave the sun, the person inside continued. Correct, come in. The bald man turned with a displeased face. What's this? The boss always handles trades personally. A trade at this hour? Davey smiled gently. Are you saying you won't trade? The bald man clutched his head in anger. Now's not the time, the Lord has caught our scent. One of my subordinates recognized him. He was talking about the Grand Prince of this kingdom, who left all territory management to his subordinates and wandered around like a bum. Bald man continued, if only my stupid subordinates hadn't been caught. Davey stood blankly. At that moment a few colleagues walked out, all armed. So everyone be careful, one of the colleagues laughed softly. How about calling everyone, isn't that a bit much? Another one spoke up. We don't touch customers, don't we? The bald man held out his hand. So what's the item? He stood still like a statue, and suddenly a hand from behind pushed Anna. The bald man approached and asked, "What's this? I thought she was your colleague." Davey answered coldly, "This woman is the item. It was quite a hassle to catch her." The bald man knelt down and lifted Anna's face with his hand. "She's decent looking, but not a rarity," Davey asked back. "Are you sure?" As the bald man's gaze fell on her ears, he became dazed. He realized. An elf, a few hours ago, a voice echoed in the city. "Why is the password so stupid?" Anna and Davey stood on the roof discussing. "They have their own rules," he observed intently through his telescope. "No way," suddenly. Davey called Anna. She quickly corrected him. "It's Jack," he continued. "I'm going to sell you." Hearing that, Anna's face was filled with shock. Davey turned away resolutely and said once more, "I'm going to sell you as a slave." He was curious. "No questions," she was strangely calm. "Then I'll just ask one thing," Davey said carefully. "They have a system of checkpoints and passwords, and they always have an escape route prepared. If we just barge in, they'll hide the survivors or erase their tracks." Hearing that, Anna immediately understood. "So you're saying I should get sold, infiltrate the base, and then we'll wipe them out?" He laughed softly. "Exactly," she was curious. "Aren't you worried about me? What if I get trapped or incapacitated?" Davey bared his teeth and smiled. "You can handle sword chi with your fingernails. What do I have to worry about?" he added. "Besides, if anything happens, the dark spirits will follow you." Anna's expression was composed. "So you're saying I should let myself be caught?" Her cheeks turned red, and she covered her mouth with her hand as if embarrassed. Davey stood blankly watching her and commented to himself, "You really are a crazy elf." Back in reality, Davey evaluated her inwardly. She's not an ordinary elf. She's a dark attribute elf who chose the path of corruption on her own. And now the sight of Anna quietly crouching seemed more difficult to handle than the cold-faced El. The bald man started asking for the price. "All right, I'll buy it." "How much do you want?" He immediately called out a price. 1,000 gold coins. The bald man clutched his head and thought, "That's a ridiculous price," Davey retorted. "Why, you'll make a huge profit if you resell." After speaking, he took Anna's hand and turned away. "Forget it. If you can't even afford that much, there's no point in dealing with us." Davey raised a finger. "I heard there's another buyer in the territory." The bald man was curious. "You're going to deal with those bastards?" The bald man's face hardened. "You'd better not. They're not qualified like us." "Since when did trash like you become qualified?" Hearing that, he immediately turned around. "All right, let's make a deal." "A wise choice," he asked. "Is the merchandise real?" By then she had already been dragged away by a few men. "They didn't touch you since you're a high-demand item." The bald man glanced sideways and smiled triumphantly. "Good." At that moment the remaining men blocked his path with their weapons. "But we'll have to haggle a bit. 1,000 gold coins is still too much." "I'll buy it for 300. Davey was slightly stunned. "Is this a threat? Don't you know business ethics?" The bald man crossed his arms in satisfaction. "No one will know if you die here." He was surrounded by sharp swords. "Down here. I'm the law and the king. Even that useless Grand Prince of Hanger can't do anything to me." Just then a signal reached David's ear. "The boss has arrived at the base." Anna glanced at them. "Not too far." "What now?" he immediately requested. "Start when I give the signal." The bald man saw it and opened his mouth. Now, calm down. Our organization is very trustworthy, but 1,000 gold coins is still too expensive." Davey raised the price. 2,000. The bald man laughed awkwardly. 500. He bared his teeth and smiled. 4,000. Suddenly a pair of hands grabbed Davey's head. "Hey kid," he thought in anger. "Does this look like a joke?" He immediately retorted. "Do I look like some guy who just jokes about prices?" Then Davey looked up and smiled wickedly. "Let me ask again properly." His face hardened with surprise. "Hey, you sitting at the right table, what do you think?" he asked. "You should make the deal. Weren't you the real boss here?" His eyes were filled with anger. "It seems you'll have to die here." Then Davey grabbed his wrist. "How scary." Then he lifted him up with all his might. His face was filled with shock. "Don't get mad because I guessed right." At that moment David walked out majestically. "Anna!" Suddenly a large explosion occurred in the city, and he ran to the door. "Boss, slave, sell, boss," he immediately proposed. "I'll give you a choice." Davey stood majestically. "If you sacrifice your life, I'll spare your subordinates." They didn't understand upon hearing that. What did you say?" The two men who had been arrogant just a moment ago were now pale-faced. "The price for causing a disturbance in my territory will be paid dearly with death." The bald man was terrified. You're the Lord of Hanger?" His face was filled with ecstasy. "Yes, I'm the useless guy you've heard rumors about." As David raised his sword high, numerous laser beams shot past behind him. The stones Davey used, modified from the Moonshadow-type dark magic, floated in the air. Universal harmony of mind. With a loud roar, a fierce beam of light swept through everything. The group lay collapsed in the rubble, gasping for breath. Davey slung his sword over his shoulder and walked slowly. Suddenly, a man ambushed him from behind. He shouted loudly, "Die!" Davey turned and pointed a finger at his forehead. Instantly, the man's body stiffened and was sealed. Davey opened his mouth triumphantly. "I think that was the last subordinate." A loud shout stopped him. Wait. Davey asked, something to say. The man stuttered loudly. "I want to negotiate," Davey replied sarcastically. "You think you're in a position to negotiate?" he continued. "There are 8 residents here and your subordinates who were just handed over." Anna turned her head and listened. "If you kill me, you'll never find them again." "I don't know why you used a dark elf as bait." She didn't seem to care and turned to leave. The man continued, but my subordinates would have acted immediately as soon as they detected anything unusual. Davey smiled brightly and answered nonchalantly. Do as you please. What? He threatened loudly. Fine, fine, I get it. Then I'll tell those mutts everything about you. Davey stroked his chin, pretending to be in thought. Are you going to abandon even the principles of the underworld? Yes. He nonchalantly kicked the man's face with his knee and smiled. No need for that. The man fell to the ground. Davey approached and sneered. I've already sent someone else to take care of those mutts. They'll handle it. Duangung's face darkened at his words. Rune was angrily punching and kicking wildly. She was curious. What? Rune shouted loudly. Rune isn't boring either. With the girl's angry attacks, Jack's base also completely disappeared night outside the castle walls. The guards were on high alert. When Davey entered, they shouted loudly. By order of His Highness, he raised his hand and ordered them to sheathe their swords. That's enough. Skip the introductions. Report. A soldier holding a thick report opened his mouth as commanded. Yes, Your Highness. We are investigating the 2 organizations as you instructed, but there are too many cases, so it will take time. Davey continued to ask. Good, what else? We have arrested the doctor and judge you requested. Chief Justice Medin asked loudly. Your Highness, what is going on? Dr. Haran also said urgently. Yes, yes, Saint. In the middle of the night, Davey opened his mouth calmly. I hope you realize for yourselves why you were summoned, the Chief Justice said, unable to understand. What do you mean by that? Davey said clearly. Then I'll be direct. Do you have any idea why I dragged you two here? The two prostrated themselves on the ground and said in unison, No, Your Highness, being dragged from our home suddenly is excessive enough, but now you demand an explanation. This is coercion, Davey immediately admitted. That's right, this is coercion. The Chief Justice called him dazed. Why, Your Highness? Davey continued. First I'll ask you, Haran, can a person with all their bones broken and muscles torn move? I don't know what you mean. It's impossible. They have to lie still. They can't do anything else. You seem to know quite well. He immediately mentioned the kingdom's law. Chief Justice Medin read Article 4 of this kingdom's code of laws. According to the laws of the kingdom, it must be strictly observed and violators shall be severely punished. Chief Justice Medin answered. That is correct. David kicked him hard, knocking him to the ground. He questioned him. And yet you dare to do such a thing in my territory? Davey approached and gathered his strength in his hand. He continued, There would be no problem if I beat you to death with that law book. A thick law book appeared in Davey's hand. He opened his mouth nonchalantly. Grit your teeth, you sons of bitches. Haran crawled over, trembling in fear. He pleaded desperately. Please spare my life, Your Highness. Davey reassured him cheerfully. Don't worry, you won't die from this. Haran was speechless and shouted loudly in anger. This is blasphemy. How dare you strike me with the law I've dedicated my life to studying? I cannot accept such an insult. Davey heard this and covered his mouth with the law book, sneering. That Chief Justice bastard continued to point his finger and command, report to the royal family immediately. Your Highness, I will personally sue you for this. Davey sneered. You want to sue the royal family? Medin shouted like a madman. I was appointed to this territory on the recommendation of Count On. You cannot treat someone like me who brought order this way. Release me, he shouted sincerely. You must. You might as well kill me. Davey opened his mouth in satisfaction. Gladly. Hearing that, Medin froze. What? Davey raised the law book high in front of his face. With red glowing eyes he said cheerfully, Let's see how much more you can run your mouth. Medin, trembling in fear, said hastily, No, that's not what I meant. As soon as he finished speaking he screamed in pain. Medin lay on the ground gasping for breath. He scrambled to his feet and looked at his hand. Davey opened his mouth. According to your sins, the hand that killed a person must be cut off. A murderer must die. That is the law of another world. I did not want to bring that harsh law here. Medin in fear shouted loudly and begged, Please spare my life, Your Highness. I was wrong. David raised the law book in front of his face and smiled brightly. Then you must be punished. Again, he said as he hit him. Keep hitting him until that dirty face can no longer be raised. As blood splattered everywhere, the guards standing by also had their faces darkened in fear. Inside the castle walls the light continued to change from blue to red, and with it, Medin's desperate screams echoed. He turned and opened his mouth. The one who should be most honest has been blinded by greed, Butler Binbin said solemnly. Has there been such a precedent before? There have been many such cases, but no judge has ever been punished, Davey praised. Good, he continued. Since there is no precedent, I will make one myself, the butler asked cautiously. Your Highness, Davey suddenly called Amy. Amy, go inside. I will not have you handle such matters. Amy, flustered, shouted loudly. No, Your Highness, please continue to use me, no matter how difficult the task. I will do my utmost to repay Your Highness's trust. Davey was dazed for a moment. He stroked Amy's head and said gently, Thank you, Davey commanded coldly. Burn that law book. As for the other two, announce their crimes at dawn and behead them outside the territory gates in 4 days. Make sure this matter is announced clearly and officially. The group prostrated themselves and shouted in unison. Yes, Your Highness. Crows filled the sky. Maria approached and opened her mouth. So they were the ones backing that smuggling ring? Davey answered immediately. Yes, he continued. It seems I've only been showing you the ugly side of the world lately. Maria shook her head and replied softly, It's all right. If you've committed a crime, you should be punished. That's a matter of course, Paris said, looking curious. But I still don't quite understand. Why not behead them in the middle of the marketplace? They should be humiliated in front of the people. Hearing that, Davey raised his hand to flick his forehead. Paris cried out in pain. He fell to the ground, clutching his forehead. Davey immediately reminded him, Paris, you are to be the king of this kingdom. You're different from me. He crouched down and gently persuaded him. I'll give you a piece of homework. Think carefully about why I held the execution outside the market yet still made the fact public. Take your time. Davey thought to himself. If that boy finds the answer, he'll gain a deeper insight. Paris, he extended his hand and helped Paris up. As Davey was riding through the forest with the two, Will suddenly called out, "Brother," the girl asked curiously. "Where are we going now?" Davey smiled. He answered, "I'm going to show you something very rare." Maria opened her mouth. "Then it would have been nice if Paris had come along," Will replied with a laugh. "That fool is probably racking his brain all night over his homework." Maria was curious. "Homework?" Will asked curiously. "Can't you tell us the answer right now?" Davey lovingly stroked the girl's head and replied with a smile. "No." Davey looked at Will and thought to himself, "Actually, there's no right answer. What's important is what Paris learns in the process." Suddenly, Davey called out softly, "Purse, what do you think? Did you get it?" She answered, "I know what you mean, but every choice has its flaws, Davey. There is no perfect answer." Hearing Purse's words, Davey just smiled and replied softly, "But I think there's a very big difference between having a choice and not having one." When they stopped, Davey opened his mouth. "We're here." Before the three of them was a large crystal-clear lake. The people there, upon seeing Davey, approached and greeted him joyfully. "Oh, you've come, master. We've organized all the materials and finished our preparations." Davey praised them. "Very good." The dwarves opened their mouths. "New technology is always exciting, but master, this design won't make for easy construction. We can't finish it right away." Goja stroked his beard and said slowly, "The estimated completion time is about 10 years, maybe even 30. Will turned in surprise and asked, "Brother, what are you going to build here?" He immediately answered, "A dam and a power plant." Maria and Will couldn't help but be puzzled by Davey's words. "A dam," Davey explained. "We're going to raise the entire lake, change its direction, and generate energy by letting the water flow through a channel, now that Hanger has a perfect water supply system. All we need now is a source of electricity. It's too expensive to keep replacing monostones and covering the maintenance costs, so we'll produce our own electricity and reinvest all the surplus. Yes, for example, something like the continent's first amusement park." He opened his mouth. "The construction will be finished within a month as planned," Goja said worriedly. "I've seen the blueprints, but do you think that's possible? It will take at least half a year just to drain the water." Davey immediately replied, "Yes, that's if we do it the ordinary way." He snapped his fingers. He continued nonchalantly, "But have you ever seen me do anything ordinary?" Skeletons suddenly rose from the ground. Goja was horrified and shouted loudly, "Skeleton soldiers." Davey opened his mouth. "These are the ones I captured when fighting the Lan Imperial Alliance. There aren't many, but they're enough to handle the hard work." Goja couldn't remain silent. The skeleton soldiers approached the other soldiers. Davey thought to himself, "An enhanced skeleton soldier has power far exceeding an ordinary person. They don't sleep or eat, so they're ideal for labor." He opened his mouth. "There are also a few delinquents causing trouble in the territory, right? Can make them do all the dangerous work." Goja was curious. "A project of this scale would require thousands of laborers. And you're still saying you'll finish in a month?" Davey looked back at the skeleton soldiers and answered, "About that, Will, Tanya, I said I'd show you something rare, didn't I?" Will pressed. "Wasn't this construction site it?" Davey smiled and raised his hand, and an energy ring immediately appeared. Will couldn't help but be surprised at the stones in Davey's hand. "Brother, don't tell me," Davey answered. "I told Noah to wait until the work was done." After speaking, he threw the stones into the lake. As the stones sank, Davey opened his mouth. "A spectacular sight is about to unfold," he asked. "Have you ever seen someone who has contracted a spirit king?" Will was surprised. "A spirit king?" Goja crossed his arms and said, "Of course, our master is always someone who defies common sense." Maria said blankly in surprise, "Is there anything you can't do, brother?" Davey was at a loss for words. "You don't think I'll fail at all?" He thought to himself. "This construction can't rely on Noah alone, so I'll have to summon one more." Purse, sitting on his shoulder, heard this and opened her mouth. "Comparing a spirit king to an ordinary person, that's a very you-like way of thinking." As Davey raised his hand, a stream of water swirled around it. Davey opened his mouth. "O spiritual being who has shaped the world since the beginning of time, O you who flows quietly beneath the ancient stream, O pure soul without form or shape, O you who embraces cold yet warm life, are you?" Will, not knowing what was happening, was flustered and called out, "Be brother?" Davey was bewildered. "What was the incantation to summon a spirit king again?" Purse shouted. "Davey, are you serious?" "Wait, don't tell me you forgot," Davey answered. "It doesn't matter, let's take a shortcut," he continued. "My name is Davey Annan, you are the primordial water, so I summon you by my right as a contractor. Show yourself now." Purse's voice trembled. "This is somehow scary." Davey smiled brightly and spread his arms. "Mulam, but there's nothing that grabs attention like a fragrant bait," Davey thought to himself. "The water attribute Spirit King appears as a dark blue woman. When I first saw her, I thought she looked like a sexy slime from an R-rated book I saw in my past life. And the Spirit Emperor do thought so too. Well, this is it. She is called by that nickname, a portmanteau of the Spirit King Iram and Slime." The water spirit gnashed her teeth. "Who dares?" Davey continued to be lost in thought. "Of course anyone called by such a nickname would hate it very much," Iram shouted in rage. Who dares to call me by the vulgar name Mulam?" Davey said with a smile. "Hello," he thought to himself, second slave. Suddenly a pillar of water shot up. Will shouted loudly, "Brother!" A huge pillar of water appeared. "Brother!" A voice filled with worry burst out. The three were surprised to see all the water streams being blocked by a huge mountain. Davey, creating the mountain with his power, smiled with the corner of his mouth raised and said, "That lady has quite a temper." Morium called out loudly in anger. Noah? From under the water, a huge pillar of water shot up again. The water spirit king Iram appeared from behind that pillar of water with a beautiful face. She asked with displeasure. Are you the one who dared to summon me with the lowly name Mulam? Davey answered arrogantly. Yes, a spirit king is not a single entity. All over nature there are beings called Iram. With the exception of a few rare worlds, most have spirit kings. But the Iram who has been dragged out by the nickname Muhum before my eyes right now is in fact the only one. She is the spirit king who had a contract with the elf queen, who was my spirit magic teacher and the wife of the demon king Yuri. Iram shouted in anger. You are not qualified to summon a spirit king. He opened his mouth softly. I know that well, to be so arrogant with just a little bit of talent. How foolish. In her anger she gathered a stream of water in her hand, preparing to attack Davey. A waterfall-like stream of water poured straight towards him, but it was blocked by a solid layer of earth and rock. Noah revealed himself and said to Iram, Calm down, Iram. She rebuked him in anger. Who are you protecting right now? That man dared to insult and ignore a spirit. Noah said nonchalantly. The one who cooperated to call you here is none other than me. Iram was startled. She asked suspiciously, What do you mean? My provisional contractor is the only trace she left behind. He slowly explained. Rem's fierce stream of water gradually subsided. Nurse appeared from behind Davey and opened her mouth. The atmosphere is quite heavy, he nodded and replied. Well, it does look serious. But actually Noah's trick is hidden in here, Davey said softly to her. I can't be the only one to suffer. He smiled and thought to himself, what a despicable earth spirit. Noah still spoke in a low voice. My provisional contractor is the only trace she left behind, Iram. Besides, now that you've been summoned, there is no way for you to go back, he said. Iram crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked impatiently, Him. What do you mean? Noah asked. Do you still not understand? And he said gently, Look at your feet. Iram beneath Irem's feet was a magic circle, and even she herself was plunged into doubt. This is... Iram was horrified and stammered. And no, this magic circle don't tell me. Very good. Davey raised the corner of his mouth and smiled triumphantly. I was worried another spirit king might show up, but in the end you took the bait. She began to shout loudly in anger. This is the pinnacle of the divine law. It's not something you can use for a scam like this, he said in a contemptuous voice. When the elf queen made a contract with the chaos spirit, you betrayed your own kind and stepped forward, Davey asked. Have you forgotten? Iram was startled to hear that. How do you know that? A spirit king level being doesn't need to make a contract with a summoner. So Iram originally planned to drench me with a downpour of water and return to the spirit world with dignity. She was sweating profusely, frozen like a statue. He leaned back triumphantly on a chair made of earth and stone and raised the corner of his mouth. You may have come in as you pleased, but you won't be leaving that way. Davey, like a child, kicked his feet in the air and giggled. How refreshing. I've wanted to play this prank for a long time. Finally he set his feet on the ground and said seriously, Now let's do this properly again, he said in a voice demanding a contract. Iram frowned and listened to his words with displeasure. In any case, you were summoned by my shallow wish and I have enough power to propose a contract with you. If you refuse, as soon as he finished speaking he shouted loudly, On behalf of Rune, the savior of mankind. The girl appeared from behind his chair. Will was surprised to see the girl and his eyes widened. Rune, since when were you here? Rune, with angel wings on her back, answered. Rune follows Lord Davey everywhere. The girl held an authoritative whip. Persuasion mixed with threats is the most effective method. The elf queen entrusted you to me. Davey opened his mouth. He lamented. Since I, a human, cannot go to the spirit world myself, I had no choice but to call you here, and yet you don't understand my feelings and bother me. In that case, she still stood with her arms crossed, a look of displeasure on her face. I have no choice but to use the whip of love. Of course it will hurt quite a bit, Davey warned. Iram was sweating profusely, squinting at him in disbelief. Lies, she passed away years ago. There's no way a young human like you could have met her, Noah echoed. Iram, his words are true, she shouted in anger. Whose side are you on? He raised his body and slowly opened his mouth. If you don't want to, you can keep refusing, Davey smiled and threatened Iram. But then the savior of mankind will step in. Hearing him call, the girl exclaimed loudly, Rune, the savior of mankind. Iram growled and admired. What a wicked human. He created a path leading straight to her with no stones and persuaded her. Iram, I need your power so badly that I have no choice but to do this. Iram couldn't help but say only, You. Davey placed a hand on his chest and said to her sincerely, It would take several more years to make a formal contract with you. I know that well, but right now I really need your power. Oh noble spirit king, please help me. He still pleaded in a gentle voice, Lend me your power, even just a little. Finally, Irem's heart also softened. He said as if to remind her, Iram, it is we spirit kings who judge the purpose of a wish. Although it is not formal, he has succeeded in summoning a spirit king and is sufficiently qualified. You know as well as I do that there is no reason to refuse. Above all, Noah hesitated. The elf queen's only trace, she sighed. Iram placed her hand on Davey's forehead and chanted a spell. O source of water and primordial water vein, in the name of water, which is a part of nature, I will answer your summons. She wrapped her arms around his head and created a connection between them. Iram opened her mouth. Iram, the water spirit king, asked, Do you swear to become my provisional contractor? Davey answered without a moment's hesitation. I swear. From the moment the mark of the contract is carved, I shall be your spirit and yours alone, she said. As the mark was carved on his forehead, a voice rang out. Irem, I will not allow you to contract with any other water spirit but me. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked, now as you wished. The contract between you and me is complete. Tell me, what is this matter that you consider so urgent and important? Davey rubbed his forehead and remained silent. Irem, whose patience had run out, closed her eyes as if she had no choice and said, I am a very busy spirit, so let me resolve this quickly and go back. Well, he hesitated and stretched out his hand forward. She immediately turned her head to look at the lake, and Irem's face was filled with doubt. What do you mean? Could you dry up the water in this lake for a moment? Davey asked. I need to do some construction. The more he spoke, the more her face changed. He turned and said to Noah, Noah, are you ready? Yes. My provisional contractor, he answered. Irem tore at her hair and shouted loudly, You, Noah, an urgent matter? Yes, the term urgent matter is relative, but Perse appeared from behind his back, growling at Davey. Where did you learn the nerve to work a spirit king like a construction site laborer? He feigned ignorance, clapped his hands and commanded, Now let's get down to business seriously. You're a spirit king after all, so show me what you've got. Davey laughed heartily and threatened her. If you don't do this properly, I'll spread rumors throughout the entire spirit world. Irem couldn't help but scream. Noah the stone slowly soothed her. It will be easier if you just give up, Irem. The blue waves slowly swayed and a structure gradually revealed itself above the water. At the same time, a voice of admiration was heard. At this rate, everything will start to take shape within a month. It was Perse. She handed Davey a water bottle and sighed. Still, making a spirit king work for a whole month without rest isn't normal. It's not easy to convert ordinary mana into spirit mana either. Carefully took the water bottle and answered softly, But that's the first thing I learned. Davey licked his lips, sipped the water, and thought to himself, Of course it takes many kinds of herbs to make a spirit king operate at high efficiency for hours. A moment later, he nonchalantly drank the water, listening to Irem's furious rebuke. Hey, I'm sorry, but I am the spirit king who rules over a part of nature. How long are you going to make me do such a humiliating thing? But the next moment she was firmly bound again. Seeing this, Noah reminded her inwardly, Give up, it will be easier that way. Irem struggled in fury, cursing inwardly. Shut up, she let out a soft sigh and lamented. The dignified Noah I once knew is gone. Noah shook his head inwardly and thought, She still doesn't know what a madman her provisional contractor is. Hearing that, Davey put his hands on his hips, smirked and chided. A madman, isn't that a bit harsh? As soon as Noah heard that, he immediately replied, My apologies, that human is indeed a psychopath. And so the first day passed, and on the third day Noah, Davey and Irem were still standing by the river. Thanks to the immense labor of the Spirit King and the skill of the dwarves, a beautiful structure began to rise in the middle of the lake. The entire construction site now looked completely different from how it did at first. The most efficient workers were none other than the skeleton soldiers. Of course, there were also the criminals captured from the Blackbird and Jackal organizations. But how could they compare to the tireless skeleton soldiers? On the wide meadow, people were silently carrying heavy sacks one by one on their backs. Tanya, watching them from one side, whispered worriedly to Davey, Is it really all right to leave them like that? He, still nonchalantly resting his chin on his hand, reassured her. Don't worry, they're scum who deserve to die. But Davey's heart was filled with hesitation. His eyes were cold and he smiled frigidly as he thought, Even while suffering from forced labor, they ran to me as if possessed and pleaded. Davey slowly recalled them kneeling obsequiously and scoffed inwardly. They begged for their lives, saying they would rather die than endure such pain. My answer was very simple. At that time he had coldly replied to their pleas, I have no intention of granting any of your requests. Dr. Haran and Judge Medin too. Those who betrayed my people met the same end. They begged to be spared, to be forgiven. But I was never the one they should have been asking for forgiveness. Back in reality, Tanya called out softly again, If you say so, brother. But Davey was still lost in his own thoughts. Those bastards wouldn't know what they did wrong even if they died before he knew it. Tanya was standing behind him, lightly touching his shoulder and said, You're all stiff. Hearing that, Davey asked back coolly, Am I? She smiled shyly, massaging his shoulders and chiding him gently. The one who loosened my shoulders isn't taking care of his own body, are you? How is it? Do you feel a bit more relaxed? Davey closed his eyes, smiled and answered, It's fine. Tanya bit her lip slightly and explained with blushing cheeks, I'm doing this because I want to. This is the only thing I can do for you, brother. She added another word in a low voice, As long as you are healthy, brother, that's enough for me. Davey just raised the corners of his mouth in a faint smile and announced, We'll stay here for a while, but once the palace is stable I'll return to the capital. Hearing that, Tanya froze and declared in a low voice, I like it here. I want to stay by your side, brother. Hearing that, he laughed and reminded her, You won't be able to get married if you talk like that, young lady. But she just bared her teeth and laughed joyfully. Tanya lowered her eyes slightly and whispered with a gaze full of affection, I still have so much to learn from you, brother. Davey tilted his head slightly and looked at her quizzically. Archery, you mean? Tanya bit her lip and confessed her feelings with a sad look. Besides, I'm not sure myself right now. If possible, I don't want to be forced into marriage. Although she was engaged, Tanya was only 15 years old, an age where, by Earth standards, she should still be studying and playing with friends, thinking of Tanya's miserable situation. In the end, Davey sighed and relented. All right, you can stay as long as you want. A short time later, the sound of a formal report echoed inside a luxurious mansion. Of all the confirmed victims, 3 people have not yet returned home, 2 humans and 1 elf. Monet Mitter stood in the study and reported respectfully to Davey. They were likely sold outside the territory. I apologize, Your Highness. He just continued to press him coldly. Did the ones we caught say anything? Hearing that, he lowered his head and answered in a guilt-ridden voice, It is difficult to extract information from people of the underworld. They are very skilled at cutting their losses. Davey rested his chin on his hand tiredly, his eyes lost in deep thought. Once they're sold and taken outside the territory, beyond our reach, it's extremely difficult to find them again. And it's not like I can cast a tracking spell on every resident. Sighing softly, he concluded wearily. This basically means we can never find them again. This is not good. Davey slowly stood up, walked over to Monet Mitter and asked coldly, Monet Mitter, do you know why humans and elves became enemies? He knelt before him and answered hesitantly. That is, but he cut him off and answered himself. Because of slave hunting. In the eyes of humans, elves were beautiful from birth. After saying this much, Davey walked to the window, looked outside and continued in a choked voice, And now in my territory that helped them re-engage with the world, an elf has been captured as a slave. Monet Mitter from behind him called out hesitantly, Your Highness. Davey did not answer, merely commanding coldly, Guests will arrive this afternoon, so clear that area. Hearing that, Monet Mitter asked back in surprise, GU guests, Your Highness. He nodded slightly and affirmed. Yes. Davey, still looking out the window, hummed softly, White birds know white birds and blackbirds know blackbirds. He placed his hand on the window, bared his teeth in a cold smile and thought, The law of the underworld, I don't care. Let's see if their noble rules are truly flawless or if it's just a disguised transaction. We'll find out once we shake everything up. A little while later, the guests arrived. In order, they were the three largest information guilds, Echo, Gorgon and Anka Kai. Davey sat at the head seat and greeted them politely. Welcome. You must have had quite a hard time getting here without being noticed. He quickly held out a stack of documents and got straight to the point, announcing, As you know, the Central Continent's criminal organizations, Blackbird and Jackal, dared to conduct slave trade in my territory. This is the information on the residents who were kidnapped and taken to the border. Pausing for a moment, Davey asked in a dark voice, Can you find them all? The representative of the Echo Information Guild answered coldly, It is nearly impossible to track those who have already been sold. Davey laughed softly and immediately threw a pouch of silver coins, saying, The money I'll give you as an advance payment. He looked at the three of them and declared with a sharp gaze, This is not a job for each of you individually. I am commissioning all three of the continent's top information guilds. Davey crossed his arms again, the corners of his mouth rising in a dark smile, and commanded, Stop all other work. This request is the top priority. The Gorgon Information Guild's representative asked with interest, Do you mean to buy out an entire information guild? He nodded without the slightest hesitation. Yes. The representative smiled again and reminded him, That amount of money is not enough for a mission like this. Hearing that, Davey tilted his head slightly and asked, Then how much do you want? The representative shrugged and answered frankly, You will have to give us 3,000 gold coins per person. He still agreed resolutely. Fine. Davey cleared his throat and emphasized seriously, I don't care how much it costs. Find them as quickly as possible, he calculated inwardly. They are just commoners. 3,000 gold coins per person is no small sum for a commoner. Thinking this far, Davey sighed inwardly again and admitted, But even so, we outwardly, he still reminded them leisurely, Don't mistake me for a weakling. The Echo Guild representative urged in a cold, dark tone, Don't try to bargain with me over something you can clearly do. This is not a simple transaction between us. The Echo representative asked softly, How long will it take? Davey quickly raised 3 fingers and answered, 3 days. Hearing that, the man gritted his teeth and scolded, That's absurd. Davey, still smiling leisurely, watched the Echo representative jump up and growl, That's it. He raised his fist confidently and declared, Our Echo Guild refuses the request. Davey, still smiling cheerfully, nodded and followed up. In that case, don't leave. He looked at the other 2 representatives again and asked, What about Gorgon and Anka Kai? Are you 2 giving up as well? Are you hesitating? Seeing their hesitation, Davey reached out his hand without any reservation and declared, Then I'll raise the stakes. He quickly threw something and announced in a firm voice, From now on I will provide you with all criminal information and future information within the Hanger territory. And I'll give you this. The 3 representatives immediately ran over to look at it, their eyes wide as they listened to Davey's mocking voice. If you are truly members of an information guild, you should be able to recognize what this is. All 3 shot up to their feet, staring intently at the strangely glowing object, and couldn't help but stammer loudly, This is a piece of amethyst. This which stunned the people of the 3 guilds. This is a relic of the Rasia kingdom, a mythical treasure in the underworld and a relic from the Hall of Heroes. This is the very jewel that disappeared from the hands of Herma, the king of assassins, who taught me the assassination technique Black Moon Step. A person from the Echo Information Guild asked him in surprise. Is this real? Davey answered nonchalantly. It's real. Want to test it? If you infuse this treasure with mana according to legend, it will emit an unprecedented mystical light, he continued calmly. As you know, this is a mana stone, so just holding it grants protection from external interference. Davey shrugged and said as if he couldn't help it, Now that Echo has refused, they will be excluded from this job. Anka Kai and Gorgon, what about you 2? Please wait a moment, Your Highness. We will do it. The Echo Guild will take the mission. Anka Kai raised the corner of his mouth and said, There's no need to entrust it to such suspicious fellows. If a guild that prioritizes trust has abandoned it once, they are no longer worthy of trust. Echo's temple twitched. The Gorgon Guild's representative spoke up. We at Gorgon will take the mission. You said 3 days, right? If we take it, we can find the people faster. The remaining guild representative also smiled and proposed. No, Anka Kai can provide the information you want within 2 days, Your Highness. Ignoring the two bickering, he crossed his legs and laughed. Davey asked Echo anything else to say. The man just bowed his head. My apologies, I misspoke. Suddenly, he raised his voice again to fight for the reward. Give us just 1 day. We will find them all within that time. As soon as he finished speaking, the other two were enraged. The Anka Kai side said loudly, There are moral codes in this business, you know. The other one took the opportunity to mock. That's right. You said you were backing out, so step aside. Don't be ridiculous. He glanced sideways at them, growling at each other. With a reward like that, of course the story has to change. In the end, Davey had to step in and reconcile them. If no one is willing to yield, fine, then let's do this. The three immediately fell silent and whipped their heads toward him. Davey smiled, pointed at the jewel, and said, The reward will go to the one who finds them first, and the advance payment is not small either. His words were gentle, but they felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds of gold to them. The choice is yours. If you're not confident in competing, you can step back. It was the most coveted treasure in the world of assassination, holding great symbolic meaning that far surpassed the stone's actual value. Besides, its market price was by no means low. If they knew it existed, collectors would pay an absurd amount of money to get their hands on it. Of course, to me now, it's just an ordinary jewel. Davey, still arrogantly crossing his legs, said, Then I'll take that as your agreement. The meeting is over. Let's see who wins this competition. He raised his voice and chased them out. Now get lost. The three bowed their heads in farewell and left. Echo, Gorgon, and Anka Kai were all large-scale guilds and underworld organizations. Naturally, they knew very well how this world worked. Probably even had information on mid-level organizations like Blackbird or Jackal. In other words, they knew everything from the beginning but chose to remain silent. The reason they refused was partly due to considering their profits, but also partly due to the trust between the parties. Perse appeared from behind him and saw Davey looking intently at the jewel. But the reward made them forget everything. Any loyalty to the human trafficking ring disappeared. The underworld follows its own laws. He clenched the jewel tightly and composed himself. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Davey was lost in thought. The competition between the three guilds. It's a rare event, but the results will come out soon. And as expected in the splendid castle, the strongest of the three guilds was the Echo Guild. They found the kidnapped villagers and provided all related information in just half a day. Just half a day. He looked at the stack of documents in his hand and the corners of his mouth lifted. When a continent-level information guild gets serious, the result is clear. Finding you is a piece of cake. Outside, the evening glow was gently descending, painting the entire sky orange. In fact, it was rare even for nobles to meet high-ranking members of a large information guild. Still, the reason those bastards responded to my summons was because they thought I was worth partnering with. Holding the precious jewel fragment in his hand, he slowly opened his mouth. It's not every day you get to meet even a humble king of a small country. She looked at him, sizing him up as a con man. Perse pummeled his face with her fists and shouted, That's a fake, he replied nonchalantly. So, the real one never sees the light of day. As long as it looks similar and is usable, that's enough, right? He shrugged. What are you going to do about it? That's right. The relic of the Rasia kingdom I offered as a reward was actually a fake. Anyone who doesn't know its historical value wouldn't be able to tell. The original wasn't very elaborate either, so making a similar replica wasn't hard. So where's the genuine article? It's probably still in Herma's collection. I haven't taken it yet, but I'll steal it later. Davey wagged his finger playfully and said, There's an old saying, if you don't get caught, it's art. Perse immediately caught on and finished the thought. And if no one sees it, it's an assassination. He winked playfully. Correct, ironically, the one who taught me this method was Herma himself. How utterly shameless. As Davey organized the correspondence, he smiled at her and spoke. Rune appeared before them and opened her mouth. Rune is curious. Why did you mobilize all three information guilds? I do not understand. Please explain. He crossed his arms and answered with a smile. The reason is quite simple, Rune. Davey tilted his head and explained. In the underworld, rumors spread very fast. If the word gets out that a lord is serious about saving his people, it can lead to many other benefits, she remarked nonchalantly. That sounds very calculating, he answered firmly. No. Because I promised to protect them, he recalled. Davey picked up the documents and looked them over again. By the way, Anna's guild has exceeded my expectations. An organization located in the Bati's kingdom. The kingdom that once prided itself as the holy land of swordsmanship is really going off the deep end now. The Bati's kingdom was a neighboring country that shared a border with the Roan kingdom and had been in conflict with them for a long time. They revered the sword and were known as the Land of Knights. But if my memory serves me right, it's just a fallen nation now, powerless to even stop its own decline. At the Continental Swordsmanship Tournament held in the Principality of Philip, the 7th Prince of Bantis made a contract with a vampire and went insane. He transformed into a monster at a gathering of important royals and dignitaries, causing a great disaster, and several nations demanded massive reparations from Bantis. As a result, the Bantis kingdom is now buried in debt. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at the report. I see how things are. Illegal slave auctions. Because they're illegal, the profits are high. Simply put, the Bonte's kingdom is in a position where it has to increase its budget, even if it means turning a blind eye to illegal activities. Perce frowned and said to Davey, "Davey, you could also spend some money to get on the good side of the Bonte's royalty and nobility." He nodded. "That's a good point." Davey picked up his pen. "Well, I'll try putting some pressure on them verbally first, and if that doesn't work, I guess we'll have to go in person." The sky outside was a peaceful blue, and as twilight began to fall, a voice rang out. "That takes care of that." The beastman behind him asked, "Where to now?" A person named Jay answered, "There's somewhere we need to stop before heading to the Empire." The person immediately asked, "The auction house?" The masked figure nodded. "The Bonte's kingdom. This time we will save everyone." The group silently watched the approaching dusk.